Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marati.
And I'm John Nord, the Berzerker.
My partner in crime on Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursday. But John, the fans... hey, you're going to say it?
Hush, hush!
All right, well, please. A little decorum. It's the holiday season, John.
I didn't let them know I was going to do that.
We still are looking forward to having the return of our longtime friend, Marty Jannetty.
Yes,
Marty has been looking for a new abode down in Florida. We can't wait to have him back in the studio.
I love Marty.
When he's at his best, nobody rocks better than Marty. He was with us November the 13th. The fans had a great time with him down at Memorial Hall, where you'll be joining us for our Back to the 80s reunion on April 16th with Jake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and so many more. But, you know, as we kick off this all-day marathon to try and entice the fans to head on over to the Indiegogo campaign, if they want more original episodes with Marty, that's the way to try and help make it happen, because, again, we have to keep the studio lights on. We have great staff. We have to get Marty in here. We got to put him in a hotel. We got to take care of Marty. There's a lot that goes along with it. But as a man that knows Marty so long, how about an AWA Marty story to kick things off tonight?
An AWA Marty?
An AWA
Oh,
Marty
my
story.
Lord. Well, we used to do the Showboat in Las Vegas. And once in a while, it'd be on ESPN. Sometimes it wouldn't. But the Showboat is a reminder to me I got about Jannetty. And I had a few buddies of mine come along with me because they like gambling. And me and Mr. Perfect are actually two degenerate gamblers ourselves. And I had a few buddies. I walked by one, and I booted him in the head as hard as I could. A buddy of mine that was sitting in the front row. And, I mean, you don't do that to a fan because you're going to get sued.
Sure.
But this guy, we set it up, you know. And he knew he was going to get kicked hard. Actually, he was the owner of the gym, the big famous gym in Minnesota that the Road Warriors owned part of it. But anyways, I laid it in there, and who was following me? Bruiser Brody.
Wow.
So Brody's following me. We both took a mop. I slapped one of the job guys in the face with the smelly mop. Brody took it and threw the stinky water. And Jannetty was standing outside the locker room when Brody came out. And Brody came out and kicked Jannetty. He wasn't even looking that it was Marty. He just thought he was a fan or something. And he kicked Marty, and Marty hit the wall really hard. And needless to say, Marty was scared shitless of Brody. So he didn't go up to him and say nothing. He never even mentioned it again. But I always saw it, and I always thought about it over these years. But yeah, to kick one, any other guy or any other boys would have said, "What the hell are you doing? What's your problem? You don't kick one of the guys. What the hell's wrong with you?" But it was Brody, and Marty just, you know, Marty's a great guy, but he wasn't going to say anything to Frank Brody.
No, I don't think many people would.
No.
All right, fans, right now, let's kick off this all-day marathon. It's time for Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty. John Norton and I will check back in a little while.
Nice.
But you want to know something?
We're going to.
I'm still going to surprise you, even though we're taping this in
Surprise me
November.
every day.
Well, hopefully in better ways than recently, but that's a different story for a different time. The story of the day is, though, baby, the road to WrestleMania has begun for WWE as they try and figure out where WrestleMania 37 is going to take place. If fans are going to be allowed in, that's a different story.
I was just going to ask you that.
What's that?
Do I need to wear, is Kobe still around now?
It's at your discretion.
What month is this?
This is February the 25th.
It's probably gone because Biden's in. They're going to make him look good.
All right. Yeah, well, it's.
So I can probably take this off.
All right. Hopefully he's not too sleepy. Hopefully he's wide awake and doing a great job
Sleepy Joe?
leading and guiding our country.
Kamala, I'm sorry, is probably in charge by now.
You think Kamala's wearing the pants in the family?
She always was.
All right.
You know, she dated
You'd have to ask
Montel.
Montel, yeah, Montel Williams.
She looked good back then. I mean, she looks good now for
I think
for a Democrat.
Well, I really don't judge them that way, but she's no Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, that's for sure.
I heard she was a hoe.
Amy Klobuchar
That's
was
what
a
I
hoe?
heard. I mean, I don't know. I ain't never been there.
I
lived in Minneapolis, but she wasn't around that time.
That's not one I'd have much interest in.
You know what? As much as everybody hates to look at Nancy Pelosi, the next time you see her, I wonder if she's still Speaker of the House at this date.
Well, we'll see.
Because AOC and then with
Now, you're trying to say that Nancy is a piece of ass?
No, I was going to say.
All right. I thought that's where you were going with that.
No, I was going to say she got some big ass titties. She's like 70 something.
She's pushing 80. I think so. I think she's pushing 80.
When you got money in government, you can keep young looking.
Well, they're not
Don't
sagging
you know
too much.
those things are this big? Don't you know when she takes that bra off, her knees go, ah, damn.
that support bra's got a little extra support for old Nancy.
It's got to have reinforcement.
There you go. All right, wrestling fans, we're talking about a big one. It was April of 1989. The World Wrestling Federation invaded Trump Plaza in Atlantic City, New Jersey for the second year in a row. It was sold out for a $1.7 million gate. One of the great.
How much it was?
$1.7 million in '89.
And I only got 1,000.
No.
What? That was number 5, right?
Yeah.
What did I get?
You had to have got a better payoff.
I got $5,000.
$5,000 for that one?
Yeah. And they got what?
$1.7 million for the gate.
Because is that net or gross?
Gross.
That's what they grossed. So they still netted about $100
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure Hulk and Macho walked off with very handsome paydays for that one.
Well,
but
they deserved it. They drew it.
I got to ask you this. What happened the night before WrestleMania 5? Shawn Michaels gets into the fight with the wife. You two go out
How
and
do you
hit
remember that? I told you that before, didn't I?
No, it wasn't you. It was it was one of your peers at the time.
I got tears?
Peers.
I know.
He gets in a fight with the wife. You guys go out drinking until 4 o'clock in the morning. And then it was told by this individual that Shawn apparently needed extreme substances to be able to participate in the match where you and
Against
Shawn took on Ray
Towers.
Traylor and George Gray, the Twin Towers.
What's his name, George? I knew it was George.
George Gray.
Gray?
Yes.
I knew it was George.
Hakeem and the Big Boss Man. So what happened the night before Mania?
We were nervous.
Yeah. So were you there when Shawn got into the fight with the wife?
No, we met downstairs because I had, previous to that part. I was downstairs with my girl.
And this is a girlfriend.
Yeah, Raylynn, that's who I was sitting on. We lived together for like 6 years.
Oh, wow. Oh, really? 6
The right
years?
girl, just the wrong timing. You know,
Yeah.
I was a small town boy that, you know, only been with maybe a couple dozen, 3 dozen girls, because Columbus wasn't that big.
So you're down enjoying the casino life.
Yeah,
And Sean
yeah, I was
is with
drifting again.
and
wasn't I?
Sean is with his wife, and they get into an argument.
Well, see, I didn't see the argument.
Yeah.
I was with Raylynn. That's when I first met Trump. Well, we met him earlier that day for a photo op, and you know, at that time he was a casino owner, and
Right.
we met all kinds of people.
You didn't know he'd become the president.
Yeah, I didn't know how it was just a casino, and he was the nicest guy in the world. That's why the facade he puts on now, it's not for us, it's for the other countries, but it's like a damn, who told me, my cat told me, the wolf,
Yeah.
he said, Biden, you trying to convince Biden people, you know, supporters, is like trying a bumblebee or a bee, honeybee, a bee trying to explain to a fly why honey's better than shit. They're not going to understand it.
That's one way to word it, yeah.
Yeah, but so, you know, Trump come over. I told you, I said this on another episode, earlier episode. Yeah, he come over and he's smiling. Hey, Marty, as he walks up, me and Raylynn, you know, right there together. And I was like kind of surprised, like, because he had said he was a big fan, and I thought he was just, you know, you say
Working
that.
you, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
but
being
when he
polite
I was
and
like,
friendly.
well, damn, that's pretty cool. The guy does know me. And he said, how you doing? I said, I'm doing good. How you doing? He goes, no, I mean, you know, around here. And he was so soft-spoken, too. I mean, he was like almost whispering. He's soft-spoken. Unlike on TV now, right?
Yeah, right.
And, you know, like, oh, you know, win some, lose some. You know, I'm pretty much even. And he looked over the craps table where we just walked away from. He says, give him a 500 marker. And I didn't know what that was. And,
Yeah,
you know,
we got a Sharpie right here.
Oh, yeah. Give me that.
Got a marker?
You know, I showered. Yeah, I showered last night because I got it written on here to stop mumbling.
I don't think you need to write it again, though.
But I showered and it's
And you
still.
washed a little of it
and
off?
I used this.
Oh,
And it's still somewhat there.
good.
But
Well, at
I'm
least
still-
it's a quality pen, we know.
But I'm still mumbling.
All right, you're not mumbling. So, all
write
right,
it on here.
take us back to that.
But
So you get your $500 marker, you're gambling on the Donald, which was very generous of the man. Sean gets into this fight, 4 a.m. he comes down and finds you, or I don't know, what,
yeah,
how
me
you
and
guys
Raylynn
hooked
were
up.
going back to our room. We were on the same floor, whatever it was. It says no mumbling.
Collector's item.
This, yeah, yeah. Let's sell this tonight or last week. So we're on the same floor.
Yeah.
And Sean's come storming out his room, and I'm walking back with Raylynn, and he was like, I'm like, where are you going? He goes, fuck shit, fuck you know, he's all mad. I'm like, what's going on? Fuck Teresa. Her name was Teresa. Fucking Teresa started some shit or something. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I said, where you going? He goes, I'm going downstairs to drink. And I looked at Ray and I was like, fuck you, get in the room. I had to make something up so I could go. But she didn't mind. She, you know, me and Sean were like brothers, you know. And I got to I got to go with him. So we went down there and drank until, I don't know if it was 4 in the morning, but it was a long time. I can't even spell no more.
So it was a late night in Atlantic City with you and Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, and then and the next day we were hungover, bad. But which was not an unusual thing.
So it's the biggest day of the year for the company.
Yes, it's our first.
Your
that was
first
our first
WrestleMania. And
Like,
you're
that's like the
hungover.
Super Bowl.
How do you prepare to go to?
Might not be vodka.
How did you prepare to
Man, I wrote on my leg.
Akeem and Boss Man?
Well, that was
day?
the thing. We were nervous to death because you got 6'6", 6'7", 375. I stopped mumbling, so I put my hand in front of my face. Damn. Now I got to make another note. No hands. but we were scared, man, because it was our first WrestleMania. It's like we made it. WrestleMania, we made it. And our family and our friends, you know, we're thinking they're going to get to see us. And we
Did your
never were
friends and
told
family
till
come
night
into the
before.
show?
Huh?
Did your friends and family come in for the show?
Nah.
Oh, so they were going to watch on
On
pay-per-view.
TV, yeah.
Yep.
But that's your big moment.
Yeah.
You've made it. WrestleMania, you've made it. I'm sorry about my Bluetooth coming apart. Every week I say next week I'm getting it. Next week I am getting it, though. 2 weeks from now. Next week's the surgery. that happened.
Back in November,
Yeah.
yeah.
Damn, we do a lot of these.
We do.
But, oh, I forgot.
So
what
the
else.
next day, so what happened? So it's
So
WrestleMania
we were scared
Sunday.
to death because, you know, they didn't tell us. A lot of times, back then, you didn't do what they began to do. Here's another one in teeth in here. They didn't do what they do. Now you go around 3 or 4 or 5 times to get the match down pat, then go to the show with it. Back then, no. You didn't know who he's working with sometimes. So the day before. And here we
Well,
are.
they advertised you and Hakeem and the Boss Man ahead of time.
Did they?
It was advertised on television, yeah.
Oh, they didn't tell us shit. We were probably drinking too hard. but we found out when we found out, like the day before, we panicked. Like, here's our Super Bowl, and then here comes the New York Giants, and here's a little high school team. That we'd be the high school team. What are we gonna do? Shit, the biggest guys in the company, 6'6", 6'7", 350, 375 pounds, and 5'11" and 6 foot tall, 220 pounds. What are we gonna do with them? How are we gonna make this a competitive, a good show? And so we were scared, and we did what we did when we got scared. We threw a few drinks down, and
Any
usually
medicine?
when you're hungover,
Medicine?
I don't think we did medicine that night. I think we just drank.
I was told by at least Sean, we had to indulge quite a bit to be
That
able
was
to go.
WrestleMania 7.
Or maybe they had the ears messed up. All right, so I thought that was fine. But so you were hungover WrestleMania.
Yeah, and
you're
the good
preparing
thing-
for Boss Man and Hakeem.
Yeah, and the
so take us from there.
Okay, so the best thing about having a hangover the next morning, because TV days, you got it, back then you had to be there by 1 o'clock. They want you there at noon, but you know, if you're later than 1, that's when them fines come out. But that's a long ass day, because you're going to be doing interviews and promos and pictures and all this crap all day. And then come 7 o'clock, they start what they call the dark matches, you know, where they have matches that aren't for the show, but it's to start warming up the crowd, which to me sucked, because time to get there, because with regular TV tapings, not a pay-per-view, but regular, they do back then. I don't know what they do now. I ain't been there in a while. Back then, we do 3 weeks worth in one night. So you got week 1, week 2, week 3, and you got the big chalkboard. You go see where you're at. Like, oh, we're on week 2. Oh, we're on week 1 and 3. But you find out where you're at. But they would start with the warm-up hour. You know, it'd be new guys or
Tryouts
some
and
guys. Yeah, and so the crowd is seeing that. Time you get to that 3rd hour, which is going to show 3 weeks somewhat like what we do, it's going to show way later. But the crowd is like this. You're out
you're
there.
just waiting for those advertised main events.
Yeah, the main event is going to be the last ones, and that's what they came for. That's what they paid for. And they've already seen 4 hours of wrestling, or 3 hours. They saw the dark matches. What they called it dark because they didn't put it on TV.
And sometimes there'd be matches they'd tape for All-American, 1 or 2 matches. Sometimes they'd tape a couple for primetime wrestling. So it wasn't always just 3 weeks of superstars and 3 weeks of challenge.
There was so much to that last hour. I mean, and then they came back alive for the main event, like Hulk versus Warrior or whatever.
They'd give loaded main events, yeah. They wouldn't go very long, but they'd give the advertised match. But for those fans that aren't familiar with it, those TV tapings back in the 80s into probably up until 95 or so, sometimes you'd have upwards of 30 matches in one night.
More than that, actually. Yeah, because they would have the numbers, match 1, 2, 3. You had the hours, divided, first hour, second hour, third, but they had them numbered. When they went to the second hour, they had it numbered. So if you were match 12, you always want to start warming up around 9 or 10, a few matches ahead of time. And so you would see what number you are. You really didn't worry about the hours, what number are you, you know? And oh my God, like I said, especially if it was already a hard town. When what I mean by that, the crowd was hard. You had to do a lot to impress them, you know, because we say they're sitting on their hands tonight, you know, because they're not clapping, they're not doing anything. And if they start that way, and you give them 3 hours, and a lot of times
some squash matches.
Yeah. The time you get out there on that 3rd hour, they ain't doing shit. They ain't doing. That's when they started piping in the sound.
Yeah.
You know, they did what they did.
Sweetening it up. Yep.
Yeah. They would. Mean Gene would go out there. Guys, let's really let them know what we think about them. We love wrestling, and have them all. Yeah. He goes, what do y'all think? We want to know what you think of Jesse Ventura, and get them all boo.
Ooh, yeah.
And they record that and play it during the match.
It's very smart.
Yeah, it's very smart. Everything they do is smart. That's just like all the flashes you see going on.
Yeah, a lot of them were on the lighting grid.
Yeah, there was a circular around there with a little bulb, pop, 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 pop. It ain't cameras. But
smart business.
Yes, very, very, very.
So WrestleMania 5 now, back to that event. You're a keen big boss man. You're hungover.
The good thing about a hangover, and some of y'all ever had a hangover might know this. When you're hurting that bad, you don't give a shit about anything else. It's just like, oh my God. Hey man, the car won't start. Fuck it, we'll walk. Something like that. And so we wasn't so scared, and then we got together with them and talked some things over, and the more we talked it over, it was like, this could work. And it ended up being pretty decent. We ended up having a good match. But then we did that double drop kick, which we only came up with it that day. We thought
that was a good spot.
Well, we were thinking of double drop kicking them from the ground, but we had done that to so many guys that we thought, these are monsters. We got to make it look like they're monsters. Well, if we go to the top rope and do a double drop kick from the top rope, well, you got the time that good. We did it a few times, but that was the only time we did it on TV. And I've seen anybody else do that. I've seen a lot of moves replicated and duplicated and imitated, but never, or duplicated, I guess was the word. I mean, never duplicated. Because you got to time it so good. It's not that you can't jump to the middle of the ring, both of you. We jump past that, but you got to get there at the same time. Because if one gets there and the guy goes down, the other one's going to be shooting by. And I've seen that. I have seen people try it, and that's what happened. One gets there, the other one sails over. And then you got to sell it. You were given the drop kick, now you got to sell it. You were given the move. But I thought it went pretty good. You saw it?
Oh, yeah.
You thought it was all right?
Yeah. I thought it was actually one of the better matches on the show.
I didn't say much.
That was a boring show.
Yeah.
That was one of the worst. Both of the WrestleManias in Atlantic City were terrible. Terrible shows.
He's got gat.
Well, his WrestleMania shows did. But,
yeah, he did a couple of them. That was the only one I was on.
Well, they did 4 and 5 at Trump Plaza.
4 was there?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what was the prep like? What was it like to interact with Boss Man and Hakeem and trying to put the match together? Did they have any ideas they liked? Did they have any ideas
we
of their
didn't
own?
know him that well.
Yeah.
I knew a gang from Mid-South. I'd been down there and met him when he one-man gang, And I think he came in as one-man gang.
He did, yeah. And then they
he
changed him into the African Dream. Yeah.
At first he hated that, but then he started having fun with it. He'd come out and do it, and he's like, shit, I'm just cutting up out there. He found a way. It's always the way you internalize something, You internalize it to itself that, hey, man, I'm just out there playing. I ain't serious at all. And he was able to do it, it became comical. But they were good to it. They were good. I mean, we were scared to death, because like I said, we're looking like, we'll shoot you in and I guess give us a tackle. I mean, what are we going to do with y'all big asses? But they suggested a couple of things, and we realized when they did that, okay, they don't want to just come in and pummel us. Because they were new as a team. They've been around, but they were new as a team.
Yeah, they just put them together in late '88 to work with Hogan and Macho.
Yeah. Oh, is that right? God dang, you're an encyclopedia. But who's that to the right? Real quick.
My glasses aren't on. I can't see.
She's cute. But there's a TV over here with WWE Network. But anyway, what were we saying?
Hakeem and Boss Man.
Yeah, they were nice. They suggested a couple of things that let Sean and I know, like, okay, they're not coming in as a new team. Like, let's just squash out the Rockers. And but we was able to, hey, what if we did that? Everybody's together on it. Mm-hmm. Because there's sometimes you get together, a lot of the boys out there will know this. You can tell kind of right off when you try to set a match up. The ones that really ain't into it, like, nah, I don't like that shit, because they're kind of quiet. They don't say much. And they don't even say, yeah, they just kind of don't say nothing. They might nod their head, but okay, they're not into it. They're not getting it. Or they don't want to do it. One or the other. And then you got to figure out how to get on the same page. They're on a different page. They think they're squashing us. We think they're not, and so, those are always difficult. As you get more experience, you learn how to work with that too. You know, sometimes you have to stroke their egos, you know.
Were you disappointed that you wound up working with the Twin Towers? Out of all the teams there possibly could have been for that
Well, at
WrestleMania, would
first,
you like
yeah.
to have gone in with Arn and Tully at Mania?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, we were disappointed because here's our big damn Super Bowl World Series. Here it is. And we're going to look like idiots. Because we were thinking that we're going to squash job us. We're going to go out there, these big guys who's just scam, bam, bam, pin. And thank God that was with the right ankle. But it was just, you know, they were so nice. Both of them are nice guys. You know, Ray, God bless the rest of his soul. What'd you call him, Gary?
George Gray.
Gray, the Gray. That's the part I was trying to remember. Gray, not Gary. But they're both such nice guys. Such nice guys. And, you know, we didn't know that until we actually sat and talked with him. I knew Gang, like I said, Mid-South, knew he was a nice guy. But, you know, he was a correction officer.
Yeah.
Or a prison guard, one or the other.
He stole Boss Man's gimmick.
Yeah, he had it before. Ray was actually did something.
He did it too?
In
For real
Atlanta.
life? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe that's why they put them together.
Yeah.
I think it was the size thing. 'Cause
Sure.
What they call them, Twin Towers?
The Twin Towers, yeah.
But I mean, it was cool. We felt better about it after we sat and talked with them and put the match together. But then we was like, are we going? You know what? In a lot of my, I've taught this to my kids in seminars. Sometimes when you put one move in that's tricky, like we put the double drop kicks in, it messes you up for the whole match because no matter what you're doing, you're thinking of that one, when that's coming, it's like, okay, shit, we're going to be able to get that, we're going to be able to get, because, you know, it's risk. You know, big rewards come with big risk, you know, but there's a risk it may not work, you know, so you're always thinking about, you're always thinking ahead of that spot, like, okay, whatever you're doing right here is just kind of autopilot because you're thinking of that spot, you know, and that's when you screw up is when you're on autopilot. You know, you think you got this part down, don't worry about it. You know, it's like catching the football or an orange. You know, you're looking and you turn your head at the last second to see who's coming or what move you want to make. And then the ball hits and bounces out because you're supposed to look it all the way through. It's sort of the same thing with wrestling. Every spot has got to be seen through. You know, you don't look like, I got an arm drag, hip toss, slam. I got all that shit. It's that double drop kick. But, it went well. We almost, one of us, I don't know, one of us kind of, like I told you, if one gets there too soon, we almost, one of us was lucky enough to scrape across his face. So we did get him, but still almost over. And we had such good, synchronized so good, like we'd look and give the nod and the bounce, because the ropes, you know, the turnbuckle, the ropes, and when you're on top and you bounce down, it gives. So it's almost like a springboard. You know, you got to, and when there's two people on it, it bounces different.
Yeah.
You know, so you got to time that out and jump at the same time. It's got to be precision timing. But it worked out, and you know, we still got beat. We hated that. You know, it's like, damn, did we ever get to win? We're probably one of the better tag teams here. At the time, becoming the most popular tag team there, but we never win. And you know, we complain so much about we never get the belt. You know, we're never going to get the belt. All we're going to do is chase it, chase it, chase it, chase it. And we just went through a year of that in AWA with Buddy Rose and Doug Summers. We chased them for a year, and finally we got it. You know, and it was a big deal until we left, went to WWF. But it was the same thing there. It was like, we got to go through this again, chase.
Well, you had a babyface tag team champions at that time, so that didn't help.
Again, Roddy Piper told us something.
Now, funny enough, Roddy Piper made his return to the company after 2 years that very night. But
was it?
Yeah, he did the segment with Morton Downey Jr. and Brother Love.
Was that 5?
Yeah.
Wow, I thought that was later on.
No.
I'll be damned.
Did you interact with Morton Downey Jr. at all?
No, I never got to see him. I would have liked to. I used to watch his shows.
Yeah, one of the most popular talk show hosts at the time. He did a couple of wrestling segments.
Yeah,
but
I missed him.
Did you meet Roddy Piper that night when he came back?
Yeah, we were upset a little bit.
Why?
Well, because we were going to be, you know, we're losing our big Super Bowl and we got to lose. And we never get to win the house shows either. and we never got to be, champions. And Roddy was very sharp. He picked up on stuff. And he took a liking to us, which was good because he was brilliant, man, brilliant. With the psychology, he's up there. He might be up there with Vince.
Really?
The only person I put above Vince on psychology is Jake the Snake.
Wow.
Yeah. Macho's up there. Those guys are high up the ladder there. But, so we always soak in what they say. And, Roddy told us, he said, the reason you guys don't get the belt is almost you're getting punished for being so good. And we're like, we didn't get it at first. We were still young. We're still maybe 3 years in the business, 2.5. Whatever. But we were like, don't get it. What do you mean? I mean, why we don't get the belt because we're getting punished? And he goes, no. You know how he talks. No. He goes, that's not it. Let me tell you what it is. You guys are so good, you don't need a belt to get over. Where some guys need a belt.
Needed the belts.
Yeah. And so that made sense. So it made it.
Compliment to some degree.
Yeah. But you still
want them, yeah.
But it might have shortened our run because once you reach the top, where you go?
Right.
Yeah. So.
And you met the Hot Rod for the first time. Any interesting first impression of the man?
Initial thing was like I said, him always giving us good advice. I'd watched him. He's one I watched since I was like 16 or 17 years old when he was first in NWA or Georgia Championship Wrestling. Whatever they were showing in Columbus, Georgia at the time, it was either Georgia Championship or NWA, whatever it was. My first time I ever seen him, he did something and he took a bottle like this.
Yeah.
By the way, this Fabo.
Fabo Pop.
I still can't get it right. Paramount. No. Patreon. I'm going to get these words right. This is very good root beer. All of his products, I love them.
All of the flavors are delicious.
Yes. I just had a root beer last week on here, and I was amazed how good it was.
Well, he only puts out the best.
Yep.
It's all about the quality, just like his piece.
Like his what?
His piece.
Piece?
Yeah.
What's that?
The Thunderdome.
Oh.
What about the big man? I'm sorry.
But he came out and he had like a beer bottle over his head.
Oh, yeah, and he busted himself
that?
open. Yep, yeah. I think he did that in Portland. Did he do it in Georgia, too?
Yes, he did in Georgia.
Oh, he repeated
But we
the
heard
angle.
about it from Ron Ritchie. I know nobody's going to know that name, but Ron Ritchie was a great athlete. He outdid us on the party.
Really?
Yeah, he did too much, and he just became brain dead. What a great athlete. And, man, he was over. The people loved him. But he just couldn't stay away from the Quaaludes and not necessarily the medicine, but that was involved once in a while. But mainly he was a pill man, like the Quaaludes and shit. They'd just get him like this. I remember one time, what's the ones that Placidils? The gel ones?
Yeah.
Why do you know that?
I'm just after 27 years of doing this, I've become familiar.
Placidils are they're gel things. And boy, did you take one, you're good. Like, hey, shit. You take two, you're gonna be laying on the floor doing that. Everybody's like, get up, like, this is good.
You're content with life.
Yeah, but you bite, and when you bite them, instead of just swallowing, you bite them, and they get the gel right away. It hits you almost immediately.
Quick.
Yeah, and old Buzz Sawyer, remember Buzz Sawyer?
Yeah.
Buzz Sawyer we was at the club. Capri, it wasn't a club necessarily, but it was a hotel bar where everybody knew that the wrestlers would be, and the wrestlers were living there because they had like a weekly rate and a monthly rate.
Oh, okay.
So if you were going to be there only a few months, you just
it was
go
a good
there.
place to go. Yeah,
It was great because they clean your room, you got a phone, everything.
It's like home. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like having a maid.
Yep. And some of the maids look good there. They're called housekeeping now though.
Oh, they're not maids any longer.
I met one last night at the
Yeah, what was her name?
I'm not sure. Jane?
Jane.
Yeah.
Well.
Her last name was Fonda.
Oh, really?
But so that's the
Or
inside.
fondled.
Yeah, it's Fonda. That's it. There was the inside on that one. That might have come
Like a
off.
hatchet to a tomato.
Yeah, man. Some of them girls can do
Poor
it.
Ted. Ted must have really laid it in. I don't know.
I got to tell you a bad story.
All right, what do we got?
But we're skipping around now.
That's all right.
The first time I met DiBiase, you talking about?
No, I was talking about Ted Turner.
Oh. Oh, he thought you back on her again. Man, stop. Where was we at, Matt Daddy? 'Cause we got to get back on subject. Well, you're supposed to be reeling me in.
How about this? Any memories of one of the big matches in company history? Hogan and Macho Man with Miss Elizabeth at ringside, torn between the two men.
We talked about that in the episode, remember?
Well, you talked about
Snatching
leading
the door.
up to the show. Yeah, leading up to the show, there was some issues between the two in the locker room. But day of the show, anything?
Well, it was
they
because
went
of the
out.
match.
They had a great
it was like
match.
you said about picking up Elizabeth and moving her. Randy had felt like he got too close to her boobs.
I thought
where are you going to pick her up? Her ass? Then you're too close to her ass.
I thought it was amusing when
Pick her up by her head.
when Elizabeth entered the arena. Pat Patterson was behind her with his arms out. I guess Randy trusted Patterson to behave himself with Elizabeth.
Yeah, Pat ain't going to mess with a girl.
No, he's gonna I just remember thinking that was funny, that the way Patterson kind of walked her out with his arms at her side. Elizabeth was always well protected. I remember at the old shows I'd go to at the Boston Garden, there might be 12 cops around her and Randy when the cops they would come out to the ring to protect her from the crazy fanatical fans. But any memories of the main event that night? No, it was a good match. Any memories of the show in general other than your match?
You're talking about WrestleMania 6?
WrestleMania 5 and AC.
Yes. No, a big time memory.
Well, what do we got?
Okay, first of all, it's WrestleMania. Second of all, we got the. It's the first time we're on a national stage that is a big deal.
The big one.
Yes, and your family, your friends, and we're sitting behind the curtains. The big guys have gone out. We're sitting there waiting for our music to hit. And I've told this story. Some of y'all are gonna know this already. But it's your big moment, the biggest in life to that point. There's been some bigger ones since, but at that point, nothing gets better than that. Music hits. Hit the curtains out of the way, go charging down the long ass ramp.
Long ramp.
It was like about 40 or 50 feet.
It was a long ramp.
And we always ran, so shit, we're going to get tired.
And they were kind of tiered steps, too.
There was one step. It was all the way down.
Yeah.
And one step, halfway down. Now, I'm behind Sean, and the fans are all reaching over the railing, grabbing the shit, so I can barely see anything. And I got this right here. I'm running. I got to squat so I don't get out of frame. And I'm running down to behind Sean, and there's that one step I didn't see it. And I reached down like, and I fell over, and I'm trying not to fall down, and I'm reaching up when I grab Sean by his tights to keep from falling, and to pull it down, and his ass is partially hanging out. And he thinks I'm playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. He's knocking my hand off.
I'll have to go back and watch that.
And life's most embarrassing moment, that was it.
At WrestleMania,
Yeah, couldn't be a bigger stage. And when it originally happened, everybody, you don't know what happened. You can just see me and him bouncing like this is head level of the crowd. You see us going, and all of a sudden I'm gone, and then I'm back up. They don't know that I fell. I think they cut it out on the video since.
Oh, really?
But a lot of people didn't see it. They go, "What was that?" I was like, I didn't fall. I grabbed. It's so funny because I had to tell Sean later because he thought I was fucking with him, like pulling his pants down, going to the ring for WrestleMania. No, brother, I was trying not to fall. But that's my biggest memory. And now we got to get in the ring with the Giants. Yeah, I think after that, I wasn't worried about the ring. I already made an ass of myself.
Would you bother to watch the rest of the show after your match, or did you go back to the hotel?
I think I didn't watch the rest. I think I was relieved that everything went good. We survived. And plus, like I said, life's most embarrassing moment. What time we got?
Time-wise, we're at about 4 o'clock.
Here?
Yeah.
Where are we? Boston?
We're in Boston.
Oh, yeah. So
you didn't really have an interest in the rest of the show.
It's not that. It was such a relief. I think we went home and watched it, on
back at the hotel?
Yeah. But we was just so relieved because for 48 hours we were stressing that match. And then to start it off, I'm falling down in front of like millions of people, right? And millions of people watching that, and I can't even damn jog to the ring, right? But Kurt Hennig even got mad about it. He goes, "Why didn't somebody tell us? It's one step." And think about that. Why is there one step down in a 40 or 50 foot ramp? I mean, not ramp, but flooring, the wood flooring and stuff. And for no reason, 30 feet in, one step down. And that's it. Just one damn step. I think that was put there on purpose to fuck me up.
Well, also on that show, you saw the return of the first time since you talk about a wrestling scandal. It was the return of Superfly Jimmy Snucker.
Was it? That was
You remember of kind of an aging Jimmy Snucker at that point as he returned to the company after his...
Well, we'd met him in AWA.
Okay, so you already knew Jimmy.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was happy because I love Jimmy.
Yeah, good
I
man.
so much
He
from-
headlined our first event back in 2001. He was one of the featured stars.
Is that right?
Yep.
This Flomax right here.
And you want to know something funny about Jimmy?
You heard Flomax?
I thought the last time we used him was the weekend of Paul Bearer's funeral.
Oh, really?
With that, yep.
He was still going?
He didn't work. No, we did
Oh,
a Jimmy
okay.
Snucker appreciation night. And he was so
gotta go.
clear-minded. He was
ahead.
so, do you really need a break?
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy did, at the end of his life, before his cancer and whatnot took over and he had
Yeah.
those legal problems, he was in a good place, which I was happy about.
Me too.
Because I'd known him since the Tony Rumble days of the 90s. Right now, wrestling fans, we're going to take a quick time out, then we'll be back to wrap up the show.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling's Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue Brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back as we continue our in-depth look at the great year that was in 1989 in the World Wrestling Federation. Marty, I ask you this as we discussed WrestleMania 5 at great length and some of the superstars
it was great.
involved last
episode.
week. Let me ask you this, where business was so hot in 89. We talked about March 18th, that day where you, March 18th, where you and
March
the Brainbusters were underneath Hogan and Boss Man that sold out MSG and the Boston Garden in the same day. 36,000 fans. At the other time, I remember on another loop, Macho and Warrior were doing title for title matches, which came to Boston in February of '89 that year. What are you doing?
I forgot I wore this last week.
Oh, all right. Well,
all right, we can get this right. Let me know if you still hear me, Matt Daddy.
Yeah, we don't want to have any interference like that. But in your, oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, I wore that last week.
All right. Well, you attention to detail, to say the least.
And the week before that, I had this on.
And you still have the mic on?
Yeah.
I can't see.
Can you hear me?
All right, good. Do you think it was the right call to take the title off of Macho? Do you think it could have been, the heel turn could have been held off maybe for another year and let Randy continue to run, as he was white hot as the champion? Hogan was white hot on his tours.
So much.
Warrior was getting hot on his tours. You had so many top guys that were over at that point. Could there have been a different WrestleMania main event and kept Randy as the champion? I don't know. Would it have hurt business to hold off on giving Hogan the belt again?
I don't know. I think it kind of worked out. At the time it was actually happening, we felt like what you just said. We're like, man, right now? I mean, but then after, was it WrestleMania 7 when Macho dropped like 7 of his finishing, elbows, elbow after elbow after elbow, like one was his finisher. But remember, he was going to finish Warrior off, and he gave him about 6 in a row, and Warrior kicked out. We're like, that should do it. I mean, if you're going to be like an invincible person, and it kind of did. It put Warrior.
Well, I'm talking 1989 now, when Randy was the champion as a babyface.
That's what we're saying. The way they did it, it seemed to. At the time it was actually happening, we all had questions. At the finished product, we're like, oh, okay, it worked. We didn't really understand. A lot of times shit worked and we didn't understand why.
Well, at the end of the day, though, it was one less top babyface he had the headline in those shows.
Right.
You know what I mean? As far as the A, the B, and the C teams go.
Right.
I mean, you had, in the beginning of
But it's like
1989...
what they say now in football, next man up.
Again, just some loaded shows. You had Hogan headline in one, Savage headline in another, Warrior headlining another. That's a hell of an A, B, and C team.
Do you know that when they did the replacements, when everybody started fleeing, I say fleeing, I think they called it a flush. And now we're jumping up a couple more years. I know I'm off track. But you know, when everybody, they were, what did they call it? They were getting the older guys out of there. I mean, Gene, everybody went to WCW.
Yeah.
They oftentimes, all of us there they didn't tell us. You know what I mean? They didn't come say, hey, we're going to purify it or whatever it's called, genocide, whatever the hell it is. Where we're getting rid of all the old guys. Getting out. Well, they would do things like what you was talking about. They would do things and we wouldn't understand it because they didn't tell us. We'd find out after fact. And at a point, it just kept you happy that you weren't one of the ones that got the boot, or
right?
Not necessarily boot because some of the guys were just getting better. And that was another thing that was so good. I know I'm off subject now, but that was another thing about competition. It's good for the boys because now you got some leverage, some kind of leverage on your contracts, and that's actually when I went to WCW. Oh man, that's something. We'll get to that. Let's go back. I'm sorry because I drift. The ADHD kicks my ass daily. Aren't you glad that I got an orange today?
I'm glad you get your tangerine or whatever that may be.
I don't know what.
But in '89 again, so it was one less babyface, but the Hogan and Savage series grew extremely well. What were we talked about the economics. What were the paychecks looking like in '89 for you?
Well, mine were decent. I don't know what they got.
Well, yeah.
I always stayed away from that. Even today, like when I get guys booked,
yeah,
I don't want to know what. I'll just hook them up.
Yeah.
Like I tried to get you with a New Jack.
I would absolutely love to have that man in the studio.
He had contact you?
Did you give him my contact?
I think I did.
I did get an email from him from when I reached out to him, but I haven't followed up.
Oh,
well, shoot him a text. Tell him we're very interested.
I did. That's what I'm saying. He maybe got offended that you didn't respond the first time.
I haven't. Like I said, we emailed back and forth, but that was off of his Twitter.
Y'all would love New Jack's interviews.
Oh, he wrestled with us back in 2002, and I really liked him.
No, I love New Jack. That's a good boy, man.
Yeah, everybody has different thoughts about different people, but I thought you know what? if you're honest with someone and treat them with respect, I don't know what problems you're going to have.
I saw Tony wasn't happy about him, but I never knew all that shit went on.
Tony doesn't. Because
I
forget
guess
about you. He hates. He hates New Jack.
Yeah, I saw that on the interview, but I guess he handled it professionally. You know, he said something,
Yeah.
and Jack said, "That's just my stick." He goes, "Do your stick with somebody else."
And you know what? Tony's right. I mean, he really doesn't even know the man, and I guess New Jack.
Surprised me
I've never seen the interview, but I guess New Jack has had great fun embarrassing Tony.
Oh, I didn't know all that.
Well, he does an imitation of him, I guess, in different shoot
like
interviews.
you do, but do your Tony.
I'm not doing that this Thursday night. Party with Marty.
That laugh.
Dan Morello, I need my chicken wings.
Do you think that laugh is exaggerated or is real?
No, it's real. Yeah.
How the hell did he
Because in socializing with them, I've heard that laugh.
Well, then when he was a kid, if you laughed like that in third grade,
I don't know.
You know what they would have done?
Tony's just a very boisterous individual, I guess is the best way to put it. But he's a man with a good heart.
Yep.
And we hope, like I said, in 2021, when we discuss New Year's resolutions, one of mine is to try and get you guys together in the same place at the same time and create some great content, some great positive content for the fans to enjoy, because the fans actually requested a New Year's Eve special with you and Tony.
Oh, a lot of people. I heard a few people.
I think that would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, we should have done that.
We could have dropped the ball on Johnny's piece.
You got a piece?
Take a look at the picture.
It's some sunglasses I'm worried about.
Well, he likes the shades, too. He's actually producing John Cena Sr. socks with his face on them.
Will they come scented?
That I don't know. I asked him if, I don't know if you're familiar with Margot Ouellette from the Ms. and Mrs. reality show series, but she looks kind of like Ruth Bader Ginsburg, but apparently she has the hots for Johnny.
Oh, real?
I asked him if Margot had maybe some panties with his face on them, but he claims no. I don't know. I don't know. Almost like Jane and another individual, but it's a different story for a different time.
You mean Miss Fonda?
Yeah. You're quite fond of her.
Nah, one night. No. Don't count for a whole lifetime. Don't judge me by one night.
You're quite fond of her, huh?
Yeah. Well, don't judge me by one night.
Yeah. Were you the hatchet that smashed the tomato?
Oh, I don't know where that happened.
Yeah. No, that was
It might not have been a hatchet. It might have been an axe.
And you're not talking Bill Eadie.
Nah.
No.
How's he doing?
Great.
You talked to him lately?
Yeah. Well, you know, everybody uses the word talk. I communicated with him electronically. He's one of my favorite people. I love Bill in wrestling. He's a good man. He's an honest man. He's an upfront man. He's an OBS man. He's a man that genuinely loves the bullshit. He's a man that loves the business.
Bullshit. Okay.
He cares about the business. He wants people to do well when he's engaged with them. So I've told Bill once he wants to travel again. I'd love to imagine having Bill as a regular every week on this show.
Oh, that'd be great.
That'd be great.
Because he's got a, you know, he didn't party. He was another one that, you know, did right. Well, I say did right, you know. I didn't know much about his personal life. I don't know even if he was married or not. Or
no, he's had the same wife. My God. Going back to the days of Georgia Championship Wrestling.
And he never,
Sue, he's still married with her now.
He's one that never messed around the road. There was very few of them. He was one of them.
Bill was loyal to Sue.
Yes. And, yeah. He saved me.
That's probably why he's still married.
He kind of saved me over in Austria.
You were telling us that story.
I did tell you.
Oh, you told us that story in an episode we filmed last night, which would be several weeks back. But
oh, I told it.
Oh, you did, yeah.
But they lowered me down by the.
Yeah. And then you saw the red light back at home, and.
Oh,
yeah. So that was.
I told that last night. I knew I told it. But I thought that was like
several episodes ago. Several episodes ago. But now, Bill Eadie, Demolition Axe, is a great human being. I can't wait till we get him in here because I really think him and we can create some great content. We'd have to pick a day of the week. Would we give him Saturday night, Sunday night, Monday night? Those are the only 3 nights we have left.
Well, he'd be good for him. I mean,
Well, we'll see.
he's a fountain of
Fountain of
knowledge.
information.
Yeah, information.
I have all the respect in the world for Bill, and I hope Bill knows him. Him and I have a very good rapport.
Yeah.
He's someone whose opinion I trust, because I've asked him, his thoughts on different guys at different times about coming in, and he's not the type that wants to try and whore the booking out for himself.
Right.
He'll give his genuine opinion.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
He spoke when I asked him about you over the summer when you first came in the summer of 2020. I asked him what he thought of you, and he spoke very positively of you.
Even though
he rescued you from an accident in Austria.
Austria, yeah.
And we'll label it as an accident.
But anybody else would have told me, just give yourself up. Just give yourself up. You got to. We can't. The tour, they won't let the bus go. We're all stuck until they get you. Anybody else, I was like, get the fuck out of here. But it was Bill. And I trusted, like you said, I trusted him. I trusted him.
Let me ask you this. I know that it was so tough where you guys were on the road so much to keep track of what other people or the places were doing, but the day of WrestleMania 5, as the sabotage attempts kind of went back and forth between WWF and WCW at the time, they ran a free 3-hour Clash of Champions show on TBS.
WCW did?
Featuring Ric Flair and Ricky Steamboat in a 2 out of 3 falls match, head-to-head against WrestleMania 5, which I'm sure, in a lot of ways, took buys away from WrestleMania 5. Was there anyone?
Well, it had to, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be.
But it was free. I guess you could flip back and forth or flip back.
If you're going to pay $40 for WrestleMania 5, are you really going to change the channel?
It's according to how boring the match is.
No, well, Jake and Andre, that was a rough one.
Was it?
With John Studd as the referee.
That was one of the worst. That wasn't 5.
Yeah, that was 5. That was one of the worst matches in WrestleMania history.
I didn't even see it. It was so bad.
Awful. It was near the end of the show, but it was.
Semi-main?
It was awful. I mean,
you know what? Both of them are good workers. All 3 of them, actually. John is a referee. But Andre's good for his style.
Right.
And Jake is just good any kind of style. And John was good for him being a big John Studd, kind of thing. But just sometimes it's weird.
The chemistry's off.
Yeah, it just don't work. Who would have thought that Macho Man, who's hilarious and intelligent and quick with one-liners that make sense. To give you an example, remember I told you about the girl in Denver I was going up, her name was Georgia.
It's a 2-part question.
Yeah. And I said, Randy, what do you think of look at the test, and what do you think of the test? He goes, yeah, that's a 2-part question. I mean, just off the top of the dome like that. So him and Bobby Heenan. Bobby was great.
Oh, talk about quick wit.
Yeah. And you put the 2 together, you're thinking, oh my God, it didn't work. It just didn't work, and we were all shocked. What
do you mean?
It just didn't flow.
What did they try and do with Bobby and Macho?
They were announcers. They were ringside announcers.
During Raw in the early days. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I forgot about that.
Yeah,
I'm still thinking 1989. Yeah.
I know,
in the early days of Raw, they were.
But it was mainly just to say the chemistry, because of Big John Studd being a ref.
Yeah.
And them. It just, I didn't see it. Probably was.
You lucked out.
Yeah.
You were back at the casino.
Probably talking to DT.
Talking to DT.
Well, Donald Trump.
But in all honesty, I don't think the sabotage attempts helped anybody. I think it took money out of your pockets.
You know what I tell, a lot of the guys, I'm all around the independent scene now with shows, and now that my ankles are shot out, even though I'm getting them fixed, or they're fixed by now, this is tape, but the one is, I still got to get the other one operated on. But, I tell, if there's 2 little companies in some city, somewhere in Dayton, Ohio, some littler place, not talking Dayton down, I got a couple people there. But there's 2 shows or companies, independent companies, and they're fighting it with sabotaging each other. One puts up flyers for the show, they go tear them down, they go spray paint the building and call the fire marshal, the fire codes. There's going to be too many people there, or the lighting ain't meeting specs, specifications. Whatever it is, sabotaging each other. Why?
It doesn't help anybody.
Why? If y'all work together, you could eventually build to AADW versus some other bunch of letters.
Well, you know, WWF wasn't interested in that. And I mean, they went to great lengths to sabotage NWA's pay-per-view efforts. You can understand WCW wanting a little retaliation, but in the end, maybe the cable companies were the ones that were pissed the most because they lost out on those pay-per-view buys, and they were getting 50% of the pie.
I heard Fox News got bought out by some left-wing people.
When?
Well, this is airing like what? Where were we at, March?
Well, yeah, but I mean, in November of 2020.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so
that's
now,
interesting.
So now, well, at the hotel, I don't know if y'all noticed because y'all got home late. We all did, but I turned on. I watch Fox News because they give you both sides. The other ones just give you one side. I turned it on, and yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, when I first got here. Well, yesterday, they had the Fox network. They was like, well, we're negotiating with them. They wouldn't here in Boston, and probably Dish. Dish sucks. Don't ever get Dish satellite.
You're not a Dish guy.
Nah, fuck. Excuse me. F them. But they had the Fox blacked out. And said, and they do this. So like, oh, we're negotiating with them. They don't want to do business. They put it on Fox, right?
Yeah, they put the heat on them.
Yeah. But you got your CNN and your headline news, which is all owned by Turner. Turner don't own it no more, does he?
I think he might have some small minority ownership, but he's not. Once the AOL merger went through, and I think it was 2000, he lost the most of his stroke. That's probably why you wound up with Jane, but. Yeah. It
was rounded. Oh wait, I didn't say something. But there was that Vince. But so this morning I got up when I went to the gym, and have my coffee and wake up good, and that same station that was blacked out had headline, and it says on the thing. I'm gonna take a picture of it to show my brother because he can't stand this shit. It says Fox News. It's a Fox News station, but you turn it on. Yesterday was blacked out, right? It's headline news. Well, headline news is on channel 18. You turn there, and it's headline news, and then CNN. So it's like and when I went to eat breakfast, what I told you because I owe you, for putting it on the room. It was two big ass TVs. And there wasn't that many people. It was only me and one other person in there. They were way off. I was where I could watch both TVs. It was the news, and it had headline news on one and CNN on the other. And I asked the guy, could I change the station? He goes, oh no, remote control, and we don't have no. So they got it. So my point is, it's almost what is the difference in what Korea does and China does is gives you information they want you to have and blocks all the other shit out. What's happening right now? Fox News is because it's more the right wing getting pushed on out. And you're on Fox Network where you usually tune in. They got headline news, so you're only seeing what. And as I say, what's the difference in what we're doing now and what Korea and China does? Because you won't see no negative shit about the country on over there or what they're doing.
Well, as we get out the fishing pole and try and reel you back into the world of 1989.
So in 1989, I had just turned 29. I just paid my house off.
Life, that's pretty good. 29. The house clear. You had almost no debt.
20 or 28.
Making good money.
Actually, 88 was when I moved to Orlando, and we were making good money. By the end of '88, I paid the house off, the whole thing, so I didn't have a mortgage every month. Which is, it would have been $700 something monthly. 700 of it would have been interest.
Right.
14 goes. What the hell I want to do that for when I got the money sitting right here?
Now let me ask
that's an investment you make.
We touched upon it briefly during WrestleMania 5. Our buddy, the Superfly Jimmy Snucker, returned to the World Wrestling Federation after a 4-year sabbatical after a lot of his medicine problems and the Nancy Argentino incident. Jimmy was.
Is that the one that fell off or? Hit the head. Is that the one that died?
The one that died, yeah.
Okay.
I guess is the PC way to put it, because I like Jimmy an awful lot.
Me too.
But the evidence kind of paints a certain story.
I don't know what the evidence was. What we had heard was she bumped her head or something.
Yeah.
And he had to get to the garden up there, or somewhere, wherever they were. He had to get to the show, and he left her, and he came back, and she was that way. But his story was, when he came back.
There were several incidents where the police had to be called over domestic issues between the two.
Oh,
of
really?
them. Oh, yeah. So I think it was a violent end.
And
for
she
Nancy.
had a mafioso daddy.
Argentino's Italian, yeah.
And that's why everybody was like, uh-oh, for Jimmy.
Because at the same time, Buddy Rogers was almost his Virgil. He would have to drive Jimmy from town to town, and they were neighbors. So he saw, I guess, Buddy Rogers' wife and Jimmy's wife at the time, you know, they knew about what an abusive man he could be in his moments of rage. And I guess...
he went off the deep. I've seen it a few times.
And I was told a couple of WWE Hall of Famers helped clean up the mess of the Nancy Argentino passing that has never been reported in any of the...
I heard when he did the book, whoever did it for him, because, you know, he can't read. I don't know if you knew that, Jimmy.
Oh, no, I know that, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know it till one time, because we got real close. I love Jimmy. He'd come on, he goes, brother, which baggage claim? He goes, and I'm like, it says right here, he goes, brother, I can't read. So, you know, he wanted me to go show him where our bags were coming, you know, thing. And I never knew he couldn't read till that moment, you know.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say it was funny, man. A couple years later, he's in the dressing room. And Fuji, you know, Fuji was known for ribbon.
Oh, yeah.
You know, completely, you know, I'm not paying attention much. And Jimmy's over there reading the sport. I look and he's got the sports page. He's right in the middle of the dressing room reading the sports page. And you know, I'm like, Jimmy, because I was interested, you know, it was a baseball. Like, how the Braves doing? He goes, looks like they're doing pretty good, brother. And I'm thinking, why is he looking all over the page for it? and so I'm like, oh, okay. Well, they don't tell me that it looks like they're doing pretty good. And then, but when he's holding it up like this, Fuji comes over and takes a lighter and lights it right here. And it starts flaming up, and he throws it in the air, and he kicks his chair back and falls, and he gets up, and he gets all mad at Fuji. He goes, "Boy, I should kick your ass for that, brother." And he goes out in the dressing room, and I'm sitting there, and it finally hit me. I was like, Jimmy can't read.
So why did he have the newspaper?
And I went. That was all a setup. It was all, you know, they were in on together. But he went into the next dressing room. I walked up and I said, Jimmy, that was funny as hell. Oh, what you mean, brother?
Oh, it was a rib the two of them set up together. Oh, to make people laugh.
Yeah.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, you know, like Fuji really lit his paper and scared the shit. I said, brother, I know you can't read. He just patted me and just laughed. You know, with that Jimmy laugh. He's
a good man.
Super good.
And you know, I like Jimmy an awful lot. I have fond memories of Jimmy. But how was Jimmy with the medicine in '89 when he came back? Was he still heavy into the medicine? I mean, he had to have been heavily gassed up to look that way at his age. He was at an advanced age when he came back.
When in '89?
Yeah.
Well, when I met Jimmy, it was '86.
In
AWA,
yeah.
You know, he had that run with Colonel De Beers, which, thank God, because that lifted up. We would have died a lot quicker.
That was just when I started watching wrestling, and that was a hot feud. Yeah,
yeah, it was. Because Colonel De Beers was doing the South Africa, you know, racial thing.
Yeah.
Jimmy, you know, took offense to it, and so that was, we were doing a lot of partying.
Yeah.
We did a lot of cocaine back then. We don't do that now. But a lot. And you know, Jimmy never said no. Whatever.
So his habits really didn't change.
No, but you know, and what we had heard about Jimmy, and actually we did so much back then that it would go all the way into the next day, and you knew we got to stop, got to get some sleep, because we had a show that day, so you want to get a few hours. And we didn't have no downers. Usually you'd have some alcohol. That'll bring you down from that, because it's the worst feeling in the world to do cocaine all night and then suddenly stop. You know, like, oh no, because it hurts, man. It just hurts. It's like you just want to shoot yourself in the head to get it over with.
Yeah.
But you know, you ever did?
No.
But Jimmy, I guess, was coming down. We heard, I wasn't there for this, but he was the main event in Madison Square Garden. And it was so hard getting in the garden. They had a back driveway that all the fans knew it, that it went underneath, you know, to the Madison Square Garden. fans would get out there, because they knew the boys were coming in or seeing who's that. They would try to get autographs. You can't stop, because if you stop, they'll be climbing in the car. Their car, that's, of all the places I've been, Madison Square Garden is the craziest to get in and out of.
And still to this day.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow. Because we used to go up to the Ramada. It was Ramada up the street a little bit, about 4 or 5 blocks, and we'd get in the ambulance. About 5, 6 of us
A
get
lot
in
of
the
guys
ambulance.
would do that,
Yeah, and you go in the ambulance so the people don't know who it is. They just think an ambulance coming through. And then when you had to leave, you hoped the ambulance was still around, because if you went out in your own car, I mean, they would get in front of you. You either going to have to run over them, or you're going to have to try to roll the window down and sign. I'll never forget one time. I'm sorry, we're off 89 again.
That's okay.
One time we was in a cab. We took a cab, me and Sean. And the cab driver, he had no clue. I mean, New York City cab driver, and you don't know about the garden. Nice.
Yeah, no, right? Yeah.
And he pulls in there, and everybody's like, they saw us. They see us. Oh, it's the Rockers. It's the Rockers. And here they come. Swarm the car. And he stops. We're like, don't stop, go. And I'm pushing him like, go, man, don't stop. And he's like, he panicked. He was like, what the hell's going on? We'll go. And he couldn't. Now they're all in there. And he goes to roll the window down, because they're holding papers like and flashing. And we're like, no, don't roll the window down, don't roll. So he started, then he stopped. And so they started rocking it. They get violent. I mean, they beat on the ambulances when we'd leave. When they did see somebody, like beefcake or somebody, and they like, oh, it's the wrestler. They would kick the shit out and punch it and throw shit at it because it wouldn't stop. They were bouncing this cab back and forth. I said, brother, either you gun it or we're going to get rolled. And he got scared. He gunned it and knocked a couple people off to the side.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't think he's squashed none of them.
Yeah.
But boom, boom, off to the side. And he was like, what the hell was that? Like, yeah, man, that's just Madison
He didn't
Square
know
Garden.
who you were?
I don't think he did.
Yeah.
But, he's taking us to the garden in the marquee.
Wrestling,
WWF wrestling.
Yeah.
But,
Well, it must have been kind of a thrill for you, though, to have that kind of excitement, that many people just interested in meeting you. My God, I mean, for a small-town guy from Georgia.
Yeah. It was there, you got used to it.
Yeah.
But
MSG was just a unique environment.
Dave, yeah, it's different than anywhere I've ever been. Even the Boston Garden wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
Philly wasn't that bad. Those were even LA Arena, because you had to go through, I think it was Compton or somewhere, was a pretty rough area.
Geez, yeah.
You know what they used to do? I mean, I think that's the first time I met Snoop, but I don't know, because I partied a lot and I forget a lot. But they'll see you go through a drive-through. We were hungry, man. We got to go through, I think it was Taco Bell, whatever the hell it was. They'll sit up, like you go through the drive-through and you pay, you give the money to get your order. They see you get change when you pull up a few feet to the road and you got to stop. They'll beat on the window like, hey, guy, you got any change? They just saw you. You're like, oh, I ain't got none. Then they get fucking aggressive. And I think Snoopy that one time called it off. He was like, no, don't you know who that is? I think there was a couple things that happened there. But, I mean, it's just it's crazy-ass scams you went through when you go through Compton. To get to the arena, you had to go through there. It was
the only way, yeah.
I mean, you could take, I don't even know. I mean, none of us wanted to take a chance because you get lost there. We know this turn and that turn. Don't go out there and get, oh, I'm lost. Roll the window down, hey. A couple of white boys over there going, where do we go? Your car ain't going nowhere from there because they already got the tires off of it. Yeah, but the garden still crazier than anywhere I've ever been. I think I've been to 37 countries.
37, wow.
Yeah, about that. I mean,
give or take.
Yeah, probably a little less, but close. It's close enough for a lot of places. I'm talking about third world places where I got pictures that I'm going to send you a shitload of pictures.
I'm going to send you links, so we'll swap.
Okay. And there's one place, it was some islands. All them islands look good on TV and on postcards because they show you the tourist area.
Yeah.
But they don't show you right next to us like shit on the beach. It's like brown sand and people are starving and they're walking around picking up. There was one place, I don't know, not in the Bahamas, but something like that. You you would think, you always hear the good part of it. We were on the bus, and it was American, everybody knew it was Americans and the wrestlers, because that's a big deal in these little islands. And all these kids are out there doing this. Oh, please, please, food. They're asking you to give them food, give them food. That has an effect on you.
Sure.
You're looking down and you're thinking, I suck, man. When Joe Biden's president, fuck. Then you look down and you see these kids doing that, probably under socialism, but you see that, and it really affects you. I mean, it's hard to be happy after that, knowing these kids are going up to Americans, doing this, wanting food, and then you try to complain about your life.
Well, maybe if Tony Atlas was there, he could have had his chicken wings, and the kids could have had the residue that would be coming out of the side of his mouth.
But he don't clean them good when he eats them.
Like I said, it's like the back end of a snowblower. As I sit here trying to dodging the little debris of the chicken wing that comes in my direction.
One day.
He knows. We've talked about the debris.
Y'all have, but now you're telling the world.
well, no, we've talked about it on the show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, him and I really have no secrets. It's almost violent when he gets into the chicken wing. It was almost like when you muff dive Jane Fonda.
Why do you guys say that? I didn't ever say I did that.
Was there any debris?
Do you know Tony? Tony's got to be like 70 years old.
No, Tony's 64.
But you see how he's built for 64?
Well, he's still a personal trainer.
Oh, he is?
Well, up until coronavirus. And he still works out every day at the YMCA.
Yeah, but you see how he's 64.
He's still got guns, baby.
Oh, I bet he's strong. Did they do an arm wrestling thing one time about 10 years ago where Tony was coming in to arm wrestle somebody?
I don't remember that.
I can't remember who it was.
He was managing Mark Henry about 10 years ago in WWE. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
This was like some arm wrestling thing, and we're looking at Tony's. He's still got them big ass arms, like shit.
Yeah, he's still in great shape. He still lives. He in his basement garage. He still has weight sets, so he's been able to do that even during the
That's
lockdown.
what I got. I have to set up.
You have to be creative, though. That's all.
Well, yeah.
But so Jimmy was in. Would you say he was in
rough
shape?
So going to the garden.
Yeah.
So we're going back to. Boy, did we just veer way the fuck off? Excuse my language. Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
He'd been gimmicking up. Like I said, now this is a pretty popular
Madison?
story. Yeah, Madison Square Garden.
No, Medicine.
Oh, Medicine. Yeah, he's been
not
doing
Madison Square Garden. No.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden. And there's is that Quake? No, that's not Quake. Is it?
No, that's whatever that is new. I can tell by the set.
The one that splashed the snake was Quake. You sure about that?
Yeah, John Tenta, yeah. Earthquake.
I liked him. Oh, that is new.
So
okay.
MSG, Snucker, cocaine. What do we got?
Jimmy was, practicing
medicine.
Yes, all night long.
Like a doctor.
Yeah, practicing. And
PhD in medicine.
He was. You go to Madison Square Garden, he's in the limo, and it's appearing tonight, Jimmy Superfly Snucker on the marquee, right? And he comes around, they come around to that where I told you the little driveway thing that you go underneath the building to get out to go. And they seen the limo, and they come rushing around, and somebody said, it's Snucker, it's Snucker. Man, he was over in New York, probably bigger than Hogan at one, I don't know.
Huge in New York, equal,
yeah.
if not equal.
Yeah, some people
Hogan.
said he was big time. And after he did that dive off the top of the cage, that was it. Everybody loved him. Remember that?
Yeah.
But so they're like, Jimmy tries to get out the car to say hello because Jimmy's a very loving person.
Yes, very friendly.
And they're going, Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy. He opens the door and they're like, Superfly, Superfly. And they're screaming and going. He gets back, he shuts the door and he tells the limo driver, not today, brother. Drive. And turned around and left. He no-showed the main event because he didn't want to deal with that part of coming down when you're miserable. Can you imagine you're surrounded with hundreds of people, beating on your car?
So he was coming down and then he no-showed the event?
Jimmy. He's not today, brother. Drive. He took him back to the hotel and he
wow.
Yeah, I think he got in trouble on that one.
I would hope.
You would hope.
Well, I mean, that not only for the fans, but in New York you have to deal with the athletic commission. Fans can get refunds through the commission in situations like that. So, oh boy, what do we got?
Oh, I forgot. Did I have this shirt on at the beginning of this?
Yeah.
Oh, I did. Okay, I can leave it then.
post-WrestleMania, there were a series of...
I think I lost the microphone, though. If I apologize, because we do so many
Does
episodes.
he still have the mic on? It looks like he has it on. Can you hear him fine?
Okay.
Don't touch anything.
I got a new shirt.
No, that's the one you started the show.
Yeah, okay, I'm sorry about that. I tried to change shirts for y'all.
Series
same ass pants and same look shoes this ankle.
It's something that's happened many times over the years. Several layoffs after WrestleMania. Nick Bockwinkel out as an agent. Scott Casey was given his walking papers. The Bolsheviks, Nikolai Volkov and Boris Zukov. Stick a fork in Frenchie Martin. They put Dino Bravo with Jimmy Hart. Powers of Pain went the singles route. So a little bit of change after WrestleMania. And
about 4 or 5 of the names you just said, they all died.
I know Frenchie passed away. Bockwinkel passed away. Nikolai passed away, yeah.
And there was one other.
Boris is still alive as far as I know.
We talk on Facebook a lot.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
And Scott Casey is still alive. I think he got ill.
Scott's he had an open heart surgery here recent. Me and him still stay in touch. I told y'all that story, right? About he had a meeting with Vince.
With the lasso, yeah. But, did it bother you, bother any of the guys to see some of your peers go? Some of your, maybe not good friends, but did you care about Nick leaving as an agent?
I mean, I was good with it because I knew him from AWA. And, we ribbed each other. I ribbed him, and he got me back that one time, but I loved him to death, I love the people. I don't rib people I don't like, because that's serious.
Yeah, right?
I rib people I like. I joke, prank on people I like. And it should be that way. You don't go messing with somebody. I've told this before, but talking about ribbing and shit like Pat Snucker. I told you the flight. There's been a few flights from hell, but when you have 300 a year, there's going to be a few of them. Yeah, 3 or 4 years. That's over 1,000 flights. And Tanaka, we were coming back from Tokyo, long ass 14 hours, and he had taken a few Valiums or whatever, drank a couple beers to go to sleep. Sleep. You can sleep a good 8 hours and wake up and you still got a day left. You still got a bunch of hours before you get home. So the guys used to like to do that, take downers or whatever to make you go to sleep for a while.
Mac Daddy, all right, he gives us the inside scoop.
What do we got, 3 minutes? 2?
We're running close to the end of the episode, but finish your thoughts.
So, Pat had passed out. We're up in first class. He's sitting right next to Hulk. I'm over here. I don't even remember who was next to me, Macho Man or somebody. But we're getting off. We got to L.A. and we got a show that night in L.A. after that long ass flight.
No rest.
Yeah, no rest. We got there in the morning, so we had a couple hours there. But so Pat's sitting there, and somebody's like laughing. I hear a bunch of snickling as people are getting off, and I look over at Pat, and somebody I ribbed the hell out of Pat, but I had nothing to do with this one. I would tell y'all. I would tell him by now. That was years ago. But somebody shaved half his head. I think Brian Blair was involved in it. But shaved one half of his head.
Of who? Of Tanaka?
Yeah.
But Brian Blair wouldn't have been in the company at that point.
He wouldn't have?
No.
Theirs was around 89.
Well, they didn't debut until 90.
90?
So.
Okay. Brian did get somebody because it was on video camera.
Oh, okay.
Because one of the referee guys, that was actually a foreign to us, so that wasn't Brian. But whoever it was, they shaved one half of his head, and he had a Fu Manchu. They shaved the other half of that, and they shaved his eyebrows off.
So what did they do with him for TV? I don't ever remember.
Well, no, this was just a house show at L.A.
Well, if he had half his head shaved off, I mean.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what happened that night. So, I look over there and I see that, and I'm shocked. Oh my God, there's hair, all over the place, and people walking off the plane. They're looking back at him, and he's looking at people look at him because he
didn't know. Up. Yeah, he didn't see a mirror.
He looks at me and goes, "Why is everybody looking at me? Hulk's right here. Why are they looking at me? Because if Hulk's there."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "Hey, brother, go in the bathroom, look in the mirror." And he gets up and he goes there, and then you hear this, "Oh my God!" he saw us. He got shaved off. So we had the match that night, and he didn't know what to do. He was, I don't know what to do. Should I just not have the match? I was like, no. Here, do this. Give me some mascara. I think we got it from, I don't know, Sonny. Was there one of the girls? Maybe Sherry.
Maybe Sherry at that point.
And painted on. I said, Lily, I'll paint your eyebrows back on. I'll paint this and wear a bandana to the ring. We'll get through tonight. Because I think we just had to do that show. Then we had like 3 or 4 days off.
Oh, okay.
Not that his hair was going to go back in 3 or 4 days.
Long. He had
but
long
it get
hair.
us through that night.
Yeah.
And we went out to the ring. They were in there. Me and Pat lock up. We're going to lock up first. So lock up. I snap bear him. Pull the top off, pull the bandana off, throw it out in the ring, and he starts squirming. I'm holding there so everybody can see him, and he's like bouncing. We're going around through the whole arena, and they're dying laughing because his head. And then he's like, "What are you fucking doing up?" And then I'm like doing this shit, and I'm wiping all the mascara off, and you can see half the mustache gone, and the eyebrow. Oh man! For the first 5 minutes of that match, the place was just laughing their ass off.
You don't remember who actually did it to him?
I never saw. I was asleep too.
You were asleep. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So you woke up to it.
Yeah, I woke up and I was wondering why everybody was looking because Hogan was a little bit farther away. I mean,
he wasn't sitting right next to him.
No, yeah, he was, but he was against the window.
Oh, I see.
And which he usually had the thing. He let Pat have the aisle. The little bitty Pat got the aisle seat. Big ass Hulk's over there, but I think he wanted to sleep.
Yeah.
Lay on the thing. But I kept looking at everybody because they're looking right down at Pat, and Pat's looking at them like, am I that popular? But that's when after so many, and they start laughing. They would giggle and walk out the because we was right up front, right by the exit.
I wonder who did it, who the culprit was.
There was a lot of guys on board, so ain't no telling. Nasty Boys might have been there.
Yeah, they would have been around there in the same time frame, yeah.
Yeah, you should know, because you're that encyclopedia.
If you tell me the year, I can tell you pretty much who was on the roster.
Well, when did Orient come in? In
90.
He was with Sato then.
So that would have been 90.
I think so. It was around 90.
You probably post WrestleMania. So let me ask you this: would The Office get upset about a rib like that?
Who?
Where The Office? Because you
only
kind of.
if it affected the show.
Well, I mean, as far as his presentation at the next TV taping, they probably had to not use him.
I don't know what they did. I don't know if they kept him off for a little bit.
That's what I mean.
Or made him wear a bandana.
Would The Office get pissed about a rib like that?
Orange Express didn't do that many interviews. They did a few. Fuji would always talk.
No, I understand that, but I mean, as far as their work goes, to send Pat Tanaka out with a half-shaven head.
And we had to work them that very first night it happened. I don't know if we worked them.
Yeah, so that would have been the spring of '90 that would have happened.
That sounds about right. But I don't know what happened after that. I don't know if we worked them for a while. I think I just know we were the first match after that shaving, and then we might have went off with the Rougeos and they went on wherever. But I don't know. Yeah, Pat could tell you. I guarantee he remembers.
Well, maybe someday we'll have Pat in here.
You should have me and him on together.
Together?
Yeah,
maybe
boy.
when we talk like 1990, 1991, we can have a side. I'm writing it down right now. Is this maybe like a sidekick for a few episodes?
Oh, and y'all want to laugh? Tune in. I mean, because he remembers shit I don't, and I remember shit he don't.
All right.
But once you say it, like, oh yeah.
Everybody remembers.
Did I tell you about the donkey chasing him?
The donkey chasing him? No. Let's save that for when we get into the Orient Express time of your career in WWF.
We're almost
As we
there,
wrap
aren't we?
up, no, we're not even close. As we wrap up this show, any thoughts about any of those guys that got canned? I know you traveled.
Which ones you said again?
Scott Casey, I know you traveled a little with him.
Yep.
Bockwinkel, I know you would rib back and forth with him.
Yeah.
I don't know if you had any relations with Frenchie Martin or the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, I liked Frenchie. We were good.
You like Frenchie?
Yeah.
Any memories of Frenchie Martin, since he'll probably never come up again?
Voice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like I had to grab that because he just had to. He was a quiet ribber.
Frenchie?
Yeah, he did not let everybody, like everybody would tell each other, hey, watch this, watch this.
Frenchie liked the
Frenchie
rib.
would do shit, but he wouldn't tell but maybe one or two, and he would tell me, like, hey, watch this. And you'd see something funny that he did.
Well, not one of the great managers in WWF history.
But he had that French connection.
He did, but I don't think Frenchie added much to the package.
Probably not.
I think Jimmy Hart was a better manager for Bravo than Frenchie, in my personal opinion.
That was the other one that died you mentioned earlier, Bravo.
Oh, yeah,
You know what happened
93.
on that one, right?
The mob.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
15 in the belly and 2 in the head or something like that.
Well, do you know why?
Yeah, because they told him he was selling cigarettes for.
No, well, there's even deeper, that goes deeper than that. He obviously was. He was involved in the illegal cigarette ring.
Yep.
But what was going on was, one time, the truckload supposedly got robbed.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a man right now that, forget about what he was making in WWF. When he was in this cigarette ring, he was making 40 grand a week.
Yeah. But he had no way to prove how he's making it.
Exactly.
And they said, don't be buying new shit, just like that movie Goodfellas.
No. Well, maybe that had something to do with it too. But okay, supposedly the truck got robbed once. Okay.
Well,
Not too long later, truck got robbed the second time of all the cigarettes.
They kept, okay.
So.
He was doubling.
Bye-bye, Dino.
He get paid for this. And, well, I had heard
$40,000 a week, and that wasn't enough for him to be content? Well, that's just nuts to me. I've never made $40,000 in a week.
But see, I heard a different story.
No, what did you hear?
Well, I heard it when it was fresh, when it first happened, because me and Dino were good, very good.
buddies? Yeah.
Yes. And I think maybe one of the Rougeos, and they were all that French.
Yeah.
Had said that, he was involved with that. But he had been let go, so he didn't have WWE paydays as a cover.
He was making, just a hell of a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, a lot more. How many 40 grand weeks did you have?
I had 0 of those. But they had told him about buying. You got no way to. He was buying new cars. Like I said, that movie Goodfellas, where they robbed the Lufthansa heist, whatever the hell it was over there in New York. They said, stop buying shit. You're bringing attention,
Yeah.
Right after they told him, he put like a $10,000 in the ground pool,
But I could almost see you getting away with that, because there he was a WWF superstar.
But he was cars, pool, upgrades, fur coats, all that stuff,
But when people look at a WWF superstar, they assume you're a multimillionaire, despite what the reality of it is. But I was, and this is by someone that was a very, very close personal friend of his.
Who?
Of Dino.
Okay.
That's what happened. He claimed that not once but twice within a very short period of time, the truckloads of cigarettes got stolen.
We heard that, yeah.
And I mean, I'm sure he sold the cigarettes on the side at that point, and they decided, well, you know what, Dino, you weren't trustworthy enough to be involved in the project anymore.
Right, you did double timing,
And I don't know anything about Dino, so I
loved him, man. Good guy. Fun
You
guy.
like Dino?
Yeah, fun guy. We had so many laughs together. He used to fly on the plane with Terry Garvin and stuff.
Ronnie Garvin.
Yeah, Ronnie. What did I say, Terry?
Yeah, you didn't want to ride Terry.
No. But Dino, man, we'd sit there and play cribbage and cut up, and he would tell me some funny-ass stories, and, I would tell him some lies. So we'd laugh. If we had a 3-hour flight, it was like over in 5 minutes.
Was he involved with the cigarettes at that point?
No. That was after
he was just wrestling?
I think that was after he got let go.
All right, well, any final memories about Casey, Bockwinkel, Bolsheviks, or stick a fork in all of them?
I liked every one of those you just said. Nikolai, like I said, Boris, we still cut up on Facebook.
I don't think he was ever over with the fans, because he was almost looked at as a replacement for the Sheik when he got busted with Jim Duggan. You know what I mean?
Sheik? Iron Sheik.
Yeah, Iron Sheik, not Eddie Farhat.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that's how that went about, the replacement.
Yeah. Zukov was Sheik's
Remember
recast.
Sheik Adnan El Casey?
Oh, yeah. General Adnan.
Yeah, General Adnan.
We'll get there in 91. All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time on this one, but we always have time for you. If you're chatting with us in the premiere, don't forget that super chat button. It helps us keep the lights on, keep the legends working. We love having you here. We have a lot of fun with all of our regulars. We don't want you to forget about the Patreon. Where for the cup of coffee at Starbucks, you help keep the Wrestling Legends working. You get early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider in-studio shoot interviews. You get access to our studio shoot interview DVD library, those classics with the Sheik that have been heard around the world on the Howard Stern Show, and so much more. Couple bucks. And if you haven't subscribed to the Patreon, I'm very interested to know what we could do to get you to try it out. Just for a couple bucks a month to help these wrestlers out, to help them keep working. The more revenue we have coming in, the more guys we can keep active and healthy at a time when there are no live wrestling events or very few wrestling events to be had in the majority of the country. There's very few personal appearances to be had, and the guys that aren't under WWE contracts, they don't have that income coming in. These are the guys that entertained you for decades. These are the guys that gave of their heart, their bodies, and their soul. They took time away from their wives and their kids to make your enjoyment that much better. Let's try and help them out. Let's open this studio up to all of the great legends who could use a helping hand right now. And it almost sounds like Sally Struthers when she would try and do the commercial pitches to try and feed the children over in Africa or something like that.
Was it that or animals?
No, she was for children with hunger. But you know, honestly, that is my passion and what I do in wrestling. I care about these great veterans. I don't like to see them put out to pasture. Not to knock this man as if he's feeble.
I was going to say he's begging
but
for
I
me.
mean, I want, like I said, I want to show 7 nights a week. Then once we get to 7 nights a week, I want us to keep growing to where we have 2 superstars every night, where we have 14 episodes a week, and keep growing and growing. Let WWE do what they want to do. They bought the libraries they bought. They create history the way they want to. They own it. They can do that. But that doesn't mean there aren't a lot of great stories, a lot of great legends, a lot of great experiences that we can bring to life here, and you can directly make that happen. Again, we have great merchandise in the eBay store, as well as the T-shirt bundle on BostonWrestling.com. Check out the links in the description box below. For our good friend in the control room that's been a big help for these tapings, Matt Degnan, the Prodigy. For my buddy Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours, stay well, be healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, I hope your Thursday is going well. Welcome to another Wrestling Insiders, as all of our great friends continue to pour into the premiere and they're in the live chat, we thank you for joining us as always. Don't forget that super chat button is open. It helps us keep the lights on. Don't forget to tip the bartender as we attempt to give you great entertainment.
Where is the bartender?
Commissioner Von Johnson was a bartender.
Who?
The commish.
So was AOC.
Well, that's true. Yeah, she was, as a matter of fact.
They recruited her right out of a bar.
Well, we continue our journey through 1989, and I'm sure Marty is going to find many other years to discuss in the meantime.
I get lost in the Patreon.
April of 1989, the NWA said, stick a fork in Barry Windham, he's done. He comes to the World Wrestling Federation, semi-repackaged, is the Widowmaker. Any memories of Barry coming to the WWF
you know, Barry
in 89?
and I really didn't ever have too much experience together, but he was a fun, did a little bit around him. Fun guy, a fucking great worker.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, what was he, like 6'6", you know, 6'6", lean, you know, the blonde hair. The girls loved him, man.
I know someone that really enjoyed Barry.
Oh, you gotta go there again.
I'm not gonna say the name, but the fans know.
You're not gonna say Pat Patterson's name?
Oh, that wasn't who I meant.
Oh, who'd you meant?
Baby.
Oh, ass-eating?
Yeah.
AEA?
She loved Barry.
But he was a great worker and a great person. I love Barry. His boy is doing good. What's his boy's name?
Who the hell is his boy?
Or was it his brother? He had a brother.
Kendall.
Yeah, Kendall.
Yeah.
Was doing it. Whatever happened to him? He kind of disappeared.
Him and Blackjack went to jail for counterfeit money.
Yeah, that's right. They did, didn't they?
Yeah. Kendall did have a comeback, though, in WCW in the late 90s, but...
As Kendall?
As Kendall, yeah. They put him with Barry, but not much to write home about during the end of WCW.
I don't know what happened. Barry just wouldn't put up with no shit.
Was Patterson after Barry?
Pat was after anybody that looked good. He's a good-looking dude, young dude. I don't know enough to say about Barry other than, you know, I know he didn't stick around anywhere and he was one of the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was great. But you know, from what I gathered from my little time around him and what people said, he just wouldn't put up with the bullshit.
Yeah.
He was just as happy to say, nah, fuck this. You know.
He didn't have a very long run as the Widowmaker.
Not long at all.
I mean, he was in by the spring, and he was gone before Survivor Series because he was originally booked on one of the teams.
What does that mean? Like a widowmaker? That means you killed the husband?
He makes widows, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that wasn't around that long. Yeah, she's pretty.
And that's a shame because at that point he was still relatively young. He had a lot to contribute.
But that's what I say. I don't know if he walked away or they said it's just not working. Because even if it wasn't working, everybody wanted him so much to be like, well, that character ain't working. You know, let's give you something else.
I think, you know,
it was probably him that walked away.
If I remember right, I think part of the reason he left was because of the problems the father and the brother were having, getting ready to go to jail.
Is that when it happened, around that time frame?
Yeah, I think it was 90 when they went to jail. And this was 89 that he came in and had that short run as Widowmaker. He really didn't have a big program. I don't think he appeared on any of the pay-per-views. Like I said, he was booked.
No, it was very, you know,
I
was there at the time, and I almost didn't notice. You know?
He was booked for Survivor Series, but again, he was replaced on. Oh, geez, who replaced him? Someone with Wikipedia is going to be able to come up with it more than me. But I think he was on Randy Savage's team at Survivor Series '89. But we'll get to Survivor Series as it goes on anyway. But just a shame that nothing big came out of it. Could you have seen him as someone programmed for Hogan or Warrior in title matches?
Yeah, but the Widowmaker thing, they did kind of want him to follow a guideline type thing. We want you to do it this way, that way, this way. And I think Barry just knew, or felt he knew enough. I can do this. You just tell me what you want. I guess. I don't know. I'm not going to speak for Barry. I love him to death, though. Say that. But yeah, I mean. And that gimmick wasn't really getting over, because everybody knew who he was. You couldn't miss a 6'6", blonde-haired beach guy, looking guy. You couldn't. Okay, so we call him the Widowmaker. No, it's Barry Windham. Sometimes when they repackage you and you got like Fatu even, they
make a difference. Yeah,
everybody was like, no, that's Fatu. I mean,
You
sometimes
talk about someone that was repackaged many times, too, but we'll get there as your timeline.
Them Samoans, man, they got some ends. I guess, because of Apa and Sika, but they've always been very professional. They've always been very loyal. They make sure their family is, they're the best people in the world.
And they like free meals.
Eat raw fish.
They've never been one to
No,
turn
I
one
don't mean
down.
like sushi. I mean the fish.
Yeah.
They just bite into
They'll
it.
take whatever they can get. Well, disappointing. I was excited to see Barry Windham in WWF, and not much happened with him, and then he was gone. Also in the spring of 1989, as WWF attempts to freshen things up, the now heel former WWF World Champion Macho Man Randy Savage, as Bye-Bye Miss Elizabeth, is now paired with...
That was that year?
89, yep. Is paired with Sherry Martel.
Yeah, Scary Sherry.
Scary Sherry, as Brutus Beefcake called her. What did you think of the pairing of the wild Sherry Martel and the Macho Man together?
Well, you had two badasses together. The Elizabeth and Randy thing was, they did that shit right. I mean, that's part of the genius in Randy. What money he made, they made. What money she made, they paid taxes with. So I mean, it was a good little setup, and all she had to do was walk ringside and be on the road with him all the time.
Yeah.
You got your wife right here. You got to worry about getting her 21 TV dinners for.
Well, we'll get there as the time of life goes on. But did you like the Savage and Sherry pairing on top? I mean, I'm sure Sherry had to have been maybe a little nervous, maybe, to all of a sudden go from she was dressing up as Peggy Sue with the Honky Tonk Man to now all of a sudden being on top.
I forgot about that.
She was on top now with Randy feuding with Hogan.
Yeah, me and her were real close because of the AWA days with Buddy Rose and Doug Summers. We had to, I got all these damn reminders.
Notes, yeah.
No, don't mumble. It's on the cup. Don't mumble.
On the cup. It's on
I'm
the
fucking
arm.
mumbling anyway. Sorry about that. It's a speech impediment. I was dropped on my head when I was just a little kid, and we happened to be at some stairs, and I bounced my head.
Oh, jeez.
Bam, 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 bam. Down. And I've been retarded. Not retarded. That's a horrible thing to say. I've been mentally handicapped ever since. But I think I've done all right with it.
Yes.
But so Sherry and I were close enough, but she kind of, you were saying when she get nervous about it, get catapulted in that place, that position. I think she just rolled with it. I think she didn't come and say, I don't know what to do, because we'd always talk about stuff. I told you she, come up to and said, Marty, y'all are weird. Because we would have, play with action figures, me and Sean, and whatever, we like hip toss them and go over with them and drop an elbow after, with the action figures. And we thought, oh, that would look cool. Let's try it.
So you'd kind of work out scenarios with action figures?
Yeah, with action figures.
Really?
Yeah. And Sherry walked by and seen us doing it, and she thought we were playing with toys, dolls. And she'd come up and says, Marty, all the guys are seeing y'all play with them dolls. And I'm like, oh, Sherry, we're figuring out combinations of moves. She goes, oh, I'm going to start doing it. Why? You only walked through the ring? Because she wasn't wrestling that much. She did when she first came in, right?
When she first came in, yeah, they made her the women's champion, but then as they really didn't do much with the women's division after she dropped the title to Rockin' Robin. Rockin' Robin really had a little run with Sherry, a little run with Judy Martin, and then they got rid of the women's title altogether. And again, she was under the blonde wig as Peggy Sue. What's that?
Judy Martin came through when I was there.
Oh, yeah.
88.
89. Well, she came back in 89 to do a singles run with Rockin' Robin.
Okay.
Matter of fact, on that series of shows you were working with the Brainbusters, there were a lot of Rockin' Robin, Judy Martin matches, yeah.
Damn, man, the brain just stopped. It just quit on me.
No, there wasn't much to remember, but that's a different story for a different time. But
my memory files are damaged.
You knew Sherry quite well. Your memories on her?
Oh, I loved her to death. Me and Booker T were the only ones of the boys who were able to go to her funeral.
Really?
Yeah. I'll send you a picture.
Oh, you went? I'm glad.
Yeah. And Booker T.
Was she in? Where was she living at that? Alabama?
Yeah. And
because you know why I feel bad? I tried to book her not too long before she passed.
Before that happened, yeah.
And her story is one that almost reminds me of you.
Well,
where she had, some substance abuse problems that were well documented. But here's the thing: if her back problem was taken care of, would there be the drug and alcohol problem?
Probably not. You know, same with me. I mean, these ankles, once these ankles are fixed, I mean, I've pretty much got to the point now that I can take the pain a little bit. There's still days, you know, because I've tried to stop drinking completely.
Well, hopefully that steroid that they're going to give you is going to help with the inflammation and at least make the pain more tolerable. That's
well, when they do, like by now, I got a cast on. Yeah. When y'all seeing this, when they're doing the reconstructive, I have no idea. Are they going to put an air cast on, or they're going to put a cast, you know, the hard cast on?
I would imagine they'd have to put a hard cast on for a little while.
Imagining, because they're moving a whole bunch of stuff. You know, tendons and, well, not tendons, ligaments from one side to the other, and they got to scrape some bone. And,
but you'll be a new man.
Yeah.
And what's the recovery time on that?
Well, they said Dr. McCluskey, Lee McCluskey, my friend that played football with in school, he said, I know your work ethic. He goes, it's usually 6 months. He don't want to do them both at the same time.
Oh, you need both done?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
I thought it was, I know which one you need done the worst. Yeah.
You can see this one. I mean, like, here's a foot over here, here's the leg bone.
No, it just reminds me of Sheik.
Yeah.
He's in the same boat.
Yeah, and the pain, man, and this one, it's not as visual, but it's so bone on bone. 10 years ago when he first looked at him and he did the x-rays, he said, Marty, he goes, we got to hurry and get that. You probably ain't got another 6-8 months before the bone on bone. He said, it's so bad. He goes, you got the ankles. It was 10 years ago. So you got the ankles of an 80-year-old.
Wow.
And he said, this one, he says, it's going to wear a hole in the bone, the rubbing so much. And he goes, I know you can take a lot of pain, tolerate a lot of pain. I've seen it in football, and I've seen what you do on TV. All of his kids are big fans, so that's so nice. That made me feel good, you know. That they're, you know, home people are proud of me and stuff. But he said when the bone wears through that, I guess he had the name, the medical name for it or whatever. But it was basically the juices from the bone seep out and hit the nerves. He goes, you're not going to be able to tell. You'll pass out. The pain will be so great.
It's like taking a sledgehammer to a jelly donut, and all the jelly's gone. No, honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. I was going to ask when you ever did that, to know that.
Well, I know the description from some of my back issues that I've had, how it's been described to me.
Oh, damn.
But, well, we just, you know, we continue to hope.
But the answer, he said normally 6 months. Like this, we're going to get this one first. You know, the one that's, the foot's over here and the leg bone's over here. We're going to get that one first. And he said 6 months before he don't like to do both at the same time because the reconstructive is pretty complex thing, so he don't want to do them both at the same time. I kind of wish he would, but he knows best. I mean, he's one of the best in the world.
Well, you wouldn't be able to get around it all if he
well,
did
I'm not
both
going to be
at the
able to do
same
too
time.
much anyway, you know, but I mean, a lot less.
At least with one, you should be able to at least navigate a little bit the house.
But I think he was doing it for the safety purpose. You know, this is a major one. It's going to take a while. I might be in there 8 hours under the anesthetic or whatever it's called. Man, they got me doing all kinds of weird shit, like blowing, like inhaling. You got to do it for 5 seconds. It's this little inhaler thing, and you watch the little thing float, go up to the top, and you do it like 10, 12, 15 times. And I said, well, how often you want me to do it? Once a day or every day? Or, oh no, every hour. For the rest, for a week, it's like an inhaler.
Well, what is it that you're inhaling?
Air capacity.
Oh, okay.
And you know, it's like, you know, when the breathalyzers, for those of you who ever got it pulled over and had to do a DUI test, like blow into it. Is that what
you have to do?
It's the opposite. You got to inhale.
Oh, okay.
You know, and you got to be able to do it for about 4 or 5. But it's I guess it's going during the surgery. It helps out because you know they got you on the ventilator and the air pumped in, and they want your lungs to, you know, getting all the air they can.
Well,
I guess.
I'm just happy.
I just mumbled again.
I'm happy that you're finally having it done.
Oh, me too.
I want you to get better and be more mobile. But if for Sherry's services, it was just you with Booker T, were the only 2 representatives from us?
Jake Roberts was there.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Good.
You know, they were an item. They were something at one time.
Really?
Yeah.
Before WWF?
Well, I don't know when it was, but it had to be way back because I didn't know. It might have been during WWF, or it might have been before that. I don't know. I didn't even know they were until the funeral.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but Jake kind of shocked us all with that one. This was during the height of, Jake, admits to, he got caught up and was in the grip. I think he came to his funeral geeking. We call it geeking, like you need that next hit,
You think he wanted to get high at Sherry's funeral?
I think he just wanted to stay high. He was the night before, the day before.
Oh.
It's a run through. You just keep going, And the funeral's coming. Okay, I'll be all right. And the funeral's here. Okay, I'll make it. And the funeral's over. Okay, what'd I do? I make it. It was kind of like that when you're on that train. And he was. Because I was there once, I know what it looks like, and he was sweating and he was,
Oh, really?
Yeah, he just had that pale look and a lot of that. And, we sat together, we all Booker's, and he brought his wife, what's her name?
Shamel.
Yeah, she was there, one side of me. Jake was behind me, one row, but right behind me. We were talking and stuff, and I had no clue. He goes, I'm going to go up and speak. And now, Sherry had somebody that she was living with. In fact, it was his.
I think they were married, were they not?
They might have been married. I just know they were living together. And it was his drugs that they found out, because he was mangled up too.
Tony, because Tony and Sherry became very close based on working upon some independent shows down in Tennessee. And I guess the husband or whatever the man was, that's what he told Tony. She took the wrong medication.
Right.
And that's what she died from. It wasn't an overdose of pain pills or anything like that.
It
was an actual accident. She took the wrong stuff.
Yeah.
That's what you heard too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was his stuff that, well, shit, if you like a pile of pills, these are my pills, these are your pills. Somebody walks or farts real quick, they're going to mix it.
It was like that.
And you're like, oh, which one?
It was like that Terry Gordy story. I think it was the blue one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the blue one. But, yeah, she, there's a Jake kind of, he was telling me I gotta go up and speak, and I'm thinking, well, why? I mean, her family would speak, I guess, or if there was family there, I don't know how that worked. And her husband maybe, but why's Jake going up and speak? That's the first.
Did he go up and speak?
Yes, he did. And oh my God.
Bad? Was it bad?
It wasn't bad, but the things he said while her man or her husband sitting right over there.
Give me an example.
Well, it was just about how much him and her loved each other, and I really loved her, and she really, like, he was, getting into tears, but she really loved me, and we should have stayed together. And I'm like,
oh my God!
In front of. It wasn't nothing bad, but you don't need him to hear all that.
It wasn't the right platform.
Right.
I guess if he wanted to come and do an interview like this and talk about his relationship with Sherry, that's cool. To say it at the woman's funeral with her husband or significant other and her son there, oh my God.
And the thing is, not too many people like that guy, so me and Booker looking at each other, and we're thinking, does he hate that? Because a lot of the guys hated that guy because they felt like he was supplying her with extra.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Now,
so
see,
a
I
lot of
didn't know
people
that
blamed
part.
him on her
Do
death.
you think that's true?
I have no idea.
Okay.
That's too deep a subject, strong a subject to,
No, what do you mean?
the guess.
Oh,
do guess
I see
work
what you mean. Not to know his fact.
Yeah, I ain't gonna.
Did you know the man at all?
I met him a couple times. He was nice enough to me.
Yeah.
I
just, for someone I didn't know, that one even still sticks to me because
Which one, Sherry?
Yeah, because
Well,
I just
too.
think she was such a nice lady when I interacted
She was like
with
a
her.
Bonnie Shaw's sister.
The problem was, I thought she wanted way too much money for her level of value to a wrestling event at that point.
Yeah.
Nothing, no heat or anything.
Oh, yeah.
I just thought she wanted too much.
All those girls do that, man.
I know they do.
Terry, I love Terry to death. Terry Reynolds.
No, don't even talk about it.
She's bad, but yeah. When I went to Germany, I actually gave the guy over there, I love him to death, John. I'm not going to say his name because I don't want to bring no heat nowhere. But he had mentioned about bringing a diva over, and I mentioned me and Terry were friends by then.
Well, you were friends, all right.
Stop it.
Oh,
And
no, I know.
No, you don't know nothing.
And we haven't even got on that subject yet.
Yeah,
but that,
so what had happened was...
oh, I hate that fucking... I'm going to start saying things I don't want to say, but it's just a hatred you can't...
Did you know her and New Jack were together for a minute?
Isn't that fucking insane?
Do you know
and I
her?
tell you this, that fucking...
Ninja?
She got what she deserved when New Jack buried her.
They married?
Buried her.
Oh, buried. I thought you said they married her. Like, no.
Buried her.
Yeah, he went around with his certificate. Remember that?
There were pictures of her gigging herself. He had all kinds of...
Gigging herself?
Yeah, she had a blood fetish. She would gig herself.
Oh, God, I'm glad
He was
I didn't
taking
date her.
pictures of it and put it out there, and it wound up in court.
I knew that.
She's just one of the most vile human beings I've ever encountered anywhere, in any way, shape, or form. And for New Jack to bury her about having no teeth and all of her different...
About no teeth.
I guess she's friendly, quote unquote, with some dentist in a different state, and she goes to visit the dentist, and he gave her nice implants.
Perfect teeth. Okay.
Oh,
I didn't know that.
Marty, the hatred. Marty, the hatred.
See, I know a different Terry.
Marty, you definitely know a different Terry.
I like Terry.
The hatred. The hatred I have for Terry Runnels. There's only one other I hate as much as Terry Runnels. Velveteen Dream in NXT.
I don't know if I ever met her. Is
That's
that
a
her?
he. No.
Oh,
Well, you know what?
the gay boy.
Yeah. So
he's
kinda,
cool, man.
yeah.
Why don't you like him?
Oh, that one.
Velveteen?
He created havoc between me and WWE Talent Relations because he lied. And I created havoc for him because of that lie, just as he was starting with that company.
Yeah.
Because of some of the friends of ours that worked with us, that knew me, when he wound up there after no-showing an event that we had put together that he was advertised on, which was
these people
point of contention.
I know. He's like a respectable...
Who, Velveteen Dream?
Yeah,
you met him?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. I liked him an awful lot, too. But then, like I said, we had him booked. He wound up getting signed by WWE. I found out he wound up getting signed by WWE. He kayfabed me on it, and he was planning on no-showing the event. So when I found that out, I decided to call my dear friends in talent relations and see what was going on. Then he tried to tell them he was never booked.
Oh, so y'all had that going on.
Oh,
Okay.
there were people here, they said, when I got Patrick on the phone finally after the WWE Talent Relations call, they said the wall shook. I was so loud. And he said, you know what? Oh, no, Talent Relations told me just to give you the money back for the trans. I said, it's not about the money. He lied to people I've known since 2000 about me. And they knew better.
Yeah.
And I tell you this, when I made a video online explaining why he wasn't going to be at the event and buried him. And you know what? When he wound up at that performance center, the talent there that I had worked with in the past that were friends, that I treated with respect and part of the brotherhood, they didn't make life pleasant for him. I hate him and I hate Terry Runnels.
Why you hate her so much? Because of her false teeth?
I can't even tell. It's too long of a story. I just hate Terry Runnels.
I'm sorry, Terry.
It's a hatred. It's so deep.
You don't hate nobody.
No, I do.
You dislike her.
I hate her.
No, you don't.
With passion.
Oh, then that
And
means
Velveteen Dream.
you got to care about somebody before you can be angry at them.
You know what? I cared enough to try and treat her graciously and with respect, and to care about her time in interactions with her daughter. But you know what? That's a different story for a different time. But I just...
No, Dakota?
Yeah.
What happened there?
No, just I tried to coordinate a schedule for her so she was away from home as little as possible because she had a kid. You know what I mean? Again, trying to treat the woman as a human being with respect. I didn't realize I wasn't dealing with something that wasn't human.
Yeah. Again, you saw
That's the first one, right, buddy? Yep. All right, brother. Anyway,
what was that? 2 minutes?
No, that was the halfway mark. I just.
Oh, this. Okay.
Oh, Marty, where you just got me going. I don't even remember where we were.
You've changed.
We were talking to Cherry Martinez. I did. It was almost like Bruce Banner turning into the Incredible Hulk.
Yeah, I thought you were, man. That spider leg came out.
I will never forget what either one of those two did to me. And we've had, I told you, the Night Hat
That's crazy because I like both of them. I think they're nice people.
What? How did you ever meet?
But with Terry, she was just being a diva. Like, she wanted first class and like flying over.
No, it wasn't that. No.
I'm talking about my thing. Going to Germany, I set her up to go to Germany, and the promoter come up, and it wasn't a long tour, it was like a week or something, about that, and they were talking about, they were advertising already for the next tour, like a couple months down the road, and they had me on. I said, "You're not going to bring Terry back?" And he goes, "Oh, Marty, maybe not have expenses, budget, because it's Germany, broken English."
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, how, okay. Or, I didn't want to try.
Yeah.
But he's like, "Oh, she wants too much. She wanted first class. It had to be aisle seat. It had to, all these demands." And it was like
for someone that meant nothing, that contributed nothing.
It's eye candy.
Other than her, who cared? There's 3,000 people.
A lot of guys came to the shows over in Germany just to see her.
I'm sure she interacted with a lot of the guys in Germany too.
Better not
anyway.
have.
What's that?
Nothing.
Anyway.
Now we had room to. Man, they had.
I'm sure.
No, next door to each other. Now, and over in Germany, the places they kept it was like houses that converted into.
Like Bill House?
Huh?
Of the board of directors of Boston Wrestling? No, a different house. Sorry.
Yeah, that was a different.
So it wasn't a hotel. It was like a.
No, it was like boarding houses type places.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And I'm sure she complained about that.
Well, she had no choice. No, she stayed, man. We were there for a week, and when it was time to leave, and she would always wear her pajamas, and at night and go down to the little club area in her pajamas. It was kind of cute, but at the same time, she would wear pajamas, and there was a shoot, I can't think of his name, Volkar, but it's a German name, Volker. He was a bartender and I think part owner of the place. He was so good. I miss him, man. I think the world of him. Me and him would sit out there and do shots and talk. He could talk pretty good English, and we'd tell stories and stuff, and he would tell me about Germany, the culture and stuff. But she would come down sometimes and hang out with us. It'd be the three of us, her in her pajamas. And I'd go to bed around 2 in the morning, and then I'd get up at 7 or 8 in the morning to go, get something to eat. And Terry'd still be up, but she'd be in the little room on the computer in her pajamas. And then they were pulled up and getting skimpier and skimpier. I figured, okay, and then pretty soon she was going to come out in underwear. But, and just she stayed. We were all ready to go home because they had us right behind a cow field. And when the wind blew towards the building, oh my God, the cow smell was like,
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah, and it was hot. There was no air conditioning. You had to open the windows.
Really? No AC. Oh, so this is really rural?
Yeah. No, it was out now. I mean, you look out the windows of your hotel, of your boarding house or whatever, and you see the rolling hills. You don't see another house nowhere for a while, a long ass time. So you're out in the middle of damn Hamburg's country, or wherever the hell we were, Hamburg or one of them. I think it was Hamburg, right outside of Hamburg. But yeah, and in Berlin one time when we was there, everybody was trying to get, they sell pieces of the wall that was broke down.
Yeah.
A chunk of it. I don't know how much because I didn't buy it. I'm like, well, I can get something out of my front yard and say it's yeah, for the bucks.
Just be a tribute, yeah.
But they take you to, that was another thing I was saying on another episode, was, people save up for their whole life to go to Berlin or go to France, the Leaning Tower of Eiffel. Remember, I got it wrong.
The Eiffel Tower, yeah.
The Leaning Tower of Eiffel over in Paris.
Somewhere in there,
yeah. The other one's in Italy, I think, right? The Leaning Tower of Pisa.
The Leaning Tower of Pisa, yeah.
But
they should have kept her over there.
No, I'm just saying when you go to those places, they tour you around because they know these are historic sites for tourists. So you get to see all that. And that was part of the perks of, not having to save up money.
Yeah, and travel.
Your whole life.
They sent you.
They pay you to go see these sites. So that left me more money to party with.
I don't know how we even got on this subject. We were talking about Sherry Martel
Sherry,
and what Jake said at the
because you
funeral.
went crazy about Terry and
But
then
what
crazy
did
about
Terry
Velvet
Reynolds have to do with Sherry Martel's funeral?
I don't know. You went crazy about
We'll have to rewind the video and watch.
Velvet McIntyre. You got mad about him.
Who?
Velvet McIntyre. Or what's his name?
Velveteen Dream.
Oh, Velveteen Dream.
I've never met Velvet McIntyre.
No.
I remember her as a solid women's wrestler in the 80s.
That's all I remember her as.
Barefoot.
Was she barefoot?
I think so. Was Velvet barefoot? I think so. But Velveteen Dream is just another one. If he's guilty of those accusations, get rid of him. Get rid of him.
Both accusations.
Many accusations.
Yeah.
He's an Instagram kind of guy, I guess. But
Is he?
I'm way too old for him, so I don't know. But anyway.
What is this?
That is the Hell in the Cell with the little ring inside of it, yeah.
Oh, it's real.
It doesn't open.
Oh, this is one they have to do it like this? Oh, they raise it up and down?
Yeah, so if it was at the event, they go boom, 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 boom.
Is that the one New Jack? Not New Jack. No, Cactus Jack fell through?
Boom, boom.
Or did the dive off?
He took the bump off of. But
and threw one of them, or was that Taker? Somebody went through. Remember they slammed and one of them went through?
Foley did that twice.
Oh, okay.
Once with Taker in that same match, and another time it was gimmicked with
He did. There were
Triple
two big
H.
bumps in that one match?
Yeah.
Damn.
And it was funny what people, unless they really were astute to it, when Foley fell through the cell, which was not planned, he had a steel chair in his hand. This was.
Right,
when,
that one, of course.
When Taker chokeslammed him, no.
Really?
He had a chair in his hand, and the chair hit him in the head when he fell and landed in the ring. I like Mick. He's a great guy.
Oh, I love him to death.
He's been in that seat, too.
Has he?
Yeah, we've had some fun with Mick over the years. But
I love him, man.
Anyway, maybe back to that Sherry Martel thing. So what was the reaction to Jake's speech of love?
Everybody was silenced.
Uncomfortable?
What do you call it? Crickets? Crickets? Everybody was like this.
Was anyone trying to get him off the podium?
I think so. We were so mesmerized in like, this ain't really happening, that we were just being Booker. Book and I were like leaning towards each other, almost as it was like,
what?
Should we do something? Should we go get him? Should we save him? Because I'm pretty sure Book knew too that he was geeked out. He was geeking.
I hate to say that it's hilarious, but it is sad and hilarious at the same time.
Yeah.
That poor Sherry's services, her farewell, was tarnished by Jake's speech of love.
Yeah.
Now, I'll say this in a positive.
And I never knew all those years they had anything. I never saw them together. That's why it could have been before I ever met her, because she'd been around a few years before I met her in AWA. So maybe they had something way back, because Jake had been around.
And she was part of one of those moolah troops of touring women, so they could have wound up in the same territory at the same time.
That's probably what happened, because I never knew they had any kind of relationship.
Is it true that Booker paid for her headstone? Or part of the services?
I wouldn't doubt it. I don't know that, but I wouldn't doubt it.
I believe that to be true. And I think that says a lot about Booker.
When she was with Harlem Heat.
Yeah, in WCW.
What's his name?
Stevie Ray.
Yeah.
Now, he wasn't there for the service?
No, he couldn't make it.
Oh.
I think he wanted to be, but whatever was going on, he couldn't. That's the thing, and that's the problem too, like that we go through. You love all your people, and I say 100, but when they die every other month, like we went through for a while,
for a long time,
for like 5-6 years straight, every other month, every third month, you were getting that phone call, and at first you start preparing because we all live in different places.
Yeah.
You prepare to go to that funeral. After about 4 or 5 of them, man, that's expensive to get a flight, and because we really aren't multi-millionaires, or at least I wasn't, and flights to hotels, the expenses of, and you don't, at first you don't care, but after so many of them,
it adds up.
Yeah, and you start thinking, okay, like I told you start worrying about your inner circle of your inner circle. If it's one of those, I got to make it. So I got to put this aside in case it ever is one of them.
Who was the toughest loss for you?
Probably Kurt Hennig.
And did you make it to his service?
A little bit rough. No. Now you'll make me cry.
I'm sorry.
I just couldn't. I'd already been to a bunch by then.
By 2003, it was like a pandemic. And both Hawk and Hennig died in 2003.
Yeah.
Kurt
that
was
year,
February.
like 4 or 5 guys.
Kurt was February, and Hawk, I think, was September or October, if I remember
sounds right. Yeah.
I'll never forget Kurt's because Percy came in the weekend of Kurt's passing, and he was in a bad place about it.
Yeah.
Because they were very close, too.
Yeah. Kurt, everybody loved Kurt, man.
44, too. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's the trials and tribulations.
I'm not going to say all my guys now, but, you know, Sean is in that inner. I never want to get that call. You know, like.
Even
hey,
now?
Yes. I never want to get that call. There's a couple others. I'm not going to say names because then some of the guys will say, what about me? Yeah. But, you know, of course, Sean, that's one. And I hope he never has to get that call, you know, about me. Which I've got another, I forgot what I am right now, somewhere like near 60 or something. But I got another 40 years at least.
45. A good friend.
Actually, that's actually the number I was looking at.
Acclaimed psychic medium, Ellen Damsky, a good friend down the street from here, that was her prediction, another 45 for you. So.
Is that what she said?
Hopefully,
that's what I'd actually thought.
Hopefully you're saving your Social Security checks at that point.
Yeah. But, I mean, after 105, I think I've done everything.
Yeah, at that point, it's time.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there's not no new girls.
Maybe Jake will show up.
For me, being being a single and liking girls, I was to say a sex fiend. And that's not a bad day. You know, if that's a sin I got, shit, I'm single. But, you know, it's always with me, or, you know, everybody's always asking, why don't you settle down? She looks good. Why don't you settle down? She looks good. Why don't you settle down? She looks good. It's always, for me, and you ain't speaking for nobody else, it's always a new look that you wonder about. And it's not so much the look, it's what's she going to sound like and be like. When you get to that moment, you know, in the room or wherever.
Yeah.
And, you know, I don't know if you call it curiosity, but it's, you know where I need to go?
Where?
Somewhere in Star Wars land. Because, you know, remember all the Wookiees or whatever, they all look alike. They all got the white mask and they all look alike. Then that would settle down with one person. but
you like the variety.
Yeah, you know, it's always, you know.
All right, trying to reel it back into 1989 as we got way off subject yet again. Ronnie Garvin, your flying buddy, he lost a kind of a retirement match to Greg the Hammer Valentine and turned into Ronnie Garvin the referee. Any thoughts or memories of a kind of a bizarre scenario and a feud that seemed like it would never end between Ronnie and Greg? Almost Ronnie Garvin's entire run in WWF seemed like it was Greg and Ronnie.
Well, you know, and they'd been in the business at that time about 30 years. That was, what, 20 years ago?
Oh, 31.
31 years ago. They'd already been in the business a good 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
So, and, you know, and then they got put together, and they both were rugged. You know, it was rugged Ronnie Garvin. And Hammers are tough, you know, Nails tough type of guy.
They'd stiff the shit out of each other with the chops.
They would chop the shit out of each other back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, to the point where you would take the bump for them back in the back watching it. But they would come back and blood would be almost coming out. The handprints would be all over. Each of them, both of them. And I mean, they were just raw bone rough out there, you know, beating the hell out of each other, and they come back loving it. They're happy. How so much?
Did Ronnie like going from being a worker to going in, turning into a referee for several months?
He didn't bitch about it because, you know, we rode with him, flew with him. He flew his own plane. We talked about that, I think. Because you put shoots on Ronnie Garvin. I said, oh, don't let Ronnie see that. Rugged, what they call him, hands of stone. Don't let him
in the NWA, he was the hands of stone.
Yeah, don't let him see that. He was a rough brother. You know, he was at the time, I was 20, it was WWF, so 28. I was probably 28 years old. Ronnie was right at 40. And we'd play racquetball. One of the gyms in Kansas City when we would be out there. And a couple other gyms, but they had racquetball. You know, that's a good game for sharpening up your reflexes and, you know, hand-eye coordination. And so we'd always play. I love it. I got pretty good at it. Ronnie was pretty good, but he had some trick shots. He would hit off the wall and this little arch right into the corner, and you're like, fuck, like, no, I wait for it to bounce. He was good with shit like that. I, like, zing, 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 try to hit it real fast. But Ronnie would beat me, and it would upset me so much. I mean, it would be close, like you score. I don't remember how you scored. It had been so long since I played. Like 2019, I think he had to win by 2. He would beat me 20-19. So he'd be right there at it. Sometimes you had to go to win by 2. It would be 30-28 or something like that. But he would beat me, and I'm thinking, how is this 40-year-old beating me? I couldn't handle it. I was like, nah, bullshit, let's play again. He would laugh, and he'd play again. But that brother at 40 years old, he might have been a little more. I might have been 30. So he might have been 42, 40, whatever it was. He was beating my little young, and boy, I was diving. I would dive to hit one. And he was good effort, great effort. He was like, you never seen nobody play like that. Run the wall down if you have to, because I would, man. I couldn't let him beat me. I mean, I beat him. If we played a dozen times, I might have beat him twice. He beat me like 10 times. But I guess the point of all that was what an athlete, what a competitor, what in shape, raw bone, tough man he was. Yeah.
Maybe he almost looked at the referee spot like, is that the first or the second?
Second.
Well, thank you for bringing out the piece of paper to let me know.
He did his hands.
Well, I can't see.
I was going to tell you.
Oh, all right. Well, see, that's why it's good to have you here, Marty. You're the eyes of the team. Do you think maybe he almost looked at it? I don't know if he had any conversations while flying, but almost like a vacation. No working, no bumps. He was just out there refereeing.
Pretty much. And plus, he was getting more because he would get our tickets. WWE give you tickets for a 20-day tour.
Yeah.
It's a stack of it. It's thick, and a lot of times, like I say, we just take the tickets. If we were in, say, Philadelphia, and we had to, wherever we was going the next day, you would take the tickets and just hand it to the counter. What airline? That's all you needed to know. You just put your tickets up there, let them find it, and you didn't even. You was like, what gauge? You didn't even care where you was going. You're so burnt out. But there was a bunch of tickets, and we'd give them to Ronnie because he would cash them in to pay for it because it's expensive flying, even the private.
Now, I know the airlines up until Corona time were a pain in the ass when it came to trying to change flights.
Tickets over?
Yeah, was it different back then in the 80s? It was easier to do?
Yeah, it was a lot of stuff different. It was like one of them that we used to, as a rib, it was kind of a dirty rib, and you might still can do it. I don't know. Everything has changed now after 9/11, actually. Everything changed. But if we wanted to mess with somebody real bad, I want to call it a rib because I'd be joking when I did it. But some of the guys would do it out of, like the Bulldogs wouldn't like somebody like, well, fuck Tatanka. Like the Davey boy, well, fuck Tatanka. Who the fuck I'll fix him. And he would go. We would call the airline. We all flying on the same airline. Call Delta, and say the name. Hey, Jacques Rougeau. I want to cancel my flight for today. I'll call you later when I want to. They go to get
Go
the
to
plane.
check in.
And you canceled your flight. No, I didn't. They would be for real. Like, no, I didn't. They could get angry. Because when you're trying to bullshit, you can't get as angry because you're lying. But when that was like Sean when Kurt poured the Dynaball, the steroids in his damn protein powder. Sean was raising hell because he knew he didn't take nothing. He tested positive for it.
Bulldog did that to Tatanka?
Yeah, well, to somebody. I said, I didn't say who he did it to. I did, didn't I? Yeah. I said Tatanka.
Well, when Tatanka is going to be joining us in the studio, we'll run that one by him.
Yeah, give me a hug, man. He's got some stories.
Does he? Okay,
yeah, he should. Well, if he remembers them. Because we got so many damn stories. That's why with the Barb story, it was like when Tony was doubting it, I had to second guess. Like, wait a minute, it was Barb, wasn't it? And to this day, I still say I think it was, but it might not have been. It might not have been.
All right. Well, anything more to that rib as far as the phone calls go?
You
said it was a dirty rib.
Well, yeah.
Cruel.
What I meant is like that fucks them up because they got to get the next flight.
They got to get to the next city.
And they may not make the show, so that's dirty pool right there. You don't want to do that. But we just thought it was funny,
Fucking with someone's career, it's hilarious.
No, we didn't intend on missing the show. We just made them have to wait a couple hours for the next flight.
There you go. Just delay their day. All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time on this one. As always, we thank you for joining us. If it's Thursday night during the premiere, hopefully you're chatting away with us. And don't forget, the Super Chat is open. Don't forget to tip the bartender for the great fun we're having here so we can keep having more episodes. Without wrestling fans, we can't have wrestling talk shows like that. It's that simple. The Patreon is still rocking and rolling with early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider episodes, along with our acclaimed, world-renowned studio shoot interview DVD library. And again, you help keep those wrestling legends working. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. The eBay store is filled with great merchandise. Every purchase on eBay, you get an on-air thank you from Tony Atlas, as well as the T-shirt fundraiser we have on our website at bostonwrestling.com. Links in the description box below. We thank you for tuning in. We look forward to seeing you next Thursday night as we continue to party with Marty. You and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti along with Marty Jannetty. Marty, a pleasure to have you here as always.
I ain't got no tooth.
Well, that continues to be an ongoing saga.
I got one. I
show.
left it at home. I went through all that trouble to get a tooth. I accidentally got drunk and left the damn thing. It, came up here.
Accidentally got drunk.
Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Oh, all right. Well, that happens from time to time.
Well, I'm trying to kill the pain. Because my
well,
ankle.
No, you need it.
Hey, check this out. I had reconstructive surgery.
We got to get some
I
footage
can
of that
move
foot.
it. I can move it already. I'm so far ahead of schedule.
You guys would be amazed if you could see how well this man is moving compared to the other times he's been up here since July. I'm very happy.
Major reconstructive surgery.
Like I've said on other episodes, I expected him on at least on crutches or on a wheelchair or something, but he was moving better than me. He's still shuffling, but it's only 10 weeks out.
Yeah.
Doctor,
Doc was like, where you told me I didn't get to finish saying this? I love you, Lee. Lee McCluskey, Dr. McCluskey, best in the world.
Yeah.
No, and I ain't just talking shit on that. Best in the world. With foot and ankle. If you need anything with your foot and ankle, best in the world. But he told me when I went in, he was like, you done something wrong. Let me x-ray. Because they got to do this ankle. They're going to do an ankle replacement on this one. They got the worst one first. And, but I went in and I'm like, I'm ready, man. Let's get the other ankle. And I was like praying, like, please let it be good, let it be good. And he did x-rays because he thought you're overdoing it. There's no way in 10 weeks you're ready. Did the x-rays and he came in, he goes, I've never seen nothing like that. And I told him, I said, brother, I'm up at 6:30 every morning rehabbing, doing shit with it. And he said, I know that, Marty. I expected that from you. We know each other from football. We played high school and college football together. He said, I know your work ethic. I expect that. He goes, but rehabbing does not make bones heal. He's like that.
Well, it's a good phrase to live by, I guess.
And what I told him, he's a very big Christian. I said, power of God. And he smiled and we did a little fist bump,
Now, why do you think the power of God is helping?
Because you can't make the ligaments and bones fixed.
Have you been praying? Or?
I don't pray, I talk.
No, you talk.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll tell you something. You know what brings me a lot of peace, Marty, is sometimes when I sit at my desk doing the post-production, at noontime and at 6 o'clock, if it's quiet, I can hear the church bells over there at St. Mary's Church.
Really?
And I sit there and I have a couple of nice private thoughts to myself that I try and send out to the world. For whatever it is, those bells to me are very peaceful.
Well, see,
one man's opinion.
A good man. Good man's opinion.
Well, speaking of a good man, I don't know if you heard about this, Marty, but the Undertaker recently set the...
We call him the underwear taker.
The underwear taker. Well, I don't know what he takes.
But anyway, go ahead.
Klondike Bill, but...
Damn, this is salty. What'd Joe have?
I don't know. Undertaker was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and as someone that has signed a 15-year contract with the company, Undertaker.
He did?
Yes.
Good for him, man. What'd he do, Take?
People were surprised by what Undertaker had to say. What the fans have asked is, we're going to read you Undertaker's comments, as well as a response from some current WWE superstars, as well as some fellow legends such as yourself.
I am a legend, man.
You are a legend. All right, could my tremendous team in the back cut to a shot of Marty, because I want to have his facial reaction. There we go, his facial reaction.
Well, hold on, I got to fix my teeth.
All right.
I'm going to put an aluminum grill.
On.
What do they call this? Aluminum.
Aluminum. All right, that'll look good. All right, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, this is what the Undertaker said.
Wait a minute.
This is what the Undertaker said about WWE.
What he said?
I think the product is a little soft. There are obviously guys here and there that have an edge to them, but there's too much pretty, not enough substance, I think, right now.
That's Stephanie McMahon's fault.
In that era,
and I'll explain that in a minute.
In that era of guys, too, those were men. You go into a dressing room nowadays, and it's a lot different. I remember walking into my first dressing room, and all I saw was some crusty fucking men. Half of them had guns and knives in their bags. Shit got handled back then. Now you walk in and there's guys playing video games and fucking making sure they look pretty. It's evolution, I guess. I don't know what it is, but I just like those eras, man. I liked when men were men. As far as watching the show goes, he said, I try. It's tough for me right now.
It is. It's hard to watch.
The product has changed so much and it's kind of off. I'll probably piss a lot of people off, but they need to hear it. It is what it is. To the young guys who think he's a bitter old guy, I'm not bitter. I did my time.
Not at all.
I walked away.
He is correct.
I walked away when I wanted to walk away. I just think the product is a little soft. There's guys here and there that have an edge to them, but there's too much pretty and not enough substance, I think.
And I'm going to tell you why.
Well, let me finish.
I'm sorry.
All right. One of the big things that happened was that the generation before, we all got old at the same time, so there weren't enough guys to work with the young guys. You can listen to fans or you can listen to someone who's been there and done it. There was just not enough merging of the young and the new talent. We had Stone Cold, Rock, Triple H, Shawn Michaels. We were all working together, and then we aged out.
You left my name out.
We aged out, and it left all these young guys to learn with more young guys, and the product changed. And before we get to your response, I just want to read a couple. Drew McIntyre.
Do we know he wrote that?
Yeah, no, yeah.
That's fact?
Yeah, he said that on Joe Rogan.
Okay. Everything he said is correct. And I'll tell you why.
Well, let's just go through these first, and then
Can't
we'll
wear
go
this
through
grill.
all of them.
All
Drew
right.
McIntyre said he didn't agree with that whatsoever.
Yeah, he wouldn't.
Goldberg did, though.
How long has he been around?
Bill Goldberg said, yes, I believe comparatively the business is soft as compared to the 90s. But the business is in 2021, so things have to change, and things have to be different. We had mega superstars that were bigger than life. But it's hard in this generation, seemingly, to build those people. I mean, like I said.
That's Goldberg saying
This
that?
is Goldberg. Times are quite different than they were back in the day, but people are soft. People take offense to things way too quickly. I mean, you know, grow a little thicker skin, boys and girls. That's all I can say.
Correct.
Mick Foley thinks Mick Foley thinks the wrestlers of today are as every bit as tough as they were in his era.
That might be.
Then with Bobby Lashley, well, Bobby Lashley was more of an Undertaker guy. He said, yeah, I don't want to say I agree with him completely, actually.
I do, though.
I can because it's Taker. I can say I agree with him. So I agree with him. You know what? That's what the Hurt business is all about. I mean, that's why we came about, because we were like, what are we? And I was like, we're different from this generation. Our generation came
the real
up
boys.
when I was in OVW, about to go on the road. Everybody was warning us. They were like, man, you know, JBL, you got Chris Benoit, you have Bob Holly, you have Undertaker, you have Booker T. All these guys, not one of these guys are punks. Fit Finlay, William Regal, not one of those guys.
Fit's a bad boy, man. That's another badass.
Not one of those guys have an ounce of punk in them. So we were all like, this is our generation. So coming in now, we were like, we can't do this generation. We can't do what this generation is doing. We don't want to do what this generation is doing. We need to put our style on this generation, and our style is bring them in the ring and beat them up, and if they can't make it, they can't make it, because we got to protect the business. Before, when I was coming in, all these guys used to say they were beating up the guys coming up because they said they had to protect the business. They had to make sure these guys had the heart to it. We don't want guys in the locker room crying. We don't want guys that are always bitching and belly aching and everything like that.
Honky-tonk man.
We beat them up and we kick them out. No, this is Bobby Lashley.
No, I'm just saying what he's talking about.
And some of the guys, when we do that in the ring, you can do your little flippies and jumpies and all that stuff. I'm just going to grab you and throw you down.
Yeah, squash you like an ant.
Squash him like an ant. But then I tell you this, one that really...
do you know gnats are just flying ants?
Yeah.
You knew
all
that?
right. I really want you to hear this about Roman Reigns.
What he said?
Roman Reigns said, it's strange. I really feel like he misspoke because Mark is a really good guy. He's very knowledgeable. Obviously, he has a ton of respect for the business. Yes. Goldberg is just Goldberg. Who cares?
Oh,
but
man,
he's talking,
he said that.
But he's talking about guns and knives in the locker room. Come on. You guys traveled just like we did. Did you really get that stuff through security? TSA was just letting everything happen back then?
Accidentally, yes, and I can vouch for that.
I think it was just a retired guy trying to sound like a gangster. That's what Roman said about Undertaker.
And Roman's got his points. Taker, I love Taker to death.
Do you think Taker was trying to sound like a gangster? All right, well, I'll tell you this, Tony Atlas.
Well, because he's a bad boy, but he don't. People don't know that, and he wants people to know that. Sorry, Mark. I'm sorry. I'm telling the truth. My opinion, and it might not be the truth. It was the truth of my opinion, but yeah, Mark's a great one. He was right. Everything he said, and I was going to tell y'all this. I got this grill in.
Man, it looks wonderful.
Does it look wonderful?
Yeah. I'm glad I don't have my glasses on.
It's going to come out. But anyway, Stephanie McMahon, he said something about everybody wants to look pretty. Stephanie McMahon told me one time, and she told a bunch of us, younger, prettier. That's what's happening in Hollywood. That's what's going to happen here. We want younger and we want prettier. And that's what they search for. You know,
and that hasn't helped the business one iota. It's hurt it.
You know what? I got nothing against none of the guys. None of them, not even that Owens dude. Who don't fit the, I'm sorry, brother, don't fit the pretty part.
Who?
Owens. What's his name?
Kevin Owens?
Kevin Owens, yeah.
But what's the issue with Kevin Owens?
I ain't got no issue.
Oh.
No, he just ain't a pretty boy, though.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Which is good. We need you. I mean, that might have been insulting. You say you're not a pretty boy. And you're probably pretty, anyway, we need you. But Stephanie said, younger, prettier, and that's exactly what they did. And here's the problem. The people coming in WWE today are like 1 year, 2 years experience. Sean and I was an exception. We came in with 2 years experience, and we were like phenoms, like, no way. We had to face a lot of problems because we were so young and we were so new. Yet 2 years, guys got to go 5, 10, and 15 years back then in the business. And once you come in, tooth is coming out. 10 years in the business, y'all want me to take this out? You're experienced. You know how to handle shit. You know how to do shit. When you come in, think about it. Okay, I'm 1 year in the business and now I'm in WWF. Where's the respect? You didn't have to do nothing. You just got put right in there. This ain't shit. Oh man, 1 year, look at me. Fuck all y'all. I'll take this knife to y'all. I'm good. Now you ain't. You ain't done 300 days a year yet. That's when your little attitude's going to change. That's when we're going to see who you really are. Your work in the ring is the main thing. But your attitude is pretty top too. And this is what I know. Vince tests people when they first come in. I don't know about now because everybody's new. 1 year, 2 years in the business, and you're on WWE TV, which is worldwide. Where the fuck are you going to have any respect? This was easy. And then we have a saying, too much too soon. You can't handle it. You can't handle it. You might think you can. Now you're a star on TV. Now you got to go be a star. And sometimes you can't teach star. I'm a coach. I teach a lot of people. We see who's got the right attitude that's going to make it and who ain't. And I always tell my kids this. Why are you in the business? Why? I always make them answer that. Because the ones that say for the money and the ones that say for the fame never make it. After about 2 or 3 backdrops, they're gone. They don't even come back to practice. When you do it because you love it, that's when you'll make it. Or you got a better chance. Don't come up in here wanting money. I don't want to be rich. Nah, go to a bank. I want to be famous. Well, go to Hollywood, which we are kind of Hollywood, but you got to love the game. You came in with passion. That's when a coach wants to help you the most. We see through the ones that come through, I just want to be famous. Oh, fuck, man. Go do a porno with Kim Kardashian. You'll be famous for a week or two. But anyway, where did this start?
Well, it was Joe Rogan is probably one of the most popular podcasts online, and Undertaker was his guest. Do you think the business has become too soft?
I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
Yep.
Why do you think the business has become
because
too soft?
I just told you, 1 year in the business. No,
You
go
think
get
that-
some scars on your head, on your ass, on your back, on your shoulders, on your feet even. You know what? Some people back in the day, and this is something y'all 1 year in the business kids won't understand. We used to have to do our boots different. If you was one that was going to be winning a lot, you put extra, we put like gator shit on your boots because you're on top pinning. And when we was always losing, you put shit on the back because your feet are always on your back of it. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about that. That's what I mean. In fact, I don't even think anybody can speak Carney today. Can you speak Carney?
I understand it. I don't speak it as well.
Fizzucker.
I understand it, but I don't speak it well.
Right.
Because I was around it when I was 13, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and they were doing it. It kind of quit it. Else is
Even to equate it, back in '93, even in an independent wrestling locker room, you walked in, and the majority of the guys looked like men. I mean, I think at Tony's first show.
Hey, one thing I'm glad about that this has advanced is the women's division.
Well, we disagree on that, but
well, how many beautiful girls? Can you imagine?
But there's 1,000 ways you can go look at beautiful girls if you want to.
Yeah, I ain't going to no strip club.
Online or different TV shows. When I watch a professional wrestling show, my interest is in seeing a form of simulated violence, action, adventure. I want to see Rocky. I want to see. Oh my dear God!
You farted.
No, I didn't.
I smell it.
Where did you get that from?
Bathroom. I knew you was gonna fart.
Anyway, and Goldberg, he agreed. He thinks people are too sensitive.
I like Goldberg, man.
He thinks people are too sensitive.
Well, fuck, the whole country is. You got him mother in there now. That I mean, first of all, it's a sin to be white. That's about the most fucked up thing. You want racial equality, and this is how you do it. If you're white, you're privileged. Find out this. They got a chart in L.A. It could in school. Let me get this out. I'm about to get mad. They got a chart, and white people got to pick like where you fit. Way over here, white privilege, rich, and it goes down to abolition or some goddamn stupid thing. There's nothing good on there about being white. Well, what the fuck kind of racial equality is that? You want to fucking be equal, and you want to start it by putting white people. And white girls will say, I'm sorry, I'm white. How the fuck is that? Fuck.
They apologize for being white?
Yes, a lot of girls do. I'm sorry, I'm white. Man, go eat about 2 nuts.
Well, what do you think about Drew McIntyre?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Obviously, Drew McIntyre
I don't know. I met him one time.
Maybe try and toe the company line where he disagreed with Undertaker. But do you think maybe Roman took? You don't think Roman took it too far by saying Undertaker wanted to sound like a gangster?
No, because that's his feelings. That's him. That's his opinion.
Tony took great exception to what Roman said because he said back in the day, Tony Atlas,
the one that calls me a racist.
Yes.
Tony, knock it off.
He said that Sika used to carry around a shotgun.
Yeah, so did Samu when we used to ride with him. You remember Fatu?
Yeah.
They did. I forgot what gimmick, but they tag team and we wrestled against them. I used to ride with them. That's when Sean and I was starting to have problems, and so I'd ride with them. Because Sean and I always rode together. And man, it was so funny. They would have weapons, but they look badass. And like somebody would do a road rage thing sometime. I remember Fatu one time telling Samu he was driving.
About Junior?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he said, turn the inside light on. Let them see what they're fucking with. And he did. And he just gave him that look, and motherfuckers went. It was so funny though. Turn the light on. Let them see what they're fucking with.
So, do you think that Roman was trying to toe the company line? Do you think that he has no idea?
I mean, my opinion of what I just heard.
Yeah.
I think he felt that. I think that's what he felt. I don't think he was bullshitting. Because everybody's not going to agree.
Look at what his family used to do. As you just
that's the
mentioned,
thing.
He's trying to say that there were no weapons back in the day, guns and knives and things like that.
30.
Oh, wait, we get the signal. All right, folks.
What that means? That means we got to wrap it?
No, that means we're going to take a brief timeout.
That girl died in my bedroom. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
That episode is in our archives.
Oh, we already did it?
We did that episode.
You know about it?
What's that?
You know about it?
You told us the whole thing.
What happened?
She died.
She OD'd.
Wrestling fans will be back after this brief timeout. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Don't forget that eBay store is open 24/7, baby. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife for a party animal like Marty, but
it didn't last night.
Well, if you want great wrestling merchandise galore, check it out. Also, the Patreon streaming service, it helps keep wrestling legends working over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can even get Marty a new football.
And a hat.
And a hat, as he knocks everything over as usual.
I did not knock
And
shit
I
over.
internally start swearing at him. But I love Marty.
It's
so
always internal.
I think it, I don't say it.
You did once last
We were
night.
talking about the...
You know why you don't say it?
Well, today, I definitely not. I don't want to be, yeah.
Oh, Danielle, thank you so much, sweetie.
Well, we have the card right there. If our good friend Vaughn is watching, Marty has enjoyed your greetings.
Very nice.
I had a hard time getting his address for the package to reach him. It got returned to the studio, so I said, you know what? We'll give Marty a couple of treats when he comes to see us again. So there we go. So we'll put that out there so you know it reached us. Back to the topic of discussion.
I had prime rib this morning. Someone's just
Oh, dear Lord.
stuck in my teeth.
What do you think about someone like Bobby Lashley that's a current
I love him,
WWE
man.
talent?
I love him. I love him even more because Crystal, remember the girl wrestling,
Yeah.
Crystal? She was too young, but I still was looking. And, you know, I tried to throw a flirt here and a flirt there, and she caught it, and she was like, you're too old. But Bobby, I think they're married.
Not anymore, oh no.
What happened? Why do you know that?
But I know
they had
Bobby
a bad,
well enough.
They had a bitter fallout?
Yeah.
Oh,
Bobby
I'm
worked.
sorry, y'all.
Bobby
Sorry.
got custody of the kids.
How many did they got?
Just 2. But I
Sorry about
think,
that, Bobby and Crystal. Love y'all.
I think the world of Bobby Lashley.
I
Every
do
time
too.
we had him here in the Boston
Very,
Wrestling,
very respectful.
I mean, just that's someone I'd like to see little Marty grow up to be like. You know what I mean? He's that kind of
Little who?
guy.
Oh, okay.
The little,
Yeah.
the little ones.
Yep, yep.
I mean, just a great human being. And
Yes.
he served the country
Yes.
before he got involved in professional
And
wrestling.
a bad boy.
And a bad
if you
boy.
want to fuck with him, I would suggest don't fuck with him because he's the nicest guy in the world. But there's that switch you turn on and off.
He could break you in half in a millisecond.
Yeah, yes.
And beyond that, beyond serving the country, beyond his great contributions to the king of sports, professional wrestling, and even dabbled in mixed martial arts, he
Yes.
does so much great
Yeah,
work.
he did Ultimate Fighting.
Yeah. No, I think Bellator.
Huh?
The other one,
Belly.
Bellator.
Oh, yeah.
He does so much great work for the community out in Denver, Colorado. I don't even want to name the person's name, but there was...
Yes, you do. Who is it?
No, I really don't.
I'm
because
curious
it's kind of
now.
embarrassing. It was a guy, one of the guys from his era that kind of became
Art Cruz?
poor, I guess maybe is the best way to put it.
Art Cruz.
Bobby drove from Colorado to where they were in Texas, helped them pack up
Dusty
everything.
Wolf.
No. Moved him to Colorado and helped set him up in a life system. So, you know what?
For real?
Yeah.
Bobby, I love you, brother.
Bobby is a grade A quality human
I love
being.
you, brother. I did already, but I love
hate
you
to
more.
say it.
I didn't
wish,
know that.
I wish he wasn't with WWE because I'd like to book him again once we have live
You still
shows.
can. You just going to have to pay extra.
Nah, the WWE. Well, you know what, WWE? They let us have Daniel Bryan when he was the U.S. champion.
Did he have the Billy Goat beard?
No, not really.
No.
We had JBL when he was the Intercontinental champion.
Did
we
I
had
ever show
Percy.
you? I got some pictures of the Bella twins that nobody gets to see.
Did she urinate on?
I
people?
don't do that.
All right. Was it part of a threesome?
Go ahead. Now go ahead. So Bobby, we love you.
Bobby, you're a grade A quality human being. I hope that someday, if you ever decide to leave WWE, we'd love to have you in the studio.
No, we'd like to have you now. Why?
And at our live wrestling events.
I think WWE when they book them, like if you're a contract with them, it's, like you want to book them or something, they get a cut.
Oh, in a big, but I mean,
A big cut.
They almost never do that anymore. But let me ask you this, Marty: do they have a commission down
You call
in
me Marty?
Marty? Do they have a commission down where you are?
Like athletic commission?
Yeah, on wrestling.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe once life starts up again, because I don't know if you realize this, but we do some shows in the Carolinas too. Maybe
Charlotte.
we could set up a little
because you love Ric
little
Flair.
circuit.
He loves Ric Flair.
No, we have some people that live down in North Carolina that worked our shows, and we called it MWF South.
If you just went a little bit more south, you'd be in Columbia, and you could be a fan of Clemson, the football team.
Well, I think
That's the only team that's going to give Alabama any challenge.
I'm trying to talk wrestling.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think South Carolina and Georgia have commissions, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think Georgia don't, because I wrestle.
The one in Georgia's gone?
Well, I do. I can't wrestle because of my ankle
Yeah.
right now. Actually, I'm gonna get it fixed and this one fixed. And you know what Lee told me? He goes, Marty, I'm going to fix you where you can walk without hurting. If you get back in the ring, start jumping off top ring ropes and mess it up, I might not be able to fix it again. So I'm not gonna wrestle no more. I'll be a special guest referee.
There's a lot of things you can do.
Oh yeah, you know, a second, a manager, a coach, you know, whatever. But no more getting in the ring, jumping up and down, because I'm so happy about this.
Yeah.
You
Why
know?
mess up something that's working so good?
Yeah, and he did. You know, his assistant, the lady that, you know, sits there and hands him, I guess, you know, whatever she does. I was actually walking way before I was supposed to, and she got upset. Get off that ankle. Get off that. That is the best work I've ever done in my career. Don't mess it up. Yeah, she didn't want me to mess it up because, you know, because they put pins, needles, plates. There's all kinds of metal in here. When I went through the airport, the damn set, that thing almost exploded, and then they come surrounding me like they were gonna kill me. You know, like, what the fuck you got, man? It's in my ankle. I got to get a card.
You got to get her card. Also, in the world of professional wrestling, as we wrap up the Undertaker.
Wait a minute. So, what do you think about Roman? What he said?
I think he was wrong.
You think so?
And I like Roman an awful lot, but I mean, the product is soft. How can you, if you look at every other era?
Well, that's because of what I told you. One year in the business and you're on international TV.
Kevin Nash may have put it best.
They call it paying dues.
Kevin Nash may have put it best in a tweet.
What he said?
He said it's almost like when you put on a WWE TV show now. It's like you're watching a bunch of Abercrombie and Fitch models.
That's because of Stephanie. I ain't got nothing against it. I mean, you know what, Duke, y'all might remember him, Duke, he went as Duke the Dumpster Drozy.
Yeah.
Carried a trash can out the ring with him. We sat and watched the show, an independent show together. Oh, I'm sorry about the mic. I'm good.
If there's any mic problems, let us know. All right, keep going, brother.
And I was like, man, what the fuck are they doing? He goes, welcome to 2020. You got to stay up with the times. Shit changes. You know, I think my cat told me one time the only thing that remains the same in life is change. And he was pretty much right. The wolf told me that. By the way, I miss my wolf. He died.
No, we're sorry about the loss of your cat, Marty.
Now he's my son.
Well,
I ain't got no kids, so, you know.
Yeah, pets can become like that.
Or he was. He wasn't a cat. He was a son. But he passed away recent. Man, I'm about to cry.
All right, well, we'll talk some wrestling, try and get your mind off. You know, I think Undertaker had a lot of balls to come out and say what he said and how he said it.
I think what he said was right.
I agree with him 100%.
I think what Roman said was right.
How can you agree with both?
Because they both got their own opinion. And Taker, I see what he's seeing. You know, there's two sides to a coin, but it's still a coin. And you know, Roman, what he said, I see what he's saying. You know, so I mean, opinions really can't be wrong. That's how you feel.
Fair
and
enough.
You should never be ashamed or scared or nothing to give your opinion, because that's how you feel.
I just think that Roman,
sometimes you might be wrong with your opinion, but I don't think either one of them were wrong. I think Taker was right with what read it again. No, that'll take too long.
I'll read the Roman one again, because that one stands out to me.
You don't like it at all.
It's strange. I really feel like he misspoke, because Mark is a really good guy. He's very knowledgeable. Obviously, he has a ton of respect for the business.
Yes.
Goldberg is Goldberg. Who cares? But he's talking about guns.
See, I disagree with that, though.
He's talking about guns and knives in the locker room. Come on. You guys traveled just like we did. Did you really get that stuff through security? TSA was just letting everything happen back then. I think it was just a retired guy trying to sound gangster.
One time, me and Jake Snake was coming back from Canada, and you got to go through the border control, whatever it's called, customs and all that shit. And Jake had a bag of weed. He was talking about guns and knives.
Yeah.
He had a bag of weed in his boot. And they had dogs there. They had the dogs, and they were going crazy, you know, towards Jake. And, you know, Jake's like, and they knew who Jake was. They're like, oh, Jake, oh, man, we're such fans. I don't know what's wrong with old Fido right here. He got a bag of weed there, and they're saying it's the dog. And I'm so sorry about the dog. He's acting up. Oh, love you, got an autograph. went through, had a bag of weed in his boot.
Well, good for Jake.
So I don't know about the knives. We carry a knife just in case, because where we're at here, last time the power went out. Or what the last time
And
was
Glantz was here.
And Glantz was here, so, and I'm trying to teach
let me ask you this, where he's no show.
Let me teach you one more.
Do you think Glantz deserves the knife?
Carry your knife like this and be bowed up so that when you swing, you bring it around and you cut them up. They never saw it coming.
Do you think Glantz deserves it?
Deserves cutting?
Yeah. Has he gone that far yet? No.
Nah,
I like Glantz.
I
just
too.
don't understand why he keeps doing this.
He's got things. He's probably got anger.
He's a very, when you are a creative and innovative person, why let it go to waste?
He doesn't see it that way. I was a very
If he
creative
doesn't see
person.
that for
You know,
us-
I was a pretty good wrestler back in my day.
Absolutely.
But I used to want to chase the girls and party. I love laughing. I love, some of y'all out there, because I read shit, like, he's a fucking drug head, a coke head, he killed somebody, this, that, that. No, Ninja, all I am is somebody that loves to have fun. If you cross me up, I know I'm lily white. I don't look like I could, thug up, take her thing, but you might want to ask somebody. Might want to ask somebody. But my main thing is to love life. I love women. I'm single. I don't even think it's American. It's not, you can't be full-blooded American if you're single and don't chase it after the ladies.
Well, that's the problem Cecil the Lion has. He's 27 years old and he has yet to have sex.
Who?
Cecil the Lion.
Well, Tebow said he didn't have sex.
He'll be with us tomorrow, hopefully.
Oh, real?
He's going to be directing tomorrow. Hopefully you can encourage him to maybe go after these women.
I got a couple here,
He's trying to get
What about Big Bird? I'm trying to hook you up tonight.
No, please.
You don't want Big
Linda
Bird?
and I are going to Florida in a couple of weeks, so I got to...
Oh, you're still trying to... Okay.
I don't know what I'm trying to do with that.
Why?
That's a different story.
Hey, sweetie, he loves you.
Yeah, I do, in my own way.
Of course you do, in your own way. Whatever way that is, he loves you.
No, not like that
I
anymore.
bet he jacks off thinking about you.
No, I'll play. I don't know how the conversation went there, but... Oh, Marty, you always make things interesting, my friend.
We still didn't talk about 1989.
Well, this episode isn't about that.
Oh,
Speaking of interesting and speaking of changes, did you hear about what has gone on with recent, well, I should say former WWE talent in the late 2000s, Tyler Rex? He went the first
That's a good name.
transgender professional wrestler. They went through the sex change operation and now goes by the name Gabby Tuft. As far as I know,
that's a pretty good name for somebody who got clipped.
That is the first transgender wrestler.
30?
Wait, what? Wait, what? 4? How many fists?
30 minutes.
Oh, well, that's not what's on my sheet, brother.
I didn't know.
Howard, you're killing me.
You changed, bro.
Live at 7.
Howard, don't worry.
No, we go live at 8.
Oh.
We got a cut by 7:30.
My bad.
Even though I have the best crack team that money can't buy.
Crack team.
Sometimes they mess with my brain, and it's easy to mess with my brain on these taping days.
Yeah, when you
because I
say,
get so overwhelmed.
When you say I'm driving him crazy, it's a short trip.
Well, let me tell you something, folks. You spend 3 days with my buddy Marty, and you tell me what you feel like on the 4th day. But I think the world of the man. We have a lot of fun. What do you think of having one of the boys become one of the girls?
I don't know that person, Rex. That was a pretty good name, whatever it was, Rex.
Tyler Rex.
Tyler Rex. That's a cool name. I don't. Look, man, if you want to clip your nuts off, as long as it ain't button affecting these, I don't give a fuck. Go do what you want to do. You know what I mean? I'm going to do what I want to do. Let me do me, you do you. If you want to take your nuts, clip them off, put them on a mantle on a damn plaque or something, and say, I used to have this.
You think that's
God
what
bless
they
you.
do?
I don't care. It don't. What's it got to do with me? That's the bottom line. What's it got to do with me?
You know what I found interesting is that there were a lot of them that would come to our good friends at Noel Salon, 347 Pleasant Street, Malden, Massachusetts.
You got some gay tendencies.
What's that?
You got some gay tendencies.
I have gay tendencies?
Yeah.
What are my gay tendencies?
Have you ever touched a nut? Besides your
My
own.
own.
Besides your own.
Maybe when I was cleaning the baby's ass when he was in
don't
diapers.
do
I don't
that.
know,
Don't do that.
Well, I mean, that's about it.
Well, then you
That's
might-
the lifeline of me and testicles.
Yeah, but you were in the right place, man. You was in that. We talked about that salon. That's all girls.
Oh.
Girls are coming.
Well, like I said,
How many
it
guys
was-
go to a damn saloon?
There were a handful that would come in to get their
a
hair
handful
done.
compared to everything.
But I mean, there was there were a transgender that came in. I mean, there was one.
How you know?
What's that?
How you know? You touched
Well, they were
them?
very out about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
They brag on it.
Well,
Hey, I got my nuts clipped off.
The
Hey, I got some nuts sewed on to me.
the woman that owns the salon was very welcoming to them. If you go to the website,
It
it's
should
very,
be.
there's a
I mean,
private
there's still a
area for
person-
them, and some of them would have their hair done in the regular area. Some preferred to have the private area in the back. But I just remember.
Oh, y'all did trimmings down there?
What,
You trimmed them up?
no, not the bush.
Oh, okay.
No, just the
I
hair.
thought that's what you did.
No,
back
no.
room.
No, I mean, we had a private area for, like I said, I told you before about that, for the people that rip the hair out. They
Yeah,
had
yeah,
private
yeah,
area
yeah.
for them. For the, for the transgender that aren't fully out to the world, they had a private area. But I remember there was one, just the size of the hands when they give me the credit card to leave. It was like a baseball mitt. It was, and the man's name was on the credit card, so they didn't.
Well, that's
change.
the thing. This is 2021, I think, right?
It is, yeah.
It is. And what do you think it's going to be like in 10 years from now? I mean, we're not going to know when we're at the club. This happened in France. When we was in France, I told you about this. Hercules and I were going after the same girl, lady. She was a black lady, very, 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 very pretty. And Herc and I had to end up chasing the blonde-haired girl out and went back to the room with her. Herc ended up with the black lady. And I went, I was, when I was done with mine, I'm always going to want second helpings. And so
Second helpings?
Yes.
All right.
And I heard them next door. I heard some
Hercules
noise.
and the black woman?
Yes. And Paul Roman you had Paul, right? Paul could tell you the best. He was rooming with him.
They were tag teaming the
I went and
black
knocked on
woman.
the door. No, Paul, I don't think Paul did that.
Oh.
I knocked on the door, and Paul cracks it, and he goes, "Oh, come on in." And the girl was on, like, in between the beds, because they had double beds, in that little bit of in between. She was in there blowing him. And her skirt had come up, and her nuts were hanging out in the back. I'm like, Herc, that's a dude. He goes, I know. Don't you say a fucking word or I'll beat your ass. He wanted her to finish blowing him.
That's what Hercules said? Don't tell?
Yeah, she said, I know.
So he
said,
figured it out?
Don't you tell nobody. Paul Roman, I didn't have to. Paul told everybody the next day. Just she sucked off Herc. But I saw them nuts hanging. I'm like, oh my God. I was trying to chase her earlier.
You went after the...
Hey, man, the nads were like, they were just
Well,
hanging.
I mean,
Hanging about this, that's an empty sack or something. Why the hell, or full sack.
There's a story.
A skirt. Picture that. A skirt. She was wearing, she, whatever it was, wearing a skirt, bent over blowing somebody, and nuts were hanging right here. Gosh damn. What's it going to be like in 2030? we got to ask for an ID card and check them out before.
I mean, let me ask you this, Marty. You are a man that has probably had, how many women would you say you've had sex
told
with
you,
in
over
your
1,000.
life? Over 1,000?
Yeah, and the reason I know is me and Sean started keeping count for about 3 years, and we were averaging 100 a year for like those 3 years. And then me and him, you're falling asleep.
No, I'm not.
I saw your eyes. But anyway, about 1,000. And I'm sorry about that if that sounds
You're catching
offensive.
up to Howard.
No, girls for me.
No, I know. Howard said
I was just kidding,
Howard
Howard.
said about 1,100.
Damn, that's work. You know what?
When he was doing the stunt double work for Howard Stern in Private Parts, he met a lot of women.
Yeah. Somebody recently, well, Ric Flair did, but it was a black basketball player. He had said he'd been with 10,000 women. He's pretty popular. I can't, but he did a book. He had a book, been with 10,000. I'm gonna call bullshit because I'm gonna tell you how hard it was on 1,000. Right? I mean, you're on the road 300 days a year. That means on average every third day, every other day, and it has to be a new girl. Me and Sean had a rule: blowjobs are better. Like if you get a hand job or you dry hump, all that shit don't count. It's got to be blowjob or better, and it takes a while. 10,000, man, shut the fuck up. Go rewrite that book, brother. You ain't been with no 10. Flair said the same thing. And he probably...
He said 10,000?
Yes, and he probably said it because of, not Bill Russell, was it Wilt
Chamberlain?
Yeah. Yeah, and he probably was with about 1,000. No 10,000.
Can one of our crack staff Google that in the control room? Who is the
Wilt Chamberlain, 10,000 women.
Who
There's
was
a book.
the NBA star that said they slept with 10,000 women? We're looking for a name.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Wilt.
So you've had over 1,000 women.
Oh, right at that. I don't know about
Did you
over.
ever run into a situation where it was a transgender, where it was a man?
One time I reached down and, like rubbing, and I felt it didn't feel right. And I just stopped. I didn't ask no questions. I just stopped and went and got the other girl that was at the house. But yeah, it might have been a ball sack down there.
So just one time?
And see, to me, listen, all you transgenders, be up front. Let them know you got a sack of nuts. Don't make us fucking kiss, and you're kissing a damn dude, and you're not trying to kiss a dude. Be honest about the shit. Everybody's gonna love you. We'll love you more if you're honest about it. Because Herc also, we was in San Francisco one time. Same kind of thing happened to Herc. Herc was a magnet for bitches with balls.
Hercules was a magnet to get transgenders?
Yeah, we were in San Francisco coming back from Fisherman's Wharf. Great place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've been there. Yeah, great.
Very
place
nice
there.
area.
And,
expensive.
Yeah, it is. It was tourists, But yeah, he was in the back seat. I was right by him. I was in the back seat. He's kissing. He rubs, and there was a set of nuts in the thing-a-ling, and he was like, "Put the fucking stop!" Paul was driving. Roma again was driving. Him and Sean were up front, and he slammed on brakes. Paul slammed on brakes. Herc opened the door and shoved it out in the street. I say it because. I guess
he didn't get a blowjob from
No, he shoved that one out. And he shoved it right out on the ground. And then we drove back to the hotel.
He threw the transgender out of the car.
Shoved her. He didn't throw her. He shoved her real hard. And she took a, you heard her hit the ground. You heard that.
She took a bump.
She took a good one.
Well, Hercules was a strong man. I don't know if I'd want to be hurled by him out of a moving car.
I told you what happened. Ed Carr, Boo Thomas won 2 Tough Man contests.
Yeah.
And Bill Dundee watched Herc beat it. They were together, and Herc, whipped him up. And Bill Watts was like, that's impossible. He won 2 Tough Man contests. And old Bill Dundee said, Herc wasn't in them, though.
Well, I mean, you know what? Back to Tyler Rex, it must have been a very difficult life for him in working in WWE, feeling like he was a woman.
That's the thing now. Like, what's that dude's name that has the Kardashians? Jenner? Bruce Jenner?
Yeah, Bruce Jenner.
Didn't he cut his damn shit off?
I don't know if he had the surgery, but I know he goes by, what's his name now?
Christian. Or Chrissy.
No. What's Jenner's name?
Some girl name.
Guys, I need another one in the back. What's Bruce Jenner go by now by name?
Chrissy.
Caitlyn Jenner.
Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, he's right. Caitlyn?
Yeah, he's Caitlyn.
What about that little girl with this? Now she's like a billionaire.
Who?
One of the daughters, the twins.
Oh, you mean the Kardashian girls? Yeah.
Yeah,
they've done well for themselves for people that have no
talent.
talent.
That crazy? It all started by Kim sucking a dick on TV on a video.
Well,
with Ray J, I think it was.
Yes, her and Ray J. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, my God, that's going back a little bit now. But anyway.
I looked at it and nothing against you, Ray J, but I mean, I'm talking out of my ass right now. I shouldn't be. I'm way out of pocket. I'm sorry.
What do we got?
But he's got about a 9-inch, but it's thin as fuck. You might as well get a string, make a string, spray it with hairspray, make it hard.
You weren't impressed with Ray J's manhood.
I'm not into that, but I just, because everybody bragged. Well, it was the same thing with Tommy Lee. I love Tommy to death, but when he was with Pam, they slipped up and did some shit on video that got out. And Tommy's like, she was all bragging about it. She was videoing his dick, and it's like that, but it's thinner than this. And
well, it's just like heights and weights, I guess. Everything's
your
different.
body structure,
Yeah.
But she was like, "Oh, I'm so lucky." But she was making the video like her kids will see it later when they grow up.
To be proud of it.
Because she said, "Mama's so lucky. Look at Mama is so lucky."
She actually said that?
Yes, on video. It's on video.
Oh my God. Oh, you weren't around when she did her little WWF run.
Yeah, it was. Sean, I had to stop Tommy from beating her ass. Sean's ass.
Why?
Because he was fucking with Pam, and Tommy found out.
Sean nailed Pam Anderson?
I didn't see it, but they were together.
How intimate are you talking?
When Tommy came up there to whip Sean's ass. You tell me. I had to hold him back, man. He knew, he was like, "I know who you are. I love you, man. I love you, but your partner, I'm going to beat." I'm like, "No, I can't let you." It was at the L.A. arena.
But she was around from
96.
January, no, it was 95.
95?
I thought you were on hiatus then after the...
I was in and out so many times.
But you had to
stop.
Did
you see what I did?
Unfortunately. You had to stop Tommy Lee, though, from going after Shawn Michaels.
I think he would have whooped Sean's ass.
Really?
I think so. First of all, when you're mad for a reason, you got a little bit of an edge in a fight. If you get in a fight and you know you did something wrong, you just gave them more. You know what I mean? Sometimes you can beat people that you couldn't if you're for the right reason. You got screwed over and they know it. That's going to give you a little bit of advantage. I mean, you ain't going to go off the Brock Lesnar no matter what he does, But for the most street people, when somebody's done you wrong, you already got the advantage in the fight. And sometimes fights come down to very little advantage. But if you carry your knife like this, then you go.
Where did this take place?
L.A. arena.
So Sean had Pamela Anderson at the L.A. arena
in his dressing room to themselves.
Really?
She was kind of. I mean, I don't got nothing against you, Pam, but I thought that was rude as shit. She goes, "I don't want to dress around these fucking wrestlers. I want a room away from them." You're working for us, bitch.
To be fair, she might have been the only woman there, right?
Sherry was there, I think, Martell.
No, she was gone by then.
Okay, but
Sherry
the other
left
girl
in
was
93.
there, Jennifer McCarthy. And I'm not going to tell y'all. The other tag team partner. Yeah.
Wait, now what happened with
No,
Jenny
don't
McCarthy?
even try. Don't even try.
No, I am going to try. What happened with Jenny McCarthy?
She's pretty sweet, man.
She's a pretty woman.
She's fun. Yeah, she is.
And I'll tell you this,
she's fun to be around. She's fun to be around. Pam's an asshole. I'm sorry, Pam, but she's an asshole.
Even as she's aged, she's still very pretty.
Yeah. And she's funny. She's fun. She's actually a funny girl. She cuts up a lot.
So what happened with you and Jenny McCarthy?
Don't even ask about Jane Fonda.
No, well, the hatchet to the tomato.
Oh, it's like an axe.
But no, come on. I'm sure the fans are going to have a lot of questions. Well, what happened with you and Jenny?
Oh, we said hello.
Yeah, and then what?
We kept saying hello for about 30 minutes.
For about 30 minutes? And where did that happen? Where did you say hello to
Jenny? You don't need to know it was at the dressing room.
In the dressing room for 30 minutes.
You don't need to know that.
Oh, you were just saying hello, I guess.
I'm sorry,
right?
Jeannie. I'm just kidding. That didn't really happen.
That didn't really happen? I don't believe you for some reason. But now, what about her cousin? Did you have any interest in her?
Who's that?
What's her name? Melissa McCarthy?
Oh, I don't even know. I didn't even
What's
know
Jenny
that.
McCarthy's cousin's name? Staff in the back.
Let me throw the
The actress, the comedian.
Well, Jennifer.
Kind of a larger woman.
Jennifer's doing comedy now.
Who?
Jenny. She's doing stand-up.
Doesn't she do some...
Melissa McCarthy.
Yeah, what about Melissa McCarthy?
I don't know. Is she pretty?
Well, she's...
No!
She's not pretty at all. I ain't fucking... Oops,
She's,
sorry.
she,
You know, I fucked
she
a
was a
couple
little
other
rotund.
You know what Ricky Morton told me one
What
time?
did he say?
He said, "Marty, I've never went to bed with an ugly girl, but I woke up with quite a few.
Well, words to live by, I guess. But, geez, you know, we still haven't completely solved the Jane Fonda mystery.
She spit on the Americans.
And then, but
If
what did
she's
you?
gonna spit on them, you know, she'll spit on the dick right before she puts it way down her neck.
So Jane filleted you.
No, but you know what? She said one time, I heard this. I mean, so this is not coming out of my mouth.
This is secondhand
Yeah,
information.
secondhand. She told somebody he was in my belly when he put it in me down there. I could feel it up in my belly. So that means she got a little small body. This was word in the street. But she's feeling ding-a-ling up in her belly.
Was it Nate?
It was a what?
Nate?
Nate, Ric Flair?
Yeah.
No,
Did Jane ride Space Mountain?
She might have. I don't know what that little bitch did.
Oh, you know.
Well, I don't know what she did with him.
Oh, wait a minute. Jane Fonda was the nature girl? Is that what you're trying to say?
Space Mountain's been around for a long time.
Well, I'm talking about Jane Fonda. Was she in line? For a ride
Ted,
on
hey, Ted, I'm sorry, but your wife's a hoe.
How many WCW people would you say she was with?
10.
10.
8.
8. Now, are you talking wrestlers? Are you talking office?
You know, when I first met Sean's wife,
Yeah.
I was with Scott Hall. And hey, I ain't saying nothing bad. I love y'all. I love you, Sean. I love Rebecca. I love your family. You know, but we just talking, man.
Yeah.
And this is way back then. And then too, it was Scott Hall that said it, because I don't know it to be a fact. But I saw Rebecca, and oh my God, I was like, when Scott, because the Nitro girls,
Yeah,
we
they were
wasn't
Nitro
used to
girls,
nothing
right.
like that in WCW.
Yeah.
They had a couple card girls that went around, but I was like, oh my God, Scott, her, because Scott had already been there for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm like, me and him have been friends since 1986.
Yeah.
From AWA, and I'm like, her, Scott, who's that? He goes, and I think she went as Whisper. I think that was her Nitro name.
Mm-hmm.
But he goes, that's Whisper. He goes, don't bother her. I said, why? Look at her. I mean, man. And he goes, she's dating the vice president of TBS. All right, she was like 21-ish.
Wow.
At the time, he was 80.
He was 80?
Well, he was up there.
But as far as Fonda...
It was like an Anna Nicole Smith thing.
Oh, my God. But as far as Fonda goes, was it wrestlers? Was it office staff?
Probably everything that moves.
Well, you said there were about 8 to 10. No,
That's what I'd get, 8. We'll go with 8.
We'll go with 8. But
maybe even 7.
Was it wrestlers or was it more
I
like
don't know
office
this.
staff?
I don't know. I didn't.
So how are you coming up with this number then?
I've seen how she acts.
How she acts?
Yeah, I think she got a lot of favors with her sex. I think now I'm just saying my opinion. I think that she got a lot of things done by using her down there.
But why WCW though? That really wasn't.
Because that's where TV they owned it. Turner owned it.
No,
man.
I understand that, but I mean that wasn't one
What
of
do you not understand?
their most important properties. Why would Jane go to such great lengths to be
I
around
think she
these
likes
wrestlers?
sex.
You think she likes sex? Yeah. Now, but would you say these 7 people, were they all wrestlers or were they?
Oh no, I would say I don't know.
That would be your educated opinion.
I would guess both personnel and the wrestlers.
Well, Eazy-E liked to go next door to the neighbors.
Eazy-E?
Eric Bischoff.
There's something I can't tell you, man.
They used to go back and forth to the Page residence.
Do you know? No, never mind.
No, come on. Let's come on.
I am not going to tell the world that he traded his wife off for favors, Kimberly. I'm not going to tell the world that.
Well, it's kind of known in the industry.
Oh, is it?
Oh.
Well, yeah, because Eric was one of them.
It was almost like the kids with
Here's the word in the street.
It was almost
okay. This ain't come from MJ in the house. This is the word in the street. Paige was having her to do Eric so they could raise up the ladder, and Eric fell in love with her and started making her promises because he had an open wallet to Turner's money. It was an endless pool, man. And but he was like, hey, leave him. I'll make you the happiest life. Leave him. He was trying to, first of all,
I didn't know
Dallas
that.
is giving his girl, right? Like, here's
Yeah.
some pussy, you know, do what you're going to do. But she's coming back home to me. But he fell in love with her. I don't know Kimberly that well, but she was, what little bit I did know, she was a sweetheart.
Well, what I was told by a high-ranking WCW official was that it was just a lot of swinging going on in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know, as well as Mrs. Bischoff with Paige. It was almost like a swing set going
I
back
didn't
and
know
forth
that part.
across the
I
street.
didn't know that part.
Oh, you didn't know that part? Well,
no.
you know what? It's an interesting
I mean, I don't
industry.
doubt it.
Now, do you think that Bischoff ever had Jane Fonda?
It's possible. It's very possible.
Was that ever in the?
Is Eric? Hey y'all, is Eric Bischoff? Is he a good-looking dude? Because women do flock to him. You see, I'm not like you're probably a handsome man, but all I see is a dude. You know, I just can't see looks.
I'm not a handsome man to you.
Do what?
I'm not a handsome man to you.
You need to shave.
Like Eric
Here,
Bischoff.
use this. You got
Cut that off.
spider. No, you got a spider leg.
Oh, let me see. All right.
No, in your beard down here.
But do you?
You want this?
No, I don't want that. Do you think that Bischoff had a little?
It's possible.
Possible. But was it ever?
I mean, he had an open wallet to Ted Turner's damn fucking money, and that was a lot of money. People would get hurt, and it's called the IR, the injury reserve. They'd stay on they'd like, oh, my shoulder, I can't work now for like 9 years, and you get paid.
Well, I know our good friend Lanny Poffo, a man that is
He's a
known
good
for
one,
his
man.
own
I
fellatio.
miss him, man.
He was under contract for several years, and he only had one match.
A lot of them, when I was there, I only worked like the weekends. Not even the weekends. What was their show?
Nitro,
Monday,
Thunder?
the one Monday night.
Monday Nitro.
And then Tuesday we would take Thunder, which
Yeah.
was on Thursday.
Yeah.
And that's it. That's all I did.
Now,
I had a pretty good contract.
Was it a guarantee or a
Yes,
per day?
guaranteed.
Oh, it was a guarantee,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, if I didn't work at all, I'd still get paid, you know. I think it was $175,000.
Wow.
And they break it, you know, they pay you weekly.
Yeah.
You know, you get it every Monday in the mailbox. And yeah, there was times I got left off. I wasn't on, and I hated that. I mean, I like working. I don't care about the paycheck. That's a bonus. But when they leave me off like 1 week, like I ain't gonna be on Nitro or Thunder, so I got like 2 weeks of nothing. Still get paid. I can see how them guys in injury reserve sit out for 9 months. You know, tore all my fingernail. I got to, and then they check in like, no, I'm not ready yet. All right, Turner's money. We'll just keep paying you.
And you enjoyed working. You didn't want to be
Yeah, I
home.
didn't want to. I don't care.
You
about
wanted
that.
to party.
Well, that and I love wrestling.
Where were you living at that point?
In Orlando. When
You
I
were
had-
still in Orlando?
You know, I only had one house in my life, and I bought it, paid for it the first year because I don't like paying interest.
We've had that talk. I don't either.
Yeah.
So we have that in common.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Man, I was 20.
where do you live now?
Right out in Alabama. They got my Alabama hat.
No, but I mean, yeah, you do. But you don't live in a house. Is it an apartment or?
I know it's a damn tin can, and it's out in the woods. I mean, I'm way deep out there.
Like you mean like a kind of like a trailer?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, my friend Whopper, he calls it. We gotta get you out of this tin can.
Why did you leave Orlando?
Oh shit, man, that was long ago. Because that one girl I married for 4 days.
You were married to someone for 4 days?
Yeah, Annette. Yeah. I just.
How did you end that after 4 days?
Well,
out of
we had
curiosity?
the honeymoon. 3 days of the honeymoon was
Yeah.
great. We went to Disney. You know, right there in
Yeah.
Orlando. It's just on the other side. And oh man, best time in the world. I did some ecstasy, and when me and her were having sex, and you know, ecstasy, I started seeing colors shooting through. Like and they were all pink and blue, which that's like you know.
Boy and girl.
Yeah. And I'm sitting there, and a pink flash went by, you know, during the sex. And I told her, I'm seeing colors. She goes, I am too. So I'm thinking, best thing in the world, man. And I think she's fixed because she already had 3 kids, you know, and it wasn't the tightest down there. You know, you can't pass 3 bowling balls through a little spot.
But why did this only last 4 days?
Okay, so the day 4 after the honeymoon's over, she got to go back to work. You know, I wrestle. I ain't got to do nothing until the weekend. And I had that weekend off. So I went to pick her up at work. And, you know, she was a mortgage broker. She taught me that. We had our own business for a minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I went, you know, I usually when I'd pick her up, I'd wait outside, you know, she'd come outside. But I thought, let everybody see the honeymoon, you know, the new couple, whatever it's called, newlyweds, that's it. And so I went in to get her. And her little cubicle, I walked up behind her, and she was on the phone. And I figured she's, you know, it was after 5, it was like 5:05 or something. I figured she was, you know, closing the deal. She's still on the phone, so I sat there and waited. And I now heard her say, yeah, we can't do it at the house. I'm married now. We'll get a hotel room. He's gone this weekend. My heart, from here, I felt it fall through the floor when I heard that shit. I thought the wedding thing, because I only married her because my dad liked her, and it was 1 year to his death. And Gino and, you know, all my family were so upset. 1 year, what are you going to do? And I'm like, I didn't know you celebrate a year of death. But since everybody was sad, Mom was going to get a cabin out in the woods. Gino was going to, everybody was like all sad shit. And I thought, they've been wanting me to get married. Dad liked her. It was October 27, 1998. That it was 1 year from when he died. And on the day, it was on the day, you know, of his death, that we married. And it was for Dad. And when we were sitting there doing the vows, and her 3, we went and got them in a limousine. We went and picked up her boys from school. And you know, with my sister, I told Pat Snucker had to stand in for my brother.
Oh, wow.
My brother was in the hospital. He couldn't make it. But I didn't tell him what was up. I just said, something special for Dad. Y'all come. I paid for them to, you know, to come up to Orlando from Columbus. My sister Diane and my mother, and which I really never liked her, but I had to as I got older. I realized, you know, it's still your mother. But
you didn't like your mother?
No, she used to beat us when we were young.
Oh.
But they were there, and so while we're doing the vows, you know who Sarah Palin? I gotta show you pictures.
Oh, I know who Sarah Palin is.
Yeah, she's the one that did married it. You know, she read the vows and shit.
Sarah Palin?
Yeah, I'll show you.
The one from Alaska?
Yes.
What the hell was she doing in Orlando, Florida, reading vows?
I have no idea. Annette found her. I think she was buying a home or something. And that's what Annette did. She was a mortgage broker.
Uh-huh.
And so that was her. I didn't have shit to do with the wedding other than say, let's get married.
How long were you with Annette?
4 days.
No, leading up to it.
No, we were actually together for, you know, kind of dating or messing around, whatever you say, for a while. I mean, she fucked Horace Grant one time. He played basketball.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah.
You know, Orlando Magic, because she was mad at me. She got mad at me because I was trying to stop drinking, and we went to a basketball game. We went to the Magic's basketball game. And a little cheerleader, one of the cheerleaders, I mean, gosh, damn, what a body. And she started talking to me. And I didn't make plans to meet her because I was with Annette, you know, like 5 seats up or whatever. But, you know, I was being nice, and, you know, talk to her. And shit, I would have loved to. But, you know, I'm with somebody right now. I'm trying to do right. And Annette saw us talking, and she got attitude. And I don't, when I don't do something wrong, I don't need no attitude. Because I can bring it right back. You know, so she ended up, we went home like, fuck you, bitch, and fuck you, bastard, kind of thing. And she showed up the next day all sore, because I guess Horace has a thing-a-ling about this big.
He's a big, large
he's
man.
6'10",
yeah.
And a black man, like you said, a black man. Well, what do you think that hog leg was like? She shows up all sore and shit. And like, oh, miss, I'm so sorry. At first, I didn't know to believe her or not, but I knew, she said a couple of things. I knew Horace from around town. She said a couple of things like, yep, she did. She fucked Horace. And it's like,
and she admitted it right away?
Pretty much, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. yeah, she felt all bad, you know, because she knew it was her fault. I didn't do that with that cheerleader. She talked to me. I said hello. You know,
How did she know Horace Grant?
They went to, how they met up was a club. All the Magic used, I can't remember the name of it. It was a pretty cool club. It was on Church Street there, right by Church Street in Orlando, for any of y'all in Orlando, by Church Street. That's one street back. And it was black, the outside was all black,
yeah,
white letters on it. I can't remember the name of it though. But the basketball players always go there, which was cool because you get to fraternize with your basketball team. But she did more
Annette
fraternize.
did really fraternize.
Yeah. And so on day 4 I heard her, but this wasn't even Horace Grant. It was some dude up in New York that's messed around. She fucked around a lot, and I knew that. I only didn't marry her for her honesty. I married her because my dad loved her. And that meant the world to me that my dad did. I told my dad one time, I said, Dad, she's a whore.
You told your father that Annette was a whore.
Yeah, and you know what he said?
What did he say?
He said, Marty, you can't hold people's past against them. That's all he said.
What about their presence?
Well, that's what I told him. She'll be a whore tomorrow, Dad. But my dad was my world. He was my hero. Everything I did was for him. And
so you married the whore?
Married the whore for him.
So
on the day, and then when I called her, it was so funny. They say you can't feel energy. Well, we got 30.
We got to wrap up very soon though, because we got to prepare for our live episode. But
oh yeah,
so you heard Annette on the phone.
Yeah, yeah. I'm standing behind her, so her back's to me. Mm-hmm. There's no mirror. There's no way she knew I was standing there. But when I heard her say that, my heart dropped, man. What I was gonna say about all that shit was during the wedding. I looked around. I mean, it wasn't for me. I didn't need to be married, but I saw my mom, my sister, her 3 kids. Everybody was glowing. Pat Tanaka, he stood in. He's one of my best friends. Remember Orient Express?
Yeah.
He stood in for my brother because my brother was in the hospital.
Yeah.
My brother, we got pictures of Sarah Palin's holding the phone. She's holding the phone so Gino could hear it.
Wow.
The vowels and yes and all that shit from his hospital bed. And and the pictures are great. I haven't given them to you. You can put them up.
Yeah, definitely.
And so I looked around and everybody, even Sarah seemed like she was glowing. Everybody was glowing like this was like. So I was like,
So what did you say to her after you heard this phone call?
Well, I thought in that moment I looked up and remember thinking, Dad's got to be smiling, because look at everybody here. Everybody's so happy, and I know Dad's happy. And it was the best feeling in the world. I never felt nothing like that without drugs. And then 4 days later, I felt, they say the higher the highs, the lower the lows. It's true, because I had never felt that high, without drugs or whatever. I never felt, life was beautiful. Then I heard her making plans to fuck around that weekend, and I swear to God, I felt my heart fall. Not the physical heart, but something in here, it fell through the floor. And I was like, I couldn't even speak, but she spun around like little spindle chairs. She spun around like this. If she's on the phone, she had no mirror, no way of knowing that I even came in, because I never came in.
Yeah.
She felt the energy or something. Because when she spun around in the chair, she was already like this. And she just like hung up. I don't even think she said goodbye. She hung up and she started trying to apologize, and I wasn't having it. I was like, nah, get away from me. Nah. And so
well, the marriage had to have
we got it annulled. It wasn't actually
it had to last more than 4 days, though. You couldn't get it annulled that quick.
No, like within a week or so. But wow. I say 4 days because that's when it was over.
To you, it was done.
Yep.
That makes sense.
And she kept trying, like, I'm sorry. How are you going to be sorry that you're making plans to fuck around when I'm on the road this weekend? You're sorry you got caught. That's all.
Yeah. All right, wrestling fans, unbelievable what an episode this is. Many twists and turns as we try to talk a little current events, and we get into...
we didn't get nowhere again.
Marty's little marital affair. I didn't even know Mary.
Well, it's
I
not
didn't even
official.
know Marty was married at one point.
Annulled. I'm still
Part of an annulled marriage.
Never been married. 4 days.
Was Jane Fonda invited to the wedding?
She should have.
No. What about McCarthy?
I actually wanted to get with Sarah Palin. She's kind of pretty.
Yeah.
And she, I'm sitting here
She
married.
must have been much younger.
Look, I'm sitting here marrying this girl right now, and I'm looking at this girl, the one reading the vows and shit.
The things we learn on this show, fans, are running out of time. Again, if you've been joining us for the live premiere, the Super Chat is open for business. It helps us keep the lights on and bring in more tremendous wrestling superstars. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife for this partying man, but
No, not last night it didn't.
Our eBay store is open 24/7. The link is in the description box below. Great wrestling merchandise from every era of wrestling. And again, you help the wrestlers because the income we generate from those sales, we pump right back in to these productions. And most important, we're looking to grow the family over on Patreon. We get the early ad-free access to all of our Wrestling Insider talk shows. You get access to our world-renowned Studio Shoot interview DVD collection that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon exclusives. Plus, again, you keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Independent wrestling has been killed. Fan fests have been killed. Conventions have been killed. Autograph signings have been killed. This is a great platform for these legends to make a little extra money to help pay bills to live. Visit it, subscribe for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling.
Do you think Jane Fonda watches the show?
After some of the comments you've made, maybe. I don't know what she thinks about what you've said about her vagina rumors.
I did not say a tomato.
It was secondhand information.
Yes.
I hope.
Yes, me too.
All right, folks, for my friend Marty Jannetty, we will be back next, God willing, we'll be back next Thursday at 10 o'clock. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Carry your knife.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a 6-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the blue brand disrupt the dominance of the bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It's all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
At WrestleMania 37, she defeated Asuka to become the new Raw Women's Champion. And here is your chance to own a piece of Rhea Ripley on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. Number 50 of only 50 made, includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting, you'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air thank you on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep wrestling legends working. Get this ultra-rare Rhea Ripley autograph poster now.
Any damn knockouts or concussions, I forget a lot of them. And I see them and it's like, oh my God, hey, how you doing, dear? She goes, Marty, it's me. It's your damn girlfriend. I'm like, you're my girlfriend? Oh, shit.
Well, I tell you, you know what some fans have asked us to do is go into on the big Boston Wrestling Titantron to our left, go back to WWE Network and play some of your old matches, and even though we can't put the footage on
Voice over
camera,
it?
but almost like what we do with the pay-per-view
Yeah, that'd
watch-alongs,
be
only
fun.
with the older stuff. So maybe that's something we can start to do.
Yeah, that would be fun. I'd
Some
like
of your
that.
classics.
Because when I've seen it, I remember shit. Like when Bastion Booger used to put me up against a post, and remember him?
Yeah.
But old Bastion was like 350 pounds, and he was, he didn't really smell that bad, but he did. Part of his character, they would spray him with some kind of spray that made him smell like shit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't know
because
that.
he would go out there like he never took showers and
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
He'd eat an ice cream bar before he'd go out there. And he had the one tooth, like you got one or two teeth missing. And, he would set me up against the post, though. After it happened once or twice, I'm like, fuck, I need to move. Because I had to wait till him, and he'd come and splash me. And almost every time my head would go, ting! You'd hear that damn post.
Oh, really?
Ting, yeah, man, because he'd run in so hard. And that shit, I know wrestling's showbiz. That shit hurt. When your head goes ding off an iron-ass post, and you look at it and you see 3 or 4. He shot me in one time, until like I had sunset flip him. And he just, I was still seeing double, triple vision. Shot me in, and I looked, there was a whole bunch of them bent over. I was like, which one do I sunset flip? I took a chance, and luckily I got the right one.
You know what my goal is? It's probably not going to be the way we tape this episode for a few weeks, but as we tape it here in studio, my goal is tomorrow where we're going to do the Elimination Chamber watch-along.
I thought we were doing that tonight.
No, the show isn't until tomorrow.
Oh, we're doing something tonight.
We're going to do some gimmicks.
Oh, okay.
My goal is I want to test the waters with this. I want to do a watch along with one of your old pay-per-view matches. Then we can do a post-game show almost afterwards, and we'll see if the fans like it. If the fans like it, we can do more of it. Because there's a lot of pay-per-view content to you out there.
I think y'all would like it because when you see your stuff, especially when it was like 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You remembered as you're watching, like, he farted on me right there.
Well,
stuff like
that.
Yeah, silly stuff like that.
And it's funny. It'd be the first time you'd get a payday from doing something on WWE Network.
But they gonna sue me?
No. If we use their footage on the air, maybe, but we're just going to do the commentary, the play-by-play.
Would you actually fight Triple H to have sex with Stephanie?
No.
You wouldn't fight him?
No.
Do you still have sex with Stephanie?
I think Stephanie's a very lovely woman.
She is a sweetheart.
Very lovely woman that you know quite well.
I don't do that.
Don't
do that. Stop it.
Quite well. Stephanie knew how to rock at one point when she was younger. I remember being at I think it was Wrestling Superstars TV taping in Springfield, Mass. back in '96. And Stephanie showed up. She was in college. She went to, I think, she went to BU or BC, both her and Shane.
Well, he went to Boston.
Yeah, she did too.
Oh, she did?
And she showed up with a bunch of guys to the TV taping, and I believe she had some adult beverages.
No, not still.
And they were told to leave the building.
The kids or her?
All of them.
All of them?
Yeah.
I said the kids. I mean the guys.
Well, they were young. Yeah, I guess you could call college-age people kids. So Stephanie knew how to rock.
So did Shane.
All right, anyway, folks, back to 1989. The Rougeau's music played during that six-man. Maybe we'll look at
During the match, it actually went off?
Yeah.
Okay, I should remember something like that.
And you know what I said even as a kid?
What?
The Rougeaus and the Rick Martel are going to win.
Because they
gave
hit
it
the
away.
music early. You know what I tell you about the girl I married for 4 days?
You told us already in a recent episode.
Pat Snucker stood in for my brother's best man.
Yeah.
And he was in charge of the music. It was a little boombox thing. I mean, it was just like a real quick throw together kind of thing. And the song that I had queued up was Aerosmith, like, I don't want to miss a thing. You know, that song about when you're sleeping. Like, I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to fall asleep because I miss you, baby. And I don't want to miss a thing. Somehow, Pat screwed. All he had to do is push play. That was all he had to do. But he did something that rewound or did something, and he pushed play like when it was time, you know, after the vowels and all that. And the song, he hits it, and this old song comes out and goes, I hate everything about you. I hate. And oh my God, everybody in the place was like, and Pat's hair was up like this, and his eyes were big as shit.
Do you think he did it as a rib or was it an
It
accident?
works out. It was so perfect. No, he didn't do it as rib. He fucked up somehow. I don't know how you just push play.
Well,
But it was pretty right though, because we stayed married for 4 days.
yeah, so it kind of was fitting.
Yeah,
It was fitting in the end.
foreshadowing as hell.
Also on SummerSlam '89, you had what was kind of odd. The
What?
Brainbusters were the new tag team champions, and they took on the Hart Foundation, not in a title match, but a non-title match. Now you'd think, typical wrestling booking, non-title match, Hart Foundation would go over to build to a title match.
Right.
But even though at SummerSlam '89 the Brainbusters were the champions and it was a non-title match, they still went over. What always confused me is why didn't they just make it a title match and have the Brainbusters go over that way?
I don't remember.
That would be logical.
I don't
I'm
know
just
why
asking
there's
right now. Wouldn't that
salt
be?
on the
Oh, here we
paper.
go with that. But wouldn't that be more logical?
Damn, that's nasty. Yeah. Why do you? Who was the champ?
Arn and Tully.
Oh, that's right. They had the belt.
They had the belts.
Yeah.
They worked the Hearts. It was a non-title match. Why wouldn't you have the Hearts go over to build up to a title match?
Well, normally you would.
Yeah, it was. There was.
Was that a house show or TV?
No, this is SummerSlam '89.
Oh shit.
I never understood that.
Sometimes they make mistakes. People
In the
seem
booking,
to-
you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People seem to think WWE is perfect. No, they make mistakes too.
That was SummerSlam '89. Was also the night of Mean Gene's infamous "Fuck It." Do you remember that?
His what?
He was getting ready to do a promo with Rick Rude and Bobby Heenan, I believe, and the SummerSlam sign behind him fell down, and he turned around and went, "Fuck it."
Mean Gene was the best.
Do you remember
man.
that?
No, but I could just see Mean Gene doing that.
And you know what's sad?
I love him, man.
I think I've told you before. We had approached him to try and come in to
Who,
here
Gene?
before he passed away. Yeah, and I think we would have, between his work in AWA, in radio, in WWF, and WCW, I think he would have been great.
Oh, he
in this,
would have
yeah.
kept y'all laughing, man.
And you want to know what's funny? I mean, talk about.
You know who he acted well with, like with doing the interviews? Macho Man, because Macho was off the wall. He'd come up with cream, the cream of the crop, and then to throw it or something, and then he would go, "Well, you're going to get." He'd come up with, they interacted so good
He
together.
was great, and you know that. It's just another thing about wrestling in 2021, not to talk about the quote-unquote good old days, but they have these nameless, faceless women standing there with the microphone. What do you think
you mean now
about,
or back then?
No, now. What do you think about your match tonight against
They're not nameless.
Bobby Lashley? Well, no one remembers them.
They're pretty.
And what else do they have to offer other than that?
You want me to tell you now
Well,
or later?
I'm talking about for the wrestling content.
They're
Do you
pretty.
think people
It's
30
eye candy.
and 35 years from now, are people going to remember any of these people,
Not
these
gonna
women?
need to, because they're going to be new ones.
Well, people will remember Mean Gene forever that watched
Yeah.
him. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
You was trying to make a point?
He added so much value to what he did,
Yeah.
to the content.
It was one of the best.
Every time Gene was involved, he helped make whatever the angle was better and stronger.
Yep.
He was very effective in what he did. And you know what's funny? I don't know if did you ever see the show Legends House on WWE Network? Where they had the 8 legends living together in the same house for 8
No, I
weeks?
missed that. I heard all about it and shit.
Well, Gene and
I
Tony.
think Jimmy Hart set that up.
Gene and Tony were roommates. You imagine living with Tony in the same bedroom for 8 weeks?
No, I can't. He calls me a racist.
That would have made for some interesting content, I guess. We mentioned Tiny
You
List.
know how much I'd have ribbed him, man, right out that room?
Tony?
Yep.
Well, what a house, yeah. Let me see if I can remember. Yeah, Gene and Tony, Piper and Hacksaw, Hillbilly Jim, Jimmy Hart.
I wonder if I can go back and watch that sometime.
It's on WWE Network.
Yeah,
Howard
I ain't got
Finkel.
that. What about
I'll give you
YouTube?
my password.
Okay.
Who was,
And if not,
who was
YouTube?
the 8th one? I don't know if it's on there. Pat Patterson, Howard Finkel, Hillbilly, Jimmy Hart,
Oh, Hillbilly, I love him, man.
Piper, Piper Duggan, Tony, and Mean
You know
Gene.
what?
Those were the 8.
So Hillbilly Jim told Road Warrior Animal one time because I was ribbing on him on Animal.
Uh-huh.
And he's like, Marty, you're the only one who can get away. He was laughing like, whatever the hell it was. He's laughing. He's like, you're the only one who talk that shit to me. And Hillbilly goes, don't you remember? We always said Marty's the most smartest fucked up person we know.
Hillbilly was a connoisseur of videos, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did the Coliseum.
He worked with Coliseum Video, but he enjoyed videos of a different kind.
Well, I wouldn't know nothing about that.
You don't know anything about that.
Why do you know it?
Well, I just, you hear things.
Yeah.
Hillbilly worked for Tony Rumble several times when I was young. I thought he was a really cool guy. Nice guy.
Who, Billy?
Hillbilly, yeah.
Yeah, he is. He really is.
But he liked his movies.
What did he watch? Sonny's Pornos?
I don't know if it was those ones, but Hillbilly liked his movies.
Okay.
You don't know any? You never watched a movie with Hillbilly?
I'm not going to now.
Oh, man, I tell you, sometimes the stories that I'd like to throw out there, too, are even worse than the ones that I do. But that's a different story for a different time. We mentioned on a recent episode the passing of Tom Tiny Lister, who was Zeus in No Holds Barred in WWE.
Yeah,
His
brother.
first in-ring match was at SummerSlam '89. It was Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake, managed by Miss Elizabeth, taking on Macho Man Randy Savage. Zeus, led by Sherry Martel.
Randy's gone. Elizabeth is gone. Lex is still around.
I'm not talking about Lex.
Well, I know I was asking something. And y'all too, I was asking. I wouldn't do this because it'd be real disrespectful if Randy was still around. And Lex don't, she's not around. But I was just curious. I mean, she was so sweet and innocent. Do you think she was good at sex? Do y'all think she was good at sex? Miss Elizabeth. Now, see, I wouldn't ask that. Randy would, first of all, tear my head off. He didn't know. He loved that lady.
You were around her in locker rooms, but from just the television.
She was just quiet, and
She seemed like a very, even when she was around during the WCW days, around this area, because we knew Kevin Sullivan quite well. Just a very classy.
Nah, he didn't tap it out.
No. I'm not trying to even insinuate that.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying she always came across as a classy lady.
Yes, she was.
So
I thought so.
Whether that translated in her intimate moments, I don't know. But I don't know.
I always wondered because she was so quiet. She was just like, man, she didn't ever say 3 words. She would say hello and smile. That's it. She didn't even talk, And that might have been because Randy kept a big muzzle on her. I mean, I love you,
Maybe
Randy.
once the muzzle came off, who knows?
Yeah, maybe. Well, Lex would know.
No? Maybe we'll have to have him in the
That called me
studio.
off when Lex and her started seeing each other because I was like...
That was kind of odd.
Yeah, like, because I love Randy, and I love, Lex too. And Elizabeth, I didn't, not that I didn't love her, you couldn't get close to her. She was, and not that I tried, because to me, that's always Randy's girl. But she was sort of like not there. I mean, there's her body, but she's not there.
Yeah.
Her mind went with her body kind of thing.
Can you, and maybe we should save this for when we get to 1992, but can you maybe, from what you observed over the years in the locker rooms, maybe understand her desire to have a different way of life?
If what I heard was true, yeah.
Yeah. But we'll get there as time goes on. I have a lot of respect for the Macho Man, but
Me too,
a
that's my
question
brother.
right now I do want to bring up, as we mentioned Leon being a little ripe. Tony Atlas has said that of everyone he's ever worked, Macho had the worst odor of anyone he ever wrestled because he didn't clean his gear. Do you believe that to be the
No,
truth?
because Mick Foley could beat that shit in a minute. Mick wouldn't even wash his shit out, which a lot of times we're on the road 30 days.
Yeah.
You ain't bringing 30 outfits. You're going
Right.
to have to wash them in the sink and hang them out. And old Mick, man, we roomed together a lot, me and him and Al
Oh, did you?
Snow. Yeah. And he would just take them off and just hang them up. Didn't want to rinse the sweat out. That shit, like, man, gosh, damn. After about 3 days of wearing the same damn thing. And Mick's he's a good guy. He's clean cut and all that. But I don't know if he was taking shortcuts or what. And we always thought he was cheating though, because he would take them badass bumps and like drop an elbow on the concrete floor. And we're like, God damn, that shit hurts. And he never would want to dress around the boys because when we roomed together is how we found out, me and Al Snow. he would wear girdle pads, the hockey girdle pads underneath.
Really?
Yeah, so when he's dropping, he's hitting padding, man. We're the rest of us, so we weren't sure is smart or should we be mad about it? But it,
well,
I
good
went
for
with
him.
smart.
I mean, imagine, look at the physical condition the poor guy's in right now. Imagine if he
Nick,
wasn't. Yeah.
What's wrong with him?
He's dilapidated. Yeah.
Hurting.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mick.
We've had him in this studio, a fine gentleman. He's helped with our toy drives in the
Love him,
past.
man. Love
I like
him.
Mick an awful lot, but apparently not so much as gear, right? We'll never ask him for anything ring worn, I guess. But do you think that Macho Man, did he stink?
Not to me. I didn't ever smell him.
Really? You never?
I didn't work with him, though.
I don't think Tony was particularly a big fan of him, so.
I don't know why, man. Tony, knock it off, man. You're always putting people down. Look, you called Tracy Smothers a damn racist because he had that rebel flag that went to the ring. You did Saba Simba. So we do what they tell us to do, man. Stop with that damn racist shit. You're starting to come off as racist. And I love you to death, but you're going to call me a racist, and I'm not even close? That might mean you're a racist. Knock it off.
So there was no odor factor with Randy Savage. He was clean enough to you.
I sat with him on the plane from 14 hours coming back from Tokyo to LA.
Well, Tony was, just to be fair, was talking about in-ring with his ring
Yeah, I
gear.
never
He
worked
said he
with him
wouldn't
in
clean
ring.
it out. You never
Yeah, we
worked
did tag one time. I think it was one of them 6-man or Survivor Series type things. Eight guys on one side against 8 guys, or something like that. Four all the way around the ring.
I'm trying to think. I don't. Oh, I think it was it the Survivor Series in Boston?
Yeah, I
with
don't know if it was
Razor
Boston.
Ramon and the kid.
Yeah, that
Mr.
wasn't Boston. That was L.A., wasn't it?
No, Mr. Perfect. I think he left because
Me
he
and
was
the kid
supposed
won.
to be on the team.
Me and Kid won it.
And you worked, I think it was like Atom Bomb,
Yep.
Diesel, Martel,
Yep.
and IRS.
Yep.
That was Boston.
That was
That was
Boston.
the only pay-per-view the old guard never got, and it was terrible. I was so excited.
I never liked the Survivor Series.
I was so excited to see a pay-per-view once for the first time, and it sucked. It sucked big time.
I'm sorry.
That opening match was probably the better match of the show. They had that. They had that's our first one, Cecil. Yep. They did the 4 Doinks, who were Mo, Mabel, Butch and Luke of the Bushwhackers, against the Head Shrinkers, Booger, and Bam Bam.
Master Booger?
Yeah, they did Owen, Brett, Keith, and Bruce Hart against Shawn
Bruce.
Michaels and 3 Nights.
Bruce did come through for a minute, didn't he?
Jerry Lawler was in jail for, I don't know if he was in jail, but he was facing charges about being with an extremely underage 13-year-old, believe it or not.
Yeah, 13.
I was shocked by that.
Well, Kat was young.
Yeah. It wasn't her, though.
But we talked about that.
We did. And Stacy's a lovely lady.
I love her.
And they did the Smoky Mountain Tag Team titles, the Heavenly Bodies against the Rock and Rolls. And
one of them died. Maybe both of them.
No, Tom Pritchard's still alive.
No, it was Rex King and
no, they were Well Done.
Well Done, that's what
I think they're both dead, yeah.
I think, yeah.
And
what was
the main event? Yes,
you
it
know,
does.
Rex was having sex with, I'm going to get in trouble again. What's her name, Jackie, the black girl?
Jackie Moore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very beautiful, very built, and this is, I just heard, I'm telling a story I heard, but I heard it from a lot of people.
Yeah.
But they had sex in the dressing room right before one of them's match. And evidently one of them didn't smell good because some of the guys came in afterwards and the sex smell was like horrible. What everybody said.
Was that attributed to Rex King or Jackie Moore?
I don't know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't say that part. But it was just they had sex and the whole dressing room smelled like sex.
Well, I'll say this. That was a disappointment that the only pay-per-view in that building, and we waited. Boston's a big market. And to wait until 1993 to give us the first pay-per-view, that was a long wait. And it sucked.
I think we were supposed to have Larry Bird was going to be a guest announcer.
Really?
I think so.
And what was the main? The main was, I think it was Luger, Undertaker, and the Steiners, because they did an injury angle with Tatanka against Yoko, Ludwig Borga, Crush, and one of the Quebecers.
Stand him, man.
What's that now?
The Steiners couldn't stand Tatanka.
Why?
Especially Rick. Rick wanted to beat his ass every day.
Why?
I don't know.
Just in personality clash?
I don't even have no idea, but I know Rick was going to beat my ass. Rick was going to beat my ass one day because I was being Tatanka real good friends. And when I would hang out with them, and me and him would ride together. And like I remember one morning, I wanted to go get something to eat, and he had his wife or his girlfriend with him. His wife now, I don't know at the time, but so I asked him, are y'all hungry? I'll get you something. And they ordered some shit, and Rick caught me coming back home with food or back to the hotel, food for me and them. And he goes, what are you, a fucking stooge now for them? Fuck them, let them get their own fucking food. Fuck you, what's wrong with you?
Wow, he really didn't like Tatanka.
Not at all. I don't know why.
Did you happen to catch any of the episodes we did with Tatanka?
No, I got him. I watch him. I will watch him.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. I think he has to be PC to some extent because he has that WWE Legends contract. PC?
What's that?
Politically correct.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, just
No, he's like that.
Interesting, well-spoken. I really enjoyed having him here in the studio.
He's fun, man.
I hope to have him back sometime in 2021. He has a new Legends figure out exclusively at the Target store. So for the fans out there, Target, we can have Tatanka down and he can sign the figures. So hopefully, I'd like to be able to get a few fans in.
You want to call him?
No, we don't want to bother
right now.
No. He's
I found my phone, y'all.
He found his phone. Back to the main event, SummerSlam '89. We talked about the passing, unfortunately, of Zeus. Yeah. Zeus, I tell you this.
Was he on that?
He was in the main event. It was Hogan, Beefcake, managed by Elizabeth. Yep. Against Savage and Zeus, managed by Sherry. And that's how we went off on the Elizabeth story. But Zeus said he got $56K for the match. You think that's high end, low end?
I don't think it's true.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
No, honestly, what do you mean?
If he did, he got paid more than everybody.
Well, he was in the main event.
Yeah, I know. I'm not new.
I'm sure the Hulkster got a lot more than 56.
I don't know. I never got people's number.
Yeah.
That's like with you and Coco. I don't want to get in the middle of the negotiate. I don't want knowing anybody's number because it's only going to be bad for you.
Do you think in the long term it's hurt the boys that the industry is set up like that?
Like what?
Well, like comparison, everybody in Major League Baseball has an idea of what the other guy makes. And then when it comes time to negotiate a deal, you have some numbers to work with. In wrestling, it's kind of a vague mystery. The top guys in WWE kind of hit a ceiling as far as what their downside guarantee is.
I mean, this is my opinion only. Wrestling's a low down game. It's a low down game. I mean, it's really low down.
Low down? Now, what do you mean by that?
It's dirty pool. I mean, it's dirty as shit. I mean, the baseball players and the football players and the basketball players do hear what everybody else is going to make. And that's how they say, wait a minute, I'm better than him. I want this much.
Yeah.
But somehow wrestling's able to keep it quiet on the down low. You don't get to know. It's not out to the open like that. And then again, some of the wrestlers would really raise hell. We're like, nah, wait a minute, Paul White got 900,000? Nah, fuck that.
Well, do you think that hurt you guys long term?
In my opinion, you negotiate what you're worth. It don't matter what they're worth. You negotiate what you're worth. Simple as that.
See, the problem is you don't know exactly.
You don't know what's being paid.
What the pot is.
Yeah.
Like, for example, let's say, I'll ask you point blank. Do you think you guys were more over than the Bushwhackers?
Do I think we were?
Yeah.
I don't know. They were pretty popular because they were entertaining, with the yay, woes and all that.
Do you think?
But it's a matter of what you draw.
Right.
How many, we call it putting asses in the seats.
Right.
I think we probably would put more asses in the seats.
So would you it would bother you, just say if at the end of the year you guys were making $250 a pop and the Bushwhackers were making $325?
Wouldn't bother me. Just next year we're going to ask for more.
Well,
but again, it was like I said, I never want to compare numbers, but you want your fair value. If you're putting asses in the seats more than somebody's getting paid more, I don't need to know how much they're getting paid. But they're getting paid more than us, so we got to up ours a little bit. And we actually went through that with Vince one time. That's why.
The story about, was it the cookies or the cereal?
The cereal, yeah. And when we went through that was his opportunity. He said he would pay us better because we asked him. We said, man, we want to be a bigger part of his company. We're not asking for a free ride. We will work harder. So what can we do? we want to go up a little bit on the pay scale and the work scale. We'll work our ass off. And Vince, you know, he was like, "No, I like that." We shook our hands, and then we go do that commercial, and everybody's getting twice what we're getting. And the only reason we knew is because the Screen Actors Guild, SAG, it was a commercial. They didn't know not to hide it from. They just find your name and sign it. And so we're leafing through, and we're seeing Road Warriors 10,000, Earthquake and what's his name, Natural Disasters 10,000, the Rockers 5,000 each. And we're like, we're getting a low end of goddamn gin. And that's when Sean he threw a bitch fit. He wanted to quit. And I feel like, okay, he ain't said shit to me. I'll quit in a damn minute. And he said, no, I'm serious. Fuck this shit. We just talked to fuck it. So I said, all right, what do you want to do? He goes, go call Vince and tell him we quit. All right. And we didn't have cell phones yet. Straight to a payphone that was right there. Yeah, called up. Pat Patterson actually got a hold of him. And he goes, Marty, what you doing, Marty? I said, hey, man, we got to talk to Vince real quick. He goes, well, Vince is busy, Marty. I'll talk to you. What's up? I said, well, we want to know the best way to put in our notice. We're going to go ahead and put our notice in. Oh, Jesus Christ, hold on, Marty. And he got Vince right on her. Hello? You know, and I told him, I said, hey, look, man, what do we do? Do we need to write it out? Because you had to do 90 days, you know, a written notice. Or verbally, that's what I was asking him. Like, how do we do this? Is there a written notice? Do we verbally say we're done? And he's like, well, what's the problem? I said, well, we're just done. And he goes, well, why don't you come in and talk about it first? I said, no, we just talked to you 2 weeks ago. We don't want to talk no more. We just want to finish up. And he was like, well, I really hate to hear that. Wish you would talk about it first. So why, Vince? We already did. We already talked about it. You lied to us. And he said, well, and you could hear him leafing like through the books. And he goes, Survivor Series is in 3 weeks. He goes, y'all can finish up there. For me, that was a blessing because the reason you got to go 90 days, they beat you down for 90 days.
Right.
So just you got no value when you go somewhere else. But 3 weeks and there was no TV, that was it. The Survivor Series. We didn't have to get beat down. Nobody cares if you lose the Survivor Series.
Right. Everybody does
stupidest fucking
jobs,
thing anyway. 38 goddamn guys in one match. But so, you know, we didn't care, and I was so happy about it. We were hanging the phone up, and I was so excited, and Sean's standing right here. And he goes, what happened, what happened? I said, you're not going to believe this, brother. We get to finish up in Survivor Series. And Sean's face is, he sees me all happy, right? And then when I'm like, we get to finish up in Survivor Series, which is 3 weeks away. And he goes like, what? Yeah, we don't got to get beat down for 90 days. We get to finish up in Survivor Series. He goes, he's going to let us quit? As soon as he said that, I'm like, oh, no. What do you mean he's going to let us quit, Sean? Did I not just call him and tell him we quit? Didn't that what you told me to do? But he's going to let us quit? Oh, goddamn. It was bad. I mean, we flew home. I went home to Orlando. He had a house. His house was in Tampa, Florida. And I got home. Vince was on my answer machine. Back then we had answer machines. When's the last time you heard that? But the last there was like 50 damn messages. The last one was this, Marty, give me a call at the office. It was like about 5:15, 5:30. And I'm thinking he's already gone, you know, he ain't there. But I called anyway. And he goes, I would welcome you to stay on and wrestle singles. So I'm like, no, Vince, I'm not going behind Sean's back. We made this decision together. And he said, well, that's funny. Sean just called me, said he had nothing to do with that. I was like this. I don't even know if I said goodbye. I just hung up and I called Sean immediately. Sean asked, I'm like, Sean, tell me it's not fucking true. He already knew. He got quiet. He was dead ass silent. Tell me you did not call Vince and say that was all my shit. And he says to me, Marty, I thought about it on the flight home. You know, you're single, I'm married, your house is paid off, I'm still paying mine. I can't afford to quit right now. So that's fine, just tell me, motherfucker, shit. Yeah, you make me the asshole. I'm the one that quit when you're the one that told me to go do it. And that was that. Sean tries to dance around that. And he did it not too long ago, and you know, he said, well, what do you remember happened that day? I said, I remember what happened is what happened that day. And I told him, and he got all frustrated. He goes, how do you remember shit? You did more drugs than me. And he goes stomping off. But he was putting it in his book, and he still, Mr. Christian, I love you anyway, Sean, you know that. But he still put it in his book the other way. Marty wouldn't screw that up.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of giving notice, leaving the company shortly after winning the tag team titles, out of the company giving notice were Ron Anderson and Tully Blanchard, the Brainbusters. A surprise to see that a team that was given such a great push in the belts, all of a sudden want to head south back to some guaranteed money from Ted Turner, who recently bought the what became WCW.
Yeah. And you know, a lot of guys, it wasn't just them, a lot of guys did.
Yeah.
You know, took off for the guarantee shit. And sometimes some of the guys got better pay down there than they did.
Yeah.
You know, Vince actually started upping the pay when they started upping their
Really?
pay. Yeah.
No, that's usually how it goes,
Yeah.
right? It's a great look at what's going on right now with WWE and AEW before the coronavirus. Some guys were
AEW's
getting
doing good, ain't it?
tremendous raises. Some tremendous raises were coming the guys'
I'm
ways.
surprised. I'm so happy for AEW. 'Cause
Yeah.
I like all the guys. I mean, I like both. You know, everybody, everywhere.
You know what? The more promotions that are doing better, the more jobs it creates.
Well, and that's
more
what
more
that's
opportunities
what I
for you
always
to
say,
become
it's-
an agent
It's
somewhere,
good
right?
for the boys.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
you got a choice. When you got no choice, you're getting
You're
punished.
stuck.
Yeah.
You're stuck. Do you think it had anything to do with Dusty Rhodes coming in, where they weren't particularly huge on his style of booking? You think maybe that led? It was another
Back then, you mean?
in '89. Do you think that was another reason maybe they wanted to hit the road? They didn't want to be around Dusty anymore.
I
Or
don't
were you
know.
not friendly
I
enough
don't
with
know.
them?
I don't
No.
know. I mean, I don't want to say something I don't know.
Well, there was also a rumor going around that Tully was working as a double agent, trying to recruit
heard that,
guys to go to the NWA. Did he ever come to you and say, "Would you like to come to Turnerland"? No. Did you ever hear of anyone that he did approach? Really? You just heard
I
that he.
didn't. I mean, it might have happened, but I
You
didn't.
heard that he was. The attempts were made.
The double agent. I heard the double agent thing. He was working both teams.
And wasn't it interesting that, you know, out of revenge, a cocaine test from earlier in 1989 came to fruition, and
For-
Tully Blanchard.
Oh, I didn't know that. He got caught.
Oh yeah. Well, remember, look what happened at your Survivor
He
Series
never did no
89
coke
match.
with us. He never did any coke. I didn't know that.
Remember, look at what happened at your Survivor Series 89 match. There was no Tully, but there was on.
Yeah. My
And-
arm was always good.
What happened, if you look at what happened to the career of Tully Blanchard as a result of this, he failed that test earlier in
I'm
89,
surprised
I
at
believe.
that, man. He
They-
never did. Because we did, you know, we did a
Right.
lot of cocaine back then.
There's no
Never
kidding.
did nothing with him.
Really?
Yeah.
Shortly
I
after,
would have never guessed he did that.
shortly after winning the tag team titles from Demolition and giving a good push, they put in their notice that they're going back to the NWA. WWF retaliates by, I guess one of the points of contention was Vince promised they'd make the same amount of money or better. Tully was suspended for the cocaine test failure.
I never knew that. That's
On's
crazy.
payday went through the roof, almost doubling. So Vince kept his word with On. On wound up making maybe just a smidge more than he would have made if he was with the NWA,
Why
because he
did they-
did
why-
business on the way out the right way.
Right.
Tully got nothing. Then when the NWA found out about what happened, they hired On, but no Tully. Other than an appearance at Slamboree 1994 working Terry Funk, Tully Blanchard was off of national television until 2019
Damn.
when he joined AEW.
Tully-
30 years.
Tully or his daughter?
Tully.
His daughter's wrestling there.
His daughter, no, she's not in AEW.
Where's she at?
I think she's independent right now. Impact
She was somewhere for a minute.
Impact Wrestling made the huge mistake of making her their world champion, defeating men. And then when they asked
Over what?
defeating men,
Oh.
she was the Impact World Champion. And then when
Yeah.
they wanted her to do the job on the way out, she wanted $150K. Well,
See, that's what's wrong with that kind of shit
Yep.
right there.
Yep.
That's why Vince tests everybody comes in when you're new. Because if you start trouble then, what you gonna do when you get a little power?
Yep. And you know what? There may be more to that story than I know, but for her to do that, I think is absolutely disgusting. That's a company that had their men lay down for her. I mean, she's not exactly the size of China.
Wade didn't. Tully probably told her to do it that way.
Well,
I'm sorry, Tully. I love you, brother.
hopefully Tessa Blanchard doesn't have to go 30 years before she gets another contract. But it's really sad what wound up with the career of Tully Blanchard.
Yeah, because he was good.
He was very good. He was excellent. I mean,
We learned a lot from both of them.
Yeah. Just that one cocaine fail.
I didn't never know about that. That's crazy. Unless I forgot or something.
That one bump, that one line.
We rode together with him sometimes.
Did you?
Yeah, Arn and Tully being in front. Tully was a little asshole when he get drinking. He was a cocky ass bastard. And that was known. And Arn would say, ignore him. He's just, he's being an ass. But we'd be in the back seat, me and Sean, and we'd be passing this little vial back and forth like.
Really?
If we had known Tully was doing this shit, we wouldn't have had to do it that way.
Do you think WWF took any pleasure in that?
Oh, I don't know.
Any joy in Tully? What?
Why? Why would
they? They were known to, for ones they didn't like, to really zing them if they could.
I don't know, man. I thought Tully was pretty professional.
Well, not on the way out. Maybe they learned of the rumors we talked about that he was trying to play double agent. And
Well, if you get away with that, good for you, man. Shit. Get double pay for both teams. I thought Kurt Angle was a double agent for so long.
Why did you think Kurt Angle?
Oh, I thought he went to infiltrate down there with the Jarrett's thing. Where we were TNA.
TNA, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
but I heard he did he made out like a bandit.
Granted, you'd have to be a smart fan to know of these types of things, but Axe and Smash Demolition regained the titles from the Brainbusters after the issue where the Brainbusters put their notice in. But, however, even though Demolition regained the title at the TV tapings, Brainbusters were continuing to defend the title on the road. Now, I mean, you'd have to be a smart fan to know that they lost the title at a TV taping, but do you think it took any credibility away from the business? Would it have hurt to say, make an announcement saying, this past Tuesday night, Demolition lost, the Brainbusters lost the titles to the Rockers. This is not a championship encounter now. It's just Brainbusters versus the Bushwhackers.
That's what I say. So much dirty pool goes on. There's shit that goes on behind the scenes that fans don't know. And hell, the boys don't know either. We usually know what's going on, but sometimes we don't even know. Yeah. It's dirty pool.
Well, it's a sad ending to the career of Tully Blanchard, pretty much full time. It's kind of cool. I'll tell you this: he's a good promo in AEW, even at his age. He's got to be mid-60s, I would guess, at this point. Yeah, he was older than you. Yeah. But good for AEW.
I saw him about a year ago at some convention. He still had some hair.
And he's got a little moss.
Yeah.
He's not doing as good as you, though, brother.
I got too much hair, man.
You got too much.
Where's the damn scissors?
Annie wouldn't go anywhere near you.
There you go with ass-eating Annie. He loves ass-eating Annie.
Too much hair. All right, wrestling fans, we're getting ready to wrap up yet another tremendous installment of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. If you have been chatting with us to the right, thank you for joining and typing along. The Super Chat button is open for business. We appreciate it. It helps us keep the lights on.
How's that work?
They just hit the button, and I don't know, I've never used it. They hit the button and...
How are you going to tell them what to do? You don't know how.
All they have to do is follow the instructions if they hit the button. And again, coronavirus may have killed the nightlife. Not in Boston Wrestling. Our
not in MJ's room.
Or MJ's room. The Boston Wrestling eBay store is open 24/7. You can find the link in the description box below. Lastly, we ask you to join...
There's one of the Rougeau brothers right there.
You don't know which one, though.
It probably looks like Yach.
The world-renowned Patreon is open for business as well. Over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, you get early ad-free access to all of these great talk shows. You get access to our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, is seen by millions online and millions more on Howard Stern. You get Patreon exclusive access, and you help keep the wrestling legends working. We know not everybody has extra money to spend during these crazy times. Simple things you can do for free to help. give us a thumbs up. It lets YouTube know you're enjoying the content, and it shares the video with more new fans that have yet to find us yet. You can also subscribe to the channel, absolutely free, and you can share the link across your social media platforms. Go over to Reddit, Facebook wrestling groups. Many ways you can share the links to these great shows. Get new eyeballs on it. Marty, I don't have that big of an ego. I realize there are millions of fans that don't even know these shows exist, but I do believe once they find them, they'll really enjoy them, as we've seen by the growth on this channel over the last year.
Yeah, and some of them are kind of good.
Just the ones with him.
Yeah.
All right, for my partner in crime,
Now,
Marty,
Tony does a good one, too. And who else do you have on Wednesday?
John Cena Sr. is on weekly.
those
and
are
then
pretty
on
good.
Wednesday night, we have the rotating guests. Sometimes it's Warlord, sometimes Jerry Saggs,
still ain't seen
sometimes
the Warlord
Tatanka,
one. I heard that was a good one.
sometimes Savio. Though I thought the Warlord was excellent. Very honest, up front, open guy. I'd like to have him back, too. For my partner in crime, Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next Thursday night, 10 p.m. on Party with Marty. And don't forget, tomorrow night, when the lights at the Thunderdome go down, John Cena's dome is just lighting up. And if you want proof for that,
How would you come up with that, say?
Ask Margot Ouellette,
Margot who?
Maurice's mother from Ms. and Mrs.
Oh, yeah.
She knows the secrets of John Cena Sr.
Stop,
We'll
John.
see you tomorrow night at 10, folks. Good night.
Here's my phone.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. Get this WWE NXT TakeOver War Games 2020 11x14 limited edition autograph poster signed by everyone on the event. Number 23 of only 100 made. Includes signatures from the Undisputed Era, Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Tommaso Ciampa, Timothy Thatcher, Io Shirai, Tony Storm, Rhea Ripley, Dexter, Loomis, and more. Comes with authentication hologram on the back of the poster. Also comes with mystery autographed 8x10 and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Hopefully you're enjoying all of that crazy, out-of-control, no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll Marty Jannetty look at the 80s and 90s. You never know what to expect from MJ when he's in the house, as he likes to say.
Oh, I love Jannetty.
How about, we mentioned a little AWA story. How about a little WWF anecdote
Oh,
of Marty
man,
from
you're
your
just
time rocking
giving
with
me
him?
these zingers here. Marty, I got a WWF one. He came up to me and he said, he was real kind of I was sitting in the locker room and he was in the locker room and he came up to me, and Marty was such a nice guy to me. And he came up to me and he says, are you someone that, well, and he was stumbling around. I said, what are you trying to say to me? Just say it. He goes, well, I was going to try to give you some advice, and I don't know if you're someone that, you know, would want to hear advice from someone like me, you know? Because a lot of guys would go, you know, Ric Flair would go, yeah, save it, kid. Or a lot of guys would be basically going, you're Marty Jannetty and you're telling me, you know, you know. And I says, hell no, go ahead. And I forgot what it was really, but I think it had something to do with how many times I would go backward over the top rope and come in. And I think he said, have you ever tried just doing it like 3 times in a row? Like, go back, do it again, go back. And I did it. And I did it. And a lot of guys that watch the old tapes, like Wayne Bloom's son, Von Wagner, called me up and he said, hey Johnny, he says, listen, I just watched a tape of you. He says, man, how do you just keep going like that? He goes, I seen one part where you went backward over the top rope 3 times and came back in. And it might have even been 4 times. And he says, I just love that. So I don't know, it's not much of an anticlimactic story, but I got that from Marty, and that's why I love Marty, you know? He gave me some good advice.
Very, very smart and in tune with this
industry. He cared about somebody
somebody
besides himself.
It isn't that nice in this day and age.
Yeah.
Well, like we said, when Marty is on, we have no better friend here in this studio. We hope to have much more with him. With that said, right now, fans, we're going to continue the Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty Marathon. Head on over to that Indiegogo campaign. Let's keep these great wrestling legends working. The eBay store is open 24/7. The Patreon streaming service. Get that early full screen, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders and our studio shoot interview DVD library at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Links can be found in the description box below. Let the party with Marty continue.
Wow! Can he talk?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Thursday installment of Wrestling Insiders. With that, it is Party with Marty. Always a pleasure to have Marty Jannetty with us here in studio.
Where's my phone?
Oh, here we go with that again. Where's his phone? Well, I tell you this.
It's always over by him lately.
It's been ringing so much since that live episode.
I don't
think
know.
you're ever going to
He gave
lose
my
it again.
damn number out, man, on live TV.
Well, I tell you, let's jump back into the era that the fans love, the time we continue to speak of, known as 1989, not to be confused with the Prince song. After WrestleMania 5, you had wrapped up that big program you had with the Brainbusters that went a good 4 or 5 months.
It was
and it was on to an angle with Jacques and Raymond, the Rougeau brothers.
We always call him Jacques Rougeau. And he'd get so upset about that. He's like, that's not my name. Why do you say my name like you're throwing up? Oh, I'm sorry, Jacques. Jacques Rougeau. And Raymond. We loved working with them. Mm-hmm. They were so good. Well, Sean had attitude with everybody pretty much.
He didn't like
not with Powers of Pain. He didn't have no attitude with them.
Well, what was the issues with the Rougeaus?
He thought they were lazy.
He thought the Rougeaus were really? Yeah. I thought the Rougeaus were
considered good workers.
As good workers, yeah.
You know, because we had to do our marathon matches, hour long, and it's the most amount of falls, and we'd always be 2-2 at the end of the hour. Yep. So you went, overtime, first one to win. And so you got to pace, man. You can't go 100 miles an hour on those. We did those for like 3 months. We worked an hour, where everybody else was doing 15-minute matches, we worked an hour 20, hour 15 every damn night. But I enjoyed it, and the Rougeaus enjoyed it. But Sean was just so ambitious, maybe, we'll put it that way, that he just thought, like, we're being lazy, because we would start the match out, that Rougeau would come do one-arm push-ups. Can you do that? And then Sean would do one-arm push-ups. And then he would do a nip-up. He would do a nip-up. Can you do that? And one of us, me or Sean, would do a nip-up. And then there was 3 things. Oh, flip over the top rope, pull the rope, flip in. They would do that. I'd flip in. And he's like, Sean's just like, no, tag me in. Tag Sean. He goes, what about this? And he'd go up the top rope and do that back flip. Mm-hmm. And then Jacques was like, he'd go up there and be scared, like he's getting up there getting scared, he's shaking, and he'd come back down to the place to go crazy, because he was scared. But we killed like 15 minutes of the 45-minute, hour-long thing, and Sean just thought, they're just killing time. No, the people were into it. We'll do a one-arm push-up, we'll do a one-arm push-up. When the people aren't making no noise, that's when you're fucking up. But they were into it. But Sean, he was so ambitious, he wanted to do more. And sometimes less is more. You know, for my kids out there that like to train, remember that less is more.
It's hard to do a 60-minute Ironman match without, or you can't
Pacing.
go. You can't go 60 miles an hour for 60 minutes.
Well, right.
You know what
when
I mean?
he did, remember when he had Brett, when he beat Brett?
I thought that one was awful.
Awful.
I thought it was. I was so bored with that match.
It was slow.
Oh my God!
But he did it. Him and Brett did it. How you going to complain about slow motion? Y'all was in a headlock for 10 minutes.
I remember reading the sports page from the Sunday paper as that match was going on. I was so bored with it. For the main event of Wrestlemania that I...
Yeah, and that's when Jimmy Snucker got introduced to the Hall of Fame.
No.
You still owe me or didn't?
No, that was the Slammies that took place the night before. The Hall of Fame was
At
the night
WrestleMania
before Survivor Series. Huh?
At 12, WrestleMania 12, out in L.A.
The night before WrestleMania 12 with the Slammy Awards. The Hall of Fame in 1996 was the night before Survivor Series.
Well, here's why I remember L.A. pretty good.
Yeah.
I brought one of my best friends out there, Jimmy Newsom.
Well, it was Anaheim, first of all.
Well, they're right there together. Stop it, damn it, Hollywood boy. But there was a black girl that I was seeing and a white girl that I was seeing, but they started seeing each other.
Oh.
And the black girl had a chain and a necklace that said master. And the white girl had one that matched, but it said slave. And they kind of played that out.
Really?
Yeah, that was their sex role. Like the black girl would, spank and, well, I can't be telling you all that, but yeah.
No, you go ahead. We're on after 10 o'clock.
Oh, that's true, ain't it?
Yeah.
Anybody under 9 years old, go to bed right now. Don't do this.
Cover your ears.
Yeah.
You've been warned.
Yeah, but it was so cool because they played the role. You know, they came to the room that night, of course, and showed us what that meant. It was master, slave. You know, she spanked the hell out. She had belts and.
Now, who were you?
But
with?
it was like easy. It wasn't like beat up type thing.
Who
it was
you
good
with?
for sex. Do what?
Who were you with?
Both of them.
Oh, no, you said they came to our room. Who was?
Oh, Jimmy, my buddy, flew with me.
Oh, your friend that came in for the show. I see.
Yeah. Yeah, he was amazed. He's like, "This is what you get on the road."
Every night.
Every fucking night.
Every night.
There's a little twist each time.
Guys have had various opinions about the Rougeaus in the studio over the years. Your thoughts about the
I love them
personal sides of Jacques and
I
Raymond?
love them both. Raymond is a solid, great worker. Jacques is a good, solid worker. Jacques is a good worker. I love their personalities. They're fun. They're a little corny.
Oh.
They're kind of corny. In fact, we were somewhere wrestling, and Jacques got on the microphone, and he goes, "This one girl that she was there. He knew that she was there with me." And damn it, where's that knife?
I don't know. Did you take it with you home?
No, I didn't take it. But anyway,
Maybe
I got to cut my
Glantz
hair.
took
I
it.
ain't had a haircut in a year.
Maybe Glantz took it.
Glantz come and got our knife. But Jacques was, he got on the microphone and he pointed at a girl. He goes, "This is one of their girlfriends. They probably met her in a bar." And he went crazy because it's like the Canadian humor, kind of thing. And we were sitting there like, fuck. We thought that was hilarious. Pat Patterson told us later, like, "Oh, it's the Canadian comedy thing." Because, it's meeting somebody in a bar evidently is not where you meet people that you're supposed to like, I guess. Well, they probably met her in a bar. But I loved them both, man. I loved them both.
Well, Jacques was kind of one that had some say was an arrogant individual. Would you agree with that?
He came off that way, yeah.
Now, why? How so?
Well, he was confident. Sometimes confidence comes off as arrogant. Look at Sean.
Right.
He was way confident.
And what about Raymond, where he was
Raymond was a sweetheart.
I'm going to ask again that, that they keep the center camera on. When we have great guests like Marty, and 95% of the time, please, keep the camera on Marty. Sometimes I need to, send messages out to the people.
One. That was
well,
on
right
me.
now it's on the hard camera. So I want the camera on Marty so the people can invest and engage in your stories decades from now.
Why flip-flops again?
Well, that's all I can wear.
He fell on a block of ice the other day.
I did. Well, like I said, 95% of the time, people want to see Marty. We have several vantage points of Marty because he likes to rock, baby.
Used to. You know what happened?
What happened?
All my friends are telling me to take Viagra, and I don't need it.
Well,
I know I'm at the age where I guess, you know, all my friends are needing it. They're like, you need some Viagra? I'm like, no. No, why? Well, come on, man, you're 60, almost 60. How old am I?
61 now.
I am not 60, damn one. I'll go with 60. But yeah, all my friends my age, they're saying their parts aren't working. And so they figure mine ain't either. Nah, ain't no problems down there. In fact, when I don't have girls at the house, my hand goes, ah, shit.
Oh my goodness. I literally almost choked on that one. But what about Raymond? Here's a guy now in 2021. He's still with the WWE family as part of the French announce team.
Yeah, up there in Montreal.
No, he goes through the pay-per-views each month. Yeah.
Oh, he does the
French commentary.
Yeah.
What is it about Raymond that you think now, over 30 years from the big run the Rougeau's had, has kept him part of the WWE universe?
Because he's very responsible. He's very good. He's a very responsible guy. You know, a lot of guys fuck off a little bit.
Yeah.
Raymond's not one of those. You know, he's solid. Work ethic is great. Very loyal. You know, them French Canadians, I will say this for their little gay ass. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, we have a French one here with a little ass, too, at the studio.
No, I'm back at the LGBTQ club thing.
Oh, I'm not talking about that.
Yeah, I don't want to offend nobody. But, you know, I got a lot of gay friends. I mean, I'm just not. You know what I told one of my friends one time?
Let's hear this.
They you know, asked me about being gay, and I said, look, man, I'm just not into sucking dick, so I wouldn't be good at it, so why bother?
Well, it's a good perspective to have on it.
I don't want to do anything half-assed.
Right. Or half-cocked. But
Hey,
different story for a different time. So did the boys seem to like Raymond more than they did Jacques?
Probably.
Yeah.
Because Jacques did come off as arrogant. And he brought it on himself. Remember, Dynamite Kid slapped the shit out of him in his restaurant. I think in Miami. I don't know where it was. But I know me and
Jacques
Sean
was innocent, wasn't he, for that instance?
Yes. That's what we heard. Yeah, Dynamite was a little bit of a bully.
Yeah.
I mean, a little small one, 5'6" bully, but he would go, man. He was, but yeah, he slapped, you know, in the face, you know. Probably mistimed it. He meant to slap him for something he was cocky for, but he missed that, and he came and got him for something else that wasn't right.
It was a rib. Wasn't it a Mr. Perfect rib it turned into in the end?
If it was, I don't know about that.
I believe that's how you addressed it when we discussed November of 1988.
Maybe, I don't know.
You don't remember?
I got a bad memory. You know,
No, I think your memory
Rob
is
Van
superb.
Dam's a good friend of mine. You know, RVD.
You told me that Rob Van Dam enjoys the program.
Right, and yes, because he watches and he's like, he goes, Marty, I don't think you got CTE. You know, because I think I got CTE.
Yeah.
And you offered to help with some doctor.
Dr. David Reese.
Yeah. And Rob said, I don't think you got that. He goes, you're all over the map with your ADHD. He goes, but when you settle down and talk, he goes, there's some, I learned shit. He goes, I hate to admit it, but I learned stuff from you. You're pretty knowledgeable. And he goes, if you had CTE, nobody would know what the hell you were talking about, including you. He said, he called it prolonged concussion, something other, which I don't, what's the difference, man?
Right.
Concussions. And CTE,
Well, maybe what he was referring to
well, he
affects the
did
brain a little
documentaries.
different. Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Oh, I
he
didn't know
studied
that.
up on that Nowinski dude. Or the guy.
Chris Nowinski, yeah.
He's from up here, ain't
He is. He runs the Concussion Legacy here in Boston. Each October, we have a big dinner in Boston that we go to. David Reese, the president of Boston Wrestling Sports, he gets a big table. And, you know, there's some very interesting guests every year that have been affected by concussions. WWE has become heavily involved. They make a nice financial
Yeah, because they were going to
donation
get their
every
ass
year.
sued.
They usually send a couple of talents in to represent the company, along with Triple H, who's on the board of directors for the Legacy.
I've never had sex with Melanie or Stephanie in public.
Yeah, just in private. That might be for the best. So what about Jacques?
About who?
You think he did?
Who?
Jacques?
You know, there was a rumor around that Macho Man did, but I don't think so. I think that was a storyline. You know, he was, I forgot who he was arguing with, but he was acting like, oh, probably Triple H. And he was acting like, oh, I've been with Stephanie. Yeah.
Well, they weren't. They were never in the same company at the same time.
Well, I might be wrong.
All right, well.
Triple H was finishing up.
I just don't think Randy and her ever.
You don't think it ever happened?
No.
You think it's just one of those wrestling rumors
Yeah,
gone
they
wild?
grow. Yeah.
All right. Well, but you.
You know what's funny as hell? Sometimes wrestling fans tell us we were there, but they tell us what happened. Okay, I was there.
Well, that's why I think it's so important to document all these great stories, not just from you, but from all, not just top tier main eventers, but from the bottom of the card to the top of the card.
Yeah,
Everybody has a very unique perspective of the industry and the people in it, I think. Again, one man's opinion.
You're almost the size of two men.
I'm almost the size of two
pretty
men?
big, man. You're pretty,
all right. Well, I didn't think I was quite that big.
6'3", you're pretty,
yeah.
You know, can y'all tell he's pretty thick?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Well,
you put me over, brother. You pushed me over. But I mean, the run you had with the Rougeaus, again, that was a pretty long run. It started right after WrestleMania.
Too, man. It was so easy.
And it went all the way into the fall. I remember the marathon match that you had in Boston. That would have been September of '89.
Or best of.
Yeah. The hour match, because the Ultimate Warrior and Andre matches were going 30 seconds, so they needed to.
When would this air?
This is probably, oh God, you know I'm terrible
like
with
6
that.
weeks or something.
The ones we taped yesterday are going to air over the next couple of weeks.
Right.
This one is going to be a little further out because.
Also, the Boston Celtics might still be doing good.
We hope. We hope. I'm a Celtics fan.
Are you?
I am. I like them. I think they have a good little unit right now with Tatum and Walker and.
I don't know anybody's going to beat the York Nets, but.
Well, you know what? That's why they play the games, right? That's why they play the games.
Yeah, we used to say, well, it sounds good on paper, but you got to go out there and play now.
Was there ever a point where the hour marathon matches became too much? Did you get sick of them?
No, I didn't. I don't know about Sean.
Mm-hmm.
He just was, you know, there was a song, don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the rivers and the lakes you used to. Sean was just trying to go too fast. I mean, just calm your little ass down, we'll get there. But he would, no, that's not fast enough. Calm your little ass down. Because you learn to work every kind of style. When you do an hour-long match, whole different style you got to work. What you're learning. If you can do an hour match, you can certainly do a 15-minute match. You know, you learn. You never stop learning. When you stop learning, you stop growing, if that makes sense.
How would you compare that long series of matches you had with the Rougeaus to the feud you came into that program from, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, the Brainbusters?
What a difference.
Yeah.
Because the intensity was different.
Mm-hmm.
With the Rougeaus, it was play. You know, like I said, you know, one arm push up. Okay, we do a one arm push up, and you get all upset. You know, backflip into the ring, or not backflip, yak. Could do a forward. You slingshot yourself in to your feet, and I would do that. You know, Sean would get up on the top and do that backflip in. And that's what Jacques couldn't do, and he'd get up there and start shaking and be scared to climb back down. Once he climbed back down, it was like coward. The whole place would boo and laugh at him. It was more a little bit of a comic routine, you know, whereas not at all with the Brainbusters. It's serious from beginning to end. You know, but just two different styles. You learn. You need them both. You incorporate them both into your future, you know.
As far as the wallet went, did those long, hour-long matches lead to any little boost in the payday?
No, we got the same damn pay for 10 minutes as an hour and 20 minutes. It was always, at that time, it was according to where you were in the card.
Right.
If you're middle, you got middle pay. It didn't matter how long you went. You can go 1 minute or an hour and 20. You get the same motherfucking $500.
I think there were some fans that had a little bit of confusion as far as to what the marathon match was. I remember in Boston, as I mentioned, you guys did it in September of '89. Warrior and Andre went on before intermission, and you guys closed out the show.
They wasn't supposed to. They were supposed to be the last match.
After the first fall, a lot of the fans were getting up and leaving because they thought that was the end.
Yeah, first of all.
They didn't really do a great job explaining the marathon match.
I think they did, but the fans were tired. They just wanted to get the hell out of there. This is enough. I mean, and generally, even with the Rougeaus, Sean and I pretty much always had the best match of the night.
Mm-hmm.
You know, sometimes they call it stealing the show, because if you're not the main event and you have the best match, they call it you stole the show. Well, we didn't consider it that. We just figured we were lucky enough to have somebody good enough to work with that they considered our match the best of the night. And I watched the other matches, and our match was the best of the night. And nothing against none of the other guys. I love them all. But, I mean, you know, I got to give this to Sean, too. We worked our ass. We worked as hard as we possibly could. And there was a little bit of a competition between us, like who was better.
You're talking about you and Sean?
Yeah, he
Even in
always
89?
wanted to outdo me.
Oh.
And he's a natural athlete. I have to work hard to be a good athlete. That's why when I see a hard worker, I fall in love with him. Sean was the kind that God blessed him. He can go do backflips and whatever twist turns, whatever the hell he wants, without practicing. You know, God gift. That's a God gift. Become natural athletes. And, you know, and I wasn't that. I had to work my ass off to be close to as good as him. But he always thought that he had to compete with me, you know, because of how hard I worked. And he knew he didn't work hard, so he's like, oh, damn, let me outdo him at least. So, but it made us both better, you know, because, you know, it wasn't like we're marking it on the calendar, I did better tonight. But you want to do as best you can, and your partner is pushing you to do a little bit better, you do better. You know, so we were lucky in that sense too. You know.
Where it was, again, a 5-6 month run with the Rougeaus with these series of matches. Not all of them were marathon, but once they get to the point, once you get to the point where you were underneath Warrior and Andre when they were doing those 30-second matches, they had to fill in the card somehow.
You know what was funny?
Okay.
Warrior, you know, that was his big get over because Andre was letting him win.
In 30 seconds.
He wouldn't have won. He wouldn't have won unless Andre let him win.
Yeah.
And but he would buy. You know, Andre would sit in the dressing room, and he'd have a cooler like you keep beer in, but he'd be full of wine, like 10 bottles or so, iced down, playing cribbage the whole time, opening the bottle and just drinking the bottle. He'd drink 3 or 4 bottles before he went to the ring of wine. And so Warrior would, every night bought him a nice bottle of wine. You know, as a gift.
Really?
Well, you know, making sure he's, hey, I love you, brother. Here's a bottle of wine. You know, for doing that. You know, because that got Warrior over, beating him in 30 seconds, like you said.
Nightly.
Yeah. And but he did. He'd give Andre a bottle every night.
Out of those 5 and 6 months with the Rougeaus, were there any matches, any places that stood out, anything maybe that went wrong on one-off night or anything like that?
One time when we were up in Canada, oh shoot, where were we? I think we was way up in Nova Scotia, which is way north. It's way up North Canada. And there was a couple girls that came through the room, and Jacques Rougeau was, I think he was married, I don't know, but he never messed around. He never went out. He never went clubbing or anything. He was always squeezing pennies. He can go into a club, you got to save his money. But this one girl that I was with, you know, I was cutting up. She had a little short mini skirt, and we was in the elevator going up to the room to you know, check in and then go to the club. And Jacques was in the elevator with us, and I was like giving her a hug. I said, "Hey Jacques, what do you think?" And I pulled her, you know, the back end, and she didn't have no panties on or nothing. And his eyes just got like this. And it was funny. The next day, and she kind of pulled her skirt down. Don't do that. And then she kind of got mad at me. It lasted half the night, and then she finally came around, and you know what happened. But the next day, it was so funny. Jacques shook my hand. This is a little bit weird, right? He shook me, he goes, "Thank you." I was like, "Why?" He goes, "That worked." In other words, he kept that visual and went to the room, and I guess Raymond was in the other bed, had to hear him over there yanking. But he said, "That worked. Thank you." He shook my hand on that.
That's pot rib and pot serious, I think. He appreciated the visual of the pantyless woman.
He kept it in his head until he got to the room.
Poor Raymond, though. I don't know if he would have...
I wondered, that's what I wondered. What are you doing, jacking off and your brother's laying over there having to see and hear that?
Well, you were a man that had a lot of sex in your time when you were on the road, but, you know...
Sometimes accidentally.
Were there ever times when maybe you went through a little bit of a lull, and you, while sharing a room with someone else, when either you or the person you were in the room with decided to...
do that?
Handle the situation, so to speak?
Well, you know, I don't think so. I mean, I'm trying to think about that one. I don't think so.
To me, that would be a little uncomfortable.
I would leave.
You would leave? You'd
Yeah,
give them the
I'd
privacy.
give them about half hour to hurry up.
Half an hour? Half an hour?
How long do they need?
Well, I never said a stopwatch, but I don't think I need half an hour. You're very generous with your
give them the
time for this
privacy, man. I
masturbating.
don't need to hear them squishing like with Vaseline.
Swishing. All right. Well,
Are we supposed to be talking about this kind of thing on TV?
Where we go on this show, it's an adventure that never ends. It is the Party with Marty.
Howard!
Howard's not here. I don't think he's going to hear you.
Oh.
We have John C. and Cecil the Lion.
What's up, y'all? Y'all good? All
Cecil's getting ready for his big land party on February 28th.
What's
Would
that?
you be?
Land party.
A land party.
What else do you have a party?
Huh?
A land party?
Yeah.
What's a land party, bruh?
Cecil, tell them what a land party is.
You party on land?
It has to do with video games.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're a gamer?
Andy's a lion. Andy was pet, like he was a zoo animal in front
One
of the studio.
One of my girlfriends asked about you last night.
Which one?
Kara, the black one.
I don't think I've met her.
You talked to her on the phone.
Oh, did I? I know I spoke to
Kara.
Miranda. Who?
Kara. You speak about her all
You've
the
had me speak to so many people on that phone, I can't keep track of them.
Where is my phone?
Oh, over there charging.
Oh,
I
charging,
remember
okay.
Miranda because she was last night.
Yeah, last night.
Yeah.
But she wanted to, I can't remember if your wife, is that your wife with the kid?
Linda?
Yeah.
She's not my wife, no.
That one never married?
Never married.
What's your
Thank God.
Can I tell him?
If you want to waste time, sure.
It ain't wasting time. You love the girl. He's trying to get back with his ex.
No, I'm not.
I thought you said you love her.
As a human being, sure.
What else would you love her as?
Well, you know what I
She's not a dog.
Anyway, back to the subject at hand. 1989 in the World Wrestling Federation. In the spring, as you guys were starting your program with the Rougeaus, Hacksaw Jim Duggan defeated Haku to become the king. Right around the same time, they introduced the $1 Million Championship to give Ted DiBiase something a little fresh. Yep, this is all the spring of '89. Did it almost become at that point where you had the world title, the Intercontinental title, the tag team titles? Now you have a $1 Million belt. You have the crown being passed around.
Yeah, there was a bunch of shit
Did
coming
you think
around.
there was a little
and
bit
in
much
your
at
house.
that point?
Remember they started doing
What's
the
that?
pay-per-view in your house?
Well, that wasn't until '95. That was 6 years later, Marty.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Damn.
The
yeah,
first
because we
one
had
was
the 4 pay-per-views forever. Then they started adding in your house. And I had to do Gold Dust the first time.
Well, that's fast forward in about 6 years.
Oh, we stayed in 80. What year?
We're in 1989.
All right.
A great year. So
it was for me. That was my biggest money year.
Did you think at that point, though, you know, $1 Million belt, a crown being passed around, along with 3 different championships?
You know what?
Did you think it was a little much?
You know what my honest answer to that is?
I want to know.
I was so into girls, I didn't care how many
you
belts
didn't really
they
care
had.
about the king.
No, I can't wait till the show's over so we can get to the club. I didn't care if everybody had a damn belt.
Well, I mean, you don't want to.
And they almost did, though. Everybody had a fucking belt. Excuse my language. Everybody had a fucking belt. Everybody had a belt.
Later on, especially during the Attitude
you
Era,
had
when
the
they just kept adding and
Intercontinental, you had
adding
the
and
$1
adding.
Million belt, you had the King of the Ring, you had the International Mongoloid, and you had, what was the other one? There was another one that was a European belt. Then you had, of course, the World Championship and the tag team. I mean, it was like, fuck. It was like, what match ain't got a belt?
Right. Well, at that point,
Brad Ranges.
Oh, he never had one.
No, he.
No,
you know what we always said about Brad. I love you, Brad, but he was always the opening match.
Mm-hmm.
You know how they played the national anthem. We always called that his ring music.
Let me ask you this: looking back on it now, do you think that Jim Duggan was the man to defeat Haku for the crown?
Jim was over. Haku was still kind of getting, you know. Yeah, I guess.
Do you think?
You know, Vince didn't make that many mistakes. He made a few.
Not in that era.
One time he
in
fucked
that
up
era,
real bad.
he was doing very good.
He fucked up real bad one time.
How was that?
He let me go.
Well, the first of many, but.
Now, I got fired like 5 times, 4 or 5, and I quit like 3 or 4. So
Right,
I was
so
in and
it
out
was
more.
almost a 50-50 split.
Almost, yeah. They might have got the better of me. They might have fired me more than I quit. But Iron Sheik was mad as hell. Marty, you'll fuck up my record. Because he was up like 5 or 6 times.
You and Cheeky, baby, yep. The two of you, I think, neck and neck is for the most axings.
And everybody would tell you, though, the last 2 times I came and went, everybody like Al Snow tells it best, oh, Marty's got the record. How's our ratings doing?
Through the roof, baby.
Are they?
Through the roof.
Somebody told me last night you got a fixation on ass-eating Annie. Because you talk about her all the time.
You know, the thing is, on this show, Annie comes up a lot. On
Yeah,
Tony's show,
yeah, how?
on Tony's show, Lanny and the servicing comes up almost every episode in some way, shape, or form. So there's something different. And now with John Cena Sr., it's Margot Ouellette, Maurice's mother, in his piece. So each show has its own topic of conversation, I guess.
Well, why don't you ever talk about the 1, 2, 3 kid, X-Pac?
Well, we're going to get there. I have a lot to ask about the 1, 2, 3
Well, no,
kid.
I told you about, the girl, that a beautiful girl that,
Yeah.
I wanted to be, I was on top of my girl looking over at his girl. And then, he had to go to the bathroom.
You're talking 94, though.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, well, we'll get there.
And she called him, she goes, why do you call you the 1, 2, 3 kid? It should be 2 pumps and a squirt. I felt so bad for him. And she was so beautiful.
And how did Sean respond to that, out of curiosity? Do you
He went
remember?
to the bathroom and said, I'll be back.
And he never came out?
Yeah, I think he told her we started at the same time.
Well, I always liked him. He's a good actor.
He's a good one.
He's a good one.
Yeah.
Another one I'd love to have here in the studio as time goes on. But again,
You want me to call him?
not right now.
What I mean for the show.
At the right time, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
He'd be fun. You'd like him.
I know he does a program, I think of his own out in California
Does he?
with
No, that's
out
not
of
bad now.
Maria Menouno's studio.
Have you ever had sex with her?
No, but you know what? She's actually from Medford, Mass, which is 2 cities
Is she?
away. Yep.
She's all over Ridiculous a lot too. Ridiculousness.
Yeah.
The MTV show.
She grew up a big WWF fan because she's
Yeah,
right
she was
about
on
my
there for
age.
a couple minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, she did a WrestleMania match once.
Yeah.
Never met her, but she
No,
literally.
I've not met her in person
You
either.
could throw a stone, and she's from so close to this studio. But
Medford?
Medford, yep.
Well, where's Melrose?
Where you're sitting right now.
This Melrose?
Yeah.
Melrose Place.
All right, another interesting.
This is a rich area.
Melrose is, yes.
Yeah, when we were coming up, the driver, I think he was a South African.
Yeah.
Because he had the accent, and a black brother. Man, we laughed the whole way here, but we got in this area, and I'm like, "How long you been here?" He goes, "Oh, about 20 years." And I'm like, "Gosh, damn, is this a rich area? Where we at?" And he goes, "Oh, rich area."
He know.
Because there's huge ass houses
Yeah.
here. It's like, how many people can live in that?
I know, right?
What the fuck? You got 40 rooms and 3 people.
They're all old homes too, so.
Yeah, and the wood though, if it's
Yeah.
like the windstorm, like Sandy, remember Hurricane Sandy? I think it made it up this way.
Yeah.
I know it did in New York. I was
But
living
it
in New
didn't.
York
It
at
really,
the time.
we had
You got the
the
remnants.
tail
We
end.
got
Yeah, the tail end.
yeah, we got it for New York. We got it pretty big.
Oh, you were down there at
Yeah.
that point?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, I actually did help to clean up. Go pick up the limbs and bust it up. But what made me say this, man, if you're going to spend $250,000 on a house, don't make it be wood. I mean, shit, get brick. A big ass storm comes by and all your toothpicks just blew away. That's why I just don't understand. Spend that much money on a wooden house.
You know, that's a really good observation now that you think about it. For those home buyers out there, Marty's real estate advice comes free here
I
on
was a
Wrestling
mortgage
Insiders
broker.
Party with Marty. What's that?
I was a mortgage broker for a
Really?
minute. Yep. Yeah, me and that girl I married, Annette, the one I married for 4
Oh,
days.
was that the business you were talking
Yes.
about? Really?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
wow.
called it Paradigm Mortgage. That was her name. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But yeah, she taught me, and my dad loved. That's why my dad loved her so
Yeah.
much. 'Cause
She
took
was a real
his
estate
son-
agent?
Yeah, she still lives today. But she took my dad. Took his son and taught him something, whereas all the other ones just taught me how to fuck. Oh shit.
Oh.
Sex. But she actually taught me a business, and I was pretty good, man. And the only thing I got mad at her about that shit too, because all the wrestlers were making money back then. They were coming to me to buy, like, I got this much to spend on a home. And you have to fill out a whole form, like,
Yeah.
the biggest thing is debt ratio, how much in, how much out. And and loan to value the place that you might want. She would take what were they called, AB loans, and they were called back then. They were called conforming loans, which meant they were good ones. She would take all the good ones from my guys, my wrestlers. She would take the good loans and give me the CD, which were non-conforming, the shit loans that probably won't go through. And I was like, how the fuck is this working? I'm the one that found all this shit, and you give me out. Yeah, she was trashed in. I knew she was trashed in. Why'd you let me marry her?
I didn't know you back then.
You would have let me marry her?
Do you remember some of the people you helped get houses for?
Hercules has such a tax problem. And usually taxes in medical don't count that much. But when you owe over 100 grand to the IRS, it does matter.
So he was a C and a D.
Yeah, she gave me that one. She gave me that loan.
Yeah, who else did you help? Can you think of anybody off the top of your head?
Not off the top of my head.
Just Hercules, you remember?
Yeah. Rick Martel. I think Dino was already dead by then. But I think he'd asked. But
really?
Yeah, but then he got shot up.
You
know about that? You know what happened?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, you know.
I know what.
They don't know what happened. Tell them what happened to
I
Dino.
think Dino Bravo was killed by the supposedly the mafia up in Montreal over a couple of trucks of cigarettes gone missing.
Right. Yeah.
Not a couple of cases of
just
cigarettes,
that.
a couple of trucks.
It wasn't just that, and I hope I ain't getting myself in trouble here. He wasn't working for WWE anymore, and they told him, slow down on what you're buying because you can't explain it. You don't have a job right now. You know, he was, and right after they told him that, I guess he bought a $10,000 in-ground pool.
It was like a Bronx Tale.
Yeah.
When they got mad after
they
killed the guy with
like
the truck.
fur coats and shit. Get this shit out of here. Get out. Yeah, take that car back. I love that movie, man.
No, way it was explained to me by a very close friend of Dino's was that, Dino got involved with the mafia up there as far as transporting the cigarettes. Yep. And one truck of the cigarettes, supposedly, after it was parked, it was robbed and stolen. You know, not just a couple of cartons, a whole truckload of cigarettes. Yeah. And then within a few weeks later, the same thing happened again. And they weren't as forgiving the second time. And he
that don't look good.
And he was making, before you look at whatever stolen cigarettes might have been involved, 40 grand a week.
Yeah, it was.
That's a lot more than Vince money.
That's what I heard. It was 40 grand.
40 grand a week.
Yeah, but you got to explain where are you getting this. The government's watching you. Where are you getting this? You're not with WWE no more.
Yeah, you got to keep it in the safe and hide it, and try and live off of it sparingly. That's what I do now. You told me that, and I think that's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I told you that?
Dino Bravo, yeah. Dino was around.
We didn't say it on TV, did we?
All right, well, I don't think anyone's going to find you. You're so in such a remote area.
Erwin Shyster might be watching.
Oh, well.
What was his name? Erwin
R. Shyster, IRS. After Vince's problems with the IRS, he created a character. But any memories, Dino Bravo? I don't think you really had any big programs with him, but any memories?
Oh, not against him. No. But one time in the club, man, I was, I used to get drunk.
Yeah.
I used to drink.
This is a surprise, yeah.
It's a surprise.
Yeah.
And I remember one time, man, I don't remember what happened. I was late for everybody went partying. It was in Tampa. Great place to party. And I found the club they were at. Everybody was at. And I was so happy. And I love Dino, man. We always flew with Ronnie Garvin. Right. What are you doing? You're calling your wife?
No, I'm just trying to send across a very important message.
Not during the show.
Well, that's why I asked them to keep the cameras on you. But anyway, I'm continuing. I'm interested in this.
Tell me what you're writing. You love her, don't you?
No, it has nothing to do with that. No.
Okay. But anyway, yeah. So Dino and all the boys were in there. All the partying boys. But I was so in love with Dino, man, because Dino was so lighthearted, fun. He was so fun. And I remember come running in, and I saw him. It was like 3 or 4 of them. Like I think even Tito Santana, who never went out. He didn't go out much. I'm not sure about that. I don't want to get that wrong. But there was just a bunch of the boys, and Dino was right there in the middle. And I come running, Dino! And I did like a crossbody, and he caught me. And he goes, why do you look at these girls? And I looked at that girl, and I was like, you want some cock? Dino thought that was the greatest thing in the world. He fucking went around for like months. You want some cock? Oh, that's my favorite. I know it's silly as shit, but that's my favorite of Dino, man. He was, I loved him, man. We'd be on the plane with Ronnie, you know. Flying,
Dino would go on the plane too.
Yeah,
sometimes?
Ronnie Garvin.
Yeah.
It would be the Ruggio brothers, me and Dino and Sean. And Ronnie Garvin would be flying his own plane. And we'd be playing crib and shit. He was just so funny. Like he'd win a game of cribbage or something. You'd chop the walls. Like, uh-oh. Did I just break the microphone? You got me? Okay. He'd be chopping the side of the plane himself. He would be so happy he won a hand. Dino was so good, man.
I think by the time he came back for that late 80s run, I think he bulked up a little too much.
Well, you know, he could bench press. He could bench press over 500.
He could, but as far as having a good match goes,
you know, they put him on styrofoam weights. You know, when they did it on TV, yeah, styrofoam weights. But he legitimately could do over 500 back when that was alive. You know, later Mark Henry and all them were doing 700.
Patera, Rastani.
Yeah, or Ted Arcidi. You know.
Yeah.
We're doing 700. So gosh, damn, fuck it.
But do you think that ruined his mobility, that he got so big?
Nah.
His matches were terrible.
That's not because of his mobility.
Well,
he didn't really care for the psychology. He just thought go in there and bang him up, kick him up, bang him up, kick him up.
Yeah, I was never big on Dino. I thought everything. His matches with Ken.
Y'all would have loved each other personality-wise.
Personality-wise?
Yep.
Well, he was in a Canadian Paisan.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. I remember he had a series with Ken Patera, and I thought they was some of the most boring, unwatchable matches
That might have been
I've ever
Ken's
seen.
fault.
Huh?
That might have been Ken's fault. I love you, Ken. Ken was boring.
Oh,
One of the strongest. He was a strong man in the Olympics.
But I can't think of a good match that Dino Bravo had the entire run he had in WWF at that time.
Ronnie Garvin.
I know he had an earlier one back before I was a fan. I think in the early 80s he was there for a little bit.
Remember he was tagged.
Earthquake.
Did he?
Yeah, they were main eventing for a while when his business was going down the toilet. But I mean,
it must have been. That was the main event.
I can't. He had matches with
Nothing against
Warrior.
either one. They're both dead.
He had matches with Warrior. He had a big feud with him. I didn't think was very good. His matches with Tugboat were awful. His matches with Hogan weren't much to write home about.
Tug?
Patera, I mentioned. I'm trying to think of who else Bravo had a big feud with.
It seems like he tagged with Greg Valentine for a little bit.
They did the new Dream Team, and I think
that
they
what it was?
complemented each other well.
Yeah.
That was in '87 and
Yeah,
early
we had to work
88.
with them one time.
The new Dream Team.
Yeah.
And what did you think of? What did you think of the new Dream Team?
Damn, man, they chopped the shit out of us.
Was
you
it
know
better
when you
than the
can't
old
work,
Dream
you chop.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that for Ric Flair, because Ric Flair can work. But generally, when you don't know what the fuck you're doing, just chop the person. The whole match long.
Well,
Can't throw a punch, chop.
It always took Greg 15 minutes to get warmed up, right? As Gorla Monsoon used to say.
You mean at nighttime? Or?
Oh, you'd have to ask Annie about that. But I mean, I'm
You
talking
love
about
Annie.
as far as his in-ring
He
work
loves
goes.
that. I hate to say it, ass-eating Annie, but he loves her so much.
I love the stories. And you know I do.
One
the
of
inner child in me comes out
said
and glows.
he's trying to get with her.
No.
She works for Hulk Hogan's restaurant.
Really?
I don't know. That's what somebody said.
Oh, well.
I don't know if that's true or not.
Your friend or Annie?
Annie.
Annie works for Hulk Hogan's restaurant? Yeah. I don't think that. She lives up here.
I don't know where his restaurant's at. He might have a restaurant up here. Well, I don't know.
If he does,
I don't know if it's true. I'm just trying to hook you up. Brother.
I know he has one down in Florida.
Are you married or
not? No.
Then let me hook you up.
No, that's something. There's no attachment needed, by hand, arm, or any other bodily part. But the new Dream Team, they were pretty much done at that point. So you only must have had a couple of matches. Yeah.
Oh my God! And it was that big ass 20-foot, 22-foot ring. You got rings, so you know how big they are.
Oh yeah.
The 22 foot's like a football field. You shoot up in the ropes, you got to run for half an hour before you hit the ropes. You're blowed up by the time you come back to take a hip toss.
I think we use 16 by 16, so that's a big difference. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a big difference.
Huge difference.
Those big guys
even
must
the
have
way
got
you
so
bump,
blown
because
up.
On the 16-footers, you got to bump in closer, you hit the rope.
Yeah.
You know, the 20-footer, you bump any goddamn, all right, any damn where.
Did it?
I got to stop cursing.
What size of a ring did you have in AWA? Do you remember?
20.
So, to the fans at home that may not really think along those lines, what was the adjustment like? How long did it take you to get? Yeah. How long did it take you to get used to a new ring that was just a little bit bigger on every
not
side?
that much, because when it started in Kansas City, it was an 18-footer, and sometimes they would use the 16-footer small, man. That's for the littler guys, you know, like the Hispanic, what do they call them?
Lucha Libre.
Yeah. Luchadors, yeah. You know, because they're littler guys, you know,
Yeah.
so a 16-footer's, you know, good for them. But we'd use the 18-footer, but sometimes go to the 16 with 18, and then Kansas City didn't have the 20-footer. We went AWA before we got the 20-footer, and that's like, well, gosh, damn, it's a football field. And then WWE, they even had a 22-footer, like, fuck. I know it's only 2 feet more when you're in a wrestling match and you're getting thrown into the ropes and you got to run for a half an hour to get to the ropes.
Not just that, your timing and your pacing,
Everything's
to try
different.
and get used to it.
Yeah, because you got to be
Those
quick.
extra 2 feet can
Yeah.
mean a lot.
Yeah, because your timing's so different. 16-footer, you better be quick.
Like a ping pong going through that one.
Yeah, man.
All right, wrestling fans, we're having so much fun as we flash back to the year 1989. We're going to take a brief timeout. We're going to be back with more Party with Marty after this brief timeout. Stand by.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we begin to wrap up this week. Another question that came from the fans, Marty, was a man that WWE, WWF, I should say, tried to give a try with in the mid-'80s. They brought back for another chance, so to speak. Mega Man Tom McGee. He was given the Doc match.
He died, didn't he? Recently.
No, did he?
I think he did. Hey, somebody check and see if Tom McGee died.
Mega Man Tom McGee.
I think he did, but he was a bodybuilder.
Yeah, they brought him back.
He died recently.
They brought him back to WWF television
Well,
taping.
I hope I'm not misspeaking on that in case he's sitting there watching like I'm not dead.
They brought him back for another tryout.
They called him Bolt Upright.
They called him what?
Bolt Upright.
Why is that?
Well, because he was pretty, he could jump pretty good. So
Oh,
they called
really?
him Bolt Upright. Yeah, he was a good athlete, man.
I think he may have gone through Calgary at one point.
Yep.
So Brett made it a mission for his Doc match to look superb, to the point that, as wrestling lore goes, Vince McMahon and Pat Patterson thought they may have the next Hulk Hogan after watching the
He had
the
a
Doc
body,
match.
man, because I think he won something like Mr. Canada or some shit. He won a body, and he was, strongman. He was he won, like, strongman contest where you lift up bricks and put them on.
He was like Patera Rastana.
Yeah.
Yeah. But do you?
I think he died.
Well, that match became kind of
I'm not sure, though.
an underground legend where Brett made him look like he could be the main event guy of WWF. Then they put him in the ring with other people, and he was the absolute shits. Do you remember anything about that match? Do you remember,
No, I don't
do you remember
remember
anybody raving about Tom McGee as a guy that could potentially be the guy for WWF?
Oh yeah, that's when they called him Bolt Upright. That was his. That's what he was going as, Bolt Upright. He was a hell of an athlete, and we worked out at the gym. Like I remember in particular in California, the Gold's Gym that we all worked out there. Rich Menzer, took care of us out there at the Gold's Gym, and not like that. But yeah, Tom was in there like you could see he was built like your mother.
Yeah.
But he's in there working out light. I'm going light today, and he's doing heavier than we can fucking do on our power days. We're like, oh my god. And he was such a limber, flexible athlete. A lot of bodybuilders are stiff; they can't move too good.
Like Bravo, as we were just talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, But but his matches, they weren't. Nothing against you, Tom. I love you, brother.
So you never saw the Brett one that became
No,
kind
I
of a
didn't.
legend,
No,
no?
I didn't see that.
The other work that you did
saw
see
it?
of him, I've heard of it. I've never seen it.
Yeah, I ain't see it either.
I know that, I think on the 30th anniversary, a lot was made to be of the match because I don't know whether it surfaced on YouTube or on a WWE DVD release, but I mean, everyone that has seen it that I've spoken to said Bret made him look like he could be
Bret could do that.
the main event guy of WWF in '89,
That's Bret.
more
That's how
so
good
than
Bret
Hogan,
was.
more so than Warrior, and then every other guy they put McGee in the ring with it was absolutely terrible. Which is a testament to Bret's work, I guess,
Yeah,
right?
Bret can make anybody look good.
Yeah. Did you?
Tony Atlas thinks I'm a racist.
Well, that's good.
That's not good. Why do you want to agree with it?
Did you ever have any interesting insight with Tom McGee other than working out at the gym with him?
No,
or?
we were boys. I mean, we loved each other, not like that. And
Do you ever travel with Tom?
I don't think so. I don't think so that either. No, just pretty much. Yeah. And the gym, yeah.
From what you saw, did you ever get the impression that he could be a main player in WWF?
He looked the part, but he.
That was it.
Yeah.
He looked good in an 8x10 in an action figure.
Yeah.
That's about it. Yeah. Well, that's too bad. But I mean, you know what? At least Bret seemed like he gave him a fighting chance.
I never got to see it, but I don't doubt because Bret can make anybody look good. If he wanted to, he can make you look bad too. You could be good. If he didn't want you to look good, you ain't gonna look good.
They put that guy on the road for months and months. I don't know if they were looking for someone to find the right chemistry with him for, or.
Well, I think they were. Mine? Oh, shit, sorry. Oh, yeah, it did. Okay.
Well, you never know what to expect.
Is that better?
Is that better, Cecil? Thank you. We
Okay.
don't want to get Cecil angry over there. They call him the raging beast for a reason.
What, you shouldn't know that.
He's an animal.
You shouldn't know that.
Well, I can only go by what Gary said.
You
But
told
anyway,
me, you promised me you wasn't gay.
I'm not.
I'm not upset with y'all, the LGBTQRS club. But I mean, I need to know the guys that are gay. Like, when we would take dressing, showers, like with Rick Martel, we would generally wait till he got in and out.
Yeah.
Before we'd go shower. But you need to know the ones that might be looking at your ass while you're showering. We don't dislike them, but you just don't want somebody staring at your thing-a-ling or your butt.
How many people would you say in that era would you be uncomfortable showering around?
Virgil, but they weren't because Virgil was gay. Virgil's thing he would hang but like this.
Yeah.
If he'd sling around real fast, it would sling and hit you in the leg. Like, God damn, get that off me.
What about Lanny?
Now, Lanny always kept to himself.
Yeah.
Some people thought Lanny would go both ways.
Well, I know he had a lovely daughter, so I don't know if that was an issue. But with Lanny, it was more the service. What's
Vince
that?
has got Stephanie and Shane.
Well.
That's the end of that story, right?
But again, just let me go back to that real quick. Would you say it was just like there were a couple of guys you were leery of around?
Not really. No, I mean
Yeah.
really. I was just teasing about Rick.
Or a little
We
uncomfortable.
didn't worry.
A little uncomfortable.
Well, you didn't want
Who
somebody.
wants to be gawked at? You know?
Yeah, I mean, especially if your back's to them.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at them, you can make sure you look at them and they don't look at you. But when your back's to them, they can be staring all up and down. They can be damn eye fucking your ass.
Like Jacques Rougeau and the woman in the elevator.
Yeah, he saved that memory.
You still remember it now for all we know.
He probably does. She did. It was Donna. It was Electra. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have told.
Oh, the one that broke into ECW?
ECW,
Yeah?
yes. Oh. Hey, Don, I love you. I miss you.
Well, I'll tell you, the party with Marty, it took her quite a while to break into the business.
Yeah, but she was, her body was so good, she used it.
Yeah, well. We'll take that for what it is, folks. Before we go to Marty, in case he is passed away, and I don't have Google in front of me.
Hey, somebody check Tom
Did
McGee.
anyone look up Tom McGee, the Mega Man? Is he still with us?
They were talking about him on Strongman contest. I was watching about a couple weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and they brought his name up because he had a record.
Yeah.
For one of the events, like I think that big ass round ball that they put up on the thing. He had done it in like the fastest time or whatever, and then this guy beat his time, and he'd had it for like 20 years.
Well, it's too bad he was so lousy because, like you said, he had
wasn't
a
lousy.
great
Don't
look.
say it like
he was
that.
lousy. He had a great look.
Yeah.
Like you said, if you wanted to market action figures, posters, and things like that, I mean, this is a guy, I mean, who knows how he got the physique, but...
Well, that don't even matter. You still got to work out.
No, you sure do. You sure do.
But you got to remember, back then, they didn't have all the Ronda Rouseys and all the, the football stars and all that. They were trying to get the crossover.
Yeah.
So you had, Ken Matera, strongman, Olympic strongman. Dino Bravo did something. I think he had a Canadian record with bench press for a while. And, you were getting stars from crossovers, what we called it. He died?
No, he's alive, but he was almost killed by 6 guys who beat him up.
Oh,
that's right.
I remember that.
Yes.
And he was trying to save someone, I think. Is that how the story went?
Yeah, I remember that picture right there where he got beat up.
That's where his name came from recently. Right. Well,
sorry, Tom. Love you, brother.
He doesn't have the Mega Man physique anymore, I guess is the best way to put it.
No, in the face either.
Well, the face, yeah. Maybe California? I don't know. We have
he was
our
Cali.
back staff, John C. Riley here of Boston Wrestling, looking it up. It doesn't say?
No, it says L.A.
L.A., okay. Well, that's California.
He was Cali.
I
He was
think,
a Cali
yeah.
boy now.
Well, sorry, Tom. You tried to do a good deed
love you,
and it
brother.
went wrong.
Sorry, I didn't try to mean to put you in the grave.
Parking dispute.
Parking dispute. Okay, well.
It was from what I understand, it was some brothers, about 5 or 6 brothers.
He said 6, I think.
But who counted?
Neighbors, I would guess.
It was in a
Or
parking lot.
security cameras. I think it was near his house, if I remember. I remember now that he's reading it. I'm sorry, what did you say?
His driveway.
It was his driveway, okay.
His own driveway? Oh, man, that sucks.
All right, well, those are the memories of the poor Mega Man Tom McGee. Again, Marty, a very interesting, insightful episode. We talked a little bit about your feud with the Rougeaus that went on for about 6 months in 1989. Oh, we sure did.
Good.
Talked about the crown being passed around from Jim Duggan to Haku, Dino Bravo and his passing away, and Mega Man Tom McGee, who, while he, took a licking, at least he kept on kicking, and he's still with us. For my partner in crime, Mr. Marty Jannetty, we'll be back next Thursday night, 10 p.m., for another Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Don't forget, tomorrow night, 10 p.m., when the lights in the Thunderdome on SmackDown go down, the light on his head is just turning on. John Cena Sr., if we can pry him away from Margot Ouellette, hopefully he'll be with us for another fabulous Fridays. You and yours, be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Electra has a hell of ass.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, 3-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over bostonwrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now, available on eBay.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome back to another episode of Wrestling Insiders. It's been another busy week here in the world of Boston Wrestling MWF. Very happy to have you back with us again, Marty, as always.
Thank you, brother.
Who knows what you were doing
It's good
over
to
there,
see you, man. You fell down on the ice the other day.
Well, that was quite a while ago by the time this episode is, but
yeah,
it's probably be in the middle of baseball
He
season.
He did that John Pesci, not John, what's his name, Joe.
Joe
Pesci, you know, from Home Alone, when he hit the marbles and went up there.
It wasn't my best moment, that's to say the least. But nonetheless, hopefully my leg will be feeling better and my neck will be feeling better.
Did it
my
hurt real bad?
Yes, it sure did. Like I told you, my leg folded under my knee so far that the heel of my foot was on my ass cheek. But you know
man.
who's counting when you're having fun? All right, back to the topic at hand. What are you doing?
I got to take my jacket.
Oh, all right. Well, don't lose the microphone again.
Oh, yes. Attached to a jacket.
Yeah.
Hey, brothers.
Cecil the Lion is going to do a run-in.
Can't get the jacket off now.
Like he did in the middle of one of John Cena Sr.'s episodes when he got him a coffee and he screamed at me. He screamed at me.
Say hello.
Cecil. This is the individual that's running the LAN party, ladies and gentlemen. Sunday night, February the 28th. It's called Lanamania. Well, that's a good spot for it.
Yeah, I'll move it.
It's a great spot for it. You know, why not? The middle of the show, it's just a great idea to do it this way. But you can't say we rehearsed this, if nothing else. This is as fresh off the cuff as it gets.
Well, see, here's what the problem is. We've been here for 2 days now, so this is like week 20, and I've been wearing that jacket right there. It's summertime probably right now when this is showing.
I would imagine probably April-ish. It's going to be my educated guess.
Spring.
Because we tape out of order sometimes when current events come up and we do the remembrances and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
But let's go back to one of your favorite places.
But so anyway, I'm trying to change clothes for each week. Dan will wear that for the next 4 months.
I mean, every time they see me in a new outfit, they know it's a new day we taped. No matter who the guest, there is one outfit per day of taping for me. It's too hard.
We do like 5 episodes a day.
And more if we're lucky.
How do you like the pants?
They look tremendous. Fantastic.
What team is it?
The New Orleans Saints.
There you go.
All I did was recognize the gold and the black, but don't give me too much credit.
What they call that? A fluor?
That thing, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, back on.
But I still got my Falcon socks.
You still get your Falcon socks. All right, well, Jake the Snake Roberts back on May the 8th. I love how they always put the camera on me when I'm trying to read off of the notes.
Yeah,
it's
why you do that?
Why you do that? Why I don't do it?
Remember, it comes from the heart. You don't need.
Well, I need to remember the facts.
Uh-oh.
I can't.
Listen.
No, just no more.
It's Vegas.
No more fan messages.
What about what's not
fan phone calls or whatnot?
Virgil.
Definitely don't answer it then.
You wanted to yesterday.
May the 8th at the Orlando Arena, Jake the Snake Roberts is arrested. He had a prior incident with a fan in Daytona Beach. Jake was taken off to jail. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what happened? Give us the scoop.
I don't remember what happened, but
You don't
I know he
remember?
went to jail and he poked the guy. He drilled him. This is what I kind of remember.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that happened on the side of the road, and the fan was messing with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jake's got that long reach. He just reached out and tapped him real good.
A big man with a long reach.
Yep.
Yeah.
Long arms.
He got him good?
Enough that the guy sued him.
Well,
but he had to go to jail for a minute.
At that point, Jake was without Cheryl
In
on the road.
Daytona. And I think it was Daytona.
Yeah, it was Daytona that it happened, yeah. So someone was messing with him in a convenience store? Or?
It seems like it was a road rage type thing.
Oh, really? Okay.
It seems like it. I might be right.
And you might be crazy, but
Yeah.
that's all right. That's all right. Well, your memory is better than mine during that time. I had no idea why Jake the Snake vanished off the canvas, but...
Well, at the same time now, you know, I love Jake. If you're watching this, you know I love you. I might say things that you don't care, because you'd say them yourself, because it was old. It was way back. Jake's so good right now. I mean, he's so rehabbed. You know, he don't... Well, I mean, as far as I know.
Yeah.
I saw him when I was living in Vegas. Straight as an arrow. I mean,
Oh, really?
everything.
Even
Yeah,
then?
man.
Wow.
So happy too, man. He was shiny. He was glowing. You know, and I love Jake to death. Now watch this. Look what part of my tooth, paper
Yeah,
tooth.
they're going to just love us at the studio even more than they already do. Be called in again and listen to the complaint even more. But that's all right. We're having fun on the show.
But wait. Jake got religious back around that same time frame. And, you know, Ted DiBiase had already let me down, and he knows about that, you know, and we've talked about it on here.
We did, yep, on one of our previous episodes. It's in the archives. I believe it aired back in December.
That's a good memory. And, yeah, old Jake got, you know, he was doing speakings. Like, he got paid. I don't need to know numbers. You know, I don't like to get involved. That's like, I don't want to know what you and Coco do. I don't want to know nobody's numbers. Yeah, I like to hook them up, but I don't need to know numbers. No. You know, because there's no good going to come out of that. Because one of them's going to think, one of the two are going to think you fucked them over. Yeah, so you stay out of the numbers. I do anyway. But yeah, Jake was getting whatever he was getting for doing a 30-minute to an hour speaking on religion, on God.
But this was further in his life, not 1989. How would he have had
89 when he went to jail?
Yeah.
I know that because he was pretty thick. Man, me and him rode together all the damn time because we partied together. We were into things, you know, back then. Or women and well, I hate to say it, but cocaine.
Yeah.
You know, we were doing a lot of that back then.
A little medicine.
Yeah, we don't do that much anymore. I mean, no, wait a minute. No, we don't do that shit. We don't do that no more. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie. We don't do it that much anymore. And probably not. I don't know what he does. I can't speak for him. I've not done any coke in over a week.
Well, that's good. You have to start somewhere, right?
I was just kidding. I ain't done no cocaine in a long time. A week's a long time. No. I'm just kidding, y'all. I don't even do that no more that I know of. Sometimes when you get drunk as hell, you don't know what you did. You ever done that? You ever got drunk?
I have never been that drunk, no.
For real?
I don't know if I've ever technically been drunk.
Oh, well, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Because you don't seem to drink. Like when we'll go out to eat, he'll
You
have
have
like
to
two
see-
damn two cocktails, if you'll call it that. You know what? You know, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, you say we'll supply the cock, you supply the tail.
That's a good one too.
Yeah.
No, once you're around for the live events and you see the mammoth amount of work that goes into those,
Yeah.
after those events is when I have more than just one or two. I feel like I've earned it. I feel like I deserve it. But in general, no, I'm not a huge drinker.
When we went to Luhan's or what is it? Kowloon's, you drank like, I think one margarita or something.
No, I had a few screwdrivers.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
And that's it though. And
Well,
you were
what was
just
I supposed to have?
About 10 of them. You wasn't driving.
Like I said, the night of our live events, after I recoup from the long months marathon of work, as you knock over all the pictures,
Yeah, but I just hurt my
I feel like I have earned the several beverages. What did you do?
My ankle ain't healed. It's probably time y'all see this. I've already got this one operated on, but we're taping this 2.5 months after this one got reconstruction. It's not healed all the way for me to be kicking the ground like that. Shit. You got any of your pills?
We're going to need to get you some pillows to make sure you always have a soft landing over there.
I got it at the hotel.
Yeah.
You know who else helps me land soft?
Maria.
Well, you didn't have to say the name out loud, damn it.
And I'm not talking about our good friend from Pittsburgh, Maria Davis.
I don't know who that one is. There's an Anne Marie from Pittsburgh.
Well, Maria Davis, she's always with us in the premiere of our shows.
I ain't never met her.
Well, I haven't either, but I've communicated with her via the premieres during, I think we have friends on Facebook or some form of social media. I know we talk on Patreon sometimes. Media?
Meteor, you said meteor.
Meteor. But anyway, how did WWF react to a situation like that, where they have to take one of their top-tier talents they're pushing to children on action figures and posters and T-shirts and such, and then they wind up in jail? I can't imagine it reflected positively on Jake.
Well, the thing with WWE that was all, or F back in the day, was funny is like, we don't cater, we're not catering, we're not targeting kids. And then you got all these damn toys. Okay, this is for adults. But whatever happens, happens. Here's it's my opinion, so that means it means nothing. But you can't help what happens outside of. You can only control what you can control. What they can control is the TV tapings, the bookings, the airline tickets. That's it. They can't control individually each person. If you got like 100 characters, you got 100 wrestlers, somebody's gonna fuck up. You just don't know which one.
True characters. True characters. Yeah. In the ring and out of the ring.
Yes. Because it's not everybody that wants to go live their life being thrown around up in the air and drop 15 feet in the air. Not everybody in life wants to do that. Mm-hmm. It's going to take a special person.
Takes a special person to want to get into the industry, as much as we love it. It is a unique form of...
it ain't like being a teacher or...
action, excitement.
Yeah, 9 to 5-er.
Adventure. Simulated violence.
You know what? We simulated hell. Come late night, and they ain't simulated.
Yeah. Well, Jake the Snake Roberts had a few months to rest and recuperate, apparently. Yeah. And in came probably one of the biggest free agent signings of 1989. Dusty Rhodes made his return to the World Wrestling Federation. Not as the American Dream, but he was the common man. What was that now?
He was a plumber or something.
He was doing a little of everything.
Yellow polka dots. It was so funny, man. We were flying up to Nova Scotia. And Nova Scotia is the only place on earth that I know. There might be others I don't know of. But there's a half-hour time zone. You got the Eastern, you got the Central, Mountain. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Up there is a half-hour time zone. Huh. And we were going up there at 5 a.m. There used to be a commercial about the Army. We do more before 9 a.m. than everybody does all day. And we were thinking, that's not good. That's not something we want to brag about. But we did. We're on a flight at 5 in the morning going up to Nova Scotia, connected somewhere. Yeah, that's a damn job. And then you head on up there. You do all that just to go to work. Now you got to go to work after all that shit. But Dusty Rhodes. Dusty was, we were sitting together. Marty, pissed it away, Daddy. Pissed it away. I'm like, what would you piss away, bro? Boy, I made so much money in my day. Pissed it all away, Daddy. I pissed it all away. I partied. I did all the good life. I did all the good things. And I ain't got nothing to show for it now but a black girl with yellow polka dots along with me. Pissed it away, Daddy. The whole damn flight. Pissed it away.
He didn't like being paired with Sapphire.
No, he liked Sapphire, but he was just, making a point that he was the American Dream at one point. Now he's in yellow polka dots, and his manager, or manageress, or what they call, is that she was, and you know,
It's
she was
valet.
you know, she was with that word you use a lot, or that term, ring rat.
Sapphire was
In
a
St.
rat,
Louis.
really? Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yep, and they threw a damn tight spandex suit on her. She was kind of, I love her. She died too, you know. That.
Yeah, oh, way back.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody's dead. But you know, they took a. I don't call her a ring rat. I mean, we loved her. We loved her so much, and she loved us. Everybody loved each other. But you know, she was a fan, a girl. But they put a spandex on her, and she was a little bit chunky, a little bit.
A little.
She did it. She did that character, or she did her gimmick well.
To me, watching as a kid, you know, I bought it
You
that
was a
she
kid
was
during
a.
that?
I was a super.
Oh
that she
my
was
God,
some
you're
super
young.
fan. That's how she was introduced, sitting in the front row during Dusty's matches, cheering him on. But did Sapphire ever try and service you in St. Louis?
No, we were friends.
No, you were good friends.
Now, she set me up with a couple of white girls.
Did she?
Yeah.
Oh, well, so
St. Louis.
she helped the cause.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, all right. Well, she's kind of the middle woman, so to speak, in
I helped
between.
her out with, well, I ain't gonna say who.
What did you help her out with?
One of the guys.
Who did Sapphire make love to in the World Wrestling
I don't know if she made
Federation?
love.
Well, who did she become friendly with, would you say?
Tommy Rogers.
Tommy Rogers.
One of
When
my
was he
tag
in the
team partners.
WWF?
Huh?
When was he in the WWF?
No, no. This
Oh,
is
this
when,
is before
yeah,
WWF.
St. Louis.
No, you're talking
NWA.
Tommy Rogers of the Fantastics?
No, my partner, Tommy Rogers. We were the Uptown Boys.
The Uptown Boys.
Yeah.
And
Don't make-
Sapphire
don't-
went downtown.
Yeah, when we'd go to St. Louis. She was based out of St. Louis.
Yeah, maybe a big fan of Sam Mushnick, for all you know.
Sam was there.
With Sapphire.
How do you know about that?
With Sapphire?
Oh no.
all right.
No, he was a promoter. You always trying to start something.
I
How'd
just-
that Michael Jackson
what a
song?
visual
You're
that
starting
would be.
something.
Sam
We'll be starting something.
Sam Mushnick and Sapphire together. What a visual.
That would have been fun. That would have been.
Now, any idea?
Sam was pretty good, though.
I know it's a little later on in 1989, but where she's come up now. Do you have any idea how she came to be from being, you know, a super fan that engaged with the guys after the events to being welcomed into the fraternity as
No, I don't know.
Dusty's valet?
No, it was a surprise. Like, how
Were
the
you
fuck
shocked?
that happened?
Were you surprised?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like, how the fuck that happened?
You know. Do you think that any of the boys...
Pissed it away, Daddy. Pissed it all away.
Do you think any of the boys that had worked in the NWA held a little resentment towards seeing Dusty come in? Maybe they
Yeah,
weren't-
Hawk, Road Warrior Hawk, Mike, his name is
Hawk?
Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, he wanted to beat his ass because, you know, Dusty was a booker down there in NWA, and evidently a lot of people didn't like the way he booked. And, I remember Hawk, me and Hawk were good friends, and Hawk was, Marty, I'm going to go ahead and kick his ass. I'm like, no, man, don't do that. Don't do that. Fuck that motherfucker. And then he said, you know, Dusty took a shower, and he's got like a pancake ass. And he goes, look at his fucking ass. It looks like two Tungeon doors coming together. I'm going to go kick him right between the doors. But, yeah, a lot of them didn't like him. That's why he hung out with me, because I didn't care. I liked him. You know, he didn't do nothing wrong to me. And we would sit there, remember we talked about this, play football, you know, a little paper.
Oh, right, yeah, I do remember you telling that story.
Yeah, we'd sit there and
Way
play
back, yep.
football and play cards, because nobody else would have nothing to do with him. They didn't like him because he was a booker in NWA, or NWA, whatever.
Was he ribbed at all?
I'm sure he was.
Other than the gimmick?
The guys kind of left him alone because the guys liked me, and they saw me, you know, buddying up with him. And I wasn't kissing ass. I mean, for what? What? But you know,
What about Arn and Tully? They were pretty much.
I don't remember if they liked him or not.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't remember either way?
Yeah, I don't want to say something I don't know. But I know Hawk didn't like him, and Animal didn't like him, and a bunch of the guys that had been down there in W. I don't want to say no more names. I don't want nobody to get mad at him.
Well, you're talking about just someone's personal opinion of the man. I don't think that's...
Well, they didn't like him.
They didn't like him?
At all.
Most of the guys
They all
that had
wanted to
worked
beat
with
his
him?
ass. That's why he stayed with me. We'd find a table outside the dressing room and play paper football where you thump it and you try to get the football to hang off the edge. That's the touchdown, you know, and all that shit.
Did Dusty ever have any negative encounters that you knew of?
With who?
With anybody?
Me?
No, Dusty.
You mean
Did he
like
ever
somebody,
have conflict with
like
any of the
somebody
guys?
gonna stroke him up?
Yeah.
No.
Or even a verbal confrontation? No.
No,
No.
I saw. I mean, there might have been, but I didn't see it. The closest I see was Hulk. I'm gonna kick him right between them dungeon door asses. He said his ass is so flat it looked like two dungeon doors slapping together. I'm gonna kick him right between the dungeon doors.
Were you guys kind of surprised to see someone of Dusty's stature, where he had been, beyond a wrestler in the NWA, to come to the World Wrestling Federation?
Yes.
You were surprised by that?
Yeah, well, when they did him like that and put him in the damn yellow polka dots, yeah, we were like, God damn, that's Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. You know, one time he was in New Orleans, I may have told y'all this before, and this is way back before I even got into wrestling, but we heard all about it. And he got hustled. You drift off Bourbon Street, you're getting in, I lived there.
Yeah. You get the Saints, you get to prove it, not the Mike.
Yeah, and you go off Bourbon Street, you're getting in trouble. Because those aren't the people that, they know that you done fucked up and took a wrong turn. And he drifted off Bourbon by accident. Mm-hmm. And some dude came up to him and told him, made a bet with him. He said, I bet you I know where you got those shoes. And Dusty was like, oh, you don't know where I got these shoes? Let's bet. He said, all right, where I got these shoes? He goes, you got them right here on whatever street it was. Bourbon, it wouldn't say Bourbon Street. You got them right here on Bourbon Street right now. And
keep going.
And what we got? 1 minute?
No. You keep rolling around.
Okay.
Let me worry about that crazy.
So Dusty didn't want to pay him, because it was a hustle.
Right,
you got him right here on Bourbon Street. He's talking about right here, right now. And Dusty didn't want to pay him. And he goes, oh, you go give me them shoes. You go and pay me. And Dusty says, you know who I am? I'm Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. The guy said, all right, Dream, give me the fucking shoes, though. Yeah.
And did he pay up?
I guess he had to.
Really?
Yeah.
Dusty was in danger.
I wasn't there, but yeah.
Well,
I know where you got them shoes. I don't. You got them on Bourbon Street right now, mother.
Those vignettes were very memorable. He was a garbage man. He was a plumber.
Yeah.
He ran a butcher.
The common man.
Yeah, he ran a butcher shop, and one of the lines he used was, "You
Here's what I
you
respected.
can't beat my prices, but you can beat my meat."
Yeah,
that was a good one.
We had one with Bert in town. One thing just like Terry Taylor did with the Red Rooster, they didn't want that gimmick, man. They were being ribbed.
Yeah.
But they made it work. He made that damn common man thing. He got over with it. Yellow polka dots. Well, I mean, nobody else would have done that much.
Well, you know what? Fair point. But I think his entire run as a whole wasn't all that successful.
As a whole?
His run as a whole.
Oh.
I wouldn't call it a great success, but those vignettes.
Well, how you gonna be successful? You going out there with yellow polka dots?
Well, he was the common man.
He's just a common man.
They put him in there with all the top guys.
He went from the American Dream to just a common man.
And you think he resented it, at least on that one flight up to Nova Scotia?
Pissed it away, Daddy. Pissed it all away. Ric Flair thought he was limousine driving, flying, and all that. I had all that, but I pissed it away, Daddy.
Do you think maybe, let's play devil's advocate, anyone in the office said maybe this is a way to freshen Dusty up, make him a little more fun?
No.
Do you think it was just malicious? Yeah. All right, well. All right, wrestling fans.
They did that to Harley with the King. I told you about that with that big ass clown.
Again, he had a pretty good run. At least he was used. Well, I mean, Dusty was used well too. But
he told me, Sean, because he was always like, "I am the real 7 times real world champion, not that Hollywood shit up there where Hulk Hogan's at." And he resented. He hated it. The minute they called him, I'll be there.
Well, he did pass up an opportunity to really screw the NWA over in 1983 when Vince had a private meeting with him right before the first Starrcade, and he wanted him to jump ship. Holly discussed it when he was here in studio.
Oh, really?
Yeah. McMahon wanted him to leave the NWA, no-show Starrcade, and come to the WWF and lose the title to Hogan when Hogan came in just a couple of months later in January of 1984, which would have really rewritten wrestling history to some extent. But Holly, he went to Starrcade, he did the job, and the rest is history, so to
You're
speak.
saying Holly,
The king.
like Bob Holly.
I liked Harley.
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 All right.
Harley.
Yo,
All right,
Harley.
so-
Wait. So Harley, me and Sean were there. You know,
Yep.
we got there first, and then he comes in, and we were like, here he is. He hated all this. We sat down and ate at catering. The same place where Butch shot his teeth out.
Yep.
We sitting in there and we sit with him because he was really good to me. He got me in Japan in my first year in the business. At that time, the only rookie to ever get over to
Wow.
Japan. I mean, it was because of him. He took me under his wing. But so we were sitting there like, Harley, what happened? You hated this place. He goes, we sold out Madison Square Gardens in record time. It sold out in one day. They didn't come to see Hogan. He had been there before.
And I'll tell you that, those two had a really good run.
Yeah.
I don't know if they quite sold out, but they almost sold out the Boston Garden back-to-back months in May and June of '87. So, yeah, they had a really good
You
run.
were 11 years old.
In '87? No, I would have been 6 at that point because my birthday's in September.
You're so young.
But anyway, right now, wrestling fans, we've talked a little bit about the introduction of the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, into the World Wrestling Federation. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders with Party with Marty. Stand by.
And give me a tooth.
Get him a tooth.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. As always, we implore you, if you're watching live during the premiere, chatting away with us, the Super Chat is always open for business. A nice tip will help keep the lights on, tip the bartender for the entertainment. The eBay store is open 24/7 with the link in the description box below. And, of course, our world-renowned Patreon service, where you can help keep the wrestling legends working at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Back to 1989.
Wait, let me show you something. Y'all look here, man, because I just had ankle surgery.
Here we
look
go.
how bloated. Look, when I pull my sock down. You see it?
Yeah.
Y'all
it
see
is.
that? Man, damn. Deformity. Okay, back
Do you
to
think Annie's tongue ever got deformed?
You are stuck on Annie. He loves ass-eating Annie.
Annie was stuck several times, but that's a different story for a different time.
What
I
do you
guess.
think she would do for tongue swirl at one time?
She have quite a lisp.
I got to tell y'all something.
I guess it's the individual's office that she came out of.
I went out of my way to get a flip tooth made because I'm going to get the one that they drill up in your jaw, the permanent.
The expensive one.
Yeah. It is expensive. Well, for me it is. But I got a flip tooth because it was like $500, $700, I think it was. And you put it in and you can take it out, whatever. And I went out of my way. They didn't put it in, make it quite right, so food would get underneath. And if you're eating in public, it might pop out. Or if you take a bite of an apple and pull the apple out, your teeth are still, your tooth is one tooth. The one I paper up. And I left the motherfucker at home. I finally got a damn thing. I was so glad, man. And we're doing like 15 weeks worth. So this means until summer, I'm wearing this damn summer tooth, this damn tooth, paper tooth. I was so
The
ill
life
prepared.
and times of Marty Jannetty.
I was so ill prepared on this one.
Well, unbelievable.
I
All
didn't
right.
even bring a toothbrush.
I hope you got one by this point.
Maria got me one.
Maria,
Yeah.
no, she got you more than a toothbrush.
Stop it.
She did a little brushing.
Ah, there you go.
All right. Back to 1989 wrestling fans.
You know she's young.
How old is she?
I was hoping 27.
Not quite.
She might be younger.
All right. Well,
Not much.
I've yet to see her without the mask, so I don't know.
Yeah, she's
like a
little,
luchador
man. Have
to
you ever
me.
seen how small she's?
Very well compared to me, much shorter.
5'1" or 5'2".
Yeah.
Beautiful girl, beautiful, like Lebanese or something. What would you say she is?
I can't tell with the mask.
Well,
It's almost like a game show at this point. I think people
the
would.
Masked Singer.
I think individuals would be more impressed checking in with her than they would have either Annie or Gina at their hotels. But
Yeah, but I don't think she'll look ass.
beauty is in the eye of the beholder, I guess, right?
It's according to who the beholder is.
That's right. All right. All right, back to 1989, wrestling fans. In the spring, it was promoted beyond belief. Oh, that phone. More than some pay-per-views. The movie
He gave my number out on TV the other day.
The movie
That was it. That was
known as No Holds Barred.
That was Australia.
Good. Your memories, your thoughts on No Holds Barred.
Oh, that was with, what's his name?
The WWF finance.
The guy that died. He just died.
That's why we didn't mention him on our the last tributes episode.
Debo. Remember Debo from the movie Friday?
Tiny Lister.
Tiny Lister, yeah. I loved him, man. He was so good to me.
He was good to you.
Yeah, he took me places the white boys couldn't go in L.A.
Yeah.
One
was this as Zeus or?
No, this was as me and him hanging out afterwards.
After his run in wrestling?
No, after the show.
Oh, after the shows,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. There was a thing in L.A. called the Black Playboy Club. And you only got there by invitation. And, you know, he of course, he was, you know, him, Magic Johnson, Eddie Murphy, Arsenio Hall. Those are the ones I remember. There was, you know, there was other people there too. But I knew them, you know, pretty well. And, you know, and that particular, I wasn't the only white person. There was white girls there, but I was the only white boy there. But you know, it was pretty cool. I saw some things, and I will not say anything about seeing Magic Johnson going in and out of rooms with like 5 different girls in the hour I was there. I won't bring nothing up like that, because that was kind of a, you know, it was a private.
Well, it didn't go well for Magic's Johnson.
And then when he come up, if y'all remember, he came up with like he had AIDS or some shit. And I'm sitting there going, shit, he was with 5 girls the one night I was there. And that was just one night.
It really was a Magic Johnson.
Yeah, well, the girls would go in there all freshened up, looking good, and then they'd come out, their hair would be all like this.
Did you ever?
But I can't tell. I can't tell y'all that.
Did you ever have a chance to see the movie?
What movie?
No Holds Barred.
I know. You know, I never saw that.
You've still never seen it to this
Is
day,
it
really?
good?
I bet it would hold your interest. Just where you know so many of the guys in it.
Oh, they had a lot of the boys in it?
Oh yeah, they had little cameos in it.
Well, I'll go look at it on YouTube tonight.
Oh, I'm sure it's easily accessible. It's not it certainly wasn't up for an Oscar award or anything like that.
How would Tony Atlas call me a racist? Yet the people that count, well, he counts, of course. But like him, take me to the Black Playboy Club and everybody in there loved me.
I'm going to ask Tony if he's
How
ever
the fuck
been.
am I a racist, Tony? Stop that bullshit. I'm going to love you anyway, but that's bullshit. Don't do it again.
That's how you respond to something like that, with love.
Yeah.
Give him a little, maybe he needs a little more love.
He needs a hug.
He needs a hug.
Somebody needs to hug Tony. Tony, hug yourself and nobody will hug you.
Well, he's up there on Millionaires Boulevard in Auburn, Maine, spending his $206 he made from
that's the first
WWE
place
last year.
Me and Sean ever saw a girl get raped. Like
Was Auburn, Maine?
I don't know if it was that part of Maine, but it was in Maine. It was in Bangor.
You saw someone get raped?
A girl, yeah, a girl.
By who?
A couple brothers. It was a
Wrestling
white
people?
girl. Yeah, and the thing was, it was a fence. We was there going to the hotel where we was going to stay. It was a brick wall about this high, and a fence on top of that, because it wasn't a very good neighborhood, I guess. And they were trying to keep people out. Well, we heard this girl screaming, you know, we're like, what the fuck? And we go, and we're looking, and we're seeing it, and there's nothing we could do. I mean, we couldn't get over the fence to get over there in time. You know, we were running inside to, you know, call the police, but it was too late. But that was.
How did you know who it was?
We didn't know who it was. It was just a girl. It was a couple black dudes. It was a white.
Oh! I thought you meant a brother, as far as one of the wrestlers.
Oh
goes.
no! This was street. was
No,
freaky.
these were people. Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah,
the average
but that's the
citizens,
only
they
place
weren't in
we
the
ever seen
wrestling
anything like
business.
that. And I thought,
Really?
Maine is a sorry ass place. I'm sorry for y'all in Maine, but that was a hard thing to see. And you couldn't do nothing because the fence, you know, you climb over the fence and they had the damn shit shooting out, which, you know, we know how to do that. You take a piece of a rug or even a blanket,
Yep.
and you throw over that and you can crawl over it. It won't
Right.
touch you, you know. But we didn't have none of that, and so we were like, hurry up and get inside and tell them to call the cops.
Is that what you did?
Yeah.
Now,
And they came there, but it was way too late.
what time frame were you looking at? Yeah, any idea?
89, 88, 89, 90.
Early on, yeah.
Yeah.
That's horrible. Horrible
Yeah,
thing to see.
it really was because she was screaming so loud. You know, and nobody was helping on the other side of the fence. But
Were
we
there
didn't,
other
we didn't
people
see
around?
we didn't
No.
see no other people, but you know, but she was screaming so loud, and we were like, you know, nobody's helping. We can't do nothing. The only thing we could do is go in the hotel, you know, call the police. Hurry up,
Oh, this
call the
was
police.
near the hotel, not
Yeah,
the arena.
the hotel
Oh,
we
okay.
were staying at. Yeah, yeah. But it was evidently a bad neighborhood.
Well,
But
you-
I've never seen that before. I've seen a lot of things that wasn't one of them.
You don't
And
think of,
until then I saw it.
you don't think of too many bad areas in Maine.
I
It's
do.
not certainly. It's not
I
a state
do.
known for its danger.
I mean, I don't get to go see all the good areas of Maine. We just went to
Yeah.
Portland and Bangor. That was the only places.
Augusta sometimes.
Yeah, yes. And that's it. You know?
In Bangor, there's a trivia note, that was the first city and only city that Vince McMahon Sr. gave to Vince McMahon Jr. to promote, to try and
Well,
see
see,
if
he
he could
started
be
with
successful.
garbage. He gave him garbage. Here, take this nothing town.
Well, yeah,
Oh, I'm so
exactly.
sorry,
Right.
Bangor people. I got a couple girlfriends there. I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to call it
Well,
nothing.
it wasn't a city that was doing great business, and I guess
Ain't
the
doing
local
great nothing.
promoter, the local promoter,
The word great
had
don't fit nowhere near it.
nothing to do with, I don't know if he left the business or whatever the circumstances might be, but in the 70s, Vince McMahon Sr. gave that city to the Vince McMahon we all know in 2021
Right.
and said, here, see what you can do with it.
Vince promoted Evel Knievel shooting over the
Yeah,
Canyon River.
yeah.
That was a pretty good thing, even though it didn't go right.
Yeah.
But that's pretty big, because he was younger. He was,
Yeah, younger guy. He always had ambition, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
At
and
least-
I think he's done great. I like him to death. I know a lot of my friends get mad. When I say my friends, my wrestling friends, get mad at me because they don't like him. Here's the thing, man. Y'all take it too personal. Vince is a businessman. He's not your damn friend. He's not your damn friend. He's your boss. And he's business. Everybody, if they don't get the push they want, he's a dick. No, he's doing business. You know what he told me one time? He goes, Marty, the way it works is I sprinkle some seeds here, I sprinkle some seeds there, and whichever where it grows, that's where I focus. Yeah.
So it's not like he didn't have logic to what he was trying to do.
Yes. I mean, if it ain't working, you can sprinkle more seeds, but it ain't working.
Not everybody.
You go over here where it's growing. I learned so much from that man.
Not everybody is going to be a main eventer in every place they go. Some guys aren't just meant to be main eventers in wrestling.
Yeah, you can't.
Some
can't.
people just have the talent to be an enhancement talent or a
Kevin
mid-card
Nash
talent.
said something one time that befitting. And he was talking about, cool. Somebody was cool. I forget who it was. But he goes, you can't teach cool. And, he went as Big Daddy Cool.
Big Daddy
I
Cool.
love you, Kevin. Kevin thought he's like the coolest fucking thing on earth.
Him and I used to have some very interesting late-night conversations. Late-night
told me you wasn't gay.
conversations. What's that?
You said you wasn't gay.
Conversations.
Oh.
Where he would be enjoying some wine during these conversations
loves his
late
wine.
at night. And just what a very
does
intelligent,
love his wine.
smart human
He
being.
is, yes.
Him and I were both involved in this con group where the guy in charge of it wound up going to jail. That he was, I'm going national and so on. And I was put in the position of trying to recruit the talent, which was a great position to be in once it imploded, and all the venues didn't get paid, and all the talent that got booked never got airline tickets.
Did it really
and
implode? Can you spell implode?
DAN in that situation. But it was the worst wrestling situation I've been in. I worked on it for months.
Well, what
and
y'all talk
months.
about on the phone all night?
Well, because one of my this imbecile, his idea was we're going to
Which imbecile? Wait a minute.
The guy that was going to operate this dog shit. His idea was we're going to run these events for free and we're going to fill them using all independent talent that no one has ever heard of before.
You can make anybody though. If you got the
I
power
looked at it
of
like
TV.
this, though. I said, you know what? If you have the right advertising, if you work with the right nonprofit groups with kids,
Yeah.
you know, you might have a chance if it's for free.
If you got TV, you got a chance.
Well, he claimed he was working on TV. My thought process was, he liked my ideas, and once we get to that point where I was involved, they said, okay, if you're going to work with a dozen different kids' charities in that metropolitan area, you could probably, get it. This was, in the beginning, it was primarily in the Carolinas. You can fill one of those 6,000 or 7,000 seats arena. It's free. Those kids would die to go to something like that. But here's the way you could make some money off of it. Wrestling fans are going to come too. Right. Bring in some people with some name value, and you do the autographs, you do the post photos and things like that.
Yeah.
And one thing he was high on was he wanted to have Hall Nash and X-Pac together to do like the NWO trio and so on. And so I reached out to Kevin, and I'd reached out to X-Pac. I really don't know Scott Hall all that well.
He's all right.
And just, the conversations him and I had late at night, just so very insightful. What a smart human being Kevin Nash is.
Really
I
is.
think he'd be great for the pricey, but he'd be great for the studio.
Oh, Kevin?
Yeah.
I
think it would be good conversation.
Yeah. Oh, he's intelligent. So.
Yeah. You weren't going to get one by on him, and I like that.
No, he's
and he
sharp,
was a
man.
straight shooter.
Yeah, because he ain't worried about shit. What you gonna do about it?
You want to know? You want to know who the worst one to deal with was?
Virgil.
No, there was no part of Virgil. But before I got involved, this guy named his 3 agents, the Rock and Roll Express in Leon, Vader. Oh,
Vader.
I
love him.
Every time there was a problem leading up to the launch of this promotion, who do you think Leon would call because he knew him?
Kevin?
No, not Kevin. Me. He was calling me daily sometimes.
That means you're daddy.
And he would just complain and complain.
Yeah, but he trusted you.
And complain.
No, he had faith in you.
And you know what? And Bob Hawley I had my guys that I wanted to get in. And I like Bob Hawley an awful lot.
Me too.
I think as a player coach, have him get in the ring and work from time to time. And I think he has the right attitude to try and teach the business. You can say, oh, what about what he did on Tough? You don't think so?
I know him pretty good, man.
Yeah.
We tagged for a while. He first started as Sparky T-Plug or something.
But why do you think I was wrong?
Bob I love you, Bob, and you know that. And I'll see you again somewhere. Hopefully you ain't going to try to punch me because I can duck and dodge. Bob was about Bob. I tried to help him so much. We tagged together, and evidently he improved. Like when he was tagging, we remember Springboard.
Yeah.
But I told Bob, he was we rode together a lot, and a lot. And then he was wanting to, he was going singles. We were, going individual. And he wanted to do his own thing. And he wanted to, do some kind of storyline that meant something. So I said, well, this is the perfect time because Bret Hart had gone out and knocked near Jerry Nadeau was running the WCW car in NASCAR. I think it was number 29, but it was a WCW car. And that's what Bob Hawley did. He was a race car. Everybody knew that. That's why he was Sparky T-Plug and then Bob Hawley, So I said, perfect. He's just put down WCW. We don't race cars. We do all. Take your ass out there to the ring. Right after he does that, and say, hey, I'm a race car driver. And, we go from there. Something along the line. You insulted me by insulting a race car driver. And Bob looked at me and goes, yeah, but Bret's not a champion now. I was like, God damn.
He was really shooting high then, if that's the case.
I was like, why am I trying to help you? You're not the champion either.
But I remember
you just got through tag teaming with me. We mid-card. And you want to fucking, I only want to do a storyline with the world champion. Nah.
What I found amusing was, Bob and I talked about this promotion that was to be in Leon's involvement. He said, if I hear him bitching, I will not hesitate to kick the fuck out of him. Bob said that about Leon.
About Leon?
Yeah.
Bob will go now.
He hated Leon.
He will go, but Leon ain't one to fuck with.
Well, it never wound up happening.
Paul Orndorff took him down, though.
I've heard that from various people in this studio, various different descriptions on how poor Paul in his shower shoes had to physically humble, not the chic way, but physically humble Leon.
Took him right down.
I'm glad,
Leon, I love Leon. But
I'm glad Paul's a friend.
Leon is, he was a little...
He was difficult.
Yeah.
He
was miserable.
Huh?
He was miserable.
He was. I don't know if it was because, as Paul Bear... What's that?
Pain. He was in a lot of pain.
Well...
Pain with me, you know that.
I know
that.
I know.
Y'all there at home that hurt, pain makes you a miserable motherfucker. You know, it's when you're hurting all the time, it's hard to smile.
Paul Bearer thought that the issue was, he was kind of, when you're in the NFL, you're babied a bit. You have everything taken care of.
Well, no, you know you're a badass.
And then when you're in Japan, you bust around and so on and so forth. And where he was a top guy, he was taken to spas and things like that. And it was very different for him in WWF, and that's why...
AWA. Let me tell you what happened one time.
Yeah.
I'll tell y'all too.
Was he ripe?
Well, yeah, Kurt Hennig was driving, Mr. Perk was driving, Sean was up front. I'm in the back with Leon, Leon, we call him Baby Bull White, because that was his gimmick. And Scott Ledoux, who was an actual pro boxer.
Oh.
He fought 8 world champions. He almost
I've never even heard of him.
Norton. He almost beat Norton, Ken Norton.
Wow.
Yeah, he got him, he knocked him on the ropes with the bell rang. If it wouldn't have been for the bell, he would have been the world champion. But he fought 8 world, he was pretty good, Scott Ledoux. And he was a special guest referee up there. He was a bad boy. And so was Leon. And we did a show, and we're getting in, Kurt Hennig had like the Bronco that OJ was running away with, the white Bronco. Kurt had one of those. I get in the back seat between the two of them. They're cussing at each other. Well, fuck you. No, Scott says, you sign shit for little kids, God damn it. And Leon saying, fuck you, bitch, you don't tell me what. I'm in the middle of these two badasses, right? I'm like, and Kurt Hennig goes, Marty, what do you think? Who's right? Oh, shut up, Kurt. Kurt was stirring his shit up. Who do you think's right, Marty? Shut up, Kurt, goddammit.
Sounds like something I'd do.
Yeah.
Back then, did Leon stink as much as he would go on to in future times?
Stink?
Yeah, well, they said many would call him, instead of Leon White, they'd call him Leon Ripe.
I never smelled him.
Well, you sat next to him.
He didn't stink.
It was moderate at that point?
No, he might have taken a shower.
Well, maybe that was before he had the mask.
Let me tell you all this. This was the best part. That happened. I'm telling Kurt, shut the fuck up, Kurt. And I'm telling them, I'm like, guys, stop. Because Leon's saying, you got your ass beat every time you got to fight a world champion. He goes, you ain't do shit in the NFL. I'm like, God damn. I'm in the middle of it. But guys, stop it. Knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off. I'm in the middle. If them punches come and accidentally miss. But the next day, we wrestled, I don't know, Kenosha, Wisconsin or something like that. And Kurt Hennig took a lock, got their bags, and locked them together. And one of them had a Gucci bag, one had a GV or whatever the fuck it was. Nice bags. They didn't want to cut the strap. So they had to walk together.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
That's a great way. Hand in hand, they had to leave the building.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
After almost wanting to stroke each other up the night before. Kurt was the best, man.
From all the stories I've heard, this is someone I think I really would have got to enjoy knowing.
Kurt,
if he was still around.
He was a man's man.
And I've told you.
He's another one that didn't really mess around with the women. He loved home. He loved his wife. He loved his kids. Girls liked him, but he would cut up and talk, but I never saw him mess around. It was just so rare,
His mother is one of the nicest human beings I've ever met.
I don't think I met her.
And
I met Axe,
it was the weekend of the Wrestlemania in New Orleans, just a few months before he passed.
New Orleans?
And we had to, we brought Larry in, but because he was starting to fail a bit, The only way he could do it was if Irene came with him. And I mean, it was just like, his a woman.
Okay. Yeah.
If you wanted to
I did meet
cast
her,
a
I'm
woman
sorry.
as Santa
What's her
Claus's
name?
wife in a movie, that would be her. She was just such a nice human
I
being.
did meet. I forgot. When you say her
Irene.
name, Irene. Yeah.
And I think I've mentioned it before on this, or maybe a talk show with one of the other legends, but I think it was with the Nasty Boys, as a matter of fact, because so many of the guys came over, and they sat with them and they talked with them. And, I remember the Nasty Boys did, Demolition did, X-Pac did. I remember Sean Mooney came over, and Larry,
Oh, Sean.
I don't think Larry understood what Sean was trying to say, and he was trying to sell him an 8x10 picture.
For real?
He was trying to sell Sean Mooney an 8x10 picture of him and Kurt together, which and that's what I mean. He was starting to to slip a little.
Well, Axe was with Harley.
Oh yeah.
When
in the late
Patsy
'60s,
Cline-
early
Patsy
'70s.
Cline, that the car, or was it a car crash or a plane crash? Patsy Cline, the singer.
What about it?
Well, she was on the side of the road, and her body got severed. And Harley and them were the first. Harley and Axe, they were the first ones up on her.
I'm not familiar with the story. I know I've heard of Patsy Cline, the singer, but
that's
explain.
why I'm telling you.
So explain what happened to Patsy Cline?
She was it was either, I don't know what kind of wreck it was. Y'all might know at home. I don't know if it was a plane crash or a car crash, but she ended up out in the field, and I think it sliced her body. I don't know if it was all the way in half. But Harley and Axe were the first people up on it.
Really?
And Harley knew who it was.
That's Patsy Cline.
No, here's what he did. He walked out there, and he looked at Axe. He goes, "Do you want to fuck a star? She's still warm."
Oh, only in the world of professional wrestling would anyone laugh at
You
that
didn't know about
comment,
that?
but I didn't even know anything happened to Patsy Cline.
That's known.
Well,
I didn't ever know Patsy Cline because I guess she was ahead of my time.
It's way ahead of my time then.
Yeah.
But I've heard of the name, yeah.
Yeah, she was pretty, I guess she was pretty good.
And she wound up dying in that
Her
accident?
body was cut in half. Right?
Well, you said not fully, I don't know.
Well, I didn't know, I wasn't there, but they said the body was like it severed. Harley said, "Do you want to fuck a star? She's still warm."
Wrestling fans, unbelievable. Again, right now, let's take a moment to digest that. I guess Patsy really couldn't digest anything at that point. We're going to take a brief
come on, man, damn.
We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty after this brief time out.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. As always, if you're with us live during the premiere, chatting away, the Super Chat button is open for business. Don't forget to tip the bartender so we can keep the lights on here at this fine studio and bring you more great legends that we're working on to join our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition, where we have the rotating guests each week. The studio is on my ass. They want to see numbers increase. So again, we ask you, give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. It is free. Share the link on your social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Facebook wrestling groups, on Reddit. Tell popular wrestling websites about what we do. Everything adds up.
Local liquor store.
The eBay store is open 24/7, even in these coronavirus times. The link can be found in the description box below. And of course, for early ad-free access to all of our tremendous Wrestling Insider weekly in-studio shoots, along with our studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions around the world, on the Howard Stern Show, exclusive Patreon content, all for less than a cup of coffee down the street at Starbucks. Visit us at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. As Marty, I'm ready to throw that phone out the door.
There's one within 9 miles.
Within 9 miles?
That delivers.
That delivers. Yep. All right. Well, on our next break, we'll have to reach out to them.
Are we on?
We are on right now.
Hey, y'all.
I wanted to talk more about the movie No Holds Barred and Zeus. I know you said you enjoyed the black Playboy Club in L.A. with Zeus.
Yeah, another time I was with Zeus. We were in Des Moines, Iowa, somewhere. There ain't no damn gangs. And, he was like the Bloods or Crips or whatever he was.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I think Crips. He was with the blue team. And they got him you remember Dusty Wolf? Y'all remember Dusty Wolf?
Yeah.
He actually did a doink thing. Let me put my paper tooth in. And they got him. They paid for him. Dusty Wolf was like his chauffeur. Take him around.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they got him a red Cadillac.
Could he fit?
Yeah. But he walked out and he saw it. Dusty was like right here. And he goes, "Hell no. You ain't gonna get me in no red goddamn car. I ain't no blood, I'm Crip."
Oh.
He was like, "If I get in that car, I get shot." Man, you in Des Moines, Iowa, bro. Ain't no fucking gangs out there. Back then there wasn't. Might be now. But he didn't. They had to go get him a whole different car. He would not take that red car.
Geez, that's impressive. Sorry to see a man so young leave the world.
Yeah, he was young.
He is someone that I think WWE coulda, shoulda recognized maybe in the celebrity wing of the Hall of Fame. Where
they put Arnold Schwarzenegger in there.
Well, and Zeus, I think, contributed to the business more than Arnold did.
Yeah,
I mean, he headlined 3 pay-per-views.
WrestleMania.
Yeah. No, he didn't do WrestleMania, but he did.
What was it?
He did SummerSlam, Survivor Series, and a Christmas pay-per-view special that they did, a one-off.
He'd go out there, "Hulk Hogan is a woman."
Is that what he did?
Yeah, I was like, "Man, I got to work with you." I'm not good at interviews, but damn, I can do better than that.
He was on the road. He wasn't wrestling, but he was doing promos every night to
Joey
try and...
Morella, he was going to beat Joey Morella's ass one night.
Why?
Because Kurt Hennig, in Hustler magazine, they had a sheet. It was called Asshole of the Year, and it had your face in a donkey's ass. It was called Asshole of the Year. And Kurt cut out a picture of Zeus and put it in a donkey's ass and took that and put it on the wall in his dressing room. And Zeus didn't think it was funny. He come in there. He thought Joey Morella did it because Kurt took the rest of the magazine and put it on Joey's bag. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
I had to calm old Zeus down because he was going to beat up Joey. Joey's a friend of mine. I'm like, no. Don't do that.
But you got along with Zeus.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we were good friends.
Do you think if he ever became properly trained, he could have been an asset to the industry? I mean, he had great size.
I mean, he wasn't even properly trained. He wasn't that good, but he wasn't that bad.
There were no embarrassments in the matches. They covered him in tag team matches very well, but I mean, I can't think of anything from those events he did that, really...
You know his best match ever? Remember the movie Friday?
Yeah.
Where he got in the fight with
Was My Bicycle or whatever it's called? Yeah.
Well, at the end when he fought with Cube. That was pretty good. That was his best match. That's my favorite movie in life.
Well, I tell you, he was a scary looking man.
Yeah, because he was cross-eyed and he was huge. He was huge, man. He was like 6'6". I'm 5'11".
And they put him in
and he looked at me, Marty, come on, man. And I'm like, okay, I guess I got to.
They put him in, they had gimmicks in his boots, too, to make him even look that much bigger
No, that was
than
Jake
Hogan.
Snake.
What's that?
That was Jake Roberts.
What?
He had lifts in his boots.
But
he was already like 6'5".
I'm talking about Zeus.
I don't know if they did that. How do you know that?
Because I just remember the boots.
Oh, okay.
They were enormous on the bottom and the padding, but even as a little guy...
Why do you look at guys' boots?
Tony taught me, I don't know. Tony taught me, I don't know. But I just remember that Zeus was lifted to be even bigger as he was.
I didn't know that.
I mean, he had a great pairing with Savage, who was involved with him in 2 of those matches. We're going to talk more about that as 1989 goes on. But none of the boys, they never had a chance to stop and see No Holds Barred when it was released. They didn't do a red carpet type party or anything like that.
We were too busy.
Yeah.
300 shows, no, not 300 shows, 300 days a year. And then 320 shows with double stops.
Yeah.
For 320 days a year, we didn't have the time to go see a movie.
Well,
I just know everybody was mad at him, about him. Not at him, because you ain't going to get mad at him. He'll fuck you up. But they were like, we work all year round. And this guy steps in out of nowhere. He's main event in or whatever you
SummerSlam,
said.
yeah.
SummerSlam.
Was he a bad guy? Bad guy? As far as physically, he was a badass?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I never saw him go, but I saw how people reacted to him in his hood.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Other than the Joey Morella Hustler incident, did any other instances you can think of where Zeus had conflict with anyone?
Mm-mm.
No.
No, that's the only time he got really pissed.
Do you think that, I know you were kind of friendly with the Hulkster, did Hogan, what did he think of taking the man from a Hollywood movie and bringing him into the squared circle?
No problem.
No issue? No.
No. No, because you remember
It was a great opponent.
Hulk was branching out doing movies too.
At least visually, it was a great opponent for him.
Yeah.
I mean, that was, again, if you could sit there with the pen and paper and draw a heel.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a terrifying looking guy.
And that's the whole thing that makes shit work. A heel that you believe can hurt somebody is what makes it work.
Yeah.
You know, if it's a heel like it's, silly ass, you ain't scared of him, you don't care. Oh, this dude could really hurt Hulk. Everybody's watching, That's how you make it work.
I don't know what kind of money he was making in Hollywood, but in your opinion, what's that? Zeus.
Yeah.
Tiny Lister, I should say. I don't know what kind of money Tiny made in Hollywood, but do you think it would have been worthwhile as an investment for maybe even a year or two, for, like I said, for WWF, maybe to groom him?
Yeah, but he might not have wanted to.
Yeah.
He didn't really like the wrestling atmosphere.
Really?
Well, yeah, because they were joking on him, putting asshole or jackass, putting his picture in the jackass's ass.
No, you don't happen in the Garden once when they did that?
What?
They put the asshole of the month picture up on the wall. and I don't remember whose face it was they put on the inside of the hole, but to the left of it they put a picture of Annie. I couldn't believe it.
Not.
I couldn't believe it.
No, shut
up. But I mean, in the locker room, was he kind of cordial with the guys? Would he keep to himself?
He was nice, but he didn't put up with no shit. He was real quick-tempered.
Really?
Back then.
And he was always traveling with Dusty Wolf, huh?
Yeah, Dusty, I'm sorry. Dusty, man, what y'all put in here?
I
knew y'all, there's a drug right there. Look, y'all think I'm bullshitting, look.
Thanks for making a mess.
Look.
I'm sure that was you that probably put it in
No, I
there.
ain't put no pills here. I'd take the hell
What is
of it. I have no idea. You want me to read it? You had glasses?
What the hell is it?
Here, you read it. And I'll look it up on the phone. Tell me what it is, I'll Google it.
I don't even know if it's a pill.
It is, what the fuck does it look like?
It doesn't have a number or any kind of marking on it. It's just a plain white tablet.
Did you say marking?
I did say marking.
All right, I'll find it.
So you're going to Google what is a plain white tablet?
Yes.
My co-host Marty Jannetty, ladies and
We
gentlemen.
just found a plain white round pill and it got no markings on it. What could it be?
No, I can't wait to see the response.
They found it on the web. It says no imprint pills, white round.
A placebo of some kind?
10 milligram. What the fuck is that? Sticklickums.
What?
Yeah, you read it. I don't got my glasses.
We're trying to talk wrestling, and we got this. I don't know.
Well, you got pills
Pill
here.
with imprint.
What did
no
I tell you?
imprint is white, round, and has been identified as Staxin 10 milligrams. I don't know what Staxin is.
Ask him.
You asked.
I told him
You know your
yesterday.
phone better
I
than
said
do.
this damn paper is salty. What the fuck
Well,
did
maybe
you and
it's 'cause
Tony
there was
do?
a pill in the middle.
Tony was the last one over here, right?
I believe so.
I said, what did y'all do? Did y'all put salt over the pizza? Or
Maybe
what the
Tony's trying to drug you. Maybe he knew you were coming, and he
thinks I'm a racist.
Maybe there's some anthrax or something in that.
Anthrax.
Maybe
That's not
Tony's
racist.
trying to take you out.
Let me call him real quick.
Well, you're welcome to do what you like as far as that goes.
Well, give me
Anyway, back to 1989.
Give me
No
the
Holds
number.
Barred. It was a great success for 1 week at the box office. Was there general disappointment around your boss at the time, Vince McMahon, that it wasn't a bigger success? I think for the first week it came out, it topped Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah, and it actually was number 2 in the world. Because, it went international.
For a week, though, and then it kind of tanked.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was almost like a pay-per-view. Once you either saw it
Yeah.
or you didn't see it.
Saw it?
You saw it.
Okay.
But anyway, you never saw the movie, but was there disappointment where WWF spent so much
No,
promotional time on
no.
it?
Everybody was just so mad that a guy
Tiny
could
got the
step in
payday.
and be the main event, and he just come in. We wrestle all year long. He just steps in, he's main event of a pay-per-view.
Well, let me ask you this one. I know maybe because it involves the tag team scene, maybe you would have an answer to it, but there was, I believe, some heat between two very good friends of mine, I believe friends of yours as well. I know they speak highly of you, Bill and Barry, Axe and Smash Demolition.
That's my brother.
Where Smash was originally cast to be part of the No Holds Barred movie,
I know that.
he was replaced by Axe, and there was no
shit.
Smash.
That's dirty pool, man.
Now that's...
That's dirty pool.
That's not. I could see one's feelings being hurt about that.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
No. So you have no idea if there was any dissension in the ranks or anything
I don't think
like
they
that?
ever did because they always loved each other.
Well, they didn't speak for 16 years, Marty. I put them back together again.
Axe and Smash?
Yeah, like Humpty Dumpty.
Barry and
Barry
Bill?
and Bill. That last night, the night
I'm
of
gonna call one. I can call Bill right now.
well, he's still getting over Corona. Don't bother him.
Oh, is he sick?
He had it. Yeah, his grandson had it in the house.
Damn.
The night
Well,
Undertaker,
I'll call Barry then.
The night Undertaker debuted at Survivor Series 90 was Bill's last
I was
night.
there, and Coco Beware had to
Yeah.
work with him.
Yeah.
Coco come back so mad because Taker didn't drop him, quite right, and he jammed Coco's neck, and he come in the back like, "Fuck this guy! What the fuck is this shit for?" And we were like, well, we didn't know Mark. He just came in.
He was new.
Yeah. But over Coco, I was like, Coco, calm down, brother, calm down.
Well, Bill's...
No, fuck him, goddamn. They're gonna make him a star, and they're gonna break my goddamn that fuck him, Coco. And Coco did finally calm down.
But back to the story. Bill saw the writing on the wall that things weren't going to go well for the gimmick, especially now that Legion of Doom was in. At one
that-
point,
yeah,
he was
yeah.
offered an agent position, he claimed. They didn't come
I
through
think he did. I think he
on
was.
that.
I think he did.
I think he would have been a better fit than Terry Garvin. Maybe they could have avoided some
who?
Terry Garvin
Well,
of the,
Terry
of
was
the
like
Cream
the opposite.
team.
He wasn't agent so much.
Okay, fair enough. But I think Bill would have been good for that position.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, 'cause
maybe
he
didn't fit because he wasn't
He
the
still,
snitch.
he still would be.
He wasn't the snitch type. I don't know. Maybe that's why.
Yeah,
but,
he was one of his boys.
So he left, and he left Smash and Crush, and look at how much longer Demolition lasted after Bill left. But they didn't speak
well, I
for
don't know
16
if that's
years.
the reason, but yeah.
When
When the Warriors came in, it was over.
they didn't speak for 16 years.
I didn't know that.
And then,
Are you sure about that?
yes, the WrestleMania 27 in 07. Was it 07? Yeah, WrestleMania. No, WrestleMania 23 in 07. I got involved with some guys. They did a fan fest the morning of the WrestleMania in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. And they wanted Demolition in the worst of ways. At that point, I had been trying to find Barry for 3 years, even trying to enlist WWE to get
Where the hell
involved
was
and try
you
and help
looking?
me. Barry just wanted nothing to do with the business. He was almost like Kevin
Because he
Kelly.
fucked up when he went down to Tampa. It was a new league. I forgot what the hell it was at. He called me and he asked if I would be interested in, because they made him booker.
Mm-hmm. Barry, you're talking
Yes.
about? Okay.
And I forgot what the league was. A new league. It was down in Tampa. And I was like, well, yeah. And I gave him an idea. I'm like, maybe we can bring me in like this. I gave him the idea. And he goes, I like that, I like that. And I watched the TV the next week. He did the fucking thing I said, let me do this. Whatever it was a joking kind of thing. You lock some guys in your closet and then you go do the match and they don't show up. Whatever the hell it was. And I'm like, Barry, come on, brother. Come on, man. That's why you never give your ideas. For all y'all out there, my new boys, do not give your ideas out to nobody else. If they have the way and the means of going and do it before you, you're fucked. It's your idea. You're going to do it best because you thought of it. You know how you want to do it. Somebody else saw it as good. They go do it first. It's over. Barry did that, though.
Never knew that. I
It
didn't know
happens
Barry
all
was the
the
booker
time,
of a
my
promotion.
brothers. All the time.
That I'm familiar
I
with.
got
I just
30-something
wasn't
years.
familiar with the promotion he was involved with. But
Yeah, it was a new one, and it was based out of Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't XWF. It wasn't that one.
they had Hogan and Knobs and all
Yeah,
of them were involved with that
Me
one.
too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do
Oh, you were in it too?
Yeah,
Oh, I
I did
didn't know that.
48 jobs in 2 days.
But anyway, to lead up to that fan fest, I finally found Barry through his printing company that he started. And
Yeah,
had a
printing
great
company.
conversation
He
with
makes
him.
T-shirts.
He just actually sold it not too long ago, and he's
Well, I could have
retired.
got some Woofy Wolf shirts.
What I want to do is, I've told you, I want to get some Party with Marty shirts for this show to try and help what we do. More for you, more
What
for
do we
me.
do?
Split the pie. What's that?
What do we do?
Create tremendous wrestling content for wrestling fans to enjoy for decades to come with the memories, legends, and experiences
But you-
through the mind of no holds barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll, Marty Jannetty.
But you know what, though, man?
What's that?
Of all my tag team partners,
Yeah.
I worry about you.
Me?
Yeah, because you don't fuck around with the girls.
With my situation, I don't need to.
Well, you said you don't love her.
It would complicate things greatly. It would complicate things greatly. As far
what's
as
her
me
name? What's her
being
name?
Linda.
Linda. He loves you.
As far as me being able
And
to
your boy, I forgot
interact
his name.
with the kid, huh?
I forgot your boy's name.
Devon. Devon.
Devon, love you, brother. Happy birthday. How old
Well,
is
his
he now?
birthday is going to be in July, but
How's he now,
it's never
15?
too early. It's going to be 16.
16. Well, yeah, we
He's
just
going to be hitting
celebrated-
me up for a car. It's going to go from PlayStation 5 virtual currency.
Well, you better
to
get a
car.
damn car sponsor.
No kidding, right? Yeah, we really do need a car sponsor now. But no, I don't want to complicate a complicated situation any more than it is. You
Does
know
she
what I
love
mean?
you?
Probably not. You know what? No, I shouldn't. I'm sure, like me, in her own way, she is a human being. Yeah. For all we've been through
Why
over
you
18
keep saying as a
years.
human being? You're not animals.
Well, I mean, are you talking about madly, deeply, passionately in love with each other?
No, you ain't gotta do all
but
that sex
we,
shit on
with
camera.
our history and so on and so forth, I think it would be very difficult not to.
Can you still get hard on?
Yeah,
Well, then what's the problem?
her.
She can't get hard on?
Oh, she's hot, all right. Believe me, she's hot. I can only imagine how our most recent trip to Florida will to have gone by the time this airs. But anyway.
Oh, yeah, you're still going to do that?
I don't know. We'll have to,
Do
by
you
the
want
time
to?
this airs, oh, absolutely.
They're going
We have a
down to
good-
Disney World, I think, right?
Yeah. But that'll be long over by the time this airs.
Mention my name in the bathroom, you get a better seat.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay, well, I'll have to keep that in mind. I would avoid using a public restroom at lengths you would not believe.
Oh, but my brother's that way.
I'm
He will
horrible with that.
not. He will not.
It took me a long time to get accustomed to using this studio bathroom, and I'll tell you.
It's actually kind of clean, too.
And it's kind of clean. I'll tell you this, I have never touched anything in that bathroom with my hand. To show what a
you touch it
germaphobe I
with?
am, as soon as I go in, I take paper towels. Is that the first one, Cecil? Yep. All right. I wrap
What
my
does that mean,
hands.
20 more minutes?
Yeah. I wrap my hands in paper towels.
Damn.
And whether I have to touch the toilet or the sink or whatever it is, my hands touch nothing.
Okay, Iron Mike Sharp.
Nothing. Well, honestly, and then what I do is when I go to the bathroom, I throw the towels in and I, do my business. Then I grab more towels and I flush the toilet. I go over and I turn the water on, clean my hands, toss those towels. If the studio's watching
Was this before Corona?
Oh, yeah. And then when I leave, I take two more towels, wrap them around my hand, or maybe one, wrap it around the hand, open the door, unlock it, and out I go, and toss it in the trash. So if the studio wonders why they have to buy so many paper towels, I think they're learning the secret.
I saw it. Now I know who did it. It was all over the floor earlier when I went in there. Now I know who did it.
Paper towels?
Yeah, it's all over the floor. I was like, oh, now I know who did it. I was like,
I'll tell you this,
who made this
I'm
mess?
not going to name any names because I don't want the gentleman to become furious with me, and he's been known to roar. But
Tony?
someone in this studio right now, his claim to fame was clogging the toilet with pounds of baby wipes.
Of what?
Baby wipes. We had to have a plumber come to the toilet.
Who did that, John C.?
No, it wasn't John Cena Sr. Oh, no, not
Yeah,
John C.
here,
Riley, no. I mean, it was almost like one of those magician tricks. The plumber was in there, and he kept pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling. I mean, pounds of baby wipes. So,
That's not baby wipes, that's toilet paper.
no, they were, because baby wipes have those, they have a certain design and context to them. It wasn't paper. It was baby wipes.
You use baby wipes on your ass?
I do not use baby wipes on my ass.
You've never wiped your ass with baby wipes?
I'll tell you this, with the amount of baby wipes that were found in the toilet, if I had access to them here, I'm going to guess that they'd already have been used.
Who sang that song, I want to fly away? The black singer. I
Lenny
want
Kravitz.
to fly. Yeah, Lenny Kravitz. Yeah. He stopped up his toilet with a pair of his pants, leather pants.
He tried to flush his...
Yeah, he shit in them and he wanted to get, rid of the evidence. He shit in them.
He tried to flush leather pants down a toilet?
In New York, yeah. And it stopped up and it ran all over. And he was like going downstairs to the apartment. And he was doing
Almost sounds like the day the Nasty Boys were here. But...
Oh, they did that?
No, remember I told you there was something wrong with the pipes that morning when I got here. And one of the men, and I went into the men's room to go, and there was no water in the toilet. So I flushed it, and the water came all the way to the top. And I said, oh.
Oh, yeah, it was about to spill.
So I said, let me go use the women's room. I went into the women's room, and what was in the women's room toilet should be illegal. It was, it was so bad.
You know Knobs wears tampons.
Tampons?
Yeah, you ever seen his butthole?
No.
Fucking huge. This thing right here would fit in.
I've heard from New Jack's interviews something about it,
Well,
that he does have kind of a big
Sullivan
ass.
got a picture on the wall of Knobs bent over pulling his ass apart. And
Why?
the hole's about, I don't know, I like Kevin, but I don't understand that either. Kevin, what are you doing? Why would you have that on your living room or whatever wall it is?
I don't know whether it was the pipes, the workers out back, but...
Backed up?
No, it was illegal. I locked the women's room door so no one could even go in there. Then the first time, Knobs, I think, has diabetes, so he constantly has to go. Yeah. He went...
Flomax?
He Flomax, and he tried to flush the men's room toilet, and it caused quite a splash. It was like a water park. It was like one of those water parks. So then for the rest of the night, again, I can only imagine if the studio watches this, Cecil the Lion had to be Knobs' bodyguard. Knobs just went out on the loading dock and just pissed at random all over the loading dock.
Who's Random?
Random.
Yeah, no, I've heard of him. Who's he?
Good worker.
Is he?
All right, wrestling fans, with that said, we're going to take a brief timeout so you can urinate wherever it may be safe in your world. We'll be back after this brief
What the fuck did you just say?
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back from some humorous tales.
A liquor store delivery within a few miles. Keep going.
And other great stories as Marty continues his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll adventure through 1989 and beyond.
There's Beacon Hill. They deliver.
Beacon Hill?
Do you know where that's at?
That's quite a ways away.
They say within 9 miles. Let me try it one more time.
All right, try one more time.
All right, hey, so we're sitting. Oh, liquor store
Let me get a couple
delivery.
of cheap plugs in as Marty looks for liquor stores that deliver. What's that now?
513th Street.
Oh, is it in Melrose?
Oh shit, I didn't ask that part. It has my location though. It said within 9 miles.
Well, no, there's the name of a place that sells like craft beer and whatnot a couple of blocks down the road, but
craft beer.
Here in Melrose.
What the fuck's craft?
What are they? What
the fuck is craft beer?
Like you said, like some craft beers with a lot of like high end stuff, and then it's
Paper, and it says "fuck you."
So he couldn't buy vodka or anything in there.
you could buy some like expensive vodka.
Well, I don't think he wants that. But you know what? With the prices
At this point.
See so. Are you directing right now? Go online and see if you can get any information about what they sell at this Beacon Hill liquor store in Melrose. We need information, baby, and you're over 21.
My coach is giving me hell.
All right. Back to the topic at hand, 1989. Marty,
Yes,
a gentleman you mentioned that you were kind of impressed by size-wise when you were first around the WWF. A guy whose stint, a big return, no pun intended, didn't get over so big. Big John Studd, John Minton, departed the company in the spring of 1989, apparently over money, as his program with Andre was drawing horribly at the box office. Any memories of the return of John Studd, who I remember to be a very nice man?
And he was, that's all I know about him. He was very nice to me. I really didn't even watch his matches.
Awful.
I saw a few,
Awful.
and he was like slow motion. Like he'd hit, slow motion. And I'm like, damn, man, he's 6'9", he's a big old dude, man. Slow motion don't look good for a big old bastard. But he was so nice, that's all I know.
He gassed himself to death. He just wanted to trying to be bigger and bigger and bigger. He almost wanted to have the disease that Andre had. He just wanted to keep getting bigger, I think, was the problem. And it killed his mobility.
And you know what's crazy? The guys that are 6'8", they just want to get bigger. It's like, God damn, bro. Shit, you're 6'8" now. He was 6'9" or 6'10".
I don't want to get any bigger than I am now. It's hard enough to fit on, coach on the airplane at 6'3".
No, because you fart so bad.
Oh, will you stop? You know I wouldn't. I try to be a
You did
gentleman.
yesterday. I'm going to spray something.
I did not, fans. I did not.
Yeah, you did, fans.
I did not. I
had to spray Febreze.
I respect the guests that we have in this studio. I would not do that. But
it's just me.
Back to John Studd. A factoid about John is that he will be remembered as the man that won the first pay-per-view Royal Rumble. Hacksaw Jim Duggan won the one that was on the USA Network in 1988.
Pay-per-view?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
But the first year the Rumble was on pay-per-view in '89, John Studd was the victor.
Oh, I didn't know that.
To try and get before
Battle Royals, I think?
Yeah, before they gave away the WrestleMania title shot as a prize, it was almost used like the old Los Angeles and San Francisco Battle Royals, where you could take someone and really build them if they won.
Yeah.
A few years later, they would, add the stipulation that the winner got the WrestleMania title shot. But for John, he'll go down as the first pay-per-view Royal Rumble winner, so that's something to remember the man by. But those matches he had with Andre in '89 were just...
Which we were there then.
You know, you were on the show, too.
But I never watched them.
And I learned more about it as time goes on when I became...
I was embarrassed to watch it.
Smart to the business.
Because, you know, I love Andre. He didn't like us. He didn't like Sean at all. But Andre was real light with his punches. I actually had to get in the ring with him a couple times. I was scared to death because he didn't like me and Sean, but it was mainly because of Sean. He didn't have nothing against me, and he eventually told me that. But that's a big old man. That's 450 pounds. And when he slams you by the ropes and he grabs a hold and he does that sit down.
The ass?
Yeah, if you would drop that ass on you, you might get crushed if he goes all the way down. I'm like, I seen it. It was in Cow Palace in San Francisco, actually. And as he was coming down, the lights went out because he's so fucking big.
It was just
It got
ass.
dark. Yeah, everything got dark.
You knew how Andy felt.
But it was like this. It was so light.
Really?
Yes, so light. But it could have killed me. You could have, man.
You had Andy vision for a minute.
But when his punches, if you ever noticed, Andre's punches were not good. They were like. And then,
he'd do
then
the
him and
wind
John,
up and the
and then him and John Studd. John Studd's punches were
the same thing.
Bad.
Yeah.
So when you get together, man.
The May of '89 house show at the Garden. I think you worked Rougeau's on it. They
Tuesday's coming for it.
It only had about 5,000 people in the building. Only 3,000. Only 3,000 paid. Boston Garden, not
Shit.
MSG. 3,000 paid.
Damn, that's less than half full.
Are you kidding me? The Garden could fit
not even a lower bowl.
It could fit 16 sold out, yeah. And they did 3 paid for Andre and Studd in May of '89. And John was gone within a few weeks, so I'm going to guess the payoffs must have been pretty bad. I think Andre wasn't, and I don't know if you'd know this, but I believe he was on a percentage basis.
Yes, 10%.
He got 10% of the game?
House.
Holy shit.
Yeah, he did better than
He really was the
everybody.
boss.
He did better than everybody.
So even when he was working someone like Warrior, he was likely doing better.
Yeah.
Well, good for him. You know what? If he could
that's
command
what
it.
else did. You know, good for him, bro.
If he could command it, good for him.
But he did draw too, though. People.
I mean, sure. I mean, in the right circumstances, the right opponent. I'll tell you this: in '88,
he was a freak of nature.
'88, the year before, not one, not twice, but they did him and Duggan 3 times. So they really got a good run in Boston out of that feud. But just that, I don't think anyone wanted to see an immobile Andre and an immobile John Studd in 1989.
No, including the boys.
They needed, the Rockers.
They did need us.
And I believe Zeus also cut a pro. Zeus was on the Brother Love show that month.
I told y'all. I think I told y'all this a couple weeks ago. The Rockers were needed because a lot of times we get bored, and like in Chicago in particular, we pull the fire alarms at the hotel because go ink, 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 and everybody's running out of the hotel. Oh, Nick Bockwinkel, man.
I'm going to tell you that story.
You remember it?
One night, sometimes I have laughing fits. One night, it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was laying in bed in the dark. And I'm just picturing that story you told about Nick Bockwinkel.
Yeah, in his boxer shorts.
In his underwear, crawling down the hotel.
Telling everybody, get low, get low.
Then he opens the door, and his hand goes through a pile of dog
shit.
shit.
We had shit right outside the door.
And I tell you this, when I was with Linda, I used to drive her nuts because with my crazy sense of humor, in the middle of the night, we'd be sleeping, and then all of a sudden the bed starts rocking from my laughter. She would get pissed at me, and I'd start laughing even harder, and then I'd be out of the bed soon enough. But that story, fans, if you go into the Party with Marty archives, look for the episode. It'll have a thumbnail of Nick Bockwinkel and the Bushwhackers.
Yeah, it does. He got his picture up top.
You have to hear some of the ribs that these guys pulled on poor Nick Bockwinkel.
No, don't say poor Nick Bockwinkel.
Well, you know what? I like Nick Bockwinkel.
I do too. I love him to death.
Yeah. Other than the fact his hand went through a pile of
don't mess
dog
with the big buck.
Okay. His hand went through a pile of dog shit.
And his knees.
He was trying to escape a fire that wasn't even happening.
No, it was smoke, man. It was one of them chemicals what do you call it, fire
You know what?
extinguishers.
Tell the story. Tell the story. It's for people
we
who maybe
was
haven't
we
heard.
was at a hotel in Chicago, and we did it at a lot of places. In fact, the guys got pretty used to hearing that fire alarm. They wouldn't even leave. They're like, "No, it's the rockers." But at first, they didn't know that shit. We pulled the fire alarm. We were bored, man. We came home. We didn't have no girls with us. What we're gonna do? Go to bed? Shit. Pulled the fire alarm, and we had squirted a chemical like smoke, fire extinguisher, all in the hallway.
So it was all
looks
misty, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like fire. And old Nick comes out and he sees the smoke and he drops to his knees and he's in his boxer shorts. His nuts are hanging out the side of his shorts. And he's on his hands and knees, and everybody's coming out and he's telling everybody, "Get low, get low, get low." And we had put a bunch of shit outside the door. And so he gets to the door and he goes out there, right through the shit. He got shit all over him. That's when he was like, "Fuck, them guys got me again." Yeah, man.
Were there other people on the floor crawling too?
Yeah,
or was it
they were
just-
getting low. They were doing this. He was the only one on his hands and knees. His nuts were hanging out of his shorts. Those saggy ass nuts he had were hanging out of his shorts as he was telling everybody, "Get low, get low."
Yeah, and it was like weeks after we taped it. Maybe it was after I edited it, but I couldn't sleep. I was in bed laughing, just picturing Nick Bockwinkel crawling for no real reason other than you sprayed a fire extinguisher and pulled the alarm, crawled with his balls hanging out, crawled through a pile of dog shit trying to escape the imaginary fire.
Yeah. When he went through the shit though, that's when he was like, that's when he knew, like, why would it be dog shit right here? Them fucking rockers got me again.
Oh, I tell you. Well, he relocated to that beautiful city that's staring across from us right now as well.
Did he ever move there?
That's where he lived until the end.
Right down there's Henderson. I lived right south of all this you see right here.
Henderson is south of that part of Vegas?
Yep.
Well, I told you I love Vegas, and hopefully you're going to join us for a Cauliflower Alley Club at some point.
As a single dude, man, I told you I was single, right?
The party with Marty never stopped in Las Vegas.
Well, no, if I was tired, you just don't open the front door.
Yeah.
Because this is how it works. In Vegas, open the front door, shut it, so you won't go back to sleep. But when you want to party, all you do is open the front door. There's the party waiting for you.
And I don't know if it was this episode, but recently
That just hurt again.
You made a joke about my drinking and whatnot. But when we
Oh,
go out for those
margarita.
reunions, sometimes there were a few nights we would stumble back into the casino at 6 a.m., 5 a.m. And you were supposed to be up at 9 a.m. for the seminar the next day that Les Thatcher and Harley Race and those types would be running. But I love Las Vegas. Hopefully the Cauliflower Alley Club reunion will happen. We miss seeing so many of the boys, and the horrible thing is people will see the graphic for caulifloweralleyclub.org rotate through our YouTube version of the show. We hope you check it out and maybe decide to join. It's a nonprofit organization. It's only $25 a year. But
almost cheaper than a cup of coffee at Starbucks.
No, that's our Patreon service at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you can help keep wrestling legends working. And no sarcasm included, the Cauliflower Alley Club, our mission is to try and help the boys when they're in need. They help with medical bills. Yep. They help with, they could probably help you. I don't know.
What do I need help with?
Well, fuck, you need 2 new feet.
I got them. I'm getting them.
But you have that all taken care of?
Yeah, I just need more girls.
But nothing out of pocket, or?
No, Lee's doing.
But we'll talk about off the just that they do a lot of great work. They pay for a lot of funerals, which is kind of sad. But
Sin Bodie, what's up, brother?
The best part of the reunion to me is I love to go to Las Vegas. I love the reunion. I love the ambiance. I love seeing all my friends. I love meeting legends I never knew. We talked about Larry Hennig not too long ago.
Did you ever parachute?
That's where I met Larry. No.
You don't? No. You scared?
Absolutely. The highest I ever jumped was to take a shot in basketball.
That was 1 foot.
Now, hopefully I got a little higher than that, but not as high as Cecil when he has his gimmick, though. That's a different story for a different time. We talk about departees in 1989, one that you must have missed. Your good friend, the late, great Owen Hart, when he was the Blue Blazer, I guess what happened? Did he have enough of being the feathered Blue Blazer in '89, or what led him to depart the company and go home to Martha?
In '89?
Yes, his first run.
I don't know.
Remember, he was under the hood. You used to room with him, didn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was Blue Blazer. He was doing Blue Blazer.
Blue Blazer, yeah.
I don't remember why he left first time. I didn't know he did. I didn't know he left one
You didn't
time.
know he left?
Uh-uh.
He was gone from '89 through '92.
He wasn't happy.
Well, you were gone a lot of the time, too, yeah.
He wasn't happy. But you got to remember, that was 300 shows a year.
Yeah.
You had to worry about your match every
Right.
damn night. You ain't got time to think about nothing else.
Oh, but I mean, were you disappointed to see him go?
Yeah, because I loved him.
Yeah.
Not
Were
like that.
would you say, more friendly with him during either one of the runs he had there, when he was a younger guy as the Blazer, or
We spent more
when he
time
was
together.
more established together, when he was feuding with
Well,
Brett, that era?
We had more time together as a Blazer.
When he was, so you knew him better when he was younger.
No, he wasn't younger as Blazer. That was that. He came in as Owen at first.
No, he came in as the Blue Blazer.
And then what did he do?
He was the Blue Blazer for
He
about
died
a
as
year.
a Blazer.
Well, he did the Blue Blazer full time through '89. Then he was gone for a couple of years. He came back, I think probably late '91, early '92.
Well, that would be when I was hanging out with him, because Sean and I stayed together all the time.
Okay.
So it had been later
and then coming to time around the time that he passed, it was one of those great Vince Russo ideas where, oh, well, you know, he wasn't really the most edgy guy during the Attitude Era, so they turned him into a comedy figure, and they had him do Blue Blazer again in '98 into '99, and then ultimately, unfortunately, he passed in May of '99.
Was it 90? Yeah, it was.
May of '99 at Over the Edge.
Here's the one thing, though, it still sticks out. We never know what happened. They think, there's two theories. When he was coming down, they think he might have reached back to check to make sure it was hooked, and he accidentally hit the safety thing that released and dropped him. But they also say another theory is the feathered cape thing got caught up in the wheel and unlashed it. They don't know, you know. So we don't know, but we just know he didn't like doing that. That's why they investigated Vince. They wouldn't charge him with involuntary manslaughter in Kansas City.
I don't want to go too deep into 1999, but you talk about a complete and utter waste. Owen Hart was a world-class professional wrestler, a world-class talent, a very renowned individual in this business personally, at a time when there were some unsavory individuals in professional wrestling.
Name one.
We could name a list. But everybody that I know of has nothing but glowing things to say about the man.
You couldn't find nothing wrong with him.
In the few interactions that I had with him, he was a very nice guy.
Very.
And to see a life just wasted like that, for a gimmick that meant nothing, in a match that meant nothing, that would have been forgotten about before the show was even over, just what a waste.
But
Two kids and a wife. What's that?
What happens, happens. He was doing what he loved. He didn't like that gimmick, or he didn't like rappelling down. But he was doing the Blue Blazer. He was wrestling. He loved wrestling. It just went wrong.
Well, for fans that want to learn about what the widow of Owen, Martha Hart, has done up in Canada, there is the, no pun intended, the Owen Hart Foundation. I believe it's Owen Hart or heartfoundation.org, but I'd Google it.
Where was pun? I don't see
Who?
You said no pun intended.
No pun intended.
Yeah,
we remember the Hart Foundation.
Yeah.
I don't think she named it that after the tag team group, is what I meant by that.
Okay.
They do a lot of great work. I know her son, Oj, is involved in it. And they help the people of Calgary in honor of Owen Hart, which is nice, because you're talking about the man has unfortunately been gone almost 22 years now.
Ain't that crazy?
And she's still out there trying to put his name out there. And I think that says a lot about her. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can find the link to the website, I'll send it to you.
I mean, Brett's the only one that's, stay in touch with the whole family. I mean, one of his brothers, I love him. I love all of them, but one of his brothers, he does a podcast. He keeps wanting to get me on there, but I keep missing it. But Brett's the only one I really, stay in touch with. And even that's rare. We see each other at conventions.
Brett, you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah. He's another one that I'd love to have in studio. I think he wrote one of the great wrestling books that's available.
You read it?
Oh my God, it's like encyclopedia.
Yeah.
He kept such great notations of everything he did during his run
and I'm
in the company.
because we partied a lot.
Yeah. Oh, he put that in there. He didn't pull it. You know, he wasn't the type that wrote a book trashing others and made himself seem like an angel.
Like
he was
Sean.
very honest. Yeah, exactly.
I love you, Sean. I'm just kidding. No, I ain't kidding, but I mean, I love you.
Knowing a younger Owen Hart when he was the Blue Blazer, did you think that he was someone that had potential to go on to become a big single star down
Honestly?
the road? Yeah. No, really? How
He
come?
was kind of plain. His personality, even. He was fun. Well, let me put it this way. He was funny as hell. He was like the best prankster in the world. You know, he called Bad News Brown and said he could do his dad. You know, he could do his dad. Yeah, hey, you bastard, we need a black champion here. If you come up here, we'll make you the champion. We could use you next week, TV taping. Bad News went up there, right? And he goes up to, what's his name? The dad.
Stu.
Stu. He went up to Stu. He goes, I'm here. I'm here. Just Bad News. He goes, I'm here. Or you told me to come up here. I'm here. And Stu looked at him and goes, like hell I did. 5 highways leaving town, be on one of them.
Really?
Yep. And Bad News said no. He wouldn't leave. But it was all a rib. And they ended up making him champion. They had to, when it started out with Owen fucking around.
Well, a great comedic guy.
I think he married one of them. Did Bad News marry one of the Hart sisters? Yeah, I don't know that for sure. But I think so. But I don't know. Bad News died early. He was 53.
I think he was older than that. We had that discussion before.
We did?
Yeah, he was pretty old when he got to
53.
WWF.
He was 50.
But I mean, if he made it to the WWF by the time he was 40 in '87,
all right, watch
how
it.
old was he going to be in 2007 when he passed away?
Was it 2007? It was.
I believe it was 2007.
You're
going to Google it. See, he's going to fact check while we're on the air.
When did Bad News Brown die? What year?
Alan Koach died on March 6, 2007.
Well, see.
But that don't tell me how old he was, asshole.
The rest,
how old was Bad News Brown when he died, bitch?
He was 63 years old when
63.
he died.
All right, well, a little off, but.
You owe me another case of damn Mountain Dew.
You owe me so many meals from the bets you've lost, brother. Last night you were going to take care of it too, but DB ran interference over at
we did
at
go over
IHOP. Yeah.
Oh, that dude, man, that was so nice of him.
I felt really bad that he.
I didn't feel bad. I thought that was really nice of him.
Yeah, I felt bad, but that's me.
Why'd you feel bad?
Well, because he's really not involved.
He ate like 20 damn biscuits and gravy.
No, you had pancakes you didn't want.
No, I gave them to you.
Yeah, that's so. In addition to my own meal, I had
the big egg omelet with
pancakes.
everything. That shit was good.
You know, I tell you this, it hit the spot. Let me ask you this, Marty. Back on July the 8th, underneath Ultimate Warrior and Rick Rude, 12,500. Got to see the surprise return of Roddy Piper in a match with you and the Rougeaus as a guest referee. Jake had gone off to jail, and to try and spruce up the show a little bit, they brought back Roddy, who was kind of really back, but not really back after his WrestleMania 5 appearance. Any memories of your match with the Rougeaus with Roddy as the referee?
I don't remember that.
It only happened once.
I don't think it did.
It did.
You sure?
I am.
I bet you can't find it on the video.
Well, not every house show was taped, as you know, Marty. Especially in.
It was a house show.
It was a house show, yeah.
What the fuck salt did y'all put on this paper?
Oh, here we go with this again with the Kleenex. But to you that held Roddy in such high acclaim,
I love it.
Looking back on it now, you know, does it have any meaning to you that he refereed one of your matches?
I don't remember it. I don't remember that.
Yeah, so you really don't care.
No, I care, but I just don't remember it.
No, that's all right. And Roddy would come back to, at that point, be the co-host of Primetime Wrestling with Bobby Heenan and Gorilla Monsoon.
Thing, did you?
What?
This ain't come, is it?
I don't know what Tony may have done. I know you're making a mess.
Yeah, I need a tooth.
Well, make one and keep it.
It's salty.
All right, well, that's... Where you guys were on the road so much, would you even be able to keep up with the show like Primetime? With Gorilla and Bobby and Roddy Piper back in the picture?
What do you mean?
Would you be able to keep up with a TV show like that? What was happening on it?
Oh, as far as watching, yeah, because
Yeah.
you could set your little VHS or
Oh, would you? You'd set it to so you would watch when you were home?
When you go home, yeah.
Yeah. I thought it made for a great trio for a bit with Piper and Heenan and Monsoon, 3 great wrestling personalities, and it was a great way to kind of get Roddy back into the fold as far as wrestling goes, to set up feuds with, the Bobby Heenan family.
The only thing I remember Piper doing was me and us, the Rockers, against the Orient Express in opening of, maybe it was SummerSlam, 91. One of the best matches ever, tag matches.
Wait, what was that again?
SummerSlam 91.
Yeah.
Me, Sean and I against the Orient Express, and it was Paul Diamond.
Oh, he was the commentator.
Yes.
Oh! I thought you meant he was involved in the actual match.
No,
I drew a blank on that one real quick.
I don't remember him ever being a referee for us.
It was only, I think, a one-time thing because Jake went to jail and he was, advertised near the top of the card, and they were trying to come up with something creative. And I think Roddy Piper as a guest referee was kind of a cool thing, where he retired at WrestleMania 3, and he still hadn't had a comeback match yet. No?
With Roddy?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I know he did special guest referee, but I just don't remember him doing us.
No, that's all right.
It's okay.
You remember what he did with Sean, though, but that's all right.
Yeah,
I'm not mad at you.
When he ran his hands to it?
Yeah, a little petting, almost like what happened to Cecil. He was a little petting going on.
Cecil.
Yeah, Cecil the Lion, our friend in the control room.
Cecil.
He was.
You had to deal with that?
He was pet.
Somebody touched you in inappropriate places?
No, Gary just patted my chest. Dan always exaggerates it.
I'm not exaggerating it. It was like you were a dog or a cat. He stood there petting you on Main Street in Melrose.
He does exaggerate.
It wasn't that. It was more like.
No, he did this.
It wasn't pounding. It was petting.
I'm wearing the fucking same jacket.
I'm not denying you're wearing the same jacket. What I'm saying is that there was not a pounding of the chest. It was a petting of the chest.
No,
like he went to a zoo.
He needs his pain medication. He's all loopy.
Listen to this, Marty. You believe the abuse I take, and I like Cecil.
You've changed.
Never. That's one thing about me. I do have the CRPS brain. You're right about that.
Somebody call this place for us.
Let's fast forward a little bit to how are we time-wise, guys?
Yeah, it's got to be 50.
52.
52? I missed the second fist. Cecil, what are you doing back there? Now, the fans don't know this at home, but I asked these great individuals that we have here to give me time cues so I kind of know where we are. But you know what? You went to go get food?
Yeah.
Well, thanks for letting us know.
How'd you go?
There's the Dunkin' Donuts next door.
Oh, you walked? Okay.
Yeah.
Shit.
Well,
that's
all right,
too far to walk to that place.
That just to the liquor store? Yeah. It all depends on which one you're talking about.
The closest one.
Well, there's one down on the corner over here, but like I said, I don't think they sell what you'd want.
Yeah, they don't sell hard stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Melrose codes.
Listen to Cecil. They don't sell the hard stuff.
Yeah, he knows.
Oh, he'd probably be down there.
Delivery.
I found a few corporate
I
offices
wouldn't even finish asking
All right,
this.
wrestling fans, as Marty Jannetty tries to find a liquor delivery store, let's take this episode home. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you same bad time, same bad station, next Thursday night at 10 p.m. It's Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Don't forget tomorrow night, when the lights in the Thunderdome go dim, the light on his dome lights up no matter what kind of what's on that dome. We're talking about John Cena Sr., Margot Ouellette's #1 piece.
Hookers for free.
It's going to be Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays again. Give us a thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel. It's absolutely free.
Dan,
share with your friends.
I found hookers for free.
Good. If you're chatting in the premiere, again, tell us what you thought of the episode. The super chat is open. Don't forget to tip the bartender. The eBay store with this plethora of merchandise is open 24/7, coronavirus or otherwise. And again, for early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, the Studio Shoot Interview DVD library, the exclusive Patreon content, and to keep great legends like Marty Jannetty, Tony Atlas, and so many more working, head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, you get hundreds of shoot interviews, or as he calls them, interviews.
No, they call them that. You just said plethora?
Plethora.
Can you spell plethora?
Yes. Plethora.
Is that correct?
I think so.
Is that correct, brother?
We'll have to talk to John C. All right, for Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. See you next Thursday, folks. Stay
Love y'all.
healthy. Be well. Good night.
Love y'all.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay. Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another installment of Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Marty, as always, I'm very happy to have you here with me. You're always very jovial, in a good mood. We have great wrestling conversation, even if it has usually nothing to do with the topic we are attempting to have.
I found a pill over here.
Well, you're not sure if that was Tony trying to drug you or not in the Kleenex
Yeah, but it
box.
looks like it's like melatonin, like sleep.
Would you want to risk it?
Oh, I'm not going to.
You know,
They got no numbers on it.
What would Tony try? Do you think Tony would off you?
Nah, man.
No, he's not that
He
angry.
needs
All right.
me. I'm one of the few people that love him.
All right. Well, you know what? I noticed in between the last episode, I had to leave the studio for a minute, and they said one of the lights burst.
That one.
And I can kind of tell because you look kind of shadowy now.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta put it.
All right. Well.
Do I look shadow?
I think. Well, thank you, Cecil. You're an animal. All right, wrestling fans, let's get back to the year 1989. You said we skipped around so much. We missed so much 1989 because Marty's insane. Well, you know what? We're back on track. We're talking 89, baby. It was July the 18th, 1998. July the 18th, maybe my favorite day of the year because that is baby Marotti's birthday, but it was the taping for the July 29th, 1989 Saturday night's main event on NBC, one you really weren't featured on in a big capacity, but some interesting things took place.
One time I was seeing Candy Divine, the girl wrestler, Candy Divine, and you know, she had a hell of a body, good wrestler, tough girl, like her and Sherry Martel always wrestled at AWA, remember? Yep. And me and her, we had a little thing for a little while. And one time she got mad at me. We was making a road trip together, and Sean was driving. And Sean was, you know, Sean sometimes could be a dick if you had a girl and he didn't have one. He was driving like crazy, and he was like with the car like this, and he was banging her head against the road.
You were being serviced?
No, she was just sitting in my lap.
Oh.
And But she was telling me, make him stop driving like that. And I'm like, hey, Sean, stop driving like that. Like I didn't really care. And she got so mad, pull this fucking car over.
Really?
Yeah, man. And we got out, and she wanted a fist fight, and I had to run.
She wanted to have a fist fight with
She
Shawn
threw
Michaels?
her shoe at me. She took her shoe off.
Why you?
Because she thought I was joking when I said, Sean, stop driving like that. Because I was kind of laughing. he was doing this, and her head was wham, wham up against the window.
Oh, jeez.
But
no
man, it was
seatbelt for
snowy,
Candy.
just like it is right here in Boston.
Yeah.
Man, Boston is snowed under right now.
Was she, when you got her alone, was she as sweet as Candy?
Pretty much.
Yeah. A little fellatio.
Everything.
And more.
Yeah.
And more. All
When
right.
she would arch her ass up, because she had a butt, for a white girl, she had an ass.
Yeah.
And when you would lay on her stomach and arch up too, we're supposed to be talking about
Now, was
wrestling.
Sean angry about that?
But she threw her slipper at me. She took her shoe off and slung it at me. Luckily, I ducked in time. And then she came and tackled me. She came running and jumped on me. And it was like a snowbankment. On the side of the road, Sean's in the car. And me and her got each other holding on like, fuck you, I'll fuck you. We're rolling down the damn hill. Anybody would have rolled by and seen that. It's like, goddamn, girl wrestler, a guy wrestler, fucking fighting, rolling down the damn bank.
Was Sean there when the incidents took place?
Which one?
With Candy Divine.
He was driving.
No. When you know.
Oh, the sex
after
part.
yes.
Yeah,
Would he
one time, because
observe?
he slings shit on a fan.
He did what?
She had a ceiling fan.
Now, was this at her home?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
so
when
you went to
had-
Candy's home.
Yeah, in Nashville. She was just when she
All
lived in Nashville, and he poo-pooed.
Now, this was
in
during
his
the Jarrett's days.
Yeah, when? I don't know. When was it?
Well, if she lived in Nashville, I don't think you were going to drive down there from a house show in Minneapolis for Vern Gagne.
It was front desk. You're on TV. Front desk. Who's this? It's
Trail, man.
What are you doing, Trail? Hey, hey, what you doing? We on TV right now. Let me call you back. Probably about an hour.
Okay.
Say hello to all the folks.
How you doing, brother? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, we just sitting here doing this little TV thing. When's this one going to show?
I have no idea. This is
probably
you're
March
stuck
or
in
April.
the spring, yeah.
Anyway, brother, I'll call you back. All right, bro.
Now, who was that, Tommy?
I don't know.
You don't even know who it was.
I thought it was Trail, and that's my Long Beach
Well, that's what
boy.
he said. Terrell was
He
his
did
name.
say that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's Long Beach, and that's 706
Well,
area
who is
code.
he?
Well, Trail's my boy from Long Beach, in California.
But it wasn't him.
Bad boy. A little bit of he got out of the gang shit. He's got a family. He's got
Well,
a
good
kid
for him.
now.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah.
Well, do you remember from this Saturday night's main event taping, Hulk Hogan, leading into SummerSlam, defended the World Championship against the Honky Tonk Man. I guess Honky was a little stiff with the guitar and hurt Hogan's neck. You remember anything about that?
Not hurting him because Honky was pretty light.
Even with the guitar shots?
Oh, I never took one from him, but I would assume. Well, you're taking a guitar over the head. How easy you want it? It's got to break.
Well, Jake Roberts claims part of the reason he ran into such drug problems is because Honky, I guess they didn't gimmick the guitar at all that they used on him leading into WrestleMania 3, and
that was why his drug problems.
Well, no, he claims that's what made his neck so bad that he was in nonstop pain.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah, that's very possible.
He was in, as a matter of fact, that would have been early '87.
Yeah.
By the
that'd been before we were full time.
Right before you were there full time, but by the summer of '87.
I mean, you got to remember that guitar. They gimmick it sometimes, they gimmick it up so it'll break easy. You still got to lay it in there, man. Shit.
He had to go to rehab because he failed.
Who, Jake?
Yeah, he failed cocaine tests, and they tried to do versions of Honky and Jake 4 months in a row at the Boston Garden, but because of Jake's ailments and the rehab, they didn't wind up happening until eventually it was very rare. It was an 8:30 start time, which I think they only did twice in Boston, at least during the era that I watched or would go. And they did Jake, Bruno, and Tito against Honky Tonk Man.
Bruno Jr. or Senior?
Senior. Okay. Against Honky and the Hart Foundation.
Did you ever meet Junior?
No.
Bruno Jr.?
No.
I think he came through AWA. I loved him to death. Man.
Nice guy?
Yeah.
Good. Well, also that same night, it was an infamous night for tag team wrestling.
Tag team back again.
Your nemesis on the road for so long in '89, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, escaped the Worcester Centrum with the help of Andre the Giant, as WWF Tag Team Champions, ending Demolition's historic run.
That happened?
That happened in Worcester that same Saturday night's main
Worcester's
event.
where me and
You
Sean.
don't like Worcester.
Well, I do like it, but one time we had to do a signing there, me and Sean, and oh man, the line was shit. It was long. The Rockers were over at that time, and we hug. When I say hug, you put your arm around for the pictures.
Yeah.
Arm, picture. And it was a lot of girls. And when we were done, we weren't even done yet, because I looked at Sean and I'm like, look at your he had a white jacket on, it was all dirty. And I don't know what I was wearing. He goes, well, look, he thought I was being offensive to us. Well, look at you. And I had shit. Man, they like damn motor mechanics there. They don't shower in Worcester. Back then.
Yeah, they're much cleaner individuals in Worcester now.
How do you know?
I frequent Worcester.
So you're probably dirty.
I shower at least once a day.
At least.
I'm not quite Mike Chop level.
Don't tell me you take a shower twice a day. Stop that.
No, it helps me sleep.
It does do that for me too.
If you take a nice hot shower before bed, that'll relax all the aches and pains, even for a little bit, even if it's just enough to help you doze off a little bit.
You know what else will help?
What? Well, the seriousness of that conversation ended real quick. But let me ask you this. Even though it was kind of, you guys just went through the motions, going through the motions, that's kind of a lousy way to word it. You and the Brainbusters, was there any thought or any talk?
Yeah, that was lousy. You tell them that and see what happens.
Once they got the belts, was there any talk of reigniting the feud with you guys?
I don't know.
For the championship belts?
No, we did our thing and that was good enough.
All right, we fast forward to, as you continue to your phone to go nuts.
Yeah,
August 20.
He gave my number out on TV yesterday.
I did not give
live TV.
And it certainly wasn't yesterday by the time this
is. A few weeks ago.
August 21st, in the great state of Iowa, Andre the Giant is arrested for attacking a cameraman. I guess one of the local news crews. This is August of 1989. One of the local news crews came down to cover WWF because it was so hot. And Andre did not want his match with Ultimate Warrior, where he was doing jobs in 30 seconds to be taped. So he manhandled this reporter, and the eighth wonder of the world had to be taken to the can.
Damn, I missed a lot of shit.
Can you imagine trying to get Andre into the police cruiser?
No. Try to get him handcuffed.
I'm honestly, that's what I mean. You'd need supersized handcuffs. There's no way he could fit in a regular police cruiser.
Before Andre got mad at me, but he was mad at me because of Sean, but he didn't like us.
Yeah.
Because you come as a team. And but one time, way back when it was just NWA days, and he was in St. Louis, when we was wrestling Kill Auditorium. But the St. Louis Marriott, I think it is, right across from the airport, was where all the guys would party. And I went in, and Andre's sitting there at the bar, big ass Andre. I can't do it, but he's standing there with his hands on the bar like this, right? But except his whole hand. And I'm like, Andre, you're not drinking. He goes, hoo, hoo, hoo. And he moved his hand. A whole damn beer can was hidden by his big ass paw. Yeah, man.
Oh, Andre, what a life that man had.
And he could drink, too.
Yeah.
Do you know Harley hung with him on the Harley race? Hung with him one time. Beer to beer to beer to beer to beer. And I think they said 150 beers were drank between the two of them.
And then Harley probably drove afterwards.
And I've told this before. Yeah, he probably. Ric Flair, one time we got to be the recipients of, or what's it called when you get, you get the beneficiaries. Me and my partner, tag team partner, Tommy Rogers, were riding with Ric Flair and Harley Race. And oh man, they competed on everything. Who had more money? Who's world champion the most time? Who could do what? Who could drink more? And we're driving, they stopped and got a cooler of beer. A cooler, like about a case or so of beer You know, it was 4 of us, and it was Harley's van, but Rick was driving. And they're drinking away up there, right? Wham, 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 drinking. And we were just casually drinking. And they were like throwing their beers out, boom, boom, throwing their beers out. Give me another one, give me another one. And we're looking at each other like, fuck, we got to keep up. And then finally, after a while, I mean, Harley would throw his can out pretty much first. Flair would throw his out. And then Harley goes, Rick, let me ask you. Why is it when I throw my beer can out, it goes ting, 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 ting. When you throw yours out, it goes plunk. He goes, from now on, we'll throw each other's beer out.
I thought there was a little cheating going on.
Yeah, and then he fell behind. He goes, from now on, we'll throw each other's beer out. And then Flair fell way behind.
That's a funny story. I
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
the memories in your brain, brother, from you and Nia. My God, think about it. You're technically in what? Your 5th decade of wrestling now.
That's what
When
somebody
you broke
said,
in
yeah.
the 80s, yeah. You were in the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s, the 10s, and now the 20s.
And I might go to 30.
No, you'll make it far further than that, brother. Now that you're part of the Boston wrestling family, once we have those live events rolling again and we have you as a player coach, I can only imagine the wisdom that you can install into the...
What kind of wisdom can I give Tony, though? Tony Atlas. He
needs a lot of wisdom.
He thinks I'm a racist.
He needs a lot of wisdom. Far beyond that, he needs a lot of wisdom.
Far beyond that.
Mr. USA, we love him, but
I
he
love
is
you, Tony.
Mr. USA. But
Stop
with
calling me a
Andre,
racist, damn it.
where Andre manhandled this, imagine a very tiny reporter compared
Where's my
to him.
phone?
Huh?
Where's my phone?
Oh, please. You know where your phone is.
Oh, it's right here.
You know, were you surprised to hear a story like that Andre would attack a cameraman like that? Yeah, that's kind
Sort
of
of, but
violent.
not really, because he didn't like to put up with shit.
Yeah.
You know, if it's something that pissed him off.
He
you
was
know
the
who Paul
boss.
White, remember, what's his name? Paul White.
The Big Show.
Big Show, yeah. He did something similar one time. And he's a big old boy. Not as big as Andre, but he's up there. And well, it didn't surprise me, because I've seen him do a few things on the airplane. You know, back in the day when we did cocaine and shit, when you're coming down, you get miserable. And I remember one flight where Paul was sitting, his seat was in front of this little pencil plane, but the seats he was in, right up against the pilot wall, are turned like facing everybody. You know,
Like he was one of the flight attendants?
well, yeah, it was sort of like that. Yeah, it was turned around, and he had to see everybody. He's miserable, and everybody's got to see him. He's got to see. He was
He's a
mad
giant.
as
Everybody
fuck.
was staring at him.
Yeah, he was mad as fuck, man.
And he was coming down.
Yeah, he was coming down off the coke, and then he got mad, and he was like, bam! He hit the damn plane. He hit the thing, the door, and the pilot's plane was just starting to move. And they slammed on brakes. He opened the door, and he's like, "Get me another fucking seat." And
Really?
they hurried up and got him another seat. But he's so big, you know, he couldn't fit in him real good. But so what I was gonna say, I've seen him do things like explode like that. But he was at I don't know where, maybe Des Moines, Iowa again. A lot of shit happened there. But he was going to check in a hotel.
Now this is Andre or Big Show?
Big Show.
Okay.
And somebody, he had maybe going through a divorce or something with a lady. And somebody ran up and fucked with him about it. You know, how's your divorce going?
A fan?
He drilled him.
A fan?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't even know if they were a fan or asshole. What they were.
Well, I mean, but it
yeah.
wasn't one of the boys.
No. And but his fucking hands like twice this, and they said it crushed the guy's face when he hit him. And you know, he went through a lawsuit and all that shit. I don't know what happened, but you know, but
It's always something that the wrestlers have to be sued when they retaliate to someone fucking with them.
yeah, you know what? One time with Jake Roberts, when they were doing the thing with Cheryl, you know, Cheryl,
Yep.
you know, it was splitting out, whatever it was. It's somewhere in California. I don't remember if it was San Francisco, San Diego, LA. It was somewhere out there though. It was in California, and the ringside guys were screaming at Jake, "Hey, I fucked Cheryl last night. Cheryl's got good pussy. Hey, fuck." Now they were actually really going through something in real life.
Oh, and the fans didn't even know that, yeah.
Yeah, well, I think they did.
Oh, they
That's
did.
why
They
they
were
were
smart.
doing it,
Okay,
yeah.
yeah.
And so he peeled out the ring, but I don't think he ever hit him because he would have got in trouble. They could sit there and call his wife a whore and they
Yeah.
fucked her last night. But if he goes out there and drills him for saying that,
You're the one in trouble.
Yep.
You get sued, you go to jail.
Yep.
I don't get that.
I don't
But that's
either.
the world we live in, I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, you said so with Andre, you're not exactly surprised that he manhandled the camera guy and destroyed
I
the
wish
camera.
I could remember it though.
He destroyed the camera.
I
The
bet he
boss
did.
had spoken.
He probably ate it.
All right, onwards to SummerSlam 1989 from East Rutherford, New Jersey. It was a gift to the state of New Jersey, where we remember, as we discussed
East
earlier.
Rutherford?
Yep.
I love that place.
We discussed earlier in 1989, Vince and Linda McMahon exposed to New Jersey that professional wrestling was not a legitimate sport, so to speak.
Was that in '89?
Yes, and to...
You know what they did? They got out of that athletic commission.
That's it. They didn't have to pay the tax. And in addition to WrestleMania taking place in Atlantic City, New Jersey that year, SummerSlam took place in the Meadowlands, East Rutherford, New Jersey.
That was a good place,
You were
too, man.
involved in a six-man tag team matchup. The model Rick Martel and the Rougeau brothers went over on you and Tito Santana, kind of a hometown guy.
Who
who
went
I believe
over?
Tito was in Jersey at that point.
Who was it?
It was
Tito?
Rick Martel and the Rougeaus
Oh,
against you
oh,
and
oh,
Tito.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the Rougeaus' music kept playing through the match. I think that may have given something away.
Yeah, tip off. You know what? Harley Race's wife one time, she wanted to change things
Now,
up.
which wife?
I don't know.
BJ?
I don't know.
Okay. I mean, are you talking later in life or earlier?
This would have been in 1985.
This wouldn't have been BJ then. Okay.
Yeah, it was one of his.
He had one wife that was
You know,
wonderful.
I asked him one time. We was in Japan, Tokyo, Japan, at Ribera Steakhouse.
Oh,
which is,
you know I want my coat.
Yes. And we're sitting there, and you know, it was for me. It was like, wow, because everybody comes back with a Ribera steak jacket. That's like you've made it when you go to Tokyo and you get that jacket. And oh man, he's so good to us. They don't have, like in most countries, meats are so small. I mean, it's like a bird would go, fuck that. But he give us a big ass shit, and it was on a skillet, and it'd be fried rice on there. Oh my God, it was so good. But you had made it when you went to Ribera's, and he'd always give us the American wrestlers a jacket. And I got my jacket, I'm all proud, and Harley's sitting there, and I love him to death. And, you know, I wanted to take pictures. Like, Harley, let me get a picture. And he just looks up at me. and I said,
He
Harley.
pretty much had one pause, yeah.
Yeah. I said, Harley, why don't you ever smile? You know, because he didn't smile for the picture. And he said, the last time I smiled, it cost me $250,000. I'm like, what? He goes, my ex-wife.
Oh, that's funny. Holly is an interesting character.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to talk more about a big Monday night in August of 1989, SummerSlam. Feel the heat.
Where we're going?
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We're talking SummerSlam 89. Feel the heat with the man who was part of one of two big six-man tag team contests that night. There were a lot of tag team matches at SummerSlam 89. Any memories of you and Tito and Sean taking on the Rougeaus in the newly repainted model Rick Martel, a heel now all of a sudden, with the Rougeaus music playing during the match?
Well, no. Well, so I was going to tell you before we went to break about Harley, his wife.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it's like the music playing during the match. She had this idea, Harley's wife at that time, back in 1985, way back whoever that might have been. But she had an idea that once you started making your comeback, she'd hit the music and play your music, your ring music, during your comeback. And I forgot who it was that Harley was wrestling against, but she had got it wrong, and she hit the wrong one, and they came out to country music. And Harley goes, I'm out there making a motherfucking comeback, and all of a sudden I hear this zing ding 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 ding.
Holly's wife would play the music.
Yeah, she thought it would be cool to play music during the comeback.
This is like the Kansas City territory?
Yes, yes.
Almost like what you're talking about, like you'd see at an NBA game to try and rally a team almost, kind of?
But it just didn't work. It didn't work with the shit.
It doesn't sound like it.
No, it didn't.
Would take the drama
Harley
away
was
from
like,
it.
he even called her a bitch. That stupid bitch.
Any memory?
I'm sitting there making a comeback, and I'm hearing zing ding 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 ding.
Any memories of that match at SummerSlam?
When the music kept playing?
Yeah. No, not one of your favorites?
No, I love them all. You know, as I've gotten older, I keep forgetting things that aren't important. And unfortunately, there's about 13 of my girlfriends. I forgot who they were. No, it's true though. The ones from, from a few years back. But luckily, I don't know why. I guess God blessed me. But I still got so many girlfriends. Being on, how old am I now? 908.
52 and a half.
52 and a half. And still lucky enough to have a whole bunch of girlfriends. But because of my age and because of the soul.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion, decades in the making, April the 16th.
Well, wrestling fans, here we are in the middle of an episode, and what do we usually say? We wear the same clothes for weeks. Not this time.
No, you changed.
You like
That's
to say,
I
you
kind of like,
changed,
man, you got some big arms.
You changed, man.
You don't even work out.
No.
How you got arms
I got
like
it.
that?
Tony's, like I said, Tony's got a program for me, but we ran into some technical difficulties with the wonderful crack staff we had yesterday.
No,
Cecil
they were good.
Lion
No, don't do that.
And
they were
John
good.
C.
They
Reilly.
were
They
very
were good,
good.
but they just, they didn't record half
I
of the
think
episode.
you messed up.
Oh, no,
They said the full drive was full.
Well, that was 2 days ago.
Oh.
And we
Well,
replaced it.
you fixed
All
it.
right, let's continue to barrel through SummerSlam 89. This is going to be the most focused Marty Jannetty you have ever seen on these upcoming episodes of Wrestling Insider's
I don't
Party
know about
with
that,
Marty.
but go ahead.
We got a lot of work to do before Elimination Chamber tonight, before we go live with autographs.
Is Sasha
and all that
Banks
fun
gonna be
stuff.
on it?
I believe she is in a tag team match.
I'm going to watch.
All right, even if she wasn't, we'd still be watching. But SummerSlam 1989, we began to talk a little bit about your six-man tag team match. You and Sean and Tito Santana lost to Rick Martel and the Rougeau brothers in a
purpose.
six-man tag, and the Rougeau's music played throughout the match. Was that an annoyance to you? Did it
I
kind
really
of give the
don't
finish away?
remember that. It's something like you would remember. You're right in the middle of ging, ging, and their music plays. You're like, what the fuck? That was, you would think you'd remember that. But I've done a lot of drugs, and plus I'm older.
Yeah.
Well, you didn't have to say yes to that. You just agreed
You don't know
to
which
it.
one I answered. I agreed to it.
The drugs, you was already doing this.
Well, I tell you this, even as I would have been, 9 at that point,
Damn,
even then
yeah.
I said, the Rougeaus and Rick Martel are going to win.
They what?
I said, the Rougeaus and Rick Martel are going to win.
Did you know?
'Cause
Rick,
it was like they
did
had
you
the
know Rick
music
Martel
cued.
goes both ways?
Yes.
Why do you know that?
From sea to shining sea. Well, I heard many stories over the years before some of your more in-depth ones about the
Well, Hogan, I think, might go both ways.
the Hulkster.
I don't know
You don't
that. And I
know.
love you. I love you, Hope, not like that. But I love
Well,
you.
if it makes him happy.
Yeah, if it makes
know,
you happy, then why are you so damn
maybe those
sad?
were the vitamins he was talking about over the years for
Yeah.
everybody to take.
There he is. What's up, brother?
And for our friend that has just joined us in the studio, there is a little heater over there. If you want to move a little closer to that, we leave it at your discretion.
Yeah, because he got us freezing in this motherfucker.
So nothing stood out about that big 6-man tag.
Well, Rick Martel had a hard on.
Rick was horny during the 6-man.
I don't know if he was horny. He had a hard on.
Well,
no, I'm kidding, Rick. I love you, brother.
I don't know why else he would, but...
You know what Hogan said one time, though?
What did he say?
I can't save the world. Me and him were riding together, and you know, me and him up front. I forgot who was in the back. I think Sean and maybe Beefcake. But whoever it was, me and Hulk were up front, and he goes, we were talking, and he goes, I can't save the world, brother. And I'm like, why would you try? I want to help all my people. The last one I'm going to try to help is Rick Martel.
Really?
Yes.
He really didn't like Rick.
No, he was going to help him.
But you said
the last one he's going to try to. He couldn't save the world. He couldn't save everybody, but he was going to try.
But the last one that he was going to try to
Rick
help was
Martel.
Rick. Huh.
Yeah.
Now that's interesting. I
And
wonder what he meant
Rick's a
by
good
that.
brother, man. Rick's a real good brother.
Didn't Hogan usually travel by limousine?
I don't know about usually, but sometimes yes. But,
but
that was for a big show, like
He'd be on the
pay-per-views.
roads. He'd be on the road in the cars with you guys too. Oh, I didn't know that. I was always under the assumption through secondhand stories that he was a limo guy. Well,
you know what they say about
Warrior
assuming?
Once Warrior was on top, he was always a limo guy, wasn't he?
Not always, no.
Really? Oh, sometimes
a
Warrior had
lot.
rent-a-cars?
It was always for pay-per-views, where there's going to be a big crowd of people.
I got you. Oh.
I'm sorry about my tooth, y'all.
Well, there we go. Well, that's the first of many apologies for your paper tooth. But, Marty,
No, this is napkin.
As we
is that
discussed
paper?
in the original version of this show,
It was salty.
didn't get recorded last night. What I found odd was Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, brand new tag team champions. They went on to face the Hart Foundation at SummerSlam in a non-title match. Now, as we mentioned, Wrestling Logic usually would assume that in a non-title match like that, the Hart Foundation would get the win.
That's what
and
you
they'd
said.
go on to have a title match.
Yeah, that's what you said when we thought we was recording yesterday.
Right. But for whatever the reason, WWF decided to have even in a non-title match.
They make mistakes.
For Ron and Tully to go over. Now, I don't understand why they just didn't have it be a title match.
They make mistakes.
They made a mistake on that one, I think. And if I remember from
They're
Brett's,
not perfect. It's hard to be perfect.
That era,
I was perfect for like 2 years, and then all of a sudden I made a mistake, and I'm like, gosh, damn it.
What 2 years were you perfect?
1988,
The 2 before you came out of the
1989.
womb? Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I wouldn't know. My mom got mad as hell. I told you I came out and slapped the shit out of the doctor, took a cab to the club, and been partying ever since.
Well, you know what? You've had a fun life, Marty, if nothing else. What you don't have in the wallet, you have in the memory bank, and you have in the experience
And
vault.
Katie. Katie's a Boston girl.
Katie's the Boston girl. We won't tell Maria.
That's your girl.
Oh, I don't know. I don't
my
know her
Maria.
that well.
My Maria.
I don't know Maria as well
Maria's
as you do,
too young.
apparently.
I can't see her no more.
Well,
I'm
hoping.
hoping
I leave that at
27.
your
She
discretion.
might be less than 27.
Also on that show, we mentioned Ultimate Warrior ravishing Rick Rude.
What did you and Tony do
I
to this?
have no idea what happened
It's
to that.
salty.
We found drugs in the bottom of the Kleenex.
Yeah, it's
Kleenex
over here
box
somewhere.
yesterday. I don't know if Tony was trying to plant anthrax in there, knowing you were coming to try and take you out once and for all.
Tony, stop it, damn it.
No, I do not. I cannot answer that question.
What did you took the pill, it's gone.
I don't know where
I
it
left
is.
it right
And
here.
you know how bad my vision is. I couldn't. If it was the size of a quarter,
Somebody
I probably
ate it.
couldn't make it out. But
It was a little. Oh, is that the thing? Okay.
well, we'll wait till the next time out for that, sir. Ultimate Warrior ravishing Rick Rude for the Intercontinental title. As we mentioned, Roddy Piper was trying to make his way back into the fold after that WrestleMania 5 kind of a one-off and a few sporadic appearances he made. Rowdy came out and he, after Bobby Heenan would bust his balls about what was under the skirt, he showed what was under the skirt. He mooned Rick Rude, leading to Rick Rude being distracted and the Ultimate Warrior to become a two-time Intercontinental Champion as he began that long series of matches with Andre the Giant on the road afterwards when he'd squash Andre in 30 seconds. Was it an enhancement to the locker room to have someone with Roddy's star
Well,
power
what had
back?
happened was when Warrior and Rick Rude were doing their program, you know, their thing. Warrior was stiff. He hurt you. Like when he kicked you, it looked good because he was kicking the shit out of you. And Rude didn't go for it, and he told him, I don't do that no more. If you can't kick, don't kick. Warrior did it anyway, and the next day, and the third day, Rude told us all, and he goes, he's hurting me every night, and I've told him. And then they went to the ring that night, wherever the hell it was, somewhere in the Midwest. And I guess Warrior kicked him, like in the chest, like he would be on his knees. And you could see the look on Rick's face, because Rick was a badass. Warrior was just a big ass. Rude was a badass. And I'm sorry about this, but we were at Topeka, Kansas the next day. And Rude, we got there, Rude was never early. Rick was never early. We was early that day. And me and Kurt Hennig and Shawn Michaels had all rolled together. And we come in and Rick's already sitting there and we're like, folks, he's early, what the hell? And he's already drank 3 beers.
Oh, really?
Yes, before the match.
For Rick or no?
What's that?
Would that be typical for Rick or no?
No,
really?
not
Okay.
at all. No, that's why we were like, what's going on? And Rick said, I've told Warrior 3 days in a row, stop hurting me. If you can't kick right, don't kick. He goes, let's see who hurts today. It was a day show, like a 1 o'clock show. And we're like, oh shit. And sure enough, they went out to the ring, they went to do their match. And I can still see it. Rick was a Golden Gloves boxer. He was a champion. He was pretty good. He would fight. He hit Warrior right in the chest, boom, right here. And you could see, we were way in the back, we seen Warrior's face go. And then he snapped, married him, put him in a rear chin lock, and we saw him whispering, or talking. And we had no clue, right? But as far as what we saw the rest of the match, at the end, Warrior, Rick Rude stole the belt. That was the finish type thing. He just took the belt, and he goes down the aisle, and Warrior comes, chases him and gets it. Rick took the belt, walks down the aisle, and Warrior comes chasing me, turned around and squared off with him, and Warrior stopped. he was like, because he was supposed to get the belt, yanked it back.
Yeah.
But Rick was like, come on. But we asked Rick, we said, what was that you were like when you had him in the rear chin lock? And he snapped the shit out of him too. What were you saying? He goes, I asked him, I said, do you want to work or do you want to shoot? And he said, Warrior said, work. Yeah, Rick was a bad boy, man.
Well, I remember Bobby Heenan saying that, when they had these crazy series of weasel suit matches the year before, when it would be the Warrior against Bobby. I mean, he treated Bobby like he was just, an enhancement guy, like he was a piece of garbage. He just threw him around like he was nothing, and he hurt Bobby.
I love Warrior. He's gone now, so I can't tell him in person. I love him to death, but he was an asshole.
Really?
Yes.
He was that difficult to deal with?
Not for me, but for others.
You really didn't have to work with him.
No, but I mean, I told you, I think I told y'all, he would get his own little dressing room, even if it was a closet. He didn't want to be in the same dressing room with everybody. He hated that. And when the guys, he would have the closet door open because it'd be 100 degrees if he didn't. But when everybody would walk by, they were like, hey, Warrior, hey, how you doing? As soon as they walked past, go fuck yourself. I was there to see that all the time, right? And then one time I was walking by and he had the closet thing and I was like, hey, Warrior. And I went past the closet and I backed up real quick and right as he was doing this, he goes, I knew you would look back. Nah, fuck you, Warrior. I caught him doing it to me too, and I'm his only goddamn friend. Me and Jimmy Powers, he loved Jimmy Powers too.
Warrior did?
Yes.
Oh. Do you think that Rude was happy to move on to, say, 6 or so month program with Piper on the house show loop after SummerSlam?
I would have been.
Yeah.
Because that's money.
Well, Roddy could go too, as we've mentioned before, if he wanted to.
Yeah. One time I almost stroked him up.
You almost what?
Stroked him.
Stroked him up?
Well, bam, bam, bam.
Oh, all right. Oh, I misunderstood. I'm sorry. What happened with you and Roddy?
Well, because of the Shawn Michaels.
Oh, you mentioned that in a recent episode.
Yes.
That's right. Okay. Again, moving along.
And I love Roddy, but I didn't appreciate.
You didn't like that situation?
No, he let me and Shawn. For y'all that didn't hear this, me and Sean got in an actual fight. I'll do it real quick.
All right.
And you know, Sean can't fight, and I didn't want to be, you know, doing that to him. But he made me do it to him. But Roddy Piper, we went to like a little deputy, Barney Fife deputy comes out the elevator, right? Because you hear the ding, and here he comes walking out, and I'm full pissed off. I'm like, what are you gonna do, bitch? And he was like, he went back in the elevator, hit the button, and they came back with like real police. They actually
real police. Okay.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said it that way. I'm sorry. That was horrible. I'm sorry.
That's all right. We're used to it.
But they, the one dude in particular came out, and again, I was still pissed off. What are you gonna do? And he pulled his gun out.
He was gonna do that.
Well, he pulled it, and I was like, what are you gonna do? Shoot me? And I kept walking toward him, and I remember his words. He goes, son, don't make me do this. And he raised it. He kind of raised it. And thank God, one of my girlfriends, Ann, she was like, Marty, like, because I was in a trance. You know, I was in a trance. I was locked.
Yeah, you snapped. You were in a fight.
Yep. And she yelled, Marty, and it kind of snapped me out of it. And I'm like, oh, shit, what am I doing? This brother's got a gun on me. They cuffed me up, took me downstairs, were taking me to jail. And, you know, I had blood all over me, you know, because Sean, it was ugly. Macho Man was coming in, and they didn't know who I was. There's some guy got in a fight in the hallway. We started in the bedroom and ended up in the hallway. But Randy's coming in. I'm cuffed up going out, and they were all like, Randy Savage. I'm talking about the police. There's like 3 or 4 of them. Randy Savage, oh, Macho Man, oh, that's crazy. He goes, you know what's going on here? And they're like, oh, he goes, well, I know him. And they said, well, there was a big fight upstairs. He goes, they're working an angle. That's what we do. It's a storyline. And they said, because I had blood all over. It looked like you gutted a deer, you know, for y'all to hunt. Blood all over the thighs, blood all over here. And I'm so sorry about that. You know that, Sean. I already told you I was sorry. But they said, look at all the blood. He goes, blood capsules, haven't you heard? and they wanted autographs. He goes, you will let him go and I'll sign all the autographs. And he signed a bunch. It was so funny.
So he traded 8x10 pictures for your freedom.
Yeah, he signed them all for the police guys. And they said, well, okay, but if we come back, we got to take it. If it continues.
Yeah, if it got worse.
And me and him walk in the elevator. He goes, brother, what the hell's going on? Because he had no clue, you know, what was really happening. And I told him Sean was Sean. He goes, I knew this was going to happen. I love Randy. I miss him.
Moving along, SummerSlam 1989, it was the infamous Mean Gene interview. He was getting ready to interview Bobby Heenan and Rick Rude, I believe, before the Intercontinental title match, and the SummerSlam sign collapsed like sometimes parts of our set do, and Mean Gene reacted almost like I do, and he just screamed, fuck it!
Do you know when they did that? There's one show, I don't know, Grand Rapids, Michigan or somewhere, that, you know, they always planted a model, too. It was always a beautiful girl. There was a plant, you know, they put them out there. And Rick would bring them to the ring, kiss them down, you know, and all that shit.
Did Mean Gene say fuck it to that, too? Or?
No.
Oh, right.
One of my tag team partners, and I won't say Shawn Michaels, because I think he might have been married, but I had already been with her in the mouth. Well. And so when Rick started kissing, we're all, because they have to camp, you know, the closed circuit, we're all like, ah, goddamn. And when Rick came back, everybody's like, how did Sean's dick taste? Not to Sean, I shouldn't have said that. How did Sean's dick, I said it again. Okay, fuck it. How did Sean's dick taste? And Rick was like, what? Rick got mad as fuck.
Was it common for these Rick Rude extras to engage with the boys?
No, that was the only one. I mean, it could have been, but that's the only one I know.
So these were actual models. These weren't.
Yeah, they get them from every town we go to.
Oh.
They'd hire him, you know, from a modeling agency or some kind of shit.
And she was just enticed by the, you know, an early 90s Shawn Michaels.
I don't think you raped her mouth.
No, that wasn't my point. No, I
What was
didn't.
your point?
No, she was kind of smitten with him, I guess, in more ways than one.
Smitten and spitting.
Well, anyway, back to Mean Gene. He had a real slip of the tongue when that sign fell over. You can hear someone in the background saying,
man.
"Good
I love
one."
him.
I think it might have been Vince McMahon. Gene was known to enjoy a beverage or a few. Was that something that would?
You know, I probably had his last drink with him.
Really?
We did a
His
convention.
last drink.
Yeah, because he died. You know, he died.
I know that. Yeah.
Okay. We were, I would say Days of the Dead, which is pretty good. My brother Gonzalez runs that. But it was some kind of convention. He was there. And me and him hung out, and, you know, we partied up. I mean, he was a controlled partier. Myself, shit, I might be on the roof in a little bit. Mean Gene was just, you know, he'd drink his drinks and, you know, hug a girl here and there and go home. Yeah.
I told you I'm disappointed. We were reached out to him not too long before he passed about trying to get him in the studio, and I just think between his days working in radio and the AWA and WWF and then WCW and then going back as an almost WWE ambassador, the stories would have been endless.
Okay, brother?
Almost like you.
Okay? Okay.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
That's good. Well, at least you got backup now, this episode.
Yeah, anything goes wrong.
I lost my train of thought there for a second. I told you, I mean, just imagine when they did that reality show on WWE Network.
Oh,
Legends
man, I
House.
don't.
For 8 weeks,
I
Mean
think
Gene
Jimmy
had
Hart put that together.
Mean Gene had to room with Tony Atlas. Now
I
have
love
a difficult.
Tony, stop calling me a damn racist.
I have a difficult couple of hours with Tony sometimes when it's like the world's oldest 66-year-old.
Look at that big ass head you had, and that was before Saba Simba.
All right, well.
I love you though. Stop calling me a racist.
Oh.
That's a horrible accusation.
He said Mean Gene.
You know he called Tracy Smothers a racist because he went out with
remember,
the
it was on the
rebel
show.
flag.
Yeah.
Well, goddamn, you did damn Saba Simba.
All right, well.
We do what they tell us to do.
I asked him what Mean Gene's favorite beverage was, and he said a wet one.
A wet one?
Yeah. He said from the morning they woke up until the morning they went to bed, Mean Gene and Patterson, outside of the little skits and field trips they'd take, they'd be outside playing cards on the lanai and the beautiful
said
cards. And the beverages were flowing. He said Howard Finkel was the bartender, so poor Howard got put to, he was making drinks for everybody all day. I knew that too. They weren't allowed to do TV, to watch TV. They weren't allowed to talk on their phone, so there was really very little for them to do outside of being recorded. And I guess, Gene, that was
30.
how he passed the time.
There's a 30, I think.
Oh, that was the 20. Thank you, Jackie.
That's a 20?
I tell you, Jackie the Joke Man is tremendous. Joke,
Thank you, brother.
Humor might be his middle name, but business is his game when it comes to
gotta
wrestling
pee.
inside a Party with Marty. What's that?
I got to pee.
Well, you know what? I think wrestling fans, that's perfect. Right now, why don't we take a brief timeout? We come back, we'll talk more about SummerSlam 1989, the year that was 1989, with the man that lived
What
it.
was the main thing you wouldn't know about 1989 SummerSlam?
We'll get there.
You want to do it?
We talked
on
about
TV?
Gene's sign. Gene and the sign was the last point of
That
reference.
was pretty good, though.
All right, let's take a brief timeout,
All right, love y'all.
fans. We'll be back in just a moment.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm John Cena Sr.
Johnny, the momentum here in Boston Wrestling continues as we continue to build and build and build. The fans want to know, how do we help? We subscribe to the Patreon, but we see all the great merchandise on that set. Coronavirus may have killed the nightlife, especially for someone like Marty, but our acclaimed eBay store is open 24/7 around the world.
Wow. Check it out. The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling's Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Marty went on his little adventure. He's back. Oh, please. We're not
I'm going to call Virgil.
No.
You don't want me to call Virgil?
No. We lost so much footage last night thanks to...
That was your fault. I didn't do it.
John C. Reilly and Cecil the Lion.
No, they did good, man.
They did good, other than the fact that they forgot to change the
You
drive.
did. They told you
I'm
it
not
was...
in the control room.
They told you it was full.
You're talking about a situation with different people from 2 days ago, Marty.
Apples and oranges?
Apples and oranges. No, you're talking apples and carrots at this point. But anyway, would it be typical for Mean Gene to have a beverage or a few before he arrived at the TV tapings? Or was he usually spot on?
Oh, he was spot on, man. You couldn't beat Mean Gene.
Well,
because he was like natural.
We made the point yesterday in the original version of the Sweet Tape. Look at all those nameless, faceless women they have now that the fans will forget about 3 months from now.
Don't say that,
What
man.
do you think about your match tonight?
Stop it.
With Drew.
You don't like that Spanish girl?
McIntyre?
Yeah, she's so pretty.
They change them in and out so quick you can't even
They do that.
remember them.
Turn over.
None of them in 30 years are going to be talking about Mean Gene. I mean, none of them in 30 years will be talked about like we're talking about Mean Gene right now. Is the point that I try to make. Mean Gene had value.
Eye candy.
But I mean, there's a million different ways you can get
eye candy. You're 21, you look good. You're 23, get out the way.
I mean, even during the Attitude Era, you know, when I was of
that is the Attitude Era.
You know, it was cool to see it for a little while because it was something different to see the, you know, the scantily clad women and whatnot. But at the end of the day, it's not why I tuned in to see
you told
what
me
I wanted to see. I didn't.
You told me
what?
You told me you're not gay.
I'm not.
Well, you don't like the pretty women?
I wouldn't tune into a baseball game to see pretty women, and I'm a diehard Red Sox fan. It's just, it's not the platform
I forgot to wear my Yankees hat.
Oh. It's not the platform I want to see that on.
Who's going to wear a Yankees
But
hat? They said, no, they'll kill you.
For whatever the reason, WWE, it worked for them for a couple of years during the Attitude Era,
What's
and
that,
they've
the
stuck
girls?
with it now, yeah, for the past 2 decades, and it's continued to see the fan base erode, and I don't know why they keep going with it the way they do.
That's not why the
That's
fan base didn't erode because you got pretty girls. The fan base eroded because 1 year in the business, 2 years in the business, you got this guy and he'll be gone tomorrow because he can't hang.
Well, you got that.
Who's been the longest lasting? Roman Reigns, and who else lately in the last 5 years?
There's a buffet of problems, that's for sure. But I think the overexposure of the women being shoved down fans' throats as if they're equal to the men, when outside of someone like an Asuka who gets in there and works like one of the boys, eye candy's one thing, but when you commit a third of the show to bad-looking wrestling,
no, they did a whole pay-per-view to themselves. You know about that?
And you know how much they couldn't even, they were trying to fill the building. They were selling tickets for $5.
Oh, that's not, is that true?
$5.
Nuh-uh.
Swear to God on the kids'
Really?
lives. There wasn't the interest for it. They were practically begging people to get in. But anyway, poor Mean Gene, we miss him. We wish we could have had him here in studio.
Yes.
Another man we
I
spoke
love that
about
brother.
in a recent episode was another one of the brothers. I don't know if I'd call him part of the Brotherhood, where his stint in the industry was so short, was Tom Tiny Lister Zeus.
He was in there a little bit.
He teamed with the Macho Man Randy Savage.
And they didn't accept him.
Sherry
as
Martel
one
in
of the
their
boys.
corner against Hulk Hogan and Brutus Beefcake with Miss Elizabeth. It was a great way to disguise and hide Zeus's limitations, to have Randy do the great body of work in there, and then just get Zeus in for a couple of limited spots, I thought.
Remember John Nord?
Yeah, the Berzerker.
Berzerker, yeah. And didn't he do Barbarian too?
Nord the Barbarian.
Yeah. But
The
Berzerker
territory
was
days.
when he had the horns.
The horns, yeah.
Yeah. He came in his dressing room in Miami and he goes, I don't feel very good. And he pulled his pants down and bent over and he blasted, he shit all over the damn wall. And it smelled so bad. Everybody got their bags and had to go to another dressing room.
What does that have to do with Zeus?
Nothing.
Oh. All right. I guess it's like an Easter egg on a DVD.
I just remembered it though.
Well, good.
Nord blasted, sandblasted.
If we can get the Berserker in the studio, we'll have to ask him
You
about
would
his
y'all would love
ass
that.
incident
He
in
is
Miami.
fun, man. He's a fun dude.
Well, I told you. Give me the
He
contact.
sees
We'll
shit.
try and set it up.
You mean call Virgil?
No, no phones until later tonight.
Okay.
We've got to get through this material that
All
we
right,
lost
let's go,
yesterday.
let's go.
We're still behind.
Let's go.
Do you think there was resentment? Zeus claimed he got
I know there was.
56 grand, and he felt a little slighted that he got even that. And a lot of the boys on that show didn't get 56K.
No,
for
a lot of boys on that, not even just on that show, because he was coming in and doing house shows too. To get
Just
ready.
interviews.
Yeah. Well, no. He did matches.
He was working
Yes.
matches on house
Yeah,
shows?
they were getting him ready, for them. They didn't care back
Are you
then.
sure about that? I
was-
know you lived it.
I
but-
was there.
All right.
But they used to do that to us, and we were so embarrassed. We do a show, pretty much the same match you did in Denver. Now you're gonna go to Sacramento and do it on a pay-per-view, and people in Denver go like, "That's the same match they did here." Come on, man.
Were they
Damn.
tag team matches on the road that he was doing?
Him? No, I think it was singles.
Oh my God.
Why you say that?
Because, like I said, every time he was featured on television, he was put in a tag team match with a decent worker to try and hide his limitations.
Well, he was new. I mean, he didn't know much about wrestling.
Yeah.
He was a pretty good.
I mean, I think
he was
it
a
was
pretty
a
good
smart
actor.
thing to do. I wouldn't put him in a singles match.
He
I didn't know that he did.
was street. He was very street, and he didn't like a lot of wrestlers.
Now, why was that?
Because he was street and they were white.
Okay. See
I
what
mean,
you
he
mean
loved
about that.
me and I loved him. Thank God he took me under his wing as far as showing me. I told y'all that, right? Showed me around L.A. Because there's underground clubs. It was called the Black Playboy Club. And a lot of y'all there going to know about that. But white boys didn't get to go to that. And unless you were invited, special friend or something. And he took me to it. I told you, Magic Johnson.
Yeah, Magic used his Magic Johnson.
The night I
at
was
that
there,
Playboy
Magic
Club.
came out to it was a nice fast place too. Hugh Hefner had nothing on this place. I mean, it was an upstairs room. The Magic kept coming out of these different rooms with different.
It was like trick or
and
treat.
they were all white girls. There wasn't no black girl. He was all. Well, he's married, ain't he? Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind.
I think Mrs. Johnson probably.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Figured things
I
out
made
by
it up.
now in
I made it up.
2021.
I made it up.
Since that crisis broke out, I think, my God, what was that, 92? Late 91, early 92?
When the age thing?
When Magic Johnson came out, And
when it happened, I was sitting there saying, fuck.
You weren't
It
exactly
was like 10
surprised.
girls in
Yeah.
one. It was probably actually only 4 girls that one night. And who was with me? Or Tiny. He was with me. But me and Arsenio Hall got along real good. We were sitting there cutting up too. So
Now,
I don't know.
Arsenio was at the Black Playboy Club.
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and Eddie Murphy.
Wow.
Those are the
It's a
ones
busy
I
night.
knew.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a lot of people there. But those are the ones I knew.
And let me ask you this, for a pay-per-view like SummerSlam 89, what would a good payday for someone at your stature be for that show?
For what?
For SummerSlam 89, where you worked kind of a mid-card 6-man tag.
You mean for the boys or for?
No, for you.
In-start, $5 grand.
$5 grand? Oh, well, so I
sucked.
can understand. It
sucked.
wasn't 56, that's for sure.
No. Well, and that's why the boys got mad.
Yeah.
Because, like, we wrestle all year round. He's going to come in here for one show and get all that money in main event. We've been here all year, you know, and I understand their point, but I also understand the crossover. You know, you're getting money crossover because he's an actor. You're pulling them. You know, you're getting them too.
I have to say, I understand their point of view, but I thought he was a great attraction. As a kid, I really wanted to see what was going to happen with this monster freak.
Man, you're young.
In Hogan.
Pull
They
that
crossed over from the
right
movies
here.
into...
Pull that.
Oh.
Another tarantula leg.
All right, thank
right,
you.
Right
Thank
here,
you,
right
Matt.
here.
No
right
one's
here.
going to notice.
Other side, left side of your
this
face.
One? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
There you go.
All right. So on to post SummerSlam 1989. The event was in the books. Everything started to be prepped for Survivor Series 89. Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, we mentioned, just won the tag team titles in Worcester, Massachusetts.
I forgot they
defeating
did, but
Demolition.
yeah,
And look at what happened. All of a sudden, they weren't making the money they wanted. Ted Turner was about to start giving out guaranteed money now that he bought WCW, and Arn and Tully gave their notice. Shortly after that notice was given, the man you're making right now, right there, the T, Tully Blanchard.
No, time out.
Oh, what do we got?
I feel that. I'm feeling that. I got so much pain because my ankle just reconstructed surgery, and brother man here has that natural stuff.
Well, it's a good thing he's off camera. I don't know if he wants that to be known. But.
No, well, don't turn the camera. But man, I actually thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, brother. You want me to say your name?
Anyway, Marty, I almost called you Tony again. Remember how many times I did that the other night?
I'm not black and I'm not a racist.
I did that with Demolition too. I kept calling one Barry and I kept calling the other one Bill. And
yeah, at the same time.
But no, that's why it was so odd.
That's what messed
but
up.
But I tell you, when you have these long taping days, things escape you.
We've done. He's going to wear the same clothes for the next 5 weeks. I'm going to change my shirt the next interview.
Arn and Tully gave their notice as tag team champions. Obviously, WWF got the belts off them. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, how do you know that?
Wrestling history.
No, people don't know that.
Well, some do.
But now they do.
I knew. Arn and Tully gave their notice. Vince McMahon said, okay, you're dropping the belts to Demolition at the TV taping. Tully Blanchard was suspended for a failed cocaine test earlier in 1989.
Believe, man.
And what I thought was funny was they kept Arn Anderson on the road, in Boston at least. They did Demolition against Arn and Haku. He took Tully's place. And Arn Anderson recently said he does a weekly podcast now.
And that was my time, you know.
Arn's payday shot through the roof. So, yeah, Vince kept his word, at least to Arn Anderson, that he would at least meet or exceed what they were making in NWA. So, but by the time he left to go back to WCW, he was at least even or made a little bit more with WWF than he did the NWA. And then Tully, we talked about how sad it was. The last full-time gig the man had before signing with AEW in 2019 was this run as the Brainbusters in WWF with Ted Turner, now a corporate organization, taking over WCW. They weren't going to exactly go out of their way to sign someone that failed a cocaine test in WWF. And outside, he did a couple of shots in ECW before they were on national TV. And I think he did Slamboree 94 against Terry Funk as a one-off in WCW. But the man did absolutely nothing for 30 years before Cody Rhodes welcomed him into AEW. I think that's kind of a sad story, but I know you said Tully could be kind of a little arrogant, but maybe too arrogant.
What are you talking about?
What we do?
No, I'm just kidding, man.
Back toys. Tidbits of
But the thing
information.
is, Jane Fonda was around TBS, WCW at the time. And I don't know.
So you don't think Jane Fonda wanted Tully Blanchard around?
Oh, you know what? I never thought about that.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it was Jane. But it's a sad story.
She spit on Americans.
Tully was probably...
You know about that, right?
What's that now?
She spit on them.
We've discussed that before.
Because my brother's a Marine in Vietnam.
I agree with you 100% as far as that goes.
You mad at her? You wouldn't kiss her?
At this point, definitely not. But like I said, we got to try and get through all the content we lost. But
so Tully and them left. I don't know. I don't remember. Tully would have been doing cocaine because we rode with him and Arn
Yeah.
And we were, back in our younger days, me and Sean were doing a little bit of cocaine, a lot. And
depending upon the hour.
We'd be in the back seat, yeah. Arn would be in Tully always drove. Arn would be up front, passenger. Tully's driving, me and Sean back here, and we'd be doing like this, passing the cocaine, and like, if we didn't know Tully was doing it too,
Could have shared the wealth a little
I don't think Arn ever did that kind. I don't know. And if he did, good. God bless you.
If you look at the history, what I find amazing is that I'll call it a vendetta, I guess, so to speak.
We'll go ahead and call it that.
It was longer than the dispute that went on between WWE and Bruno Sammartino.
That was a dispute,
It was shorter. Bruno came back in a shorter span of time from when he left through all those sex and drug scandals.
Didn't he get a broken neck with Larry Zbyszko?
No, Hansen. Stan Hansen.
Huh?
Stan Hansen broke his neck.
Bruno's. I thought it was Zbyszko.
No, that was just like a teacher versus student type angle. A little before my time. I believe when that angle began,
you're young.
I was swimming around, you know what I mean? But that's a different story.
Oh, you was a sperm?
I think it was around 1980 that angle took
Is
place.
that how you say
I
it?
was swimming at that point, swimming and growing.
A sperm.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just, it's an amazing fact. Bruno and Vince hated each other. That, you know, short of wishing death upon each other.
And that was
on
before my
national
time,
TV.
too. I was a sperm, too.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know nothing about that shit.
No, you were alive.
Bruno died. You know that, right?
Yes.
I love you anyway, Bruno. And I love you, your boy.
He was another one that I had reached out to about coming in, and the price tag.
Oh, he threw it up. Well, because of his daddy.
No. Bruno.
Oh, okay. Oh, he
Senior.
threw the numbers?
Yeah. But anyway, I just think that's kind of amazing. The vendetta with WWF and Bruno Sammartino, you're talking a little over 20 years. With Tully Blanchard, it was 30. 30 years.
I don't think it was that long.
Oh, well, where else did Tully Blanchard do anything between 89
Texas
and
All-Star Wrestling.
2019?
Texas All-Star Wrestling with the Von Erichs.
Who the hell ever saw that?
No, nobody, but...
No, I mean, he did independent shows, sure, but I mean, as far as
that wasn't
having a national
independent.
presence,
Texas wasn't.
He was in his mid...
It was a territory for a minute.
Are you
Texas
talking about
All-Star
before
Wrestling.
WWF?
Huh?
Are you talking about before WWF when he worked for his father, Joe Blanchard?
No, the Von Erichs territory in Texas.
World Class?
Yeah, that's it.
World Class was about dead at that point.
Yeah, but it still was alive.
Well, I don't know who saw it, but I'm glad Tully was there.
So Sammartino up in heaven, man, fuck you for doing that shit what you did to me in the goddamn courtroom. Excuse my language. He went there and said the rocker drop. He was an expert witness against me on a ninja that fucking did the move wrong. The rocker dropper with the leg over, just pancake him. That's all. It's easy as fuck. And you did it wrong, and you snapped your neck, and you even told everybody to tell me you were sorry you fucked the move up, and then sued me and WWE. And Sammartino, not David, Bruno shows up and he goes, that move can't be done safely. This ninja only fucking did headlocks and arm drags. How the fuck are you an expert on anything else? We're going to come and cost me $500,000. Bitch, well, I hope you're in heaven, but if you're not, I'll spit on you in hell. Okay, shit. All
right, well.
Did I just go off?
He had an axe to grind at that point in his life.
Well, I got one to grind now.
Now, you know what? I don't even want to touch that trial till we get till 1994 or so, because it's a very interesting time period. But I wanted you to share your thoughts.
You know, I'm kind of broke now because of $500,000.
Well, thank God we have this show to make up for it.
It is pretty
We probably need you about 300 times.
Can I get another gummy?
So at this point, before the...
I'm sorry about going off, y'all. I'm sorry, but that shit... Imagine losing it was $500,000 on doing a movie you've done 50,000 times. Nobody got hurt. One dude did. To what?
To an enhancement guy.
Yes.
That wasn't probably a
and
full-time
he even
worker.
apologized for doing it wrong. He says, I was thinking about doing it.
We're going to get there in 1990 eventually. Probably
I'm broke
in the,
now.
2027.
I actually got some money again.
Good.
Thanks to you.
Aww.
And Swaggy, my cat,
Even the cat
Yeah, he
contributes now.
hustles. He
All
goes
right.
out in the neighborhood and hustles.
He's a cat whore. Now, is
Well, I
it
ain't
just
gonna
cats,
say that,
or
but
are there any other animals?
He brings money home.
All right, well, I
he
guess...
he deserves his Sheba, you know,
All
the
right.
food, the cat food.
Now, I'm unfamiliar with it, but I'm glad he gets it. Now, we mentioned before, do you think that Dusty Rhodes coming to the WWF played a part in it? Arn and Tully weren't exactly big fans of his. Do you think maybe that might have nudged them even more to want to head back south?
I won't say nothing
You
that
don't
I
know.
don't know, you know.
Okay.
But I know this. Old Dusty Rhodes. You know, Dustin and I, you know, Goldust, Dustin, best friends, man. We love each other.
I have such stories to ask you about him when we get to 1996.
That's one now.
Told to me
Or
by
cut
others.
line. That's one now.
No, because I
Cut
want
one.
to keep.
There's a bunch of
someday-
questions.
Because you don't understand what my goal is with these, Marty. Ultimately, someday, I would like to make a video per se. We're talking right now about WWF 1989. I just don't want to have it with
Finally.
you. I want to have it with like 20 different guys from that era, all inserting their different
See, you
thoughts.
are
and
gay.
so- What?
20 different guys?
Yeah.
You're gay.
All right. Well, if that makes
And
me gay.
I'm not LGBT 12Q, whatever.
All right.
How's that thing go?
I think it's LBGTQ+.
Plus?
Plus, yeah, that's the new
You
one.
think, does that sound right?
It's like alphabet soup. I don't know. It changes. There was also the rumor going around that Tully was playing double agent, trying to get recruiting guys in the end up
I thought Kurt
recruiting
Angle was
guys
doing
in
that.
WWF to go down to WCW for that guaranteed money. Did you ever hear rumors about that?
I heard something.
Yeah.
And I didn't, I didn't investigate because I didn't give a
You
shit.
didn't investigate.
No,
yeah.
I didn't give a shit.
Did he ever approach you about leaving?
No.
No. All right.
No, because me and him had some kind. And Tully, if you're seeing this, you know you're a little arrogant asshole. You might not be that now, but you probably are. Didn't your daughter just do some arrogant shit that you probably told her to?
Oh, she sure did with that. And I thought that was a disgrace. Impact Wrestling decided to try and get some eyeballs on the product by doing something new. They made a woman their world champion, his daughter Tessa. Then when it came time for her to drop it, oh no, I'm with
She
my
went crazy or
boyfriend. I'm with
something.
my boyfriend in Mexico. I need $150,000.
God damn, Tully, come on, bruh. You know, and Tully, I want to love you to death. Even Arn says you're
want
hard
to,
to get
yeah.
along with, and that was your damn tag team, damn partner. And I love you, little preacher man. And anytime you want to scrap it up, with my broken ankles, you ain't gonna do shit. But so you're welcome to try. But yeah, I'm going off again, ain't I?
Well,
but Tully was an asshole. You were an asshole. You know you was an asshole. And even Arn said, just relax. That's just how he is. And I saw you like a couple years ago or a year ago at some convention. You're, preaching now. So was Shawn Michaels. You know, man, you little arrogant ass motherfucker. You ain't changed. All you did was got your money from a different venue. You was getting it from wrestling. Now you getting from
a different work.
Yeah. But I still love you though. But like I said, anytime you want to scrap it up.
All right. Well, moving along, as we noted, on October the 2nd, Brainbusters at a television taping dropped the titles back to Axe and Smash Demolition.
And love you, Miss. What's his daughter's name?
Tessa.
Love you. I've never met you, but I love you to death. I don't know what you did. I heard some stories, but I still love you because you're Tully's daughter.
All right, good.
Well, don't cut me off like that.
Demolition regains
Man,
the
I'll come
titles from
over
the
this table.
Brainbusters on October 2nd.
You know that, right?
Even though, what's
Wait,
that?
I'll come over this table.
Well, it would probably take either one of us quite a long period of time to get our bodies to make the movement. But
Yeah, we're both going to be flipping. We're both going to be flipping like fish on the floor.
We can definitely think it. Even though, in the grand scheme of things, is it the biggest expose in the world? No. But even though
What are we talking about? What are we talking
the
about?
Brainbusters dropped the titles back to Demolition at a TV taping on October 2nd. They continued
You
for
actually
the
know
next,
the date?
Well, I wrote it down. I
Oh.
did cheat. For the next several weeks, the Brainbusters continued to defend the titles at the house shows because it hadn't aired on television yet. Now, do you think it would have been more of a classy maneuver, maybe to say to the fans that, make an announcement before the match with the Bushwhackers that the Brainbusters had recently lost the tag team titles in a match you'll see on television soon. Do you think it was kind of sleazy business to mislead the fans like that, or just typical pro wrestling?
I don't know. That was a confusing question. You do it again?
Do you think it was kind of sleazy that they'd have the Brainbusters continue to defend the tag team titles on the house shows before the TV match you had with Demolition?
Because they already lost it. They did shit like that back then.
But I mean, I think almost it would give more credibility to the titles. I think it would make fans
They wouldn't
more
worry about
interested
that.
to want to
You
see
know the only
match.
thing they care about, and I still love it. I love the McMahons, except for Linda. I ain't crazy about you, Linda. I probably would never have sex with you. But and probably now that I said that, definitely not. Actually, probably will now. But
you think Linda would be offended that you don't want to have sex with her?
Yeah, and she will try to make me.
Really? No.
I told you what she did.
I know you've told us.
Let
that
me do it
story
again in case, because we
episodes.
lost like 30 hours of taping.
I don't want to lose too much, so brush through it,
So I
brother.
was sitting there with Shane McMahon, and we got hung over, drunk as hell the night before. Shane always hung out with me and Sean because girls, partying. I hate to say drugs, sex, drugs, and rock and roll, but yep. And so, what's that? What are you doing? You look like
keep talking.
You look like a damn deer
Was
with
that
a
one
damn.
or two, Jackie?
You see that? You look like a deer having a conniption fit. What the fuck?
Keep talking, Marty.
So anyway, we went behind the green room. They put these rooms up for
I
you
don't
to
know
do
where the hell
interviews.
Jackie even went.
There's a green and there's a blue. There's a screen behind because they can put according to what you're wearing.
That's the
so you don't
wrap-up,
blend in. And me and Shane oh man, we were hurting. And we found the quietest place in the building, the arena. I think it was Richmond Coliseum, but I ain't sure. But we're sitting back there, and Shane was laying there like, I think he was throwing up while he was asleep, which made me want to go over there and make sure, pull the throw up, I'm choked to death. But Linda come up, because they were looking for him, come up and goes, "Get your ass up." Mom, yeah. And she was like, "You was with the Rockers again, wasn't you?" And he goes, whatever he said, and she goes, "I told you we don't hang out with the help." And I heard that shit. I'm right 10 feet away. She didn't see me. One part of me wanted to get up and say, "Old wrinkled ass prune bitch, let me spin your face on your skull." But I thought at the same time I want to keep my job. But I heard her say that.
And that's very insulting.
We don't hang out with the help.
Like you were a maid.
The
or
ones
something
that
like
made you fucking rich.
Did you ever think about making love to Linda McMahon before that?
I jacked off to her one time out of anger.
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to another episode of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. It is, NBC used to have the big block of shows on Thursday night.
Let me call Virgil.
No, we'll call Virgil later. We
All
have
right.
too much to do. And here we are. You have taken over the reins on Thursday night for wrestling fans everywhere. Coast to coast,
That was
globe to globe.
What was it called?
You have holiday cards here from all of these great fans.
Oh yeah,
Tina and Danielle.
I talked to her
she
this
goes
morning.
By. Oh, did you?
Yeah, she said tell you thank you.
She's a wonderful person.
Yeah.
I'm sure
You
she'll be
said
joining.
she's got like 14 different names.
She does. I know of at least 4 aliases.
That's
I
not
know
true.
one of them is her real name, but she has at least 3 aliases.
How do you know that?
Because she has different usernames. She has.
Yeah, but how
I've
do you know
received mail
that?
from her by Tania. I never know what I'm going to get.
Have you ever had sex with her?
I've never met her. I'm sure she's a lovely lady in person.
She's pretty.
And if I'm not sure, I think where is she from? West Virginia?
I don't know, but she's Mexican.
Oh, well.
Yeah, or she's Hispanic, I'm sorry.
No, yeah.
Oh,
That
see,
made a
I don't
big-
understand
that made
this
a big
shit.
difference, I guess,
Spanish,
but- yeah.
Hispanic, Latino, and what the fuck? Ain't it all the same thing?
All right, well, as we talk about...
Yeah, he gave me out of trouble on this one.
As we talk
I
about
went too deep there.
international flavors for the very first time in October of 1989.
What happened? What happened?
You and Sean joined the WWF crew for a European tour.
88.
No, 89.
No, we started in 88.
You went on.
We went
you went on one of the
87, and we got-
WWF European tours in '88.
Oh, in the European tour, okay.
Yeah, I'm talking one of the
Oh,
European
okay, go ahead,
tours.
go ahead.
October 10th.
You know that was the first Spanish girlfriend I ever had? When we did what you're talking about, the international?
Really?
It was always after WrestleMania.
This is before that. This is October of '89, back when they used to do it in the fall. You and Sean worked the Rougeos underneath the Macho Man and Hulk Hogan the first night of the tour, London, England. Maybe your first time ever over in Europe, I don't know. What were your initial impressions of heading over across the pond, so to speak?
The girls are more friendly.
They're friendlier. in
Yeah,
Europe.
to Americans.
Yeah.
I don't think they're like their own people so much. You know, the ones that say, hey, wait! They ain't really crazy about them. Sorry, I'm sorry, y'all, because I love my mates. But they are Americans. They love Americans. And sometimes it becomes too many girls in one night. I mean, you can only do 3 or 4. I mean, if you're going to do them right. You can cheat shot it and like boom, boom, done, boom, boom, done. But what are we with wrestling? Go back to wrestling.
Wait a minute. In London, England, your first night there, how you found some beautiful English women?
Yes.
How many?
Were they English? Is that
Well,
what
they
if
were in
they're-
England. If
So
nothing
that makes
else.
them English?
Well, not necessarily, but that would be my educated guess.
You're not educated though.
Well, anyways, but
Yeah,
you
they were-
found
they were-
several women in England.
You know, the first girl that I ever in my life, and I'm down for anything as long as the girl gets hers. I'm gonna get mine, even if I gotta go back to the room and do it myself. I'm gonna get mine. But the first time that I never had a girl want me to do her and an alligator. And she had a pet alligator.
A woman in England had a pet alligator?
Yeah, she was from Hamptons, the south part. Y'all over there now.
So, was this at a hotel? Or did you go
That's
to one of
where
their
it ended up
homes?
happening. It ended up happening in my room. But she was from, Southampton's is a rich part, or at least as far as I know, of England, London. It's on the south side. Y'all know that. Y'all England people know that. UK people know that. But she wanted me to fuck her alligator. For some reason, it turned.
She wanted you to make love to the alligator.
She didn't say make love. She said fuck
Well, however we want to position it. I don't know how you'd position how big was the alligator?
it. It wasn't that big. It was like this.
So it was like a baby.
Or like, because the tail's longer than the body.
Did you
But
find,
it wasn't into fucking alligators.
well, I'd say that'd probably be for the best.
Yeah, because what if he turned around and snapped at me?
Well, did you find that situation to be more odd the night that
You know
Jake
what
the
I did? I
Snake,
went through all that because she was that pretty. I eventually wanted to get to her, so I had the fucking alligator.
You did not have sex with the alligator.
You asked the alligator.
Wait a minute. You had sex with an alligator.
I don't know if you'd call it sex.
Well, what did you do to the alligator?
Penetrated.
With what part of the body?
Mine.
Oh.
The bone.
Of all your stories, I don't know if I believe this to be true.
Well,
You had sex with an
I
alligator.
actually could call. You may call her.
No, we don't need to do that right now.
Yeah, but we're still friends to this day.
Because you made love to, is the
No,
alligator
but
still
no, I
alive?
like her a little bit. She's weirdo.
Is the alligator still alive?
That part I don't know.
I don't know the lifespan of an alligator,
I don't
so I'm
either.
not quite
Oh,
sure.
they
You're
get
talking
older because
89.
they get big. It was
Yeah.
just like, a little one.
You know, there's too. I can't because I have follow-up questions to this, but I just.
Go.
I don't. We're gonna get banned for Marty's love. The Chattahoochee was more than enough when we had Inside Edition calling the TV studio.
You know there's alligators in Chattahoochee.
Oh, I'm sure there are.
I'm not.
sure
I'm
there
sorry
are
for
down
all
there.
my alligators out there. I just don't like fucking alligators.
So,
excuse
all
my
right,
language
well,
on that.
Did you at least, in the end, after whatever may or may not have happened with the alligator,
Can
did
you
make
imagine
love
a
to the
human
woman?
gator?
Did you get the woman at the end?
Yes.
You did. Now, did you find the alligator situation to be more strange the time that Jake got cocaine dick and he called you down
The
to
snake
his room?
with the scales everywhere.
And one of Vince's top female lieutenants in the company.
I don't know if she was a
had
top lieutenant, but
Damien-
she was in the office.
Damien was inside of her.
And he
Which
curled
situation
his
was more
tail.
wrong, that or the alligator?
And Jake wanted me to go fuck her.
After that,
I love you, Jake. I'm sorry. You remember the story. I know you remember the story.
he wanted to give you Damien's sloppy seconds.
Well, here's what it was. He couldn't get it hard on that night because coke dick. You know, when you do so much coke, your dick will only get.
Yeah.
It goes right back there. And Jake wanted me. He liked her.
Yeah.
So he
He wanted
wanted
her to be
somebody
pleased, yeah.
Yes, he wanted somebody to please her.
Outside of Damien.
Yeah, Davey was trying. Davey was curling that damn tail end of that damn. But the scales were all like she was laying there like a starfish, and we call them we call them starfish fucks, like this, but scales were all around off Damien. And he wanted me to go fuck her, and I'm looking at all them scales. I wasn't even worried about the curled tail. I'm looking at all the scales on her.
Yeah,
Nah.
that would be mine. All right, but now I hate to even ask this, but
What?
did you find
No,
out if
you
it
don't
was
hate to ask.
a male or a female alligator?
The what?
Was the alligator male or female?
I don't know. It had one hole.
Dear Lord, you may have humbled the alligator like the sheep.
The alligator didn't complain.
The alligator didn't complain.
No.
All right. Do you think Annie would have serviced the alligator with her?
You already got in fact. He's got a fixation on Annie. Would
All
you?
right.
Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Be honest.
All right.
Are you ready?
Yes.
No, total honesty.
Total honesty.
Would you let her blow the hell out of you?
Annie?
Yes.
No. No.
Why? What would you do?
No.
Slap her?
No. It wouldn't even get to that point.
What would you do? Like get your mouth around.
They would have been a socially distanced situation created long before
Or
coronavirus. when it
you'd
came to
create.
that.
Yeah, you'd create.
Back to this
Social
tour, though.
message.
I mean, you're over there, you're enjoying these lovely English women and apparently English alligators. 2 nights later, I don't know if you remember this in Belgium, company executive,
got kicked out.
the vice president, Jim Troy, got into a
Oh, he
heated
got
fight
his
with
ass
Coco
beat.
Beware for
Yeah,
calling Coco
boy.
the N-word.
Yeah. I don't think that's what it was.
Well, that's what.
He got
that's how I know it to be. You were there. Tell us.
Or Jim Troy.
Jim Troy and Coco
he
got into the fight in Belgium.
Or Coco wore his ass out.
And to be fair,
And he was supposed to be a bad, like,
Jim
you know,
Troy
the one.
was an NHL guru
Yes,
at one point. I
hockey, one of the bad boys, you know, because they got certain players that your job is to intimidate the rest of the team.
Yeah.
And Jim Troy was that. He was a bad shit. Coco wore that mother. Excuse my language. Wore that motherfucker.
describe the
sorry,
scene
excuse my
to us.
language.
Describe the
Wore
scene.
that motherfucker out.
Was this at a hotel bar? Was it in an arena?
Well, we started at a club.
Okay.
And Andre Giant was in there. You soaked like apples or pears. It was a pear. And you soak it.
I've heard those can be delicious.
Yeah, I don't know about delicious, but you
They
eat.
get quite a buzz.
Yeah, you eat that motherfucker and you're going to be seeing different colors. Everybody else is seeing the blue sky. You're like, nah, it's green, it's orange.
I cut you off, but what was it that they dipped the pears in?
The what? Bottle.
But what kind of alcohol is it?
Oh, I don't know. I think it was the strongest one you can get,
Yeah.
which is abstinence.
See, it's a good we have help.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've heard those pears can do a number on you, and they are delicious.
Yeah, and Jim, I like Jim. I mean, I was good with him.
So Jim Troy had one of these apples.
And he acted the ass, but the thing was, Andre Giant was there. He ate one of the apples. Goes, next.
He needed an apple tree or a pear
Yeah,
tree
he needed a whole
to get
tree.
a buzz for him.
But it went south because Jim, you know, he did it. I like Jim. I like you, brother. If you even see this, but he got a little raw on Coco.
Did he call him the N-word?
He might have.
He might have. You don't remember?
No, I don't.
Or
no.
you don't know either way?
No.
All right, fair enough.
But he did say something negative to Coco, and Coco said, what? And then Coco stroked him up. Coco him up.
At the bar now?
At the bar, and then we went back to the hotel, and Coco come and got me. He goes, let's go fuck his room up. I'm like, that would be fun. And, you know, sorry, Jim, I did. The only thing I did was threw the TV out the window.
Oh.
Well,
you know,
Coco was
that
broke.
was kind
Coco.
of a common wrestling thing, unfortunately, back in the 70s.
Yeah,
for
Hercules
whatever
did.
reason,
Hercules
throwing
did.
TVs out of
Every
windows.
time Hercules.
I don't know what the humor was in it, but
Every time Hercules would get fucked up, he would throw the TV out.
He'd throw the TV out
yeah,
the window?
he hated TVs.
Now, these maids must have been very confused when the wrestlers came to town.
Well, you got to remember,
when
this
they
is
came
way
in to
back.
clean the next day and the television set was missing.
This is way back when they were called housekeeping.
Oh, I'm sorry. But so you were involved in going to Jim Troy's room with Coco. Where was Jim Troy?
Still knocked out at the club, still laying there like a starfish.
So how did you get into the Jim Troy's room?
Shit, all you got to do is giggle. But
you giggled.
Yeah, if you know, some of us weren't always, did good in our life. In our younger life, we had to make money and eat. The main thing is you had to eat. So sometimes you learn things you shouldn't do.
And that was a mistake, you think?
Slide a little card in between, open the door, it's like magic. Easy. Open.
And bye-bye went the Samsung.
That wasn't my fault.
Now, what did Coco do to the room?
Oh, my God. He fucking broke everything in. I can't tell you that.
Why?
Because you're going to have him on the show.
Well, it'd be an interesting topic of discussion. If
Ask him about it. Ask him about Jim.
Sometimes it's always interesting.
Let me call him?
It's like you said.
Let me call him.
Looking at two. No, please.
Don't call him.
Remember how you said it's like two people sitting around looking at the moon on the water. Oh, I see
right,
the moon
wherever
right
you're
there.
at.
You see the moon right there, and
Right.
you're both right.
Right.
So what do you remember Coco doing to Troy's room?
Oh, my God.
It's got to be good.
I felt like I wasn't doing my part because he was breaking everything. Only thing I think I did was accidentally, I picked the TV up. I was going to try to keep it.
Yeah.
But I stumbled and went out the window and down by the pool.
Little Tim Miller act.
Yeah. Yeah, but Coco sitting there, wow, breaking every
Like
motherfucking
furniture
thing.
you're talking about?
Everything, everything. And then we got questioned about it the next day, like, was y'all in Jim Troy's room? We're like, no.
No, it was just a coincidence. That just seemed to happen the same
somebody
night.
somebody saw us coming up. Nah.
Well, as legend has it, on that same tour, you were temporarily fired from WWF in 1989.
I was temporarily fired from them like every other year.
And, we've had interviews here on the set. It said at times the Rockers were known to drug rats. And then once they were done with them, tossed them out of the room, almost like the Sheik was known to do. Is there any truth to that?
Drug rats?
Yes.
What does that mean?
Roofies.
We never did roofies.
I wouldn't think that you'd need them with the
GHB. No, we didn't. And Beefcake, I love you to death. Missy, I love you to death. That's his wife.
Yes, I have spoken to her before.
Did you have sex with her?
No.
She can blow it. Oh, shit.
I'll have to mention that the next
No,
time.
don't do that.
All right.
I'm sorry. That slipped. That slipped. I'm sorry.
But did some situation come up in Europe whether these females were GHB'd or just you were done with them for the night?
You know,
threw
and
them
Beef.
out of the
Okay,
hotel?
I'm gonna go back to Beefer. I
All right.
love you, Beefy. Love you, man. But here's something. I mean, if you want to go stroke it up toe to toe,
Well,
bring it on. I love you. I don't want to have to hurt you. But if you know, we will be honest, he said one time the rockers used to, it wasn't rupees, it was halcyons. You drop a house.
Yep.
Yeah, you drop a halcyon in a drink, and you know, it was actually like you're doing them a favor because you're going to feel good. But, you know, girls will get too fucked up. And then, you know, you just take advantage. If you was that kind of person, you take advantage. Well, man, do you know how many girls we had all over us? And we got to roofie somebody. We got to roofie a bitch. Come on, man.
The quality that you guys could have access to when you were on the road.
Pamela Anderson.
To me, I wouldn't see the need for you guys to have to actually drug a woman to get them.
But you know what? We did do some crazy stuff, though.
Lots of crazy stuff.
Yeah, sometimes the girls would be a little arrogant and cocky.
So then you drug them.
No.
No, all right.
No, we let them pass out on their own. And then, you know, like, one time in particular, I think he's talking about this. I think just one time, he put it on every time. This one bitch was being such an arrogant bitch. Like, I don't see no damn, she was looking for a certain champagne. I don't see, you know, whatever the good champagne was back then. Dom Perignon or there was another one. It's more of a Brothers. Brothers got a certain champagne. But whatever it was, and she's running her mouth. She was pretty. I accidentally went ahead and got it, but she.
Oh wow.
She was being very rude to our friends, to the boys, you know, to the wrestlers. And her little simple ass, after her last beer. So I'm gonna put it on Sean. I might have helped. But I think Sean did it. Pulled her out to the hallway of the hotel, and we took he took a toothbrush, and you know, stuck it up in her.
He cleaned the cavity.
Do what? Yes, and left just the bristles sticking out. And we went and knocked on every door, not even just the wrestlers, everybody's door. We're knocking on everybody's door. So she's laying out there with a toothbrush sticking out of her pussy.
Oh, and you know what? In what other industry would we be looking at this as comical as opposed to this violation of humanity?
I didn't do it.
Well, yeah.
You know, at the time it was happening, we didn't see it like that. We just saw it as like, oh, you want to be a little bitch? Okay.
You're going to get the toothbrush treatment.
You got the right people.
Now, is that why you were fired for a few days?
Do what?
Is that the reason why you were fired for a few days?
Oh, no. I got fired for Steph.
In October of 1989?
Oh, man, I can't keep up with all the firings. I got fired like 8 times.
Well, in 89,
7,
you were fired for just
6.
a few days. You and Coco was canned for a few days because of the thing with Jim Troy before they brought him back, and you guys got canned too. It seemed like there was always something crazy going on.
No, those guys, me. Sean never got canned.
No,
I wonder why that
is.
I wonder why that is.
It was both of you.
Do you think Sean's got big, thick lips?
I never really paid attention.
You're kind of gay.
Huh?
You're kind of gay.
Thank you.
Well, no, don't you like us?
No. I want to know, is that why you got fired in October of 1989? Was it the toothbrush incident, or was it something even more bizarre?
I did too much cocaine.
You did too much cocaine?
Yeah.
So no one really cared about the fact that the Rockers may have stuck a toothbrush in someone's cavity and knocked on everyone's doors in the hall to come and take a peek. They were upset about the cocaine usage.
I failed the test.
That was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah. Don't worry about that shit. You failed the cocaine test.
And you know what's interesting? Back home here in Providence, Rhode Island, as that tour was going on, it was a non-pay-per-view version of the King of the Ring tournament that used to be a New England exclusive back in the day that Tito Santana won. So Tito was probably having a nice quiet night, drove home to New Jersey. Jackie was at the one.
Oh, he called you Howard.
I get the names. I was calling you Tony how many times the first day?
How much dick do you stuff in your wife lately?
Oh, my God. I'm not married, so none.
Well, your girlfriend, what's her name?
I'm not married, so none.
Melinda?
All right, wrestling fans, with that being said, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to have more with what can only be described as the Party with Marty. Stand by.
Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
It hits different live with WWE Super Show. Don't miss an epic main event.
Drew McIntyre and Kofi Kingston, King Woods, The New Day, Roman Reigns, and the Usos in a six-man tag team match.
Will the new arrivals on the Blue brand disrupt the dominance of the Bloodline? It's WWE Super Show in Boston, Sunday, January 9. Tickets and Superstar Experience packages on sale now.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insiders and keep wrestling legends working on eBay. At Survivor Series, it was champion versus champion as WWE champion Drew McIntyre battled Universal champion Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman. Get this 11x14 poster autographed by all three men. Limited edition, number 42 of only 50, with authentication hologram on the back of the poster itself. Comes with a mystery autographed 8x10 photo and an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas on Wrestling Insiders at your house. Get it now. Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Marty is back now, timeline-wise, in the United States. He's been rehired from the WWF after the Oral-B incident in the hallway in whatever country you were in.
Well, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Just your own personal
You're going to shoot
opinion.
with me now. All right.
Who would you rather have sex with? Sasha Banks or Trish Stratus?
I don't want to answer that on camera.
Well, your wife watches?
It's just going to... It's too PC. I'll say this. I think they're both...
We're not going PC on this.
I think they're both beautiful women. And if I was ever in the position,
which
I
one
would
do you
not
think
turn
can
either
throw it
one of them
better?
down. What's that?
Which one do you think can throw it better?
I don't know. I don't know Trish well enough.
I know you don't know, but which one would you like to be there with?
Like I said, I wouldn't turn down either if I was ever in that situation.
You want to do both of them at the same time?
I wouldn't turn that situation
You
down
changed,
if I was
brother.
Lovely ladies.
You know what though? I can't call it either, because both.
Oh, all right. Anyway, back to 1989. You're rehired. You're back in the World Wrestling Federation.
Who, me?
Yeah, very interesting.
I got fired?
Yes. We have the debut of Earthquake John Tenta, a big man. Probably the world's oldest looking young guy. He was only in his his 20s, and he could have passed for 50.
Stop that, man.
Well, am I wrong? I mean, he was an
Sort of.
old-looking guy.
Not to me, because he was my brother. You know,
But I mean, would you think that was a man in his 20s?
I would think with Trish Stratus, cause she would like.
Forget about Trish Stratus. I'm talking
when
about
she
John
lays
Tenta.
on her stomach and arches that ass up.
Yeah. There's probably worse visuals in the world. I wouldn't want to see John Tenta in
But
that
do you
position.
think Sasha know how to move it side to side?
Well, like I said, we had Sasha here in the MWF in the past,
Did
and
you
she's
like
a
her?
lovely lady. Very much so.
Now you lied to me. 'Cause Sasha, he said you became a bitch.
No, when we had her here, she had kind of short brown hair. She was really nice.
Short brown hair.
Short brown, and yeah, it wasn't purple
Like
or
a
blue
dude?
then. No, you know, she just had kind of a shorter girl's haircut. I was
Like a-
actually
like a
during,
dyke.
with one of the TNA house shows we helped promote.
I can't say dyke. Like
With
a
one
dyke
of the
though.
TNA house shows we helped promote, she actually went to a seminar, almost like a tryout for them beforehand, and I remember her being there for that too. And
You
she
know,
sat and
is
talked
she
with me.
married?
Yeah, she's married to a guy that does
Oh man,
the,
we can't talk about her like that.
What does he do? He designs the
No, don't worry
costuming.
about that. We can't. She's married. Leave it
All
alone.
right. Well, I think Trish is too, if that
You
makes
know,
any
you know
difference. After
Trinidad.
talked
You
about
know who
her.
Trinidad is?
Zelina Vega.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's
Lovely lady.
her other name? She got
Yeah,
something.
I think Thea
We
Trinidad
talked about it.
and Zelina Vega, yeah. Her
Yeah.
no-compete clause is coming up soon, so it'll be interesting to see. It'll
I
probably
love
be up
her
by
to
the time
death.
this runs.
Never had sex with her.
Yeah.
Don't need to. She's a
She's a
sweetheart.
married woman as well.
Yes.
And look at what happened to
Hey,
poor Alice
he's-
Black since she left the company. I don't think he's been on TV once.
Yeah, but everybody.
He's been in that room waiting
I
for
don't
someone
think, I
to
don't
knock
think
to
it had
have a
nothing to
fight.
do with it. Yeah, but
No one's knocking.
everybody talks about that. Though. I don't know.
You don't know what?
He got treated bad because of her.
Well, it's just odd he kind of vanished at the same time she left the company.
Coincidental, yes.
It could be a coincidence. You never know. He did fall kind of out of favor in the eyes of Vince McMahon because he was a big Paul Heyman project.
Would you be willing to have another kid with your ex-wife or girlfriend? What's her name?
Linda.
Patricia? Linda.
Linda, yeah.
Would you be willing?
I don't have a biological one with her. So that would
well,
be
I
the
know.
first.
Would you be willing to?
If the situation was different, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'd love to have my own
Can I call her?
biological one, but you know what? I love the two that she has as my own. It doesn't make a difference to me what the blood relation might be. I know what I put into their lives through mine, but that's a different story for a different time as we go back to talking about the massive
I'm gonna
debut
call her real quick.
of Earthquake John Tenta.
I'm gonna try to hook
Did
y'all
you
back
know
up.
John Tenta before
Of course I did.
WWF? How did you know him? He was over in Japan doing
He was an
sumo.
earthquake. How could you miss him?
No. But did you know him before WWF?
No.
No, okay.
How would I?
Well, what were your
He was a, he was a
Sumo wrestler.
Yeah, sumo. I was a Samoan, sumo wrestler. Pretty good.
What were your initial impressions of him?
I love him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember it was an interesting angle where I didn't know he was a sumo wrestler, but when they introduced him, Dino Bravo was feuding with Ultimate Warrior in some real classics, and they brought John out of the crowd to try and do some kind of, I don't remember.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Push-ups or something.
Yeah.
Get on my back and push up. And here comes this 400-pound man. Get on my back, I'm going to do push-ups.
It's funny, on the I think it's called WWE Unreleased. It was a DVD of just some great matches that were kind of regionalized or doc matches and TV tapings that never saw the light of day.
Did you say doc?
I said doc, yes. I know you love that. But they showed some John Tenta squash matches. I think one time they called him
Squash? Who did he
Earthquake
squash?
Ferris. And he was managed by Slick, and he came out to jive Soul
Remember
Bro
Slick?
like Akeem.
Is Slick still alive?
Yeah.
I love him.
Yeah.
You know that everybody claims that's Rufus R. Jones'
Son, yeah.
Is that real though?
I've never heard anyone say otherwise. Why, was it some kind of a
Well, no, because Rufus
secret, or-
was so. I love Rufus, man.
You know, Tony,
Rufus, you know
Tony
what
claims
Rufus-
that
you know
Rufus
what
tried to
Rufus-
violate him.
Rufus was what?
Tony claims that Rufus tried to violate him. They
Tony,
shared a
now
room-
you really gonna get mad at me, but you and Burkett Jones are.
Back in the NWA, they shared a room together, and he woke up, and Rufus was standing over his bed masturbating, waiting for Tony to wake up.
Well, here's what I heard.
I don't know if Slick knows, but
Here's what Tony called me a racist again. But here's what I heard. And I love them chicken wings. But Rufus said, you and it seems like Bobcat Brown, Burkett is on one of those who had like an 11 inches. Evidently, you got a big one. Because Rufus was like, both of them got big dicks. And he said, I was sitting in the chair, they were fucking this little white girl. And she didn't make no sound. And I was like, something ain't right about this. He reached up and turned the light on to see what, like, why is that this white girl not screaming? 11-inch dicks are going into her.
plural.
And he said, Tony was on bottom, Bobcat was on top. That dick was missing the pussy going right to Tony's mouth. And Tony wasn't complaining.
You know, I got to tell you, Marty, there is.
That's a true story.
There is a story.
That's a true story, y'all.
Look at that.
Including you, brother. You will get mad at me, try to stroke me up. Make sure you can duck and dodge.
There's a story that
I know you're big as shit, but hey.
There's a story that Kevin Sullivan told about him.
What he
and
said?
Tommy, it was in private, about him and Tommy Rich that I have been reluctant to bring up on the show, but at some point I have to. I just don't know when.
Do it now.
No, I want to see Tony's reaction to it.
I love Tony, man.
I do too.
Tony, stop fucking calling me a racist.
Right.
That's
back to Earthquake John Tenta's debut. What did you think of the big
No,
man?
let me finish.
All right. You've done it every episode, but
I love you to death. Stop not liking me.
all right.
Look, man, I don't know how to pull your hair because they ain't that long.
There's no hair to pull. Like his
Is he bald
grandson
now?
said, he looks kind of like Shrek.
I ain't seen him lately.
Tony?
Yeah.
Atlas?
Yeah, you got no
he
hair?
hasn't had hair since about 87.
He's bald.
Yes, bald.
Well, anyway, I'll grab his skull cap.
Well, for those fans out there that are looking for some of Tony's tremendous artwork, don't forget that he's available for commission drawings.
He's pretty good.
Excellent. Send us a message at bw@bostonwrestling.com. But back to Earthquake John Tenta. Here is a man that in very short order they took as someone walking out of the crowd for an angle with Warrior and Dino Bravo and turning him into a top guy, putting some big spots.
He was a pretty good athlete.
Yeah, he was very agile.
You know what was
probably
crazy?
because of the sumo.
He almost, Big Boss Man, if you don't remember him, Ray Traylor.
Yep, Ray Traylor.
Big Boss Man. He was a bad boy, too.
Yeah.
I think he was a CEO for a little bit, or actual correction officer.
I've heard that.
Yeah,
I don't know it to be true, but I don't
either.
Maybe
I
it's come up
don't
in
know.
interviews here before, but I've heard that said.
But you know what? Ray was pretty badass. I saw him one time at a club.
Yeah.
We had to do something. And, yeah, he was a bad boy.
Yeah. And what's that have to do with Earthquake John
Earthquake
Tenta?
got him one time and
Earthquake got
grabbed him by behind his damn shirt, pinned him against the wall. Now, Earthquake you got, what, 350?
More than that.
Maybe 400?
Oh, yeah.
That's a lot of weight. It don't matter what composition is. That's a lot of weight. Put him up against the wall. Boss man was 350. Earthquake's 450. Got him pinned against the wall. And I guess it was a rib, Boss man sent a little hooker to the room. And Quake loved only his wife. He didn't mess around. He's one of those. He didn't mess around. And he didn't appreciate it. They sent a little hooker to the room. When we would do that, when we send hookers to the rooms, we pay for it. You're getting it for free.
She still got the payday.
Yeah, you getting it for free. We already paid for it. But
Earthquake
oh
probably
my
would have
God!
preferred a meal.
He snatched him by the back of the shirt. He had Boss Man, who's a big motherfucker, got him up against the wall, and had his fist drawn back. And I was sitting there and I'm like, Quake, no, Quake, because Quake liked me. He liked me and I liked him. I was like, no, Quake, no. He was gonna, if you ever punched a watermelon real hard, that's what would have happened if Quake would have got him. it makes the sound, poof, and it just splits. He was going to get.
He was that angry.
Yeah, because they were joking.
They didn't mean any harm.
Nah, they didn't mean no harm, but he didn't find it funny, and he was going to hurt him. And if I wouldn't have been in his dressing room and said, "Quake, no, Quake," and he even told Boss Man. Boss Man said he was tapping him. He was tapping him like because he knew he was about to get out. He was about to get fucked up. And I'm over there, no Quake. And Boss Man said, well, I actually said, no Quake, don't do that. And he told Boss Man, he goes, you better thank Marty. And he said, I ain't a pussy, He goes, shut your mouth and you've done the right thing.
Who said that? Earthquake, the
Quake,
Boss Man?
Yeah, Quake said that to a Boss Man. And Boss Man didn't. I love Boss Man. I love them both. They're my boys. You don't want to see your friends fight. And it was a rib, but Quake didn't take the rib. And he had a little bitty Chinese or Japanese girl. He was like, you know how big he was.
He had a small Japanese wife?
Very small,
Really?
like this.
That's why I can't. It blew me away that he was only in, I think, his early 40s when he passed away.
You know what?
He was a young guy when he was in WWF, a really young guy.
30 what? 6?
No, he had to have been in his 20s when he was in WWF.
When he died. 36.
The number that pops into my head is 44.
Okay.
I think he had the big C, if I remember right. Cancer.
Oh yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, he became one of the four. He was one.
It was a shocker.
He was one of the first guys that was really active on the internet, on like wrestling message boards and things like that. And he really got close to the fans, and those fans that got to know him, they were really hurt. I think he tried to open a wrestling school, if I remember right, with
in
Scott
Orlando,
Hall
in Orlando,
Sanford, Florida. Yeah.
Because and that's where I live. Right? Yeah, that's right outside. I live in Longwood, which is right outside of Orlando. But yeah.
Did you?
Are you sure you're not gay?
Oh, Marty. What were your initial impressions?
Now you gotta answer it.
No, again.
You have never.
I'm going to put a sign up here that says I have never engaged in homosexual activity, just so you don't have to ask.
You've never put a dick in your mouth?
No.
Ever?
No.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
glad
have the
because
Lanny
that
Poffo
shit around it.
capability. What's that? What did you say?
That shit around it would you get scruffed up.
I got too much. Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
Sonny,
I'd be too dangerous.
Sonny grew a beard, or like not a beard, but she had a little bit of
fuzz.
Yeah, some ladies get like sticky.
Peach fuzz, yeah.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
But it's prickly.
Well,
and so when she would blow you, you were sore the next day, not from the blowjob.
Sonny injured you.
We're really talking about this.
Sonny injured you with her fellatio?
Not me. No.
Well, maybe that's
Some
why
of
she's in
our friends,
jail
though.
again. I don't know. Abuse from Sonny. Well, anyway, back to Earthquake John Tenta. Your impression of this big man when he entered the company. Was he a nice guy? You said a little bit of a temper if you pushed him the wrong way.
Well, yeah, you're that way too.
Me?
Yeah.
Never.
Man, I seen what you did to Glantz.
Well,
no, he was the nicest guy in the planet.
And he was enormous. Unless?
You fuck him over, now he gonna be that nice. I'm kind of that way.
Bret Hart.
You know, all my friends tell me I drink too much.
I'm not exactly surprised that statement has been uttered, but you know.
But
I've seen worse.
Okay, let me ask you this: do I laugh and play with everybody?
Yes.
Brother man, what were we? Just outside the front door.
And you made a new friend.
And your Uber dropped me off down the road.
I don't know how that happened. That's
I don't
ridiculous.
either, but it happened. But we love each other.
You made a new friend. But anyway, back to Earth.
Your new friend.
And my new friend too.
Here's the thing.
I only recognized him as an orange name before today.
Okay, can I say something?
Yes.
I don't mind because we need, we were trying to save money. We were trying to make money right
Yes.
now. I wouldn't mind me and you splitting a room, but I don't know if you're gay.
No, you would have no worries about that.
You wouldn't sneak in my bed?
In the physical condition I'm in, do you think I can sneak anywhere?
No, I'd catch you.
First you'd hear,
trust me, I'd catch your ass.
As I tried to stand
But
up.
I don't want to have
Then
to
you'd
sleep
see
like
this
this.
giant 6'3" shadow hobbling
One eye
across
going
the
like,
room.
yeah, where's that motherfucker?
I don't think you'd have much to worry about. All right, any other interesting John Tenta memories of his early run in the company?
Other when he
Other
did
than
Boss Man.
yeah.
Man, it was like a rag doll. That motherfucker, excuse my language, that motherfucker was strong. He held Boss Man. Boss Man was 300 pounds. And he held him in the air. Hey, fucker, I had to, no.
How did he know Boss Man sent the hooker?
That part I don't know. I was just in the dressing room when that happened. And Kerry Von Erich, who's my brother, I love him so much.
What planet was Kerry on at that point?
Pluto didn't exist yet.
Poor Kerry, but that's a
No,
sad story
I love
too.
that brother, man.
But what was Kerry Von Erich's reaction?
One time we was in Japan, and we're walking, going to wherever the hell, next place to eat, next place to see the girls, and Kerry, he told me, he nudged me, he goes, watch this, and we standing on a corner in Tokyo. Every corner, the lights. You wait for the lights. There's like 20, 30 people every damn time. And he goes, watch this. And he pisses all over them. And they're going, woo, they're looking up in the sky.
I like the sound effects. That just really enhances the story. But,
well, because that's what happened.
But what was,
and I'm like, Kerry, don't do that. And he goes, I won't.
What was Kerry's reaction? He came up as a result of this earthquake and Boss Man story. Was he?
Because he walked in. He had something to do with it.
What did he do?
He was involved with. They sent
with the hooker.
Well, here's what happened.
All right.
Earthquake had his lady with him for the first time on the road, and the first thing she's going to see is people.
Which fist was it? The second? 2. All right. So he actually sent the hooker to the room with his wife in the room?
Oh, well, Quake was with his girl, his little lady.
So she was in the room when the hooker came to the door?
We loved her, man. Well, they were ribbing, right?
I understand that.
Right.
When the hooker went and knocked, was Earthquake's significant other in the room?
Yes.
Oh, I can see him being really angry.
Yes.
Oh, now it makes more sense.
And it was Kerry was involved in Boss Man.
They hired her?
Who he held up like this, like a paper towel. But and so when Kerry, because Kerry's so lovable. I
never met him.
Man. Best brother in the world. I'm about to cry, man, because I miss him.
I was very impressed by his size. I didn't meet Earthquake until he was
Best body in the world.
Earthquake?
No. I always say
it was during the Attitude Era at the New Haven Coliseum in the back, and he was under a hood. What was his name? Golga, when they were doing the oddities. It was Giant Silva, Kurgan, and for whatever reason, they put Earthquake under a hood, and he was Golga, and he had, I think it was South Park, he had a little stuffed animal he'd wave to the song that the Insane Clown Posse sang.
They did.
And
they made us do some stupid shit back in 1996.
And this is 98. But what's crazy was they brought him into the company with the intent of trying to groom him as a monster heel to work with Austin, and instead he wound up doing a comedy routine. Even George Steele was put with them for a while as the oddities under a mask, and I just remember, you know me, I'm not exactly,
I remember that.
I'm not a small person, and I was impressed by his size.
Quake?
John Tenta, yeah. Golger at that point. But.
What?
Well, I'm sure we'll talk more about Golga as time goes on. We are running out of time
what did you
yet
say,
again.
Golga?
Golga, G-O-L-G-A.
Did you love Dustin Rhodes? And that's part one. Would you fuck the hell out of Terry Reynolds?
Part one, until Dustin Rhodes did what he did to us, I
What
thought
he did?
Dustin Rhodes, he cost us an annual live event.
Not Dustin.
Yes.
No.
He cost us an
No.
annual live wrestling event. That was for good money and it was good work for the boys.
No,
because of what he did when we booked him on it.
You might have messed up.
I had nothing to do with this incident, believe me. And if you knew the incident, you'd know I would have nothing to do with the incident. At high school.
Dustin's pretty on time.
He was, but also in 2004, he was in a bad place in his life.
You've never put a dick in your mouth?
Wrestling fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
All right, wrestling fans, it is Thursday. It is great to see you. It is maybe a thirsty Thursday, perhaps. We're almost at the end of the work week. That's a cool thing. Do not forget, we need you to help the cause with everything we're doing. If you're enjoying tonight's show, give us a big thumbs up. You can subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. If you're a kind-hearted soul and have a few seconds, share the link to this show on your social media.
You got a Billy Goat beard.
Wrestling Facebook groups, Reddit, wrestling websites. Let them know about how we here at Boston Wrestling are trying to help keep wrestling legends working. It's very important to us. The super chat to my right is open if you want to tip the bartender for the great entertainment.
Who's the bartender?
We need one. And as we've noted, while Corona may hurt the nightlife for some, not Marty, but for some, the eBay store is open 24/7. All this great merchandise, a lot of it is available. Again, you help keep the lights on here. You help keep the wrestling legends working.
I know you love your wife.
Yes. I don't have a wife. I've never had a wife.
What do you call her?
My ex.
How could she be an ex?
We were engaged.
Okay.
What's the question? What is?
Well,
let's
the
get it out of
question
the way
is,
now.
how many of my girlfriends would? Because I'll share. I don't mind. Dan's a good brother.
Thank you. I do appreciate that. But it's
but you got to perform, man. Don't you let me down.
Let me tell you,
Don't them girls come back to me and go, damn.
The performance would be in the negative numbers at this point, but that's a different story for a different time. As we go back to the World Wrestling Federation in 1989, and if you want early ad-free access to all of these great shows and help keep the wrestling legends working,
we're still doing
if
that.
you want access to all of these episodes early, the studio shoot interview DVDs that we have that have seen by millions online, millions on Howard Stern, exclusive Patreon content. Head on over to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. We'll get some cheap plugs in early. Now as we go to
supposed to be work.
Halloween night 1989.
How does this work?
Halloween night 1989.
Oh, for the first time I ever had sex with a scarecrow?
Yeah, did old trick or treat.
Yeah. Well, it was. I mean, it was one of my family. They had land.
Oh, okay. Well,
and they put a scarecrow there because scarecrows
it's like
are
the
for
alligator
real.
over in England.
Isn't that crazy? The scarecrows scare off scares or crows, and I accidentally had sex with it.
All right. Well, you know. If that ever was proven to be a true fact, I don't even know if I'd be necessarily surprised, but Halloween night 1989, it was Topeka, Kansas.
But is this our show or
this is our show, yes.
The whole hour?
The whole however long we go. Hopefully
which one would you have sex with first? Trish Stratus or Sasha Banks?
Well, you know what? If you want to put your answer to that,
Well,
in
let
the
me ask
premiere,
you, which one? Which one?
we already did this, Marty, and we're not going to
I'm
do
doing
it
it
again. We have
again.
to focus on
Well,
1989.
you're nervous.
Halloween night.
Would you fuck Sasha Banks first?
Like I said, I think they're both extremely lovely ladies.
You don't
and I
know
would
Trish.
not have a physical resistance to either one of them.
You don't know Trish, though.
I really don't know her that well.
Then you got to fuck Sasha.
Maybe I know her too well. Maybe it wouldn't be a good thing. She's a married woman.
Is it good?
I don't know her that well. All right, wrestling fans, it was Halloween night 1989. WWF ran a television taping, which is kind of odd to try and get a big crowd on Halloween night in Topeka, Kansas. This was the night the whole Tully Blanchard fallout began. They pre-taped the Countdown to Survivor Series where he balked at doing a job to Ultimate Warrior, who Andre was doing.
We're going to call Virgil.
No, we're not, Marty. Please put the phone down.
You don't want me to do that?
No, I don't. I want us to focus on what we're here to talk about.
Aye.
Andre was putting the Warrior over every night in 30 seconds, but Tully refused to do a clean job to him at the Survivor Series. Tully Blanchard. On the countdown.
Tully wasn't given that option.
Well, he was given the option to be fired at that point. But the same night, along with the Ultimate Warrior fiasco where he wouldn't put Warrior over clean, they pre-taped the Saturday night's main event.
Let me ask you something. Tully said he wouldn't put
he wouldn't lay down for three. No, he wouldn't put Warrior over.
I hate to say this, and I love you, Tully, but what the fuck were you thinking?
All right, well, we'll have to ask Tully what the fuck he was thinking. But anyway, they also the same night pre-taped the Survivor Series that ran the weekend after Survivor Series. And that was when you had the 2 out of 3 fall match with the Brainbusters. You have memories of that one from Topeka.
The best matches ever.
Give us some insight, baby.
We did a show. I forget where it was. It might even been Peoria, Chicago. And but we did our thing, man. And oh my God, me and Sean loved working with them. It was hard. It wasn't gonna be easy. we're gonna get a lumps or two. Cause they're gonna hit us. When they hit us hard. And we threw shit back. Sean didn't, little pussy ass motherfucker. But we reciprocated. But they were teaching us. Arn will tell you right now, the teacher became the student. Because we did pretty good. We did pretty good.
Did the fact that it was on NBC in front of such a massive audience, did you amp it up a little bit?
No, we did what we did for 5 people, as many as, and the only reason I say 5 people, I'll get back there, as 50,000 people. But we had to wrestle in Frederick, Maryland one time. The boys, it was more wrestlers than more fans.
Wow.
Yeah. But you know what we did? At least us, me and Sean. We went out there and did it anyway. Some of the other boys went out there and like, nah, fuck this. Goddamn, ain't nobody here. Nah. Sean and I went out there and did our ass. And we was working with the guys that wore the gold suits.
The Conquistadors.
Conquistadors, yes. And I loved them. And one of them, I couldn't speak that good English. I had sex with my English teacher, and I got all A's. But I couldn't speak a goddamn word of English. The only reason she gave me an A is because I stuck her. But we did the Conquistador. Jose Rivera. There was both Jose Riveras.
There was Jose Luis Rivera and Jose Estrada.
Yes. And they, can I tell you something?
Yes.
A lot of my people, wrestling wise, they're boys.
Yeah.
They didn't like Sean.
I know.
How you know?
Because virtually everyone that we've ever had in here has said the same thing, including you, on virtually every episode.
I like him.
All right, well, good. But anything stand out about that match, the 2 out of 3 falls on Saturday night's main event?
Oh, you talking about the
match
Heart
itself,
Foundation?
yes.
Yeah,
No, the Brain Busters, on and Tully.
There wasn't no 2 therapy.
What?
3. I don't remember them being there.
You don't remember it?
No, we had to do it like
We're gonna
90
have to
days
watch
in
it
a
then.
row.
We're going to have to watch it on. We didn't do 2 out of 3 fall matches with them very often on the loops.
When's the last time you was on a lady?
What?
A lady.
The main event that night was
No.
Hulk Hogan defending
talk
the
to our
WWE.
people.
I'm not
Our
going to talk about
people.
that nonsense. They don't want to hear about that.
Trash your leg.
Thank
pull
you.
that. Pull that.
Hulk Hogan defended the World Wrestling Federation
Yeah,
Heavyweight
buddy.
Championship against, of all people, the genius Lanny
He won't
Poffo.
pull that damn trash your leg. Oh, go ahead.
The genius Lanny Poffo main evented a Saturday night's main event.
Is that
against the
crazy?
Hulkster.
And I love Lanny, but you ain't got no business in the main event
On
of
an NBC
anything.
On an NBC special. Thanksgiving weekend.
Yo, what the fuck happened? Do you know Hollywood's mostly gay?
Who?
See, I'm scared to tell you because if you're gay, I don't mind.
Marty, please, just what was the point you were trying to make?
Can I talk?
Go ahead.
I mean, if you're gay, I got no problem because I love you to death.
Thank you.
I love you. I think
95% of the time, I love you to death too.
What happened to
the other
her?
5%, I just wish you death because you drive me nuts.
Well, but you got these little brothers here that
Yeah.
love you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, one thing I have to say is compared to our friend Matt Daddy, as you called him, or
I
Socko,
love him.
you know, the fans are usually generally nice to me. When you think the superstar is the one they want to be friendly with.
I know you don't know this, and most people won't, but you're actually a cool dude.
Well, thank you.
I
As long
mean
as the
that.
kids think so, that's what's most important. But anyway.
When's the last time you kissed your wife?
Oh, Marty.
No, on TV. Because
I've never kissed her on
she's
television.
watching it.
I've never kissed her on television.
Do you love her?
She hasn't been inside this physical studio since 2003.
Physical.
So it's been quite a while.
Do you love her?
Yeah, yes, I do. Anyway,
Give her a kiss right now.
Linda, mwah.
Okay, that was. Hey, Linda.
It was kind of odd how the.
Is she hot as hell? I saw a
pretty
picture.
blonde and blue. Where did you see a
Yeah.
picture of her?
Oh, you gave me a picture. You showed me a picture.
I did?
Yes. And I love you. I don't cheat on my friends.
Thank you.
But that girl looks good.
I did well. But you know what? I met
You
her.
got a 15-year-old.
I met her pre-injury, so that's why I did so well. What's that?
What happened?
Oh, well, we've discussed that before, even on the show.
Oh, but your son, you got 15.
It said it became, the fans even said it was very uncomfortable. They didn't like it.
Them eyebrows.
What's that?
You got some fucked up eyebrows.
Well, I guess it's better than having none.
I don't know.
I don't know. But you know what I found so strange?
She's pretty.
Thank you.
And your son. I love him. I think he likes me.
Well, you know what? He appreciates the 8x10s that you signed for him. He has them in his little binder of
When's
all.
the last time you had sex?
Oh, Marty.
No, don't you skip it. I ain't gonna let you skip it. When's the last time, Dan?
It's been quite a while.
When's that?
A lot longer than you will be my answer.
Well, I had what's her name last
on
night?
how everything played out. Because here it
Oh,
was.
by the way, I gotta thank you.
For what now?
For putting me in that same hotel.
Well, you said the same thing about the first hotel back in July.
Who was that?
I don't remember her name, but she made a friend, I know that, at the hotel next to Kowloon. All right, well,
Oh,
good.
let's go there.
I'm glad, huh?
What are we gonna do tonight?
I have no idea.
Let's go
I'm
eat.
exhausted and I'm hurting. We're gonna eat.
You're going to
We're
bed.
gonna eat before Elimination Chamber. But anyway.
Oh shit!
Back to the
Oh,
point
what
of
time is it right
contention.
now?
What?
We gotta do that.
3:26.
Is it, how much?
3:26.
That's all.
Yeah, that's all.
Oh, it's still
We
way
still got a
later.
lot to do.
Way later.
All right.
we got.
Let me try and find my train of thought again.
Hey,
the
have you-
timeline with everything with Tully Blanchard, I thought was so
Okay,
strange.
you never
because-
answered. You
What
never
was the
answered.
question?
Trish Stratus
I'm not
or
going to answer
Sasha
that.
Banks.
I'm not going to answer that.
Yes, you are.
I told you I wouldn't
Sasha
say
Banks
no to
or-
either one of them. I would not say no to either one of them if they had
I
that
ain't
sort
what
of
I had.
request
That wasn't the
with me.
question.
I would say if it was one of the two
Would you
that made
tear up Sasha or would you tear up Trish?
I wouldn't resist either one of them if they wanted that from me.
Damn, that ain't what the question
I'd
was.
say if
would you tear up Sasha Banks?
if there was a line, I
Let
would
me ask you
probably
this.
say Sasha
Who do you
would
think's
be my
better,
answer.
Sasha Banks or Trish?
If what?
Pussy.
I'm not going to answer
Where's
that.
Cameron?
I'm not going to
Pussy,
answer
why? Who you
that.
think?
I think if as far as if the two of them came to me at the same time with that request, I would probably pick Sasha. Because I've known
I
her.
would have tears with you. I love you, Trish. You know that. I love
And
you.
Trish is a
Where's the
lovely
damn
lady,
thing?
too.
I love you, Trish. But Sasha, yeah.
All right. All right, the timeline was so odd
What if-
because
what if-
as we
what if
noted
she-
at that
what if
TV
she sucks
taping
you off so
Halloween
hard?
night,
Have you ever came so hard you won't come again?
Marty, come on.
Oh.
At that TV taping in 1989, as everything fell apart with Tully, the timeline was strange. They got rid of
You
him.
went
they
back
fired
to
him
work.
because of that cocaine failure.
Oh, shit,
then
what?
he was gone for Survivor Series. He was replaced by
Ah.
Bobby Heenan, which we're going to get to in just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I
but
never-
on that Saturday night's main event after Survivor Series, Tully had his final televised match against you guys in that 2 out of 3 falls. I just thought how that played out was kind of awkward for the fans, which you apparently didn't pay much attention to because you
Well,
were
gooey,
busy
stop
on
that.
the road.
You know what happened back in the day?
Let's hear it, brother.
Sean, well, I can't say Sean's name because he was married a little bit.
A little bit. You know, one of those kind of marriages, yeah.
And we used to get like girls every night. I mean, every night. And some of them were pretty.
Yeah.
And, you know, hey, Sean, I don't care if you get mad at me. I love you. You already know that. Not sexually, but I love you. But he got mad at me because he would, you know what he did one night? He was on the phone. This was Teresa Day, so not Rebecca. So Rebecca, don't get mad. I'm sorry. And I'm just talking stories. What do you call it? War stories. But Sean, I had to hook him up then. The girls, he was beautiful. Girls loved him, but he was an asshole once he talked.
Yeah.
And nobody liked him. But I set
And
him up.
then, speaking of his asshole, you told that story about how you walked in the hotel room one night
When
and
he's
he was
fingering
using,
himself.
using his fingers on that.
You
that
remember
orifice.
that?
Well, you told the story. That must have been quite the surprise to walk into at the hotel. Instead of a woman,
Sean
it was his
did
hand.
finger the fuck out of himself. He
Well.
was rolled up in the ball going, ging, ging, ging.
And what was his
I
reaction
walked
to
in
you
there.
walking
I was just coming to our room and I had to get my damn whatever. And he's sitting there fingering the shit out of himself. I'm like,
Did he stop?
no.
He just kept going.
Yeah, he said, don't you tell nobody.
Well, the world of professional wrestling fans. You'd want to talk about a challenge after the Brainbusters had left WWF at that point in late 1989.
He did do that.
You
That-
were
that-
wrapping
that's
up
a real story.
your house show run with, of all teams, the Bolsheviks, Nikolai Volkov and Boris Zukov. Not exactly the Rougeos
Let me
or the
call Boris.
Brainbusters.
Boris, I can call him right now.
No, we don't need to call Boris right now, but maybe a little
He's a
later
good
on.
brother. He's a good brother.
Never met him. Memories
Oh,
of
you
your
never met him?
matches with the Bolsheviks, who were kind of known as kind of not the most exciting duo in the WWF roster. What did the Rockers bring out of the Bolsheviks?
I hate to say it this way. Y'all gotta remember, what camera?
It doesn't
Y'all
make a
gotta
difference. Just-
remember, I'm single.
And what does this have to do with the Bolsheviks in 1989?
Because I accidentally got with all of them's wives.
The Bolsheviks?
They lied to me. The
do you
girls
mean?
lied. The girls lied to me. They said, no, we're single. We're single. So I went ahead and did what we do. But I found out later, nah, they lied.
Where did you make love to the Bolsheviks'
I
wives?
wasn't love. I didn't make
Wives?
love.
What's that?
I didn't make love, brother.
What did you do?
Fuck the shit out of them.
All right. However you want, you were intimate with them. With Mrs. Zukov and Mrs. Volkov. Now, where did you encounter? Now you've got me interested. Where did you encounter them?
Which one? Let me tell you.
Was this not the same night?
Let me tell y'all something.
You just had Bolshevik wives on the road looking for you and Sean?
You stop it?
Well, I'm confused.
Well, stay confused.
All right.
But there was at one time, you know, we were living in Minneapolis. We flew out of there all the time, of course. You know, Minneapolis Airport.
Yeah.
And there was a band, you know, Heart. It's two girls.
I've heard of them, yeah.
Yeah, you heard of them. And they're pretty good. And we accidentally had sex with them.
At the airport?
Yes.
Where in the airport?
Like a little stall, like you push the door, like here it goes downstairs. You know, one of those things. We had to hide.
Did you put your heart into it?
I like Nancy.
Oh, good. But my question is...
Oh, shit, did I say her name? I'm sorry.
Sorry. Where did you encounter...
Sorry, Nancy, I love you.
Where did you encounter the Bolsheviks' wives?
Ask Sean.
Let
me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you think Sean would be honest?
No.
Why?
I read his book.
Yeah, and I can tell you things.
I read the book. But again,
I can tell you things.
Where did you encounter the Bolsheviks' wives? Thank you, Jackie.
I don't think I ever fucked Jim Nelson. His name is Jim Nelson.
Jim Nelson, right? Yeah. And then Joe.
I don't think I ever
pronounced Volkoff's
I don't
last
think
name.
I ever had sex with her.
But Mrs. Volkoff, you did.
See, I was trying to trap me.
Was
Look,
Nikolai
man,
busy doing one-arm push-ups, or
Dan,
what was going on at the time?
Outside your wife, who have you fucked?
Anyway, so
No,
was
no, no,
Nikolai
no.
doing the one-arm push-ups when you were with Mrs.
Who
Volkoff?
have you
or
fucked
what?
outside of Nicholas? What's her name?
Linda.
Linda. Who'd you fucked outside?
Women that aren't her.
Did you hurt them?
Probably not. They probably hurt me.
You gotta throw big dicks.
You got to remember, I have been the body has been out of commission no matter what the brain has been thinking since 2004. So there you go. Anyways,
Yeah,
where did you encounter Mrs. Volkoff?
Will you stop?
All right, wrestling fans, we're going to
She was pretty.
Really? You wouldn't think that Nikolai would...
Stop that.
Well, I'm just saying. I don't think
Is your
Nikolai...
wife pretty? Is your wife pretty?
You just told me you saw her picture.
You know what I did to her picture?
Wrestling fans, right now we're going to take a brief timeout. We'll be back with more. We'll try and get Marty back on track in 1989.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling's Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because they got to pay me.
Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
On October 28th, 2020, wrestling's scariest night was back with WWE NXT Halloween Havoc. This limited edition collector's autograph poster is number 12 of only 100 produced and is signed by all 9 superstars featured on the poster, including Johnny Gargano, Damian Priest, Candice LeRae, Io Shirai, Dexter Lumis, Cameron Grimes, Rhea Ripley, Raquel Gonzalez, and your Halloween Havoc host, Shotzi Blackheart. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the back. You'll also receive an on-air thank you from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus mystery autograph photo. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. Marty, trying to get some memories of the Bolsheviks, but you had a memory of Mrs. Volkov more than the series of matches.
Are you sure you're not gay?
Yes.
Have you ever sucked a dick?
No. Memories of your matches with the Bolsheviks.
Well, one time we won.
Every time you won.
I think it was pretty close. No, they won some.
They went over once in a blue moon?
Yes.
The Bolsheviks?
Your wife is pretty.
Marty, come on, seriously.
Okay.
The Bolsheviks, you did jobs to the Bolsheviks?
Stop it.
No, honestly.
That's horrible.
They were horrible. I mean, once Nikolai was done with the Russian national anthem, there wasn't much left.
We on camera right now. I want to see if you tell the truth.
All right, let's see.
Will you have sex without your wife?
Would I have sex without her?
Yeah, I got you hooked. Yeah, will you?
With what's going on in my real world right now, I don't think that would be for the best. And I'll leave it at that.
So you really love her.
Well, like I told you, by the
you
time
know
when
what?
we're
That's
taking
so
this,
cool. He
we're
loves
having
it.
our big.
Is she
I
your
have
wife
to get
or
on
ex?
vacation for. Well, I have to get on for a little wrestling to do in Florida, and I'm bringing them with me, and we're going to go to the amusement park next, I think, Wednesday. So, there you go.
I think it's pretty cool, man. He loves his ex.
Are there any memories of your matches with the Bolsheviks? Were they easy?
Yeah,
were they
one
light?
time
were they stiff?
I was winning the match.
Yeah.
With his name's Jim Nelson.
Yeah, Jim Nelson.
Yeah,
Superfly.
and I saw you. I looked out in the audience, and you was up there fucking your wife in the audience.
Marty, seriously, do you any memories of your matches with the Bolsheviks?
I just told. Yeah.
Were they good? Were they bad? Were they light?
Whoa,
Were
for
they
me, it
stiff?
didn't bother me. But what's his name? He just died too.
Nikolai.
Yes.
Yeah. A couple years ago, but still recent enough. Would have loved to have had him in the studio here to share his memories and stories.
Good
yeah.
brother. Good brother.
Answer all some of the.
He told
respond
Sheik.
to some of the stories the Sheik has told about him
Well,
in the studio.
Sheik, that's what I was going to say. Sheik one time, you might have drank a little bit, and he came back to the hotel. They roomed together. They were tag team partners, and we kind of do that. We tag with each other, and came to the room. Sheik came to the room, and Nikolai he was naked. He was sleeping naked. I never roomed with himself. No, I was just telling you what this night. And he didn't have his covers all the way over his ass. And Sheik walked in, and Sheik said, "Oh, Nikolai, I wanted to." and you know, the next day we got talked about.
He wanted to make Nikolai humble.
Yeah. And he said, "Oh, Nikolai, that was his roommate, right?
Yeah,
they were,
obviously.
and they were saying, and he goes, "Oh, I wanted to." And Nikolai says, "It's a good thing you didn't."
Be a hell of a way to wake up, I guess, from a deep
and
sleep.
Nicky would have got him, man. Nicky would have got him.
All right, well, on from the Bolsheviks. The final TV taping of 1989.
What are you going to do about
actually,
your wife? Girlfriend.
The final TV taping
No.
before 1989.
Is it wife or girlfriend?
Marty, none of the above. Come on, I want to focus on the wrestling. The final TV taping in 1989 took place
Are you gonna
before
have sex
Survivor
with her?
Series. No. You began a program with the Powers of Pain, Warlord and Barbarian. Warlord, who we had here in the studio as part of the Paul Bearer
I love him.
Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive.
Did he like me?
He spoke very highly of you until
love
he
him.
sees these shows.
No, we love each other, man.
What were your thoughts of a new feud, a new program for you and Sean to work with? Not just Warlord and Barbarian, but their third at ringside, Mr. Fuji, the master of the rings.
That's my brother. You know he served a dog head up once.
We've told that story before, yes.
Oh, man, but you know it?
Oh, I know it very well, yeah. Tony told it too.
Grab right here, you got to transfer
All right,
it.
I got it. All right, let's go.
Right here.
Right there, that one too.
No,
All
it
right.
was still there.
Your
here,
thoughts
bro.
about working with the new team in the Powers of Pain?
Do what?
Very different than the Rougeos and the Brainbusters who you spent most of
It
1989
always is.
with.
Every team you work with is different than the last.
Well, that's what we wanna
how
know.
you
We wanna
get
dissect
better.
it.
You learn. Are you sure you're not gay?
You know, I'm going to have to do a lot of editing to this, Marty. What did you think of the kickoff to this feud with the Powers of Pain? Did you say two big guys that really couldn't do a heck of a lot? Did you look at it as a positive challenge for you guys to try and make these matches good? Did you look at it as if it was going to be a long series of matches on the house show loops?
You want the truth?
Yeah.
We loved everybody.
Yeah.
Sean was a little bit difficult. A little bit.
But I'm talking about Powers of Pain and
I
their
know
work.
what the hell you're talking about.
What?
I ain't new.
You're not new?
No, I'm not new. I know what the
you're
hell
not
you're
new.
talking about. We loved everybody. Sean was a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
But we loved everybody we worked with. And Powers, you know what's crazy?
I can't imagine.
All of them, well, I say all of them. Warlord was 6'4", 6'5". No body percentage fat, 0. Badass boy. And Barbarian, try him. Try him if you want. Nobody's gonna mess with that motherfucker. And it was our best match. We were the littlest motherfuckers on the planet. And we go working with the biggest motherfuckers on the planet. Best matches. I love all my kids that I try to teach today. And again, I'm gonna say this, just work hard. Let it go where it goes. Work hard.
What was the magic of making these matches with the Powers of Pain so good, so watchable? I mean, the Powers of Pain, not for nothing. You know I like Bill and Barry, Demolition, an awful lot, but they weren't exactly classics.
I'll put it this way, and see if you catch it.
All right.
When that girl, that lady you love, I forgot her name. Your wife.
Yeah, okay.
When y'all have sex, you know how good it is. Well, it was the same way.
It was better than Demolition and the Powers of Pain.
Well, don't do it.
They were
like
kind
that.
of slow
Don't do
and
it like
prodding
that.
matches.
Don't do it like that. But yes.
What was the magic for you guys to get good matches out of the Powers of Pain?
Don't know.
It was
Everybody
just
loved
your
each
talent.
other.
That's it.
Everybody loved each other. Everybody.
I understand that, but I'm talking about the
Then what
in-ring
you
work, the body of
struck me out.
work.
Don't make me come across the table.
I'm just looking for answers to wrestling questions.
Okay. What do you want me to answer?
Yes. What was the magic of making these matches with Powers of Pain turn out so good?
Makes sense, because they're fucking way bigger than us. They're muscle heads, and I didn't mean to say muscle heads, but they're, they're huge. And here's me and Sean. So you work it as like gnats, sting, 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 because they can do this. And that's how we did our matches. Sting, 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 then they go, and then they
got a big kick out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it really was. It was like giants working with ants in those matches.
It was.
But you guys had just the, I don't know if you could, but to me, if you would call it chemistry, as a non-wrestler,
It was.
Something about it clicked, and you guys made them look like $1 million and one.
No, they did us too. They did us too.
Well, I know our good friend.
Are you all right?
Our good friend Joey out in Michigan has wanted us to watch the match of you and the Powers of Pain on, I think it's called WWF Super Tape 2 on WWE Network. We're not going to get to that this visit because we ran so short on time because of the footage that went missing thanks to Cecil the Lion, who was more worried about his medicine than the actual footage. Yes, Marty.
Have you ever been with a dude?
No, Marty, no, I have not. I have not. But Survivor Series 1989 was filled with a lot of dudes. You teamed with several of them. It was you, Sean, obviously, Jim Neidhart, and the Ultimate Warrior, taking on Andre the Giant, Haku, Bobby the Brain Heenan, and Arn Anderson, and what would be...
Can I tell my Andre story?
Tell the Andre story.
Andre, man, he drank so much wine, bottles. He'd sit there with a cooler, whereas we'd have like beer, like 10, 12, 15 beers, a case of beer. He'd have wine, bottles of wine, and he would sit there and play cards. He would play cards and just goop, and it didn't affect him. He was just
a giant.
Yeah, man. And that's why Warrior had to buy him bottles. Warrior's like, here's a, it's sort of like a peace offering. Here.
Do you think that...
And Andre, Andre knew, like, you little bitch-ass bitch. You fucking give me this because I'll beat your ass.
Do you think...
Here, don't beat my ass.
Do you think Warrior realized what an honor it was for Andre to lay down and do so many jobs for him night after night?
No.
Really?
No, because I wouldn't appreciate it either. Look,
Why?
I love Andre. But if I would whip Andre's ass, I would whip Andre's ass. I don't need them legend shit.
Well,
I'm the biggest boy. Yeah, fuck you, big boy.
In the history of his career, he only did a handful of jobs in WWF until that
Exactly.
feud with
And
Warrior.
Roddy
He laid
Piper.
down
Roddy Piper was the same way. Roddy was like, once you beat me, the mystique is gone.
And I think that hurt Piper. Because I think that hurt the longevity of his feud with Hogan in the mid-'80s because he was never willing to be the one to do the job. And what's funny is...
I don't think he ever did one.
You look at the finish of WrestleMania 1, who took the pin? Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff. I think Hogan's most successful house show...
Love you, brother.
His most successful house show run ever Hogan had was with Orndorff. They did that house show in Toronto that had over 60,000 people at Exhibition Stadium. That feud was so hot. So was doing one pinfall job the right way, it was going to kill Roddy Piper?
Yes.
I think it hurt his longevity as far as that feud goes. Maybe they could have done more with it if he was willing to at least one time take a pin from Hogan.
Let me ask you this.
Sure.
Where were you?
I wasn't watching. I was too young.
You weren't one of the directors.
I didn't start watching wrestling until the middle of 1986. So I had to watch it on tape.
I always do this. People outside the company calling shots. Where were you? Was you part of the company?
No.
Nope. And you was calling shots? They should have done it this way. Where were you? Not part of the company.
Well, in your opinion, do you think Roddy Piper did himself any favors by refusing to do the jobs?
Roddy didn't have to do nothing. Roddy was already made.
But I'm saying is, do you think maybe it hurt
What do you want me to
his
say? You
stature?
tell me what to
I'm
say.
asking for your opinion.
No.
You
Tell
think
me what
Roddy
to
was
say.
right in not
I already
doing the
told you
jobs?
what I'm going to say. What do you want me to say?
You think Roddy was right?
You got gray hair.
I know. Do you think Roddy was right?
Yes.
Oh, fair enough then.
I
That's
love
all.
Roddy, man.
That's all.
But you really would have fucked Tricia Stratus?
Fast forward to Survivor Series 1989. Again, we mentioned the match. Bobby Heenan had to replace Tully Blanchard.
Brother, do you think you would have fucked Trish?
Your memories of Thanksgiving nights in Chicago.
I got her number.
Marty, I'm getting aggravated.
No.
Seriously, let's focus on what we're here to talk about.
All right, go ahead.
Chicago, Thanksgiving night, 1989.
That's
Eight-man
pretty
tag. You had Warrior. You had Shawn. You had Neidhart on your side. Andre.
Oh, that
Haku,
one. That
Bobby and Arn on the other. Arn's last night physically in the company. Tully was fired because of the coke bust. And there was something I'm going to bring up.
Are you sure about that?
Yes. And I'm going to bring
How
up.
do you know?
Because it's a fact.
I would have gone crazy. You know why? Because he was kind of rude to me.
Yeah.
To
Well,
me.
you mentioned that, but let's talk about Survivor
Okay,
Series
okay.
1989.
Okay.
Any memories of that night being on Team Warrior? No, nothing. All right, well. Do you remember having a goodbye with Arn Anderson when you knew he was done?
I love Arn.
Well, I mean, did you guys go out maybe for a meal or a drink, say goodbye, or was it just, I'll see you down the road?
One time I was standing at the bar with like fucking 4 or 5 huge of the boys. Like
Yeah.
they're all 6'6", huge as shit. And there's my little ass. And Arn goes, "Hey Marty," or he called me MJ. MJ, where do you see yourself fitting in right there? Because I'm the littlest nigga on the damn planet, and here's all these big bastards.
All right, again, as far as Arn goes, when he left, did you, any memory of him leaving, or just it was,
Who?
you shook it, Arn Anderson, when he left on his last night that night, you worked with him.
I don't even know why they let him go.
He wanted to leave. They gave
Nah.
notice. And when they gave notice...
He wanted to leave WWE?
Because WCW was going to offer them a big guaranteed contract.
No, they were gone already.
No, they weren't. That's why they left. WCW started to give out
He only
guaranteed
got
money.
released like 2 years ago.
Well, that was when he worked as an agent. I'm talking about when he was a wrestler in 1989. They were going to get, I think
I
it was
don't know now. Yeah, I don't
$250K a year from WCW for a much lighter work schedule. But then WCW didn't hire Tully because, you know, he was just busted for a cocaine failure in WWF.
Yeah.
And then they felt Arn had less value and they lowballed him. They cut him from
That's
250
crazy,
to
man.
150.
That's one of the best. You know what, man? I like to think I'm a good coach.
Yeah.
Look what I did. I put Shawn Michaels at the top, Bob Holly. Al Snow was already good, but, you know, was out there all the time. 1, 2, 3 kid. All of them, like Bill, what's his name? Not Bill. Gunn.
Billy Gunn, yeah.
Billy Gunn. Gosh damn, Springboard, let me tag on to you because you make everybody go to the top. He called me Springboard. Your nickname should be Springboard.
So you have no interesting final memory of Arn Anderson in 1989?
I love Arn.
But do you have any final memories of the man
Why
before
you
he left?
yelling at me?
I'm not yelling at you. I want you to,
don't
we're
do it
talking
again.
about the question. I do. You're a good man. You know how highly I think of you.
You've changed.
But I'm trying to talk to you about this, and you're talking about nothing that has to do with this.
Don't make me come over to say.
So when the final, do you have a final memory of Arn in WWF or not?
Yes, I love him.
All right, good. All right, as we move along, dear Lord, dear Lord, dear Lord.
What's your final?
You know what I found
No.
interesting? What?
What's your final memory?
Of Arn Anderson?
Yes.
He was on TV last week on AEW.
For who? Oh,
He manages Cody
they
Rhodes.
love him.
They do. And Tully. They both got deals with them, which is a good thing. You know what I found most interesting about that match, Marty? And I
What?
don't know if this would stand out to you. For the first time on a WWF pay-per-view,
You're still over there. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
who ended the show? What was the finale?
Trish Stratus.
It was not the Hulkster. It was the Ultimate Warrior.
He died.
It was the Ultimate Warrior ending the show. Did the boys start to realize at that point he was the guy
I
that
wasn't there.
WWE... What?
No, I will never say something I don't know. I wasn't there.
From what you observed, did you realize that WWF was starting to put that rocket on Warrior's back, having him end the pay-per-view instead of the usual, you know, the Hulkster doing the posing?
I can't answer something I don't know.
Well, was it surprising?
What do you want me to do?
Was it surprising?
You want me to lie?
I'm not asking you to lie. I'm asking for your opinion.
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
It didn't stand out to you as
That's
odd
not
that
good
Hogan
enough.
didn't end it. Well, it stood out odd to everybody else. All right, well, and I guess that's that. We mentioned it a little, talked about the man when he entered. He had a very...
Are we doing new show?
No, he had a very short run in the company. The Widowmaker, Barry Windham. He came in 1989, and before 1989 came to an end, Barry was gone.
You know he's still alive.
I know he's still alive. That's a good thing.
He's a good brother, man.
He was booked for Survivor Series, and he was replaced. He missed out on that payday at the same time.
What'd he go as?
The Widowmaker.
Yeah, but something else. Where he had the thing in the middle of his forehead. Oh, shoot, I can't remember.
In 1996, he came back as the Stalker with face paint.
I think that was it. Yeah, well, he had a tattoo. Remember, he had to lose.
Well, that was Waylon Mercy, Danny Spivey.
Oh, yeah.
I'm talking about Barry Windham.
Oh, do you love Barry?
I don't know him well enough. But any memories of Barry Windham's stint in WWF?
Yeah, one time he set me up with a girl I shouldn't have been with.
Why is that?
Because she was pretty.
Why should you not have been with this pretty
Because I'm not pretty.
All right, well.
No, she was, oh, brother, she was beautiful. Barry could get the girls. That brother, he's like 6'8".
Big, tall, got deceptively tall.
And some of his dinglings, sometimes we'd be out.
Well, I don't know about that, but...
Well, I'm telling you. Some of his dinglings would be hanging out, and we're like, God damn, what are we going to do? And he would set you up with beautiful. When I was in Kansas City, when I lived in Kansas City, he hooked me up like more than once.
Really?
Yes. And
he was generous with these women.
He had too many.
Really?
I got too many right now.
I know. I see. I hear your phone.
No.
But any memories of Barry from WWF in '89 as the Widowmaker?
Good worker.
Good worker. And wasted opportunity. This is a guy.
Why you say that?
Well, if he stuck around, I could see of him having worked with Hogan for the title, or he would have been a great opponent for Ultimate Warrior in 1990 when they laptopped heels for him.
Who's the dude that walks upside down like a spider? Now, I mean now.
In WWF?
Yes.
WWE?
Yes. Who?
Oh, I see what you mean. When Bray Wyatt does that flip thing backwards?
Yes.
Yeah.
How do you learn that? Because that's actually, I can do it, but a lot of us can do it. But nobody did it.
Did Uncle Barry teach him?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I'd have to talk.
I gotta go pee-pee.
I'd have to talk to the Wyatts, or we're almost done with this episode.
Oh, I gotta tell you something.
What's that?
Well, one time, me and your goblins, Henry and
As we skip ahead 6 years, Henry and Phineas Godwin.
Yes.
Yeah.
We accidentally got a girl. She was in that city, in that particular city. I think it was like not Fort Wayne, Indianapolis.
Yeah.
Indianapolis. And we had to go to Fort Wayne. And she was like a girl. If you're watching, I love you, sweetie. She was a sex fiend. And
not like the Fiend.
I don't know about all that, but she was going to go with us. She did go with us from Indianapolis. Hey, by the way, I love y'all, but Indianapolis is a sorry. You know what, man? I done been all over the world. Worldwide, Indianapolis ain't got shit to fucking offer. How the fuck did y'all get them, what's his name, Manning? Peyton Manning. That's the best thing ever happened there. Do y'all remember when a bunch of us wrestlers, a strip club, it was a nice strip club, nice girls. And some of the Indianapolis Colts got a little attitude, and we all got in a fight.
Really?
Yeah, yes. And
Now, who was there on the wrestling side? Do you remember?
I mean, do you remember Bushwick?
Who?
He had the big thick beard. Bush. Who?
Big Bully Busick.
Bully, yes, yes.
So we're
Boy,
talking
he
late
messed,
1991.
he messed a few of them up. But I love football
What
and
a
I
short
love
run
y'all,
he
man.
had.
But
Yeah.
I don't need y'all coming after me. You know, gonna be all jealous because the bitches are on us. Man, come on, bruh. God damn.
Well, unfortunately, I guess Indianapolis wasn't your favorite city to go to, but I will
No,
say
I
this.
still got girls there.
Good, good.
One of them is, what's her name? I'm gonna think of your name in a second.
All right. Well, as you think,
No.
I want to try and salvage this a little bit for
shit, I can't
the
think of
regular fans of this show.
Well, we
Do
fucked it
you
up.
know who Barry was one of the favorites of?
Everybody. Everybody
Someone
loved it.
in particular.
No.
Is she
Everybody
well
likes
known by the phrase of, "How you doing, baby?"
He is so
Barry may have
damn.
been the
What's her
first,
name,
from
man?
what I am told. Barry may
Ann.
have been the first, from what I'm told.
Huh?
Barry may have
With
been the
her?
first, back when he had the run in the mid-'80s when
I
they
don't
were
think he ever
tag
messed with her.
champions. Barry?
He might have.
Well, yeah, I was told Annie was the first.
Where's the bathroom?
All right, as Marty gets up to go to the bathroom for the
Almost
18th
fell.
time today. We are partying with Marty. If you could ever be, we have a very special guest with us in the studio tonight. He was able to pass the qualifications of the studio to enter for this taping, and he is truly a VIP. He's a very individual person. But he's here with us tonight having a little bit of fun. I don't know what he's going to think or if he's ever going to come back. That remains to be seen. But we're trying to finish the year that was 1989 with the man that lived it, with his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll stories, Mr. Marty Jannetty, the future WWE Hall of Famer.
I asked him, would he rather have sex with Sasha Banks or Tricia Stratus? What did you say?
I said I would not physically resist either one of them if they had approached me.
Pervert.
Oh, I'm still a man. I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Do you remember that?
What? Let's talk 1989, folks. Dear Lord, Marty, I tell you, you were having the unfortunate run with the Bolsheviks to end the year. You were put into a new program on TV with Warlord.
One of them's dead.
What?
One of them's dead.
Nickel, we mentioned that last episode.
Oh, we did?
Yes, we did. And we mentioned your, as
Shave your
Nikolai was
beard
doing
once
the
in a while,
one-arm
man.
push-ups, you were doing some push-ups with
With the
Mrs.
Rougeaus,
Volkov of
yeah.
a different kind.
Rougeau.
The Rougeaus?
Yeah.
What about the Rougeaus?
The one-arm, push-up shit.
Well, that was during your marathon matches, but Nikolai was known just for exercise to do the one-arm push-ups.
Nikki?
Nikolai. And you were doing some push-ups with Mrs. Volkov.
Have you ever had sex with Missy Hyatt?
No. Have you?
Oh, well,
Have you ever had sex
man,
with
you
Missy
busted
Hyatt?
me right back. That was my mistake.
What's good for the goose is good for the gander.
I
as Buzz
fucked
Gorilla
up.
Monsoon
I
used to
fucked
say.
up.
Now tell us about your interactions with Missy Hyatt.
Oh, she's a good-
Beautiful, beautiful woman
One time,
in the 80s.
some of my students I trained, most of my kids were black, black.
Yeah.
And Missy Hyatt,
She had all of them.
every black person alive. And,
She had every one of your students?
no.
Oh.
No, in the business. And I'm not going to say names because I don't want Ron Simmons to come beat my ass. But she fucked every, I love you, Missy. I was just telling
She was an intimate woman. Is that a fair way to say it?
No, she was a hoe.
She was a hoe. All right, well.
Her and Sonny were good friends. So what does that
Well,
tell you?
Do you think that maybe...
I actually love Sonny. I love Damien, her boyfriend.
Do you think that maybe Missy went that route after when Eddie Gilbert passed away? Well, there was a lot of hurt in her heart.
No. I don't know.
What?
I
You
don't know.
You
No.
just know Missy intimately in a different way.
She got good pussy.
Yeah. No, that's good to know. Now, was it a one-time interaction with Missy, or did you have
Me?
Yeah, did you have a
no.
long-term
Man, when she was
relationship with her?
beautiful. She was so freaking, excuse my language, I'm more going to say fucking. She was so fucking beautiful back in 1987. And we were the Lawless, Jerry Lawless area.
So this was down in Memphis. You made love to Missy Hyatt.
And she, oh my God. She was like, for me, she announced, we would do, a match, and she would be, the announcer, and like, I think the Rockers rocked too much last night. I mean, she was pretty cool about everything, but my thing would get so hard, it would get bigger than what it was.
Just because
my thing-a-ling's only this long, but when they get real excited, and her.
Missy was it.
Oh, bro, she was beautiful.
Now, you weren't bringing her to the apartment you were sharing with the Nasty Boys, were you?
Did she ever come there or anything? No, I don't think. No,
that might have been for the best.
But it was still Tennessee territory.
Now, where would you go with Missy? Did she have her own place? Or?
It was somebody's attic.
Someone's attic?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
I guess it's better than going to the apartment with the one-bedroom apartment with the Nasty Boys, but.
It was 4 of us. It was both Nasties. Where they at?
Florida right now, I would presume.
You want to call them?
No.
Okay. I got Niles' number. I don't got Sag's number.
I'll give it to you if you need it.
Sag's?
Yeah. But anyway.
I found my phone.
Missy Hyatt wasn't with Eddie Gilbert at that point, or was she?
I don't know.
You really didn't care at that
I
point.
didn't. No, I didn't. No. I never. Look, I like to fuck a lot of single girls because I'm single. But one thing I know I got no damn, what's it called? Not character, but Sanders. But one thing I will not do is fuck a married lady. I mean, I'll wait till they're divorced.
Yeah, well, that's a good idea.
No, but it was serious
or at least
about
separated.
that. Serious about that, though, for real.
All right, Thanksgiving weekend 1989 for the very first time.
Did you ever fuck Sonny?
No.
Did you want to?
Maybe in 96, but.
Oh, would she look good? I'm sorry, Sonny. Where you at? I'm sorry,
I'll
Sonny.
tell you this. I would love to have her in the studio. I think she'd have some great stories.
You know what happened?
At what time with her?
1995-ish.
Uh-huh.
I went back to work.
Yeah.
Again? Yes. Because I quit so many times. They fired me so many times. But I came back, and she, beautiful blonde-haired. Remember when they were the body Donnas or something like that?
Yeah.
and all I saw was her. She was the one that ran up to me. Goes, I want to fuck you so bad. And I just got there. I just got back, right? I'm like, yeah, okay.
You'd known her before that?
No.
Oh, really?
Well, I didn't know I did.
Oh.
And she showed me a picture. She goes, you remember this picture? And I looked at it. She was like 12 years old. We did a Polaroid. Remember
She
Polaroids?
was actually a fan of the business, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry about the coughing. But yeah, she showed me that, and I'm like, oh. And I really did want to have sex with her, but I love Chris Candido. I love Chris. That was her boyfriend.
Yeah, Skip.
Yep,
Chris
Skip,
Candido.
Yep. And I could never look at her the same. Sean did, David Boy did, Brett did. Everybody fucked the shit out of her. But I couldn't.
It was almost as common as going into the catering at the TV tables.
It was?
Everybody would go in for lunch,
and they got all they could eat.
The days were sunny back then in the World Wrestling Federation.
I like Sonny.
The
I
house
like
show
her.
attendance really wasn't
She's
much.
in jail.
Again, yeah. I feel bad for the poor thing. She's had a very difficult life. For all that can be said
remember
about
boy
her adventures and
Damien
misadventures.
called last night. That's the one she
I
choked.
remember, yep. All right, well,
I
back
love
to
you,
1989.
Sonny.
Thanksgiving
Stop
weekend.
fucking around. I'm worse than you, and I'm still right here.
I need to have her, and Dr. David Reese here at the same time. Maybe to try and diagnose you people.
No, you love your wife.
I don't need him to diagnose me. I know what my problems are. I can't walk.
What are your
I
problems?
can't
Name
turn
one.
my head. What's that?
Name one.
CRPS.
The fuck is that?
No, exactly. But Thanksgiving weekend 1989, for the very first time, the Rockers and the Hart Foundation, two babyface tag teams, were lighting it up in time limit draws on the house show loop. Any memories of your first matches with the Hart Foundation? Not later on. I'm talking 1989.
Okay. Are you sure you're not gay?
Yes.
How you know?
Marty, your memories of those matches with the Hart Foundation in 1989?
Good.
Good. Were you excited to see on the lineup sheet that much better than the Bolsheviks, I imagine, being able to work
no, we
elite?
like working with them too.
You liked working with the Bolsheviks?
Yes.
What did you like
every
working with
match
the Bolsheviks
is different.
for? They were
you know
horrible.
the powers and pains that scared. They actually scared us, and what's their name? Not Earthquake. Big Boss Man and One Man Gang.
Hakeem?
Yes.
His Twin
What do
Towers?
they call them?
Yeah.
Twin Towers.
Twin Towers, yep.
Yeah.
That was WrestleMania 5?
Yes.
Is
Our first WrestleMania.
in the
and
archives? We certainly don't need to revisit that right now.
Scared. We were so scared. Like, how the fuck are we going? It's our first wrestling. It's your first Super Bowl. It's your first. And you're about to go look bad. The biggest motherfuckers in here, you're 220 pounds. They're 320, 6'8". What are you going to do? Our first WrestleMania for our family, our friends.
I don't really want to go through WrestleMania 5 again, where we already did, but you guys put together one hell of a match. It was so believable.
Who was that
because
with?
Who were you with? You know who you were with.
No, I
but
don't.
every time you guys
No, I
did
know
something,
6 was Orient Express.
5 was the Twin Towers. That was
that was the
Atlantic
one.
City.
That
Right.
was the
We
one.
already have covered that event. But the point I just want to make quickly was what you guys did in that match to try and make Boss Man and Hakeem sell for you was always double team type maneuverings, and it was very
have
smart
to when you're little.
because from a psychological point of view, it made sense. You guys were so much smaller; it took 2 men to take down Boss Man or Hakeem.
Yes.
And I thought WrestleMania 5 sucked pretty much. It was a boring.
It
event
wasn't a
to
good
me.
one.
It was boring, but that was one of the better matches on the show. I liked that match, and I liked Blue Blazer and Mr. Perfect, and I liked Hogan and Macho.
Now,
Other
why
than
you
that,
make me cry,
that
man?
show was.
Just cry for Owen. No, just cry for Owen.
And it was one of the only times.
Van.
What?
Just cry for Owen.
Cry for Hogan?
Owen.
Oh, Owen, I'm sorry. Well, we did an episode on Owen in the archives, too. We just mentioned him in a recent episode when he departed WWF in 1989, when he was the Blue Blazer exclusively. Someone that certainly had so much
You
more
know what
to
he did to me one time?
What did he do?
And he loved the rib.
Yeah.
He hid the car keys.
Oh,
And
you told that story.
I did too.
And they were in the gym bag? He called AAA to try
Yeah,
and...
he called AAA.
And they were in your gym
But
bag.
he went through it because like he was late too.
Fans, if you want to hear Marty's memories about Owen Hart, we have a great episode in the archives. If
One
you want
good
to hear
brother.
Marty talk about WrestleMania 5, which that is in the archives as well earlier in our 1989 chronological order, the best we can kind of keep track. But I'll try and ask one more time and get an answer out of you. Were
Okay.
you guys excited to be working someone new in a babyface team in the Hart Foundation, even if it was just a house show loop?
Trish Stratus or Sasha
Marty,
Banks?
come on, seriously.
Oh, I was serious.
I've answered it. As much as I didn't want to.
Which one did you go with?
I told you, if both
Sasha.
were in line and physically presenting them, choosing to physically present themselves to me in that nature, I think Sasha would be first.
Oh, you going with Sasha? We waited a picture.
Right there. That's why she's so close to me.
It's meaty down there.
Well, I'm not going to go there. But I'm all right.
So you
Back
really?
to these Hart
Okay.
Foundation
Anyway, yeah.
matches.
What was the question? What was the question?
Were you excited to work the Hart Foundation, a babyface
Yes.
tag team, as opposed to the Bolsheviks and the Powers of Pain?
I like both, but we could do more with the Hart Foundation. You know, because they could work, they could do shit.
Do you think it was almost like a test to see how you guys gelled on the house shows, maybe for a bigger feud?
Could have been,
in
but
the
I don't
future?
think. No, I
Yeah.
don't think so.
You don't think so?
I mean,
really?
it could have been, but I
Yeah.
don't think so.
I wish that
We
came,
were trusted by them.
I wish that came to Boston. I
Do
would
you
have
love
loved
Brian
to
Blair?
have seen that. What's that?
You love Brian Blair?
He's always been very nice to me.
Is
I know
there-
a lot of people that have come to the studio don't like him, detest him,
For real?
and have talked about
Has he ever-
anally violating him.
Oh, I was going to ask you, has he ever touched you?
No, I would not expect him to, other than, well, pre-corona, maybe a handshake, but that's about it. Should I expect more from Brian Blair?
If you like him.
I don't like him like that. I think anyone that volunteers their time like he does
Hey,
for the Cauliflower
Hey,
Alley
you got
Club
to
is a
put
good
what's
egg.
her name, Linda? Linda's
Oh,
pretty.
McMahon,
No.
she is. Linda McMahon's beautiful.
Yeah, stop.
And I
No,
know-
she ain't.
Well, you said you pleased yourself to her at least one time.
You
and
fucked
know
me
what?
up, bro.
That's actually a great
I don't
segue.
mind saying, look, Linda, I like you to death a little bit, but you're an asshole. And you already know you're an asshole.
December 1st, 1989.
You fucked up Donald Trump because he picked you, what was it, Small
Business
Administration. God damn, you fucked up DT.
December 1st, 1989. Linda McMahon tells Pat Patterson, keep Dr. George Zahorian away from the TV taping.
That's
She
the
got a
one that
tip
gave
from
us our
someone.
medicine.
She's hot.
she.
He's hot. I'm sorry. No, that the FBI was looking into his actions,
Yes.
Zahorian.
Yes.
Did you ever have any interactions with Zahorian?
Yeah, he played my feet.
No.
Oh,
George
no,
Zahorian, the doctor in
Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania.
I know
Yeah.
exactly who you're talking about.
He
I
played
liked
with your
him.
feet?
I liked him, but was he gay a little bit? So what? You're gay.
Zahorian was gay?
Well, he touched guys.
Oh, I
And-
never knew that.
And why
I
would
tell you this, I'd love to have him in the studio.
I bet you would.
That would be a very interesting interview, I think. I don't think Zahorian has done any interviews since he got out of jail.
You want me to call him? I got his number.
Jeez,
No, I'm serious.
I hope he's not prescribing anymore.
He got out of everything.
He went to jail.
How long?
I think 3 years, 3 or 4
But
years.
he's out.
He got out. Yeah, oh yeah. I imagine he lost his medical license.
I bet I can
as a
get him
result
right
of
back
it.
to the shit he fucked up with.
Well, I tell you,
I already know.
would you be surprised that Linda would inform Patterson to keep him away?
Here's what I'm going to ask you on that question. Do you think Linda could suck a good dick?
That's one I.
Vince
I've
don't get
never
mad
thought
at me.
about.
Stephanie
I've
don't
never
get mad
thought
at me.
about that.
Shane don't care. but Linda was such an asshole, and I love you, Linda, but you're an asshole. I just wonder, can you suck a good dick at least?
I think she was, in my few interactions with her, I thought she was very polite.
She always was. She was with me when I lost $500,000 in a lawsuit.
She was polite to you that day,
Yeah.
too? All right,
Little
well.
bitch.
But I mean, would you, in 1989, would you be surprised to learn that the FBI was...
19 what year?
89. Would you be surprised to learn that the FBI was looking at Zahorian as a hot doctor?
No, I didn't know about it until 1992 or 3.
So you never got anything from Zahorian?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Why you want to know?
Well, because this is a very...
You're a damn narc.
This right now is a very interesting time period in WWF. In October of '89, a couple of months earlier, that was the key time frame when Vince went to trial in 1994, when the government tried to make it out that, you know, Titan Towers was
Do you know I actually told Vince, I told him, and to this day I'm proud. I told him what to say, and he said it in court, and they had to back off.
What did you tell him to say?
I ain't gonna tell you.
Well, I mean, there's a
You gonna
transcript.
You gonna pay me?
There's a transcript of the court records, I'm sure.
Right, then go see what
you
it
can
said.
save me the time of reading it. What did you tell him?
Don't worry about that.
All right, fair enough. You don't have to tell us if you don't want to.
I ain't going to. But that man taught me so much. I love him so much. People talk him down. There's nothing wrong with Vince. It's like Donald Trump, man. Everybody talks him down. Racist, 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 racist. Motherfucker, he made you the best motherfucking living that you ever gonna make. Try this Joe Biden bitch. And you know what? I've not fucked Kamala Harris yet. I probably will.
All right. Well, that's
What?
good.
You want to calm down? Okay.
Back to the point of contention. I always ask this. I think I know the answer because it's pretty obvious, but I think just for the record,
Tony
in
calls
case,
me a racist.
I know.
Well, I just said something about
If we ever
Kamala.
make a compilation down the road or so on and so forth, was Titan Towers ever a steroid or drug distribution center to you?
Not to me.
I don't think it was to anybody, but that's what the government tried to charge Vince with in 1994. But we'll get there once we get to
There's people coming
Thank
out.
you, Jackie. And Jim, well, you're taking a real break.
Say it out loud, brother.
Jackie the Joke Man's heading out for the afternoon.
What are we going to eat tonight?
I have no idea. Jackie, we appreciate
your
your
place,
help, brother.
that one
Huh?
that Chinese place.
We'll probably have something here before the pay-per-view.
Yeah, what's that place? Oh, yeah.
Kowloon is the name.
Yes, yes.
All right, wrestling fans, right now.
Do you know Sonny goes there?
No, I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of everybody went there at some point, unless they really didn't like Chinese food.
You got big ass eyebrows.
I've heard that.
You want me to shave them?
No. All right, I'd only do that. Our good friends at Noel Salon, 347 Pleasant Street, downtown Malden, Mass. Give them a visit at noelsalon.com. If they can make me look reasonably decent, imagine what they could do to you if you're in the Boston area. They are
Bring
some
a hooker with
wonderful
you.
people I love in my heart. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to wrap up the year 1989 with Marty Jannetty.
Dan, that's a nice shirt you got.
Thank you.
Let me have it.
No.
Wrestling fans looking for the perfect holiday gift? Discount VIP packages and tickets to Boston Wrestling Soul Survivor 10 Back to the 80s, Saturday night, April the 16th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts are on sale now. Join WWE Hall of Famer Jake the Snake Roberts, three-time WWE Tag Team Champions Axe and Smash Demolition, The Wild Berzerker, and more 1980s legends to be announced. Take part in a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Meet the wrestling icons up close and personal in an autograph and photo fan fest. Then get ready as the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow take part in a night of white-hot in-ring action. Discount VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for a limited time at bostonwrestling.com. Join us for a professional wrestling reunion decades in the making, April the 16th. Fans, we warned you this day would come. Unfortunately, we're running out of original episodes of Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty each and every Thursday night at 10 p.m., but we're starting up that Indiegogo. You can help the cause. You can help Marty's show continue each and every week. Nobody does it like Marty. We had an incredible time with him at our 20th anniversary bash, November 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose. We want to have the good times keep on rolling, but we can't do it without you. Look for the Indiegogo link in the comment section below or across our website and social media platforms. We have some great perks, great rewards where you can even meet Marty himself. There's nothing like it. Since July of 2020, every week we've brought you the show. We need your help to keep on going. We tell you, without wrestling fans, there is no professional wrestling, and there's no better time to help the cause now. Let's keep Marty rocking each and every Thursday night.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
As the Demon, he became the first WWE Universal Champion at SummerSlam 2016. Here's your chance to own this limited edition collector's autographed art print, personally signed by Finn Balor, one of only 50 made, direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your wrestling collection now.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome to another Wrestling Insiders. Dan Marotti, Marty Jannetty. Marty has been all over the place the past few weeks. His good friend Miranda promised me he would be behaved this week. So we'll see what happens. She's a nice
Hey, let
lady.
me ask you something, though.
Oh, boy.
Look, he already knows Trish Stratus or Sasha Banks.
Come on, Marty. You've said it. I mean,
No, tell them.
They already know the answer.
What's
I already
the answer?
answered.
I don't. What's the answer?
I'm not going to do it again.
Can I say it?
Go ahead.
He's partial to Sasha. Because you know her. You met her.
She did a couple of our events.
And she was a nice girl, you said.
Very nice. John Cena Sr. was a great help to her as far as at one point she was considering leaving the business. And Johnny convinced her, he said...
Before, like, she's doing good now.
Oh, no, this is back in her independent days.
But way back.
Johnny sat down with her and her mother, and he convinced her, you got to give it a real try. And look at how well it worked out for her.
How old is she, you think? I guess.
My God.
20...
She was in her late teens or early 20s when we had her in 2010, 2011.
So it's 10 years.
So probably, I'd say maybe 28, 29.
She's still young. Damn
Look it up, little Cena. How old Sasha Banks is, being the Google machine you are. But we want to forget about how old Sasha Banks is. We're going to probably go back to around the time she was born. 1990.
Go back.
As the decade came to a close, there was a newcomer that was working underneath on C-Team house shows, doing some dark matches at TV tapings before he finally came to life on television. Tugboat Thomas.
Tugboat, I know Tugboat.
Well, that's him. At first, he was Tugboat Thomas.
That's the big one. That's the big one.
Fred Ottman.
Yeah.
I think it was better.
He ain't
cutting it
never
to
been
just
called
Tugboat.
that, has he?
Yeah, he was Tugboat Thomas at first.
I didn't know that.
I and Mike Sharp was putting him over every night
What
after
up,
he took his
Tug?
showers.
Love you, brother.
He's a guy that's very well spoken. I've seen
And
some of the
he's
interviews.
such a nice guy.
Yeah, he'd be interesting to have in the studio too. I've never been in a tugboat, and I never plan to be. See, I can give him two. But your initial memories, impressions of Fred Ottman, Tugboat?
Best. That would be the one word. You know, only thing I got upset about was Lanny Poffo was sucking his own dick at the time, and well, that's true. He was he would grind it out, stretch his back like.
A little self-service.
Yeah, or it would only be for a second, but he considered
better than
that
nothing, I guess.
I could suck my own dick. But I love Lanny. I like not
like
like
Lanny,
that, not like that. But
my Lanny interaction had nothing to do with the fellatio. It was we had him up for an event, and him and I actually together, because Jimmy Hart no-showed the event, which I'm still pissed about
don't
to
do
this
that.
day. He sure did. And so it put
Jimmy
me,
don't no-show.
He no-showed because Hogan needed him to be at a seafood festival that Brooks sang at
Oh, so he double
to carry
booked.
the bags. Well, he never even canceled. He just no-showed. And that, no.
Jimmy, don't you say shit to me. When Jimmy, the first time I met Jimmy,
yeah,
I had a girlfriend that, she was a little bit of a hooker.
Yeah,
And,
a little bit of a hooker.
Bad girl. And and Jimmy Hart, he just came. He was in Kansas City for the Geigo, and Harley race.
Oh, so this is pre-WWF.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And it was just when I first met Jimmy. He, for whatever reason, they sent him there like to do his thing, and he tells the best. He came up to the hotel. I had an argument with Ray Lynn, one of my girls.
The semi-prostitute. Depended on which day of the week, I guess.
I accidentally took her. I just moved there myself. I'm Columbus, Georgia. Sucks ass. But I went to Kansas City, Missouri. Capri Inn, nice place, hotel. Sit there, and then I called my girl. I said, come on over. Even though there was like 13 girls that night. But I wasn't worried about that because I knew how to manipulate. I know it's horrible. She'll be mad.
Time management.
Yes.
Yeah.
Load management, we called it.
Well, and then there's that.
But anyway, I forgot what I was going to tell you. One time, I got to tell y'all.
Kansas City, the semi-prostitute, what happened?
Semi-prostitute. No, here's the best thing about Kansas City.
Yeah.
Bob Geigo, I loved him. And he's still around, I guess. I loved him, man, so much. Him and Harley Race owned it.
Right.
It was their territory. You know about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And at this hotel, it was like a monthly rate. So for us wrestlers.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, you pay $300 a month or whatever. Compared to getting a hotel, not a hotel, a hotel was really gonna be big. But even renting a place, I don't know if they still do that, like monthly rates.
There are some hotels that do that, monthly, weekly,
Do they?
they'll give you a deal.
But it was pretty good for us, because we're there, we're gonna be there all month, in the next month. But I can't tell this.
Just tell it.
You sure?
With all the other things that you've come out with, you've already said that this woman was a hooker.
No,
half the time.
no.
What worse could be come out?
No.
Honest to God, what worse could come out than that?
Because I like her.
All right, well, okay.
I think she likes me. I don't know.
All right, well.
Anyway.
Did Jimmy offer her money?
Jimmy Snucker?
No, Hart.
No. So Jimmy comes up.
Did Jimmy give her the megaphone to yell into while he
He
went to town
had
on
it
her,
with
or
him.
what?
He had it with him. He was like, "Stop that!"
So what happened? I'm interested in the story.
Well,
Jimmy
man,
came into KC.
Yeah.
You've got the
Yeah,
semi-hooker
and
as your
this
friend.
was this was his introduction to where he's going to be for the next few months. I got a little mad at my girlfriend. I got mad at her.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, back when I was young, I used to be stupid.
I find that hard to believe, but...
And I got a bunch of her suitcases. I was mad as fuck.
You took her suitcases?
Yeah, a bunch of them. And it, you know, threw them over. We was on the third floor, so third balcony, and they hit the ground, and it was windy as hell that night. Bam! They break in the wind, and then the wind was like blow. And Jimmy Hart come up to see that. It was his introduction to like, this is where I'm gonna be. And me and him had never met before, and he came up and he goes like, "Hey, my name's Jimmy Hart." Yeah, man, it was a good one. He tells the best. He goes, "I ain't never been there." You know how he's all panicky and always.
Oh yeah.
"I ain't never been there," and I come walking up and there's suitcases behind the ear. Bam, bam, bam. You know, me and her never got married.
Well, considering the thousands of women that you've been with, I'm not necessarily
Not
taken aback by that.
thousands.
How many?
1,000.
1,000, you believe?
Well, about that.
You need to see his Tinder profile in the other room. He's got quite a list too.
Did I tell you?
Himself.
Did I tell you? Damn, what's his name's on the road? Cody Rhodes is on the damn wall of Atlanta airport. Him and his girl. He got
You told me that, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's on the wall. I'm walking by one time and they're like, "What the fuck? Cody, I love you to death, but why are you up there and I'm not?"
Your initial impressions of Tugboat in WWF in 1990?
Big.
Big.
Huge.
You know what? Do you think it was...
Nicest guy, though.
Do you think it was a bit of a waste to take a guy of that size and a great, you know, verbal presentation and put him in that dumb outfit? I just, even as a kid, I thought it was ridiculous.
You just dumbed it.
I thought it was stupid.
It wasn't dumb till you said that.
You didn't
The Popeye outfit?
Yeah. Or Bluto or whatever he was supposed to be. I don't know. I would have been in the 4th grade for that. I thought it was absurd.
Yeah, so why are you judging?
Well, I'm asking your opinion.
Oh, what's my opinion? What do you want?
What did you think of the character Tugboat?
The girl that was next to him, I wanted to fuck her so bad.
He had some quality tugettes.
He actually did.
He had some tugettes.
Yes, he did. And I don't know if he's married or not.
I think a couple of times at this point.
For real?
Yeah.
Well, I want to be quiet, but you know girls liked him a lot. You know what, when you're on TV...
They wanted to ride the ship?
Well, when you're on TV, girls don't seem to care. I mean, why? It's just like... And they don't care the size of your ding-a-ling. They don't care about none of that. It's like, oh, you're on TV? And Nicole Smith, remember that little slut?
Yeah.
You know me and Jimmy Powers almost fucked her one night?
Really?
Both of us, yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
All right.
It was Rick's. It was a strip club in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
And they introduced her because she was the hot thing at the club. And she was such Jimmy Powers is a good-looking dude. For y'all that might remember, might not, it was one of the Italian Stallions.
Young Stallions.
Young Stallions tag team. Jimmy's a good-looking dude. Bro. Paul Roman was too. But Jimmy, every time you know, Sean drew shit. When we go out, the girls would come around him, and then he would talk, and they'd go like, and I'd be like, no, come here. I scooped up his leftovers. But Jimmy Powers, he knew how to talk too. He had the look, and he could speak. You know, so I'm like this behind Jimmy, and it never happened.
I could see that.
Yeah,
as
Jimmy.
Women having an appeal to Jim Powers, much more so than Tugboat. You'd think Tugboat would have the
go
ocean rats running around the bottom of the ship.
You know, he owns a place it's on that little strip of islands. What's that called? In Florida,
I thought
the
he lived
Keys,
in
the
Tampa.
Keys, the Keys.
He's that far south?
He lives.
Maybe.
I don't know
he's
where
in
he
Tampa
lives,
now.
but he's got a club in a couple other places.
Tugboat owns nightclubs?
Yes.
Really? I didn't know that.
Strip clubs too.
And I don't know if he still is now, but at one point, he was married to the sister of Dusty Rhodes' wife.
Who's that?
You've never heard of Dusty Rhodes?
Yeah, but who's the sister?
One of Tugboat's wives was the sister of Dusty's wife.
Do you know Dusty fucked Terry? And I don't know that part. I don't know that.
Dusty, he was around earlier than Dusty.
I can only speak on what I know. And me and Dustin were great friends still, or I hope. Maybe not after this. But
wait until you get to some of our 96 stories.
He hated Cody, and he hated his dad. And I'm like,
why did he hate Cody? I can understand that because he was around Cody.
Jealousy.
He was never around Dustin because he was on the road 300 days a year. Cody, he lived with in Georgia, and he gave those two. I think his sister's name was
Cody.
And I think the two kids that Dusty had with his wife Michelle were Cody and Teal. And he lived with them full time. And Dusty had broken up with his first wife that he had Dustin and his sister with.
Before Terry?
I don't.
I think Terry was his first wife. I don't know.
Not Terry Runnels.
Well, yes.
He was never married to Terry Runnels. Are you talking about Dustin or Dusty?
Dustin.
Oh, Dustin was married to Terry Runnels.
Yeah.
But Dusty, the wrestling lore was,
why people's
had Terry
personal
on a
life
regular
like that?
basis.
Stop snooping.
I didn't snoop. I come across these things with all the great
He's doing
individuals I converse with. And I tell you, and I've told you before,
you can't.
I detest that woman.
Who?
Out of anyone I have ever met in professional wrestling.
She's a little bit.
No. And someday if I ever do my book or my shoot interview, I want to tell the whole story. And the only reason I haven't is out of respect to John Cena Sr., which tells him how much I care about him as a human being. But I detest that woman. The hatred I have in my heart for her.
Let's fuck with her.
No, please. Right. Her fake teeth will probably fall out. But anyway.
They're not fake. She bit me one time in the shoulder. No, them were real.
I'm going to tell you. I'll tell you about her teeth. But anyway, we lost track. Well, unfortunately, yes, it caused a rift with Dustin and Dusty because Terry serviced both members of the Rhodes family. I don't know if she ever got to Cody. He would have been a little young, but...
I don't know nothing about this.
All right, anyway, back to Tugboat. And another funny thing, Jerry Sagg's wife is
pretty.
Married to...
She used to be, I don't know.
She's married to the sister of Dusty's wife, too. So both Tugboat and Jerry Sags are uncles to Goldust and Cody.
No.
Yeah.
It's not Sag's wife.
I wouldn't bet a lot of money, but I'd bet you a couple bucks that Jerry Sags' wife is the sister of Michelle Runnels.
Have you ever fucked her?
So they almost sound like the Bella family. All these, I don't know what the maiden name was, but all of Michelle Runnels and her sisters, they all wound up with wrestlers.
You know what was crazy? One time we was wrestling, Snoop Dogg and I are good friends.
Yes, very good friends.
And in Jacksonville, in fact, I think he introduced me to Wrestle the Miz that night, to Wrestle the Miz.
Yeah.
And you know what was cool, man? Because me and Snoopy know each other from prior to that, back when he first was getting big time.
Yeah.
We wrestled at L.A. I don't know if it was Coliseum. Yeah, it was Coliseum, L.A. Coliseum. It was right next to the, I don't remember what the Coliseum, arena, L.A. arena. Coliseum was where they do the Rose Bowl.
Yeah.
It was right next door, but you had to go through rough area, And the first time being Snoopy Dogg you ever met, they had a hustle. The brothers, like we wanted Taco Bell. We actually just wanted something to eat. Taco Bell was right there. We pulled through, and they wait You know, like when you come up to the road and take a left or right, you know, wherever you go, they see you get change. So they're like, when you pull up, hey, you got any change? How you gonna lie to them? They just saw you get change.
Who was better, Nikki or Brie?
Oh, gosh, damn.
Which one?
If I had to say,
yeah,
the one that looks younger.
I don't know.
Now, well, you work on that.
All right, we'll work on that. All right, wrestling fans, we're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back with more. 1990, we've talked about one man in the various family endeavors that have gone on within that family. We'll be back after this
like
brief
10 hours.
time out. All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Again, the eBay store is open 24/7. The Patreon is rocking. The premiere chat, if you're with us on Thursday night at 10. All of our great friends are here. What about our friends from Kansas City? Kate Cook. Our good friend Adrian Nelson from down in Jacksonville. Our good friend Augustine down in Dallas. We've got Slick Rick B. We've got Tania. We have got Smokey, she is Smokey. We've got Maria Davis out in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. J.A. Will, Kevin Petrantozzi down at the Gold Exchange in Greensboro, North Carolina. But we're missing someone. We're missing Phil.
I'll feel it.
We're missing Phil.
But me and Rocky Johnson, that's Dwayne, you know, the Rock's dad. We hooked up in Kansas City, and we were crazy about women.
You hooked up with Rocky Johnson in Kansas City?
The daddy. I knew you was.
With every other story you come out with. What am I saying? They were going to have to, I guess, rebook that Young Rock series on NBC if that was a reality.
You know, I didn't see that.
I haven't seen it yet either, but it's only one episode.
I heard it's pretty good, though.
It's a lot of fiction, but apparently it's fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, Randy Savage is in it, and they weren't working in WWF together at any point in time. So, I mean, Randy and Rocky. So why would Randy have a place in the show? You know what I mean?
What Randy used to do? He loved his baseball.
Yes.
He would take a bat and go out and put a half a tire on the side of a fence and just practice hitting.
Really?
Hitting. You know, because I guess baseball, I was pretty decent myself. I'm probably not as good as him.
I loved playing baseball as a kid.
Did you?
You want to know why I stopped playing baseball?
Why?
Tony Rumble in Century Wrestling.
You love him.
I do. He broke me into the business.
I can't remember.
He was, you know, his biggest claim to fame would have been probably working with the Savoldis for the ICW group. And I
know the name.
He got to know the Bushwhackers well down in Puerto Rico, so he did a little in Puerto Rico. But other than that, he was just a Northeast
No,
based
it's probably
guy.
what you said about
You know what? One more thing he did, because he was so tight with Kevin, they brought him into one of the WCW World War IIIs. I don't know if you remember it, but they did 3 ring battle royals for a few pay-per-views.
Yes.
And it was in '96, World War III '96.
And let me tell you something.
And he had a Drew Bledsoe jersey on, the Patriots.
Did he?
Yep.
Oh, that's when. Yeah, because Drew was before Tom.
Yeah. Yep.
They, of course, you know that. But what was crazy when it was a double ring battle royal.
Triple ring. Or unless
I
you're
think it
talking
was
about
double.
something else.
Well, it was WCW.
World War III and WCW, it was 3 rings.
Okay. Well, what I remember was double.
All right,
you know, and
with
the first 15 guys, you know, because you all came out.
Right.
The first 15, 10 of them were dead.
Well, what?
Dead.
Dead?
Yes. And then
I see what you mean. They passed away.
I'm watching. I'm like, it's Kurt Hennig. Oh, it's Crush. Oh, fuck, it's Hulk. Oh, it's Rick Root. Goddamn. It was like everybody coming out was dead. That does affect you a little bit.
Sure does. And you know, I know how much some of the deaths have hit me from guys that I've worked with. But for you, on the road 300 days a year with some of them,
family.
The psychological toll.
You know
it
what?
Must be brutal.
There's nothing I would put ahead of my brother because he fought in Vietnam.
Yep.
Over what he thought was bullshit. They would, get used.
Little Cena, the man that likes dark chocolate, is in the control room. We have a very special guest make his way all the way out here from central Massachusetts that didn't even know what time we were recording, which is what really impressed me. And then he went for...
We got a live show in a minute.
At 7 o'clock. So
What time
we got to pump out 2 more of these, baby.
Okay.
Let me continue through my cheat sheet, as I'm sure Dave is going to shoot to Marty individually. There we go, brother. How about this one? This was kind of interesting.
What is it?
The Big Boss Man, one of the top heels in the industry. He came into WWF white hot in '88, feuded with Hogan. He was one of, I think he's one of Hogan's top 3 drawing opponents on the house show, Luke. Big Boss Man.
Hogan told me one time, he goes, Marty, he goes, I want to make all these guys look good, but I got to do it with the guys that don't hurt me, which means, they're stiff.
I told you, we mentioned that day. I believe the date was March 18th of '89.
March.
You and Brainbusters worked underneath, but the main event was Hogan and Boss Man in a cage. You did a matinee and sold out MSG with nearly 20,000 people. Then you came to Boston that night. I was at the event.
That's what I was
And you
gonna
sold
say.
out the Boston Garden with 16,000. So you did over 35.
Oh, is it a double shot?
Double shot, yeah.
Oh, my God.
35,000.
Think about that. 30,000 in the day,
people in one
20,000 at night.
No, total. Don't go too far, brother. Don't bury Horowitz yourself
The Garden
too much.
only held 12?
The Garden did Boston about 16. MSG
Yeah.
about 20. So you did over 35,000 people just on one Saturday.
They'd already remodeled, they made the garden bigger.
Yeah.
You know what's cool about that?
MSG?
Yes. And you would know because you wrestle and got a company.
I know the most pointless things in life.
There's 2 places on this planet, 3, that are the best. For us, for wrestlers, because the acoustics, the sounds. When we go out there and bust our ass, when we bust our head, we would like to hear y'all. We go out there and you hear this. It's like, why the fuck are we doing this? But we go out there and bust our ass and we'd like to hear y'all. The acoustics, Madison Square Garden, Salt Palace is another one, Denver Arena. They go upwards.
McNichols is Denver.
McNichols.
Well,
I think they
was.
changed it now.
Yeah. They all do. They've all sold the names.
Yeah. Yeah, but the arena too.
Denver was a hot city?
Yes. But they go upwards, so the sound, the acoustics, you hear we go out to the ring and it'll be 20,000 people going, yay. 20,001 is going, fuck you, asshole. That's the one we hear. And we're like, where's that motherfucker at?
Hey, Rosemont Horizon, that was a pretty good one too, wasn't it?
Oh, gosh,
Yeah.
yes. You know what's cool? The first time I ever, me and Sean, but Sean used to be a dickhead in his younger days.
Yeah. As you've alluded to once or 3,000 times at this point.
But, well, you know what? Now we're going to talk about it.
Now, Rosemont?
No.
Or Chicago?
Yeah, yes,
Sean?
that's
What do we
where it
got?
starts. I'm going to let the whole damn ball of wax unreal on my nuts.
All right.
There was these 2 girls. Me and Sean had been on the road for 20 days. It's hard to pack for 20 days. You're going to have to wash shit along the way. and outfits-wise, we only had 4 or 5. 20 days, you're going to have to wash that shit. And we was on the last day of a 20 or 30-day tour, because we did that back then. And these young ladies, the one's name was Laura, and I love you, Laura. Laura's done nothing wrong. Julie, you're a sweetheart, but you already know. You know you're a hoe. And the only reason I say that is because you act like a hoe sometimes, because you cheated me out. That's okay. I'm going to tell this. So we were at the end of a
20, 30-day tour.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they came up, where you said Chicago, Rosemont Horizon, badass place to wrestle.
Yep.
Badass. But they showed up. They had made us uniforms, like, I say uniforms, something to wear, tights, uniforms, gear, whatever the hell you want to call it. And Sean didn't want to do it. Man, we've been on the road. Our shit stunk, man. We didn't wash it in the sink long enough. But, so for me, it was like I was all happy. Like, besides the fact the girls look good, and they do look good, still. And I had told Sean, I said, we got new outfits. We got new outfits. He goes, where'd you get it from? I mean, these girls just, because they made them. And he goes, we don't fucking wear shit that fans give us. And I'm like, well, you wear your stinky shit. I'm gonna wear this clean shit, bitch. And he agreed. He went ahead. And Brutus Beefcake was the first one that came up. And when we came back after we went and did our batch of shit, and Beaver was like, where'd you get that? Where'd y'all get that? Let me get that. Now, it was Julie and it was Laura. It was 30 years ago.
Perfect year to talk about it then.
Guess where they are right now?
I know Julie is.
Working for WWE. And Julie, you're going to have to stop with Dick and pay this off.
Is that what they did? They offered sex for gear?
No, we liked each other. We liked each other. I like Julie.
Well, I've heard stories about the guys, and different people that make
well,
gear.
okay, that's you.
Trying to get their gear quicker. They're not trying to jump ahead of the ladder or who was getting the new gear first. They'd lay the pipe down a little bit.
Any y'all that watch wrestling, WrestleMania, whatever
that one,
Rumble, Royal Rumble. I wore an outfit look like air conditioner or air filter. I had a goddamn white Michelin man looking.
That was that crazy. I think it was when you worked Sean. That white one with the black tassels.
Yes.
White and black.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And Julie was making the best. Well, I mean, at the time it was best. Sean had mirror, fucking chaps. And I'm getting air filters, and we never paid for nothing. We got y'all hired, y'all still there too. No. Not we. Me got you hired.
How did you get them hired?
Because I was the one that wanted to do the outfit, and everybody fell in love with it.
And you showed it off to everybody?
Yeah. And then they, everybody started asking them. Sean was like, we don't wear shit fans give us. I am. It's clean, bitch.
And think about what how many outfits from them he probably wore over the years.
So Julie, asshole, made his outfits, with the mirrors. It was pretty cool. I thought they're very good at what they do.
Yeah.
Terry's a redhead.
More ways than one, but.
Yeah. Terry's a redhead. It's three sisters.
They're all sisters?
Yeah, Julie.
I never knew that.
Laura. Last I was there, Laura was missing.
I never knew
that.
And
Terry's a redhead. Yeah. And they're hired by the company. They make everything now.
I never knew that. Well, Sasha's husband does a lot of the designing too now. But anyway, what did you think of that big boss man babyface turn? He got himself into tremendous physical shape. He was very heavy when he came in and had that feud with Hogan, and he really slimmed down and got into good condition.
Yeah, but who did he work with?
They did an angle where he beat down Jake the Snake, handcuffed to the ropes, and then Ted DiBiase tried to buy him, and he didn't want to be bought by the $1 Million Man, so he turned babyface and started to feud with DiBiase and Akeem and Slick.
Here's the only thing I say.
What do we got?
Boss Man used to bounce off the second rope, and he was a big brother.
Yes, that was a good, I like that, because it was unique. It stood out.
He was first one. Now everybody, it makes more sense for Rey Mysterio to do it.
He's about that size.
Yeah, but Boss Man was doing it, he'd bounce off that second rope and come in and do shit. And personally, I would be like, oh man, that brother, look at that brother. And that brother was strong. I like football. And, you know, sometimes I would take footballs, you know, to our TV tapings. You know, throw, play with the guys. That bitch would throw the ball. And it'd be like, fuck. He was strong as natural strong. But you know, one time we were sitting in a bar up in Omaha, Nebraska. Not that matters, but he said, I used to party a lot, and he saw me going by, and he goes, "Come here," and I sat with him, you know, and because I love him, you know, we're boys. And he goes, "Marty, I hate that this is on camera," but he said, "Marty," he goes, "I've never been with this much pussy in my life. Wrestling's getting me laid all the time." I really didn't know what to answer. You know, okay, what do I say?
What, do you give him a pat on the back, or I don't know, how do you respond to that? Oh, we hit the doubles, Little Cena? Oh my goodness. All right, well, any final memories? Did you think it was time for the Boss Man to go babyface? Did you think there was more he could have done as a heel at that point? Do you think he, and I'll be honest about this, where as we go on
Why
in
would you be
1990,
honest only on this?
before we go on in 1990, I continue to say WWF did such a poor job in setting up quality opponents for the Warrior after he won the title. Building him up to get to the title, they did a great job. Once he had it, there was almost nothing fresh for him. But anyway, we'll get there later in 90. But Boss Man, I could see him as being a credible challenger to the Warrior for the championship. Do you think the Boss Man, in your opinion, could he have done more as a heel, or do you think it was time for him to get that big push?
Again, don't get mad at me.
Yeah.
But man, back then,
yeah,
I didn't pay attention.
You didn't pay attention.
Well, no, and not out of disrespect, but I was just wanting to have my fun.
Yeah. Historically, looking back at it, do you think Boss Man was better as a heel or a face?
He was pretty good both ways.
Yeah.
No, I didn't mean that both ways.
I didn't mean it that way. No, please. We don't want to start anything about Ray, but yet another brother that Young's died so young. He was another guy that looked kind of old, and he was a really young guy.
Yeah, he was 43.
I mean, if he was in his early 40s when he passed away, I think in 2003, he would have had to have been in his 20s when he was in having that big run with Hogan, and you would have never guessed he was that young. All right, wrestling fans, we really plowed through 1990. We talked about
and spent
about 45
87
seconds on the Big Boss Man, along with a lot of other stuff mixed in. Little Dustin Terry action, and how many sisters?
Terry used to get up on a ladder when they would do like over that beach thing, the beach scene where the girls.
Yeah.
When they were first getting all the girls, you know, it was like 3 or 4 of them. It was Mark Merrill's girl. What was her? Sable, and Sonny and Terry. It was one other. I don't remember who the other was. It was like 4 of them. But they did a beach thing. And Terry was like, "Well, yo, film me," and she would walk up a ladder, film me. She would have no underwear underneath. She'd walk up, film me, yo. I'm gonna walk up the ladder, just film me from underneath. No other girl suggested show my pussy.
Just a classless human being.
No, I like her.
Yeah, I know why you do, but
stop it.
Well, wait till we get to 1996. I've been well informed.
About?
1996.
You know, one time in 1996 with me and Al Snow, and back then I liked Eazy-E, and he'd be like, "Motherfucker Dre, motherfucker Snoop, motherfucker, here goes my left blow." And we pull up to the back of the Howard Johnson. It's sort of like over there.
Yeah.
Pull up to, you know where the pool was at?
Yeah.
Pull up, and I would turn, and Al didn't, he hated rap. I would turn, but when we get right to the pool, there'll be people out there sitting out there. I'd turn it up, roll the windows down, pull up. "Motherfucker Dre, motherfucker left bro, here goes my left blow, you motherfucking hoe." And there's all these kids as fucking parents out there. I would be like this.
All right, wrestling fans, it's been another interesting adventure.
That's true story.
I'm not surprised. We'll be back 1 week from now, God willing, for another episode of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty. Until we speak again, folks, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Merle.
Any wrestling fan, John, that can sit through hours upon hours upon hours with Marty, whether they are spending the day at work, whether they're on the road traveling, they certainly heard some adult-themed stories today.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord.
And that might be generous.
Yeah, that's generous.
He knew how to rock.
He did. Marty absolutely was, he had more energy and more, he was a nighttime cat. He was out catting every night. And man, he was funny. He had a hearty laugh and he had that smile. And he was just one hell of a lot of fun to be around. And I know you guys have gotten a lot of Marty Jannetty, but I haven't over the years. I haven't seen him, but maybe a couple times. And he hasn't changed one bit as far as being a great guy.
Well, I tell you, at his best, he is a great, great, great friend of the show. We love to have him.
Yeah.
There are other times we've had a couple of incidents that the fans have seen, but more than anything, knock on wood.
No, Marty?
As we approach 2022, we'd love to have him back in the studio to create season 2 of Wrestling Inside His Party with Marty. So we'll raise a glass to him. To our friend Marty Jannetty, we wish you a very Merry Christmas, our friend. Hopefully we'll have you back in studio soon. To all the great fans that have watched the marathon today, we thank you very much. And hopefully you find ways, whether you share it across social media or interact with us again on the Indiegogo, the eBay, the Patreon, and all those other ways. For my partner in crime on Wrestling Insider's Throwback Thursdays, John Nord.
Throwback Thursdays, love that.
We will see you this coming Thursday night. Until then, you and yours be well, be healthy, Merry Christmas, good night from Boston.
See you then.
Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.